Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 700, Tolman Danitz. Since there was no teleportation altar set up at Mr. Gaston's house, Ebner first teleported back to the fragrant manor in Byam, then relied on his flying cloak to follow the air route all the way to Demirport. During this journey, due to various unforeseen factors such as avoiding storms, deviating from the flight path, and escaping from wild beyonders, by the time Ebner arrived at the school where Mr. Gaston resided, it was already Saturday afternoon. Mr. Gaston still maintained his usual stiff gentlemanly demeanor, but such appearances no longer fooled Ebner, who was quite familiar with him. After all, what proper person could craft something like the transformation wand? Taking a sip of the Southville coffee Mr. Gaston had prepared, Ebner cut off his wandering thoughts, since it seemed he was also insulting himself by extension. Next, after a few brief pleasantries, he got straight to the point. My transformation wand has been sold. Mr. Gaston nodded and said, I've already negotiated the price with Lit Oreo. In addition to those classified pieces of intelligence regarding Admiral Deep Sea, Howell Constantine, he also agreed to pay an extra £5,000. Lit Oreo was the third officer aboard the Black Emperor, and also the wielder of the transformation wand, Wind, a wand crafted by Mr. Gaston. After transformation, he earned the nickname, Witch of the Wind, with a bounty of £11,000. He had once unintentionally uncovered the secret of Admiral Deep Sea Howell Constantine, thwarted the latter's plans, and ultimately escaped the pirate admiral's relentless pursuit. Ebner had deduced through divination that the secret of Admiral Deep Sea was very likely related to that sea monster with prophet traits. That's why he had entrusted Mr. Gaston to negotiate the exchange with Lit Oreo. According to our prior agreement, the profit margin is split 20/80ths, you get 20%, I get 80%. So here's your £1,000. As he spoke, Mr. Gaston pulled out a pouch of gold coins and a smaller bag containing gems, handing them to Ebner. Pirates always had diverse methods of payment, it was never just cash. Thinking this to himself, Ebner took the bags and estimated their value, finding that the combined worth of the coins and gems exceeded £1,000. Mr. Gaston was being fairly generous. And the intelligence on Admiral Deep Sea? Ebner asked after stowing away the bags. One moment. Mr. Gaston rose and walked to the other side of the living room. He reached up to the top shelf of a bookcase and retrieved a metal box, which he carefully placed on the table in front of Ebner. Then he explained. My transaction with Lit Oreo was completed under the witness of Nast, the King of the Five Seas. His Excellency used his power to impose certain rules on this box containing the intel. Once opened, you will have only 3 minutes to read its contents, after that, it will self-destruct. Is this to prevent the middleman from secretly reading the intel? Nast, the King of the Five Seas sure plays by the book, though I don't particularly mind. While thinking this, Ebner activated his pure white eye to inspect the box and discovered that the parchment inside had actually already been destroyed. It was only thanks to Nast, the King of the Five Seas, using an ingenious setup to amplify the time it would take to fully decay, that it still appeared intact. Once the box was opened, however, that setup would be partially broken, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of the time dilation. After roughly understanding how it worked, Ebner thought that if this ability could be developed into a secret technique and applied to crucial mechanical spare parts, he could earn a fortune just by selling consumables. As he mocked this idea in his mind, he was just about to open the box when the doorbell suddenly rang. Mr. Gaston looked a little surprised. After all, he didn't get many visitors here, and even those who did usually made appointments in advance. It was rare for someone to just show up unannounced. He nodded at Ebner in acknowledgement, then walked straight to the door. But he returned to the living room shortly afterward, with a man in a black cloak following behind him. The man looked to be around 30 years old, with tawny yellow eyebrows and deep yet bright blue eyes. His facial features weren't particularly sharp, resembling the mixed ethnicities from southern Intis, Lemberg, and Seeger. It was none other than Blazing Danitz, whom Ebner had seen while acting as the polymath. Why is he here? No, wait, according to the original plot, he is vacationing in Demir around this time. The real question is, why did he come looking for Mr. Gaston? Puzzled, Ebner put the metal box in his hand back on the table and looked toward Mr. Gaston. He's here to see you, Mr. Gaston said, pointing at Danitz. Me. Is something going on with Edwina? Did something go wrong with her Grozel's travels expedition plan? Why didn't she contact me directly? A flurry of questions swirled in Ebner's mind, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked, Did your captain send you to find me? On the other side, Danitz, who had never seen Ebner's true face and didn't know he was Dr. Strange, gave him a thorough once-over, then cursed internally, another pretty boy. Only then did he recall what his captain had told him. With what he thought was a polite tone, he asked, "Are you Detective Brian?" "I am," Ebner nodded, then repeated his earlier question. "Edwina foresaw that I'd be at Mr. Gaston's place, so she sent you to find me here." Calling the captain by name so casually, and knowing she can foresee things. What's this pretty boy's relationship with the captain, anyway? Humph. Could he be her younger brother? Is that why she told me to be polite to him? Sour thoughts ran through Dannett's mind as he tried to comfort himself, before finally answering Ebner's question. "You guessed right. The captain foresaw you'd be here, so she gave me this task before I went on leave. She asked me to pass on a message. She's already gotten a lead from the soldier's descendant. She'll be waiting for you in Tosk." Soldier. Edwina found the descendant of Lonzer, the captain of the City of Glorious Light. So Roselle, or rather, the Calamity Seal, really did add a backdoor to Grozelle's travels through Lonzer. But this backdoor needs to be activated in Tosk. Hey, Tosk, that Intision port city connecting to Lone, has been showing up quite a lot in my affairs lately. The steamed church archbishop of the Sari family died in Tosk. Fanny's grandfather's characteristic was also taken there by a marauder. And now Roselle's or the Calamity Seal's arrangements also lead there. This can't all be just coincidence, right? Could it be some sort of convergence effect? Also, the Sari family must have something special about them, or they wouldn't be caught in such a vortex of fate. Even if there's likely some being pulling strings behind the scenes. End of chapter. Chapter 701, The God of Lost Hearts. After returning to Backlund, I'll ask Fanny for details about her family. As for the reason, it's simple: before dealing with enemies, one must understand one's own strength. Didn't Roselle say that famous quote about knowing yourself and your enemy? After pondering for a moment, Ebner took out a courage badge and handed it to Danitz as a tip for delivering the message. After all, he couldn't be too stingy with Edwina's subordinate, could he? This badge was actually an accessory to the mystical item, Irresistible Fear, he had previously sold in Biome, designed to counteract that item's negative effects. Ebner had made 3 of them back then but only sold 2. The remaining 1 had stayed with him. At that time, he was still Sequence 6, and items empowered by the pure white eyes only lasted 3 months. In other words, this badge would expire in less than a week. It couldn't be sold now, so using it as a tip was perfect. On the other hand, Danitz puffed out his chest and declined politely. "I'm already a brave man, I don't need an item to boost my courage. Besides, this was the captain's task. It'd be better if the captain rewarded me." The last 2 sentences were muttered under his breath. Ah yes, brave, like when he became Klein's servant and hung outside the cabin to scare off pirates. Mentally lampooning, Ebner smiled and deliberately said, "If you don't like the badge, how about I teach you a secret technique instead?" I wonder how strong your foundations are. What has Edwina taught you so far? I can make a reading list. If you haven't covered certain topics yet, I'd be happy to tutor you for free. Before he could finish, Danitz's face twisted in dismay. He immediately grabbed the courage badge and stammered, "This is great. No need for anything else. Oh, and I have other matters to attend to. If you don't need anything else, I'll take my leave now." Now he finally understood why the captain valued this pretty boy detective so much. His mannerisms, preferences, and tone were practically identical to hers. What was that Roselle quote again? Ah, like Will Ruts from the same cart. "I'm actually doing you a favor. At least with this badge, you won't piss yourself in terror when facing creeping hunger later." Ebner silently mused before politely seeing Danitz off, watching him flee Mr. Gaston's house as if escaping for his life. Once outside the island's only school, Danitz was jolted awake by the icy sea breeze. Details he'd overlooked during the conversation suddenly resurfaced. "I was led by the nose the whole time." No, bad metaphor. More like, he controlled the entire conversation's rhythm, and I didn't even realize it. Also, that detective seemed to know me. Otherwise, why would he immediately ask if the captain sent me? Have we met before? I can't recall. Or, did the captain show him my photo? The captain actually has photos of me. Danitz's face broke into a foolish grin, but he quickly caught himself and sighed, muttering conflictedly. This is all speculation. But the captain definitely has the detective's photo. She showed it to me, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized him as Ebner Bryan. I need to gather intel on this detective. Although tales of the hero detective were widespread on the seas, Danitz, on his first vacation in over half a year, had only heard superficial stories and never looked deeper. After getting his bearings, he headed toward the Flying Fish and Rum Tavern. Meanwhile, back inside, Ebner picked up the metal box traded by Littorio, the third mate of the Black Emperor, and opened it. Inside was a parchment whose edges were slowly burning, a process dramatically slowed by the high sequence abilities of the Black Emperor pathway. Ignoring the near-frozen flames, Ebner focused on the contents. 1. Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine hails from a coastal town in western Intis Republic, the illegitimate son of a playboy from the Delian family. After using various means to possess his mother, the men abandoned her, leaving Howl with a miserable childhood, even bullied by other townsfolk. At 18, he stumbled upon an occult book titled Segist Slumber and instinctively deciphered its strange script, establishing a connection with the sea monster Segist and becoming its blessed, inheriting its bloodline, thus becoming a sea blessed. Upon gaining his powers, his first act was sacrificing the entire town to appease the sea monster. 2. After growing stronger, Howl sought revenge against his father and the Delian family, only to despair upon discovering that Segist was actually allied with them. From his birth, growth, acquisition of that occult book, to becoming the sea monster's blessed, everything was meticulously arranged by the Delian family. 3. Concerns the secret I originally discovered. That Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine long ago lost his autonomy, becoming the sea monster's puppet. The force controlling him, keeping him fully conscious and furious yet utterly devoted to serving the monster, was initially unclear to me. But when the Count cleansed certain contaminations from me, he revealed it originated from the god of lost hearts. Delian. Isn't that the family behind Intis's special envoy Owen? Recalling his research while assisting Fanny days prior, Ebner knew this aristocratic family, originally nobles under Sauron's rule, had played pivotal roles in overthrowing the Gustav dynasty. Like the Fleisch family behind Johnson, the Delians ranked among Intis's most powerful clans today, wielding formidable influence both politically and mystically. While their family might lack an angel, they certainly possessed demigods, likely multiple. The Delians' alliance with the sea monster probably secured their maritime trade dominance while crushing competitors. As for why Segist cooperated, perhaps to receive sacrifices discreetly without church interference. Judging from intel obtained in the fifth layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower's Elf Temple, the creature's condition was precarious, requiring regular living offerings to maintain sanity. Finally, prophets can't control others as puppets. Is this a self-developed secret technique or mutation from indiscriminate characteristic consumption? And what is the God of Lost Hearts? The term feels familiar yet eludes recall. Likely knowledge shielded by my pure white eyes. Within moments, Ebner resolved to complicate the Delians' affairs in Intis, ideally ruining them entirely. Publicly, their collusion with the sea monster meant countless abductions for sacrifices, crimes rivaling the lone royalty's atrocities, perhaps more repulsive than George III deeds. Privately, securing Segist's prophet characteristic required weakening its allies first. Moreover, if Special Envoy Owen participated in Mr. Surrey's murder, that justified further retaliation. 8 William Street, Backlund, basement. The White Saint, Katerina finally seized another chance to visit. Scanning the empty floor, she waited patiently. After roughly 15 minutes, she sensed the controlling force slightly receding and immediately spoke in her mellifluous voice. I've identified a gatekeeper from the spirit cult, ready to deliver any time. But you must share something about this control. What is the God of Lost Hearts? Silence lingered before an unseen force pricked her finger, drawing blood that formed ancient Fasak script. Certain you wish to know. Even if it turns you monstrous. The text's mocking tone, likely from a hunter-aligned entity, unnerved her. Yet the implication of knowledge as pollution terrified this nearly 2 millennia-old ageless demoness who vaguely understood such dangers. After consideration, Katerina probed, surely there's some information I can safely know. For the disgrace of demonesses, you've not entirely wasted these centuries bedding men, you've learned something. Unfazed by insults, Katerina remained expressionless. You've heard, the body is the mind's cage. Your desires were exploited to forge a cage imprisoning your heart, making you a puppet. Normally, conquering your desires breaks free. But your controller used items imbued with the God of Lost Hearts aura, carrying vestiges of divine authority. Thus, without angelic intervention, escape is impossible. Only authority counters authority. The blood script shifted thrice, each paragraph in distinct fonts. The body is the mind's cage. A Rose School tenet, yet this interpretation differs from both abstinence and indulgence factions. So this is another perspective. Then who is the God of Lost Hearts? Abomination Sua. The Chained God. Or Mother Tree of Desire. Katerina murmured, half to herself. End of chapter. Chapter 702, the first step of the future divine emissary. At the Flying Fish and Rum Tavern in Demir, Danitz stood before the notice board plastered with bounty posters, scanning from top to bottom before finally spotting his own name. Damn it, still only £3,000. Must have been too low profile these past 6 months. Danitz grumbled discontentedly before examining the posters for new faces. King of the Five Seas Nast's bounty remains unchanged at £800,000. Next is King of Immortality, Queen Mystic. Eh? The Wind Demoness from the Black Emperor actually has an £11,000 bounty in loan too. What did she do? Wait. Why is there a 10,000-pound flame demoness listed after her? Also under the King of the Five Seas. Has his lordship allied with the demoness sect? Admiral of Stars has a new 7,000-pound Lady Scythe under her command too. Lots of famous female pirates lately. After these musings, Danitz pushed through the tavern door, weaving past rowdy drunks to perch on a bar stool. He rapped the wooden counter and tossed out a gold coin. A Southwell beer. The bronze-skinned, white-toothed bartender wiped a glass and poured the drink with zero enthusiasm. Hey, I know your boss, White Shark. Danitz protested. The bartender remained impassive. White Shark went missing after a voyage. The owner now is Mad Fox. White Shark vanished. When? And who's this Mad Fox? Danitz asked, startled. The bartender eyed him but stayed silent. Danitz immediately understood. Muttering, he produced another gold coin. Only after pocketing it did the bartender continue, White Shark disappeared over 2 months ago. But even before that, he'd been acting strange, giving me weird, hungry looks and going weeks without women. What? Did his preferences change? Danitz studied the bartender skeptically. While decent-looking, he was no pretty boy, certainly no match for that detective Ebner Bryan. White Shark supposedly clashed with Lady Dragonmite before vanishing. His disappearance happened after her ship left Demir. Most think she's involved. Lowering his voice, the bartender added, rumor is the new boss, Mad Fox, serves Blood Admiral, tasked with capturing Lady Dragonmite when she returns. Lady Dragonmite. Think I heard about her on the ship here. Her Dragonmite is all bluff, her real sequence is probably Weapon Master on the Warrior Pathway. As Danitz processed this, he took a swig of beer before tossing another coin. Give me the latest rumors. 5 coins. The bartender raised the price without blinking. You know who I am. If your intel's worthless, you'll regret it. Danitz produced 4 more coins but threatened anyway, no point being fleeced. The bartender, now satisfied with the payment, didn't hesitate any longer and began to speak. The Royal Navy's ironclad Pritz destroyed a passing pirate crew during routine drills. The terror of battleships and heavy artillery is beginning to spread among some of the smaller pirate factions. Some are thinking of going on a final spree before the ironclad fleet becomes fully operational, take one big haul and then get out of the game. Admiral of Blood, Senor and Vice Admiral Dusk, Bulatov Yoan clashed again in the southern seas near Sunia Island, getting into a major battle. This time, Admiral of Blood acted like a madman and came well prepared. Vice Admiral Dusk had to pay a steep price just to escape. A detachment under the King of the Five Seas encountered the Rorstad Archipelago's first fleet just the day before yesterday. Surprisingly, even with Admiral Amirius Revolt personally commanding the navy, they couldn't pin down the detachment. In fact, the admiral nearly got injured during an assassination attempt, allowing the Witch of Wind and the newly emerged Witch of Fire to make a name for themselves in one fell swoop. The future under Admiral of the Stars intercepted a lone smuggling vessel in the Misty Sea but was unexpectedly and fiercely pursued by the Intis Navy. During that battle, the Lady of the Scythe killed the Intis Navy's rear admiral, Winx Delian, who had led the fleet in pursuit. Because of this, her bounty in Intis skyrocketed to nearly 8,000 fells. But what's even stranger is that Lone also issued a bounty on her at the same time. So that's how the Witch of Wind, Witch of Fire, and Lady of the Scythe rose to fame, and got those bounties. I remember that Admiral Amirius Revolt of the Rorstad Archipelago is a demigod on the Arbiter Pathway. Even for our captain, she'd likely have to use the hidden aces aboard the Golden Dream to retreat safely from someone like him. Those two witches really are formidable. And as for Winx Delian from Intis, I've heard of him too. He should be an ocean songster. To think he died out at sea at the hands of the Lady of the Scythe. That pirate woman must be no slouch either. As for Admiral of Blood attacking Vice Admiral Dusk, Danitz didn't care much. Ever since a few months ago, when the captain temporarily left the Golden Dream, Senor had been intermittently going mad, attacking people all over the place. The Golden Dream itself had even nearly been assaulted by him once. After taking another sip of beer, Danitz finally asked about his real reason for coming to the bar, information about the detective, Ebner Bryan. After paying another 2 gold coins, he heard a story about a playboy who left a trail of romantic flings wherever he went. His scandalous reputation had even spread all the way to Byam. Even the Lady Dragonmite of Demir supposedly had an ambiguous relationship with him. Danitz immediately began worrying about his captain, afraid she might also fall for the playboy's tricks. Maybe, all those habits that resemble the captain were just part of a facade to please her. No, that doesn't make sense, he had no reason to keep up the act in front of me. Was he afraid I'd expose him? But even if he was faking, I'd never say anything nice about him anyway. So what's the point? Just as Danitz was drowning in doubt and worry, he suddenly noticed something was off in the bar. it had gone abnormally quiet, devoid of the rowdy noise that should have filled such a place. Two burly men were facing off in the middle of the room. Boring trick. With his experience, Danitz immediately saw through the setup, smirked at the bartender, then slipped into the crowd to avoid getting dragged into the potential brawl. Sure enough, after a short farce, one of the musclemen, Sea Eagle Logan, singled out a newcomer adventurer for his usual extortion scheme. But to Danitz's surprise, that adventurer turned out to be incredibly strong, and his way of handling things suited Danitz's tastes perfectly. After the men slammed the bartender's head onto the counter and quickly dodged the guards to escape the bar, Danitz used a mystical item to hide in the shadows and followed him. End of chapter. Chapter 703, The Compatibility Between a Rhodes and Its Master. Backlund, South Bridgeboro, Church of Harvest. While Emlyn was called away by Helene to shoot a film, Hazel took the opportunity to light candles in the lounge at the rear of the church. She set up a mirror, drew the symbol that represented a Rhodes, and invited Bishop Yutravsky to observe. After preparing all the necessary prerequisites for the ritual, she began chanting the incantation to summon the sealed artifact, 2 to 111. Everything went smoothly at first. The candle flames rose, and the mirror's surface began to ripple, but then, without warning, everything came to an abrupt halt. The candles were all extinguished, and the mirror returned to its original state. What happened? Hazel frowned in confusion, unable to pinpoint the issue. Bishop Yutravsky lowered his head in thought. Perhaps it's because this is the rear of the Mother Goddess's church. Is that so? Hazel pursed her lips, sighed, and began tidying up the ritual tools. She had used this secret ritual in hopes of finding a path toward greater strength. After all, as a mere sequence 8, she was still far too weak. Even with her metal arm, she wasn't much help. She was unaware that Ebner had already analyzed the potion formula from the mystical trait of the cryptologist who had attacked Fanny and intended to give her both the formula and trait as compensation before leaving Backlund. Of course, the condition was that she would continue to contribute to the operation of the ruined branch of the film company. Seeing her frustration, Bishop Yutravsky smiled and said, "Child, don't be impatient. Growth takes time. Knowing your destiny in advance might not get you the result you want. You must trust that the benevolent mother will guide you." "I understand, Father." "Praise the benevolent mother." Hazel crossed her hands and mimed the posture of cradling a baby. In the church's basement, a bewitchingly beautiful man standing in the corner opened his eyes again. He looked upward and chuckled to himself. A Rhodes is still the same, constantly bouncing back and forth between recklessness and cowardice, as someone once put it. In a detached house in Sherwood Borough, Furs lounged lazily on a sofa, holding the mystical traits of astrologer and Rose Bishop she had traded for from Mr. Tower. She was deep in thought. Sequence 6 traits are quite valuable, but they're not essential to my teacher, and they're certainly not equivalent to a spirit warlock formula. If I just give him the traits, his impression of me will drop. It'll be hard to continue using Abraham's resources to trade with the Tarot Club in the future. So either I pay the difference myself, or I find a way to increase the value of the Rose Bishop trait. Maybe I should commission Mr. Tower or Mr. Hangman to craft it into a mystical item and give that to my teacher instead. Due to Mr. Dorr, the sequence levels among the Abraham family members are generally low. A mystical item with minimal negative effects is likely something my teacher would urgently need. That would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking this, she held up the astrologer trait to eye level and sighed. I've already got all the main ingredients for the next stage of the potion, but I still haven't digested Trickmaster. Do I really have to join a circus? Isn't there a simpler, more time-efficient way to roleplay this? Just then, the sound of a mechanical lock clicking open came from the front door. Furs quickly used her spirituality to seal the box containing the 2 traits and stuffed it into the pocket of her morning robe. Back so early today, she asked Zio, who was entering the living room. It was only 4 in the afternoon. Special mission. I came back to retrieve a mystical item, Zio replied casually. But then she noticed the lingering look of worry on her friend's face and couldn't help but ask, "What's bothering you?" The mention of a mystical item made Furs feel oddly guilty, but she simply shared her dilemma about not wanting to rise early and work hard in a circus. Zio initially wanted to scold her friend for being lazy, but then remembered something, and the corners of her mouth twitched before quickly returning to normal. Pretending to think for a moment, Zio then said, "I know a secret ritual that can help answer your question. Want to give it a try?" She hoped this would help Furs understand the deeper truth of Emperor Rosel's famous saying, taking shortcuts comes at a cost. "What kind of ritual?" Furs asked curiously. "It's something Ebner taught me. A friend of his verified that it works quite well." Zio replied earnestly. In a dark, quiet alley behind the Flying Fish and Wine bar in Demir. Danitz had taken the initiative to show himself and was now trying to recruit the adventurer who had just caused a commotion in the bar for the Golden Dream. After reciting the ship's mission and benefits as dictated by the captain, he cleared his throat and added, "Forgot to introduce myself. His expression grew serious, no longer as casual as before. Subordinate of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, Blazing Danitz. After revealing his alias, real name, and identity, Danitz patiently waited for the other party to show signs of panic or fear. The adventurer, who appeared refined and courteous but whose actions hinted at a touch of madness, was of course Klein, though now, he should be called Gehrman Sparrow. After hearing Danitz's self-introduction, he relaxed. After all, Admiral Iceberg, Edwina had close ties with Mr. Tower, which made her, in a way, an ally. Plus, his friend Talum was still serving as a pirate aboard the Golden Dream. If I were still Sherlock, I'd probably try to cozy up to the seemingly not-so-bright Danitz right now. But I'm Gehrman Sparrow now, a slightly mad adventurer and bounty hunter. With that thought in mind, Klein spoke in a low voice. Blazing Danitz, bounty of 3,000 pounds. Danitz was about to reply when he suddenly felt a strange illusion. The men standing in the shadowy alley transformed into an indescribable monster, one radiating a ravenous hunger, eyeing his soul and flesh with salivating greed. Danitz clenched his fists sharply, all traces of his earlier casual demeanor vanishing. His body tensed so tightly that he even trembled slightly. His instincts screamed that he was facing an abyss filled with madness and bloodlust. In that moment, he completely forgot the courage badge he had just received, tucked safely in his pocket, until the man spoke again. Why are you here? I am on vacation. And, I came to look for Detective Ebner Bryan. The pride of Blazing Danitz made him disdain answering such a question, but his instincts forced him to blurt out the reason. The moment he mentioned Ebner's name, he suddenly remembered the badge given to him and hurriedly rubbed it with his fingers. Immediately, Danitz felt as if he were basking in warm sunlight, the chill within him completely dispelled. It was as though he had recovered his lost courage. Though that gnawing sense of hunger for his blood and soul still lingered, he no longer felt fear. He lifted his head, about to hurl some sarcasm, but then realized the surrounding scene had suddenly shattered, and the courage badge was now in the adventurer's hand. That horrible sensation of being devoured had vanished, but only because the men had willingly withdrawn it. Nightmare? Danitz asked with a miserable expression. Klein toyed with the badge for a while before tossing it back to Danitz and asking. Where is Detective Ebner Bryan? He's at the school halfway up the hill to the north of town. It's the only school in town. Blazing Danitz answered truthfully. After all, he had no real ties with that playboy, and he could instinctively tell that the detective was strong. If this adventurer intended to cause trouble, he likely wouldn't come out on top. Klein nodded at him, then turned and walked toward the other end of the alley. Not until that figure disappeared into the distance did Danitz finally straighten his back and tug at his cloak. What a terrifying guy. He muttered silently. Then, collecting his thoughts, he murmured to himself. I must inform the captain, there's a new menace on the seas. A man who looks like a gentleman but inside is a lunatic. Unless you're absolutely certain you can kill him, it's best not to cross him. Danitz pulled up the hood of his black cloak and decided to return to the inn to sleep. He would wait until the telegraph office opened in the morning to send a message to the intermediary contact residing in the Rorsted archipelago. Back in Backlund, at the house rented by Zio Dericha and Furs. In the dim bedroom, Furs had just finished drawing the symbol that Zio had given her. She then saw the surface of the mirror ripple like water, forming dark red ancient Faceac script. You have summoned a Rhodes. I hope you are aware of the proper rules. Ah. That wording's different from what Zio described. Why does it feel like this spirit is highly intelligent? And this line even seems laced with displeasure. Furz's thoughts stirred, but she still asked in a steady voice. Honorable Rhodes, I wish to know the simplest way to play the role of the trickmaster. This time, however, the mirror did not show an image as Zio had described. Instead, dark red runes formed a few words. Bryan Film Company. That's it. Bryan Film Company. Isn't that the enterprise Ebner is planning? Can it really help me digest the potion? It's your turn to ask a question. Furs memorized the answer and planned to consult Ebner later. A little nervously, she spoke. The dark red letters wriggled and reshaped themselves into a new sentence. What did you do with the silken garment of many faces Zio Dericha left in the room? Hearing this, Zio immediately turned her gaze toward Furs. She had intentionally left the mystical item at home, just in case Furs needed it in an emergency. So, it wasn't a problem if Furs had used it. But if a Rhodes was asking such a question, could it mean Furs had used it for something odd? End of chapter. Chapter 704, The World and the Tower. Staring at the question in the mirror while acutely aware of her friend's gaze, Furs' face flushed crimson in an instant. She froze stiff, like a stone statue. Furs could only pray this was all a dream, that she'd wake up any second. If it's not a dream, then let the world just end already. After burying her head in the sand for a while, she finally forced herself to face reality. Remembering Zio's earlier description of this secret ritual, she steeled her heart and declared, I choose to accept the punishment. At that moment, she realized with painful clarity just how severely she had underestimated the threat of those shameful questions Zio had warned her about. But just then, Furs saw boundless gray fog and witnessed the world making a gesture of prayer. Immediately after, words reached her ears. He wants me to ask the Abraham family if they have the starting sequence potion formula for the savant pathway. In exchange, he's offering any 2 formulas from spectator, bard, hunter, lawyer, assassin, apothecary, or sleepless. 2 for 1. Is the world in a hurry? While Furs was lost in thought, the lightning that had been gathering in the mirror vanished without a trace before it could strike, as though it had never existed. Only a faint glimmer of light brushed past her hair. On the mirror's surface, the dark red words suddenly took on a silvery hue, swiftly rewriting themselves as if pressed for time. Today's Q&A session is now concluded. Goodbye. Before Furs and Zio could react, the rippling light within the mirror stilled abruptly. The eerie gloom in the room shattered, swallowed by the candlelight. The punishment. Furs blinked, waiting a few seconds before turning to Zio, who had been watching the whole time. Zio pointed at her head. A beam of light grazed your hair just now. After a pause, she added thoughtfully, did something else happen to you earlier? That must have been the fool protecting me. But Zio, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Furs rubbed her burning cheeks and offered a flimsy excuse, maybe the punishment varies depending on the person. I see. So the fool provided shelter. No wonder Ebner said he couldn't use this ritual himself. I thought he was just making excuses, but it turns out he was telling the truth. A Rhodes probably refuses to respond to summons from those blessed by great existences. After all, even if they don't answer its questions, it can't punish them. And Ebner has the fool, Mother Earth, and the God of knowledge and wisdom behind him. A Rhodes wouldn't dare provoke any of them, would it? Though these thoughts raced through her mind, Zio simply nodded on the surface. Maybe. Just as Furs sighed in relief, secretly congratulating herself on her narrow escape, she noticed Zio studying her intently. You. Is there something you want to ask? Furs' heart skipped a beat. Zio narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning dangerous. What did you do with my veil of 100 faces? Ah. Ahaha, what else would I do? Miss Editor Aina came to pester me for the manuscript, so I used that artifact to disguise myself as you and shoot her away. Furs forced a dry laugh, trying to bluff her way through. Zio let out a noncommittal and asked, if that's the case, then why didn't you answer earlier? I was afraid you'd hold it against me for using your image without permission. Furs deliberately glanced at her watch as she spoke, then stood up abruptly. Oh, right. I still need to mail a new letter to my teacher before the post office closes. With that, she dashed back to her bedroom at lightning speed to change clothes. As for the letter, she planned to write it at the post office. After all, it was just to inquire about the savant potion for the world. Once dressed for going out, she cautiously opened the door and peeked out. Seeing that Zio had already returned to her own room, Furs finally exhaled in relief. I'm heading out, she called loudly before using her supernatural abilities to teleport directly from the living room to the street outside. I managed to dodge the bullet for now, but there's no way Zio actually bought that. That evil spirit, summoned by the ritual, is terrifying. Once it asks a question, whether you answer or not hardly seems to matter anymore. As Ebner would say, is this what they call social death? After muttering a few rueful remarks to herself, Furs took several deep breaths, trying to calm the lingering heat in her cheeks and the adrenaline still coursing through her. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, Zio picked up the veil of 100 faces and inspected it carefully, only to notice that it seemed to have been freshly laundered. In the only school in Demir town, Klein took a sip of Fairmore coffee from the Paso River Valley and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder this high-end brew costs 10 soli per cup, it's leagues better than the cheap 1-penny stuff I usually drink. This coffee had been brought back from the southern continent by Ebner, where it was significantly cheaper to purchase locally. Setting down his cup, Klein turned his attention to Ebner seated across from him. Though the two had known each other for some time, even holding private meetings above the gray fog, this was their first face-to-face conversation in the real world. Since Klein had previously met Ebner in William Street while filling the tunnel dug by Viscount Pound, using the identity of Gehrman Sparrow at the time, the tower naturally knew he was the world. Thus, Klein cut straight to the point. It's Klein Moretti who asked me to inquire about something on his behalf. Well, he and I are the same sort of person. Even in the real world, with no eavesdroppers around and despite the spiritual barrier set up in the room, Klein avoided uttering the word the fool outright, opting for vague phrasing instead. He trusted the tower would understand. Klein Moretti. No wonder. So he's like you, also. Ebner feigned sudden realization, though internally he added, another alt account. You seem to know him, and that he isn't dead. Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's cold demeanor, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Of course. The night before I went to dig up Dunn's grave, I actually ran into him at an inn. At the time, he was dragging a man into his room, though I've no idea what he intended to do. Naturally, that caught my attention. Ebner glanced at Klein, the corners of his lips quirking up. So you were the source of that eerie feeling of being watched that night. And while technically true, the way you phrased that makes it sound downright scandalous. Klein nearly lost his grip on Gehrman's persona. I am Gehrman right now. No unnecessary expressions. I am Gehrman. After mentally repeating this mantra, he replied flatly, since you're aware of him, this simplifies matters. He asked me to find out whether you've agreed to guide his sister Melissa into the world of the supernatural. Melissa has high spiritual sensitivity and considerable talent in mechanics. She'd make an excellent savant or reader. Ebner took another sip of coffee before continuing, I do intend to honor her request. Given that she's already been exposed to the supernatural, she'll inevitably seek answers. Rather than leaving her ignorant and vulnerable to unforeseen dangers, it's better to provide foundational guidance, to help her understand what the extraordinary truly entails, and just how perilous it can be. End of chapter. Chapter 705, Ebner's Reminder. I understand the reasoning, but I'm not entirely comfortable with you guiding Melissa into the world of the supernatural. Recalling rumors he'd heard from Captain Eland of the White Agate, Klein maintained a polite smile and asked, are you planning to teach her personally? Though his clown abilities prevented Ebner from reading his thoughts, it wasn't hard to guess what the fool was thinking. After all, while his conduct was technically above board, his reputation did have minor blemishes. Still kinda irritating, though. Suppressing his annoyance, Ebner replied with a smile, I'll be leaving Backlund next week, where would I find the time? I intend to introduce her to Miss Magician and a friend of mine. They'll serve as Melissa's guides on this path. That's better. Though Miss Magician's laziness might clash with Melissa's personality. Then again, if Melissa can learn some of her better traits, I won't have to worry as much about her safety. As for Ebner's other friend, Miss Hazel, Miss Jane, or those I've only heard of, Miss Fanny, Miss Emma. Too many possibilities. Hard to guess. It's a shame Sharon's in a unique state, still hunted by the Rose school of thought, too dangerous around her. Otherwise, she'd be the perfect teacher for Melissa. His thoughts racing, Klein was about to thank the tower on Klein's behalf in Gehrman's usual tone when the young gentleman across from him smiled and added, since Klein cares so much about Melissa, perhaps he could contribute as well. Klein swallowed his prepared words, frowning slightly at Ebner while staying in character. What do you want him to do? I can relay the message. Whether I actually do it depends on your request, and my divination results above the grey fog. I don't have the starting sequence, savant, potion formula Melissa needs. Let her brother handle that. Ebner kept his expression solemn, though his eyes gleamed with barely concealed amusement. He'd originally planned to acquire the formula himself, but since Klein clearly distrusted his character, it was only fair to let the overprotective brother take responsibility. This is a necessary sacrifice. Klein froze like a statue for several seconds before replying stiffly, fine. I'll pass that along. I'm sure he'll agree. Preferably before next Tuesday. Ebner added, he planned to depart for Intis that day. Klein gave a curt nod without further comment, then stood to take his leave. Just as he reached the door, Ebner called out a final warning, be careful if you pass by Bansi Harbor. Don't dig too deeply into its secrets. Klein paused, half turning with a frown. Why? 3 or 4 centuries ago, Bansi was called Binsi Town. Over time, pronunciation shifts transformed it into Bansi. And Binsi, you know what that implies. Ebner's tone was meaningful. He wasn't worried this warning would stop Klein from saving future passengers in distress there. If a little foreknowledge could deter him, he wouldn't be the fool. Binsi. The place Medici, the Red Angel, mentioned as home to his descendants. Well, Medici's evil spirit is still trapped in Backlund, just descendants shouldn't be too dangerous. Plus, the Church of Storms has a presence there, with mandated punishers stationed for centuries. As Ebner said, as long as I don't pry, it should be fine. Besides, the White Agate's next stop is Tiana Port. After that, it sails straight to Byam, capital of the Rorstad archipelago, no planned docking at Bansi. Reassured, Klein nodded again before exiting. Scanning the hallway, he headed for the school's public washroom, first to request savant formula trades from Miss Magician and Miss Temperance, then to divine whether his upcoming voyage held hidden perils. Minutes later, seated on the Fool's Throne, Klein studied the clockwise swinging pendulum in his hand and mused. Some danger, but within acceptable limits. So the White Agate might encounter pirates. Thinking that, Klein felt a bit eager and ready to act, but since he hadn't fully developed Gehrman's persona yet, he wasn't quite sure how to handle things if they actually did encounter pirates. At night, on the way back to the White Agate's second-class cabin, Klein received a letter from the messenger. He worked hard to convince Donna and Danton, two children on board, describing the nearly 4-meter-tall skeletal messenger as pitiful, weak, and helpless before finally returning to his own cabin. The siblings had eaten some of Demir's local cured meat, which carried a bit of spiritual energy, and since their souls were relatively pure, they temporarily activated spiritual sight. The reason the cured meat on the island had this effect was because of the devil aura sealed in the northern jungle. Still unaware of Demir's hidden secrets, Klein sat on the edge of his low bed, lit the half-used candle, and opened Mr. Azek's reply. Pulling out the items inside, the first thing that caught his eye was the Black Emperor card. Looking at Roselle's unpleasant face, Klein instinctively relaxed and put down his worries. He wasn't afraid that Mr. Azek wouldn't return the items, there was still some trust there. After all, the potion formulas and related rituals could be copied, and only the properties formed by combining with high-level materials couldn't be imitated. That was clearly not the path Azek was on, nor something replaceable, and the big shot had no need for it. What Klein worried about was if the messenger got robbed and lost the cards of blasphemy that greatly helped his spiritual state. If the Black Emperor card really gets stolen by those weird, robbery-loving creatures in the spirit world, then next time I need to use my spirit form, I'll have to play the Demoness with the Demoness card. From a thief, Black Emperor, to a righteous thief, Cat Hero, next. Muttering a few complaints in his mind, Klein examined the other items and found that along with the Black Emperor card, Mr. Azek also returned a copper whistle belonging to that pathetic Instructor Kopsty. After putting away these two items, Klein unfolded the thick, quality paper and read Azek's reply. H.M. Mr. Azek took part in the Four Emperors' War, and actually saw the Blood Emperor and the resurrected Black Emperor. And he lost consciousness just from a glance by the Blood Emperor. From this description, it sounds like a meeting of the Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Nether Emperor. Could the so-called Four Emperors' War actually be a 3-against-1 fight? Is the Night Emperor really that powerful? The copper whistle's owner might be an evil existence, and blowing it is dangerous. That matches my divination results somewhat. But in emergencies, it could also be used to stir up trouble. The Black Emperor card might attract powerful enemies and many disasters, a kind of aggregation effect. Mr. Azek also included improved techniques for creating the spiritual wall. After finishing the letter, Klein pondered for a moment, then practiced the sealing technique Mr. Azek taught in the letter until he was proficient. After that, he performed a ritual to bring the Black Emperor card and the Spirit Sex copper whistle into the mysterious space above the gray fog, eliminating any chance of accidents. At that moment, Mr. Tower's sacrifice request also arrived via the Crimson Star. It turned out he had created a single-use item capable of triggering the secret art, perfect restoration of whalite, and requested Mr. Fool to deliver it to the sun. Soon, a paper-wrapped package arrived through the summoning gate into the hall above the gray fog. Klein looked speechlessly at the compact powder with a small round mirror inside the box. He could tell the powder was actually ground skin of some extraordinary creature, making it a pretty good material for carrying a ritual or secret art. Isn't it weird to just rub this stuff on your body, or even eat it directly? And it comes with a mirror, is that so those deformed by accumulated pollution can immediately see the effect? Also, there's no detailed introduction at all. After casually manifesting an instruction manual, Klein threw it into the door formed by the sun's blessing ritual. In Silver City, Derek held the powder box that had appeared in his hand, read the instructions that had appeared in his mind, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he decided to hand it directly to the chief so he could decide who should use it. After all, if Derek himself ate the polluted meat and then treated it with the secret art, the elders wouldn't feel at ease. He and Elder Lovia were both considered special by the High Council. End of chapter. Chapter 706, Sunday. On Saturday night, after borrowing Mr. Gaston's workshop to craft that one-time-use mystical item for the sun, Ebner used the remaining materials to produce 2 more mystic cameras and 1 projector capable of synchronized audio playback. Having completed these tasks, he offered the compact case made from the hide of a supernatural creature encountered during his flight from Biome as a sacrifice to the Fool. Only then did he set up a disposable teleportation altar to return to his secret hideout on the outskirts of Backlund. This was one of 2 altars previously established during his mission to rescue Talum. Since the hideout's village location wasn't too far from the city proper, it fell within the range of Ebner's self-developed, low-spec teleportation ability. Thus, rather than waiting for Dawn to hire a carriage, he stepped directly through a gate of teleportation into his villa's bedroom. Truth be told, Ebner's current teleportation ability was actually recorded from a notary enslaved by the magic mirror, a bare-bones version of an already limited skill, hence its severely restricted range. Yet even so, Ebner noticed this self-learned ability performed slightly better than the teleportation simulated through his pure white eye. One might say the pure white eye demonstrated no superior capabilities, in fact, underperformed compared to Ebner's own skills as a mysticism magister when analyzing or simulating abilities closely tied to the spirit world. Almost as if knowledge related to the spirit world becomes distorted when processed by the pure white eye. Sitting on his bed, Ebner pondered this until recalling the vision he'd experienced during spiritual resonance with Alvin Abraham, the wanderer from the Night Kingdom. In truth, I would support your bid to compete for the position of the Mysteries. But doing so might plunge this world into peril. Repeating this brief exchange, Ebner began forming a hypothesis. Could it be that the land of the unknown and the spirit world are fundamentally incompatible? That their mutual exclusion might trigger catastrophic consequences? Hence that wanderer's reluctance to compete for Lord of the Mysteries, a title explicitly including ruler of the spirit world in its honorifics. Alternatively, perhaps something dangerous lurks within the land of the unknown, an entity threatening the entire world that might be unleashed should an outsider assume the ruler of the spirit world position. If the former, nothing more need be said. But if the latter, then the pure white eye's distortion of spirit world knowledge might be deliberate. Such sophisticated information filtering. Could this be the work of the God of knowledge and wisdom? Or perhaps Roselle during his knowledge emperor phase. Attempting a prophecy to investigate yielded predictably inconclusive results. With a resigned sigh, Ebner abandoned his pursuit of answers. After a quick wash, he pulled up the blankets and drifted into sleep. Atop the round tower in City of Silver, within the chief's chambers, Colin Iliad quietly examined a compact case while listening to Derek's explanation before nodding slightly. This item shows promise, though verification remains necessary. His gaze shifted toward a shadowy corner where a human silhouette abruptly twisted upright. The figure bowed to the chief before exiting, soon returning with a black-veiled woman in tow. Having apparently been briefed en route, the woman tore off her face covering without hesitation, revealing features grotesquely disfigured by fleshy tumors. "Chief, I volunteer to test that item," she declared urgently. "Ginny." Derek blurted out in recognition. 5 or 6 years his senior, Ginny had been his neighborhood playmate until 3 years ago, when she'd been confined to the Round Tower's dungeons after a mission, rumored to have contracted some contagious corruption. So her condition resulted from consuming unidentified monster flesh. Derek instantly deduced. "Derek. You've grown so much," Ginny remarked with complex emotions before asking perfunctorily, "How are Uncle Berg and Auntie?" They're dead." Derek pressed his lips together, remembering the parents he'd personally euthanized. "My condolences." Ginny sighed, such tragedies being commonplace in the City of Silver. "We are the godforsaken people of darkness, born bearing the curse of kinslaying. But the fool has turned his gaze upon this land." Derek nearly protested, wanting to offer hope to this childhood friend. Yet he bit back the words. Not yet. Premature disclosure would only raise the chief's suspicions, as the hanged man advised. With formalities concluded, Ginny, having received Colin's silent approval, scooped powder from the compact, smearing half onto her facial tumors while swallowing the remainder. In truth, the actual mechanism lay in the mystical ritual sealed within the powder. Whether applied externally or ingested mattered little, though this dual approach accelerated the process. Within seconds, a multicolored light enveloped Ginny as twisted, writhing black vapors, seemingly alive, rose from her body before rapidly dissipating. Her facial tumors then began rupturing, oozing pus, fading, shrinking, and finally vanishing without leaving even a scar. The sight left Shadow dumbfounded, while even Chief Colin's eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. Only Derek, who had absolute faith in the Fool and the Tower, remained composed, having never doubted the item's efficacy. Meanwhile, Ginny deduced her transformation from Shadow's expression. With trembling hesitation, she picked up the compact's attached mirror. "It's really gone." Tears streamed down her now delicate, if not conventionally beautiful, face. Her weeping wasn't vanity. City of Silver residents cared little for appearances, but joy at being freed from contamination and the infectious tumors that had isolated her. Shadow conducted an inspection, marveling, every trace of internal corruption is purged. Even the highly contagious toxins vanished completely. Chief Colin, a demon hunter, confirmed, even soul-level contamination is reversed. This ritual was clearly designed specifically for such afflictions. His weathered blue eyes regarded Ginny steadily. "Protocol still requires quarantine until we confirm total eradication of infectious elements." "I understand. I'll await that day." Ginny replied without hesitation before turning to Derek. "Thank you for this miracle. You've given me rebirth." Flustered, Derek waved his hands. "No need. I mean..." He nearly credited the Tower before catching himself, his face flushing crimson. Chief Colin observed this exchange keenly. After Shadow escorted Ginny out, he remarked, "Well done. How many more such items do you possess?" "The item matters less than its contained ritual, which requires no external supplication and can be learned by those with aptitude," Derek recited his prepared response. Colin's eyes sharpened with understanding. "If this ritual is truly teachable, what reward would you claim for this contribution?" He's asking what the Fool, no, the Tower, wants in exchange. Just as the Tower and the Hanged Man predicted, the Chief desires communication. Derek answered solemnly, the gear-bound tome from the temple. Just as I suspected. Colin had studied the mysterious book after its discovery but failed to open it. While potentially significant, its value paled against this purification ritual. Should the Council of Six approve, I may grant you that book. Colin hinted before abruptly shifting topics. You're approaching sequence 7, yes. What materials do you lack? Crest of a dawn rooster and fruit from the Radiance Pact tree, Derek answered plainly. So easily baited. His innocence suggests deliberate selection as an envoy, perhaps signaling goodwill. After a pensive silence, Colin declared, the dawn rooster crest I can provide from stores. The Radiance Pact fruit you must obtain yourself. As Derek began to protest, Colin raised a hand. No refusal. Ginny was my dear friend's only descendant. This is my personal gratitude. Sunday morning found Ebner freshly awakened when Mrs. Scald announced Miss Fur's arrival. He checked the clock in disbelief. Furs? What catastrophe warrants her being awake at this hour? End of chapter. Chapter 707, Bansi. Furs had risen so early precisely to avoid running into Zio, who often returned home in the morning to sleep after all-night missions. At least hide for a few days until she forgets that incident, then resume normal hours. Furs sipped coffee in the parlor while strategizing. Opposite her, Ebner cleared his throat when her words trailed into distracted silence. The more deliberately you avoid Zio, the more she'll remember. How did you? Furs caught herself mid-sentence, frowning. Ebner, reading a lady's thoughts isn't gentlemanly conduct. My apologies. His insincere tone undermined the words as he redirected, so Arode suggested using my film company for your trickmaster role. Furs studied Ebner warily, uncertain how much he'd gleaned but afraid to ask outright, what if he replied, everything? The mortification would be unbearable. Not to mention she stood no chance silencing him. After a measured exhale, she conceded, exactly, though I've no idea what film companies do, or how to leverage them for role-playing. I did catch everything. For a writer, your mental theater runs remarkably vivid scenarios. Even without active mind reading, the magic mirror passively recorded them. Devils excel at manipulating hearts, and its collection includes a dreamwalker. Suppressing these thoughts, Ebner retrieved a cubicle, head-sized device. This likely aligns with Arode's hint. Accompany me today as cinematographer. Furs examined the odd contraption. What is this? A camera, I call it the Cube Codex. Ebner summoned a carriage while donning coat and hat. Camera. Cube Codex. As both doctor and writer, albeit a nominal follower of the god of steam, Furs lacked mechanical literacy. Newspaper photography sections never caught her eye, leaving the device's purpose opaque. Without elaboration, Ebner ushered the bewildered Furs, clutching the cube, into the carriage bound for East Borough's border with Southbridge. From the second-floor parlor of 26 King Street, Benson watched through the window as Ebner escorted another unfamiliar woman into his carriage. Yet another. He muttered. His gaze shifted to Melissa, recently keeping erratic hours, now excitedly reviewing blueprints borrowed from Detective Brain's residence. When she suddenly exclaimed, Eureka, and dashed to their basement-turned lab, Benson's concern deepened. His sole comfort, Detective Brain would reportedly depart next week for months abroad. In a charity school classroom at East Borough's fringe, 24 ragged youths hung on every word as the gentleman professor elucidated multiplication tables and commutative laws, learning techniques framed as arcane secrets. Furs operated the Cube Codex from the rear per Ebner's instructions, channeling her spirituality. Post-lecture, as students led by Daisy rose to applaud, Ebner raised a hand. True education balances rigor and recreation. Our guest will demonstrate this principle. Drawing Furs forward, he whispered, begin with mundane tricks solvable through observation, but reserve 2 truly inexplicable feats using powers. Why? Furs adjusted her veil while curtsying to students. Trickmaster roleplay hinges on performance and bafflement, the latter interchangeable with deception. Ebner's murmur carried pedagogical cadence. Let them taste success before confronting the insoluble, that's true mystification. In ordinary magic, when mixed with tricks brought about by beyonder abilities, those who try hard to find flaws and seek to unravel them may initially experience continuous success, but eventually become completely unable to see through your final technique. That is deception. And if you later manage to explain your earlier supernatural tricks using sleight of hand that even ordinary people can replicate, making those inquisitive ones feel as if they've had a sudden revelation, then that's not only deception, but also illusion. Having said this, Ebner ignored Furs' thoughtful expression and walked straight down from the podium to the back of the room to replace the film reel in the square codex. After that, he called Daisy outside the classroom and handed her 21 solar bills, as payment for the group of extras she had brought. Deceiving and misleading the other students was one thing, but Daisy was nearly going to become Atri's sister-in-law. If that foul-mouthed guy found out and made a few sarcastic remarks, exposing the truth, then Furs' edutainment magic film might have a hard time passing the church's review. What are you doing, sir? We're already very grateful to be learning anything at all. How could we accept your money? Daisy refused, pushing the money back. She'd already earned quite a bit recently helping Hazel and Helene with errands and didn't want to take further advantage of Detective Ebner. What's more, in her view, for someone like her from the Eastborough slums, being able to gain knowledge for free was already divine favor. If she accepted money for it too, she feared the mother goddess would rebuke her. Then use it to buy some study supplies. Consider it a donation from me to the school. Ebner stepped back slightly and said without pressing further. A donation that was for the free school, not given directly to her, so Daisy had no more reason to refuse. She could only sigh emotionally. Detective Brian, you really are a kind gentleman. Just a bit too flirtatious. She thought to herself. You already have the admiration of Miss Helene, Miss Zio, and Miss Hazel, and yet. Compared to that, Atres is a much better man, devoted to my sister and her alone. At 6 p.m., dusk of the White Agate, which had encountered the Red Skull pirate group earlier in the day, once again docked in port. Bancy Port. Eland is being very cautious. Dressed in freshly cleaned clothes, Danitz stood by the window, looking out at the now dim harbor and the tall lighthouse. Before Klein could respond, he chuckled to himself. There seemed to be some dark rumors about this place. Indeed, very dark. Klein's mood was equally grim. If not for the clown ability's emotional control, his face would have looked terrible by now. The White Agate's route doesn't even include this place, and yet because of pirates, we've ended up in Bancy. Gain and loss always go hand in hand. I used Danitz's identity to scare off the Red Skull, which changed our route. No. I remember the Tower Gentleman is skilled in prophecy. He must have seen my destiny and thus gave the warning. So my arrival here is fate. Is there something here that resonates with me? Heh. Even if there is, it's best not to investigate too deeply. At least, not for now. With this thought in mind, Klein no longer paid attention to Danitz's introduction to Bancy. He suddenly stood up and headed for the washroom. Just before closing the door, Klein looked back expressionlessly and said, "You're free to take this chance and run." With that, bang. The door slammed shut. Danitz opened his palm and clenched it again. He took 2 steps toward the main door, then stopped. The unknown is the most frightening. Without knowing what other extraordinary abilities Gehrman Sparrow might have, he didn't dare risk making things worse. At the very least, he's still relatively kind. He hasn't hurt me. Maybe when we reach Byam, he'll let me go. This sliver of wishful thinking crept into Danitz's heart. Inside the washroom, Klein pulled out a paper figurine, disguised himself, and walked 4 steps counterclockwise to ascend above the gray fog. Sitting at the head of the bronze table, just as he was about to begin divination, he received a prayer from Miss Temperance, informing him that she had acquired the formula for the savant. Sharon is as reliable as ever. Sighing in admiration, Klein casually tossed the formula into the crimson star representing the tower. Then, taking a deep breath, he materialized his pendulum and began the divination. End of chapter. Chapter 708, Another Tarot Gathering. After recording the free school's video lecture and the impromptu magic performance that followed, Ebner took furs and hurried to 3rd Street in St. George Borough to visit the great inventor, Mr. Leopard. Previously, Ebner had given him the blueprints for a camera and projector designed without involving any supernatural abilities, asking him to improve them and build a prototype. Several days had passed since then, so it should be almost finished. Leopard was a tall and thin man in his 30s, with black hair and blue eyes. Though dressed in gray-blue work overalls, he still had a scholarly, refined demeanor. The inventor was visibly delighted upon seeing Ebner and promptly led the 2 of them to his workshop, right up to a mechanical contraption taller than a person. The core principle behind your camera design is not complex, and it's clearly been carefully thought through, so there weren't many areas I could improve. But the phonograph embedded within is a revolutionary invention. I'm still amazed by your brilliant design. Things like soundwave vibrators have existed for a long time, but no one ever paid them much attention. Only you thought to use the technique of engraving grooves on a wax cylinder with a metal needle to reproduce sound. That really opened up my mind. Based on your blueprints, I made a series of modifications. Now, this prototype can already record over 20 minutes of both image and sound. Leopard introduced it excitedly. He genuinely believed that taking part in this invention would be enough to etch his name into history. He even considered returning the advance payment Detective Brian had given him. He felt he had gotten the better end of the deal. Furs glanced at the behemoth of a machine standing nearby with a somewhat odd expression. After all, the esoteric version of the codex she had just experienced could record for hours. Excellent, Ebner praised after trying it briefly, then followed up with, what about the projection equipment? The prototype for that has also been assembled, though it hasn't undergone testing yet. If you come by a day or 2 later, you should be able to see a demonstration, Leopard said confidently. Ebner merely nodded. At the moment, his expectations for the non-Beyonder version of the camera and projector weren't high, he just needed to file for patents and convince others it was a scientific invention. As for the planned, private screening next Tuesday for nobles, parliament members, and church bishops, he would naturally use the occult version of the codex. After all, its visuals were clearer, it sounded more lifelike, and it was far more likely to impress investors. Once he had the endorsement of nobles and the church, and a large investment followed, the mundane version of the devices would naturally grow more advanced over time. After inspecting Leopard's work, Ebner generously issued him a £100 check as a reward, then left the inventor's residence with furs, turning their focus to visiting bishops at various Church of Steam congregations. Thanks to the reputation of their mutual acquaintance, Miss Linton of the Lever Church, their visits went very smoothly. Even so, by the time they returned to the Kingsfort No. 28 villa in the evening, Furs, who had played the role of assistant all day, flopped ungracefully onto the drawing-room sofa. Mrs. Skade kindly brought her a cup of coffee. Furs muttered a quick "thank you," then downed the whole thing in one go. Only then did she grumble to the still-composed Ebner. "Running all over the place with you all day, is that really going to help me digest that Trickmaster potion? This is just a taste of what it's like to be a traveler." Ebner thought silently but outwardly took a sip of his coffee and replied with a meaningful smile, "You're using my company to assist in your acting. You have to pay some kind of price in return. Besides, Zio asked me to keep an eye on your diet." Furs was speechless for a moment before weakly muttering, "That dessert cafe with the great pastries closed for some reason. I don't need to lose weight anymore." "Ah. Lena and Shoko's cafe closed down. I was just thinking of asking them if they had any recipes left by transmigrators. But if they shut down after the Great Smog incident. And Zio told me Prince Edisac wasn't actually dead, but rescued. And around the time of the prince's disappearance, one of the stones on Furs' bracelet went missing. Could those two witches already be part of Klein's faction? So they're actually the fool's personal chefs. Klein's living the good life, huh?" Aboard the White Agate, docked at Bancy Port, the living well Klein stood by the window, watching the wind stir up lines of waves. Even without ascending above the grey fog to divine, his own spiritual intuition warned that something ominous was brewing and unfolding. He waited 5 minutes, but still didn't see Captain Eland or Donna's family return. Klein closed his eyes for a moment, then made up his mind. He took off his half-height silk hat and turned to Flame Danitz, saying expressionlessly, "You're free." Danitz blinked, then realized what Klein meant. Shocked, he blurted out, "You're going to save that captain? And those civilians? But you said there's danger outside." While turning the doorknob, Klein replied calmly, "They cooperated with me. They kept my secret. He shared deep-sea fish meat with me. He helped pay for the damages to flying fish and wine." Danitz was briefly stunned, then reflexively asked, "How much was the compensation?" "A few souls," Klein answered as he opened the door and stepped out. Even knowing full well that this was Bancy, the place tied to the bloodline of an angelic monarch, Klein did not hesitate. "Madman," Danitz cursed silently, but still followed after him. On Monday morning, as the sun slowly rose and bathed the port in light, Klein, who had remained on alert ever since escorting Captain Eland and little Donna's family back to the White Agate the night before, finally allowed himself to relax. He stood at the ship's rail, watching the townspeople gradually emerge from their homes, bathed in golden sunlight, chatting and laughing as they headed off to work. Bancy Port once again had the breath of human life. But Klein knew all too well, this was far from over. Take, for example, that strange telegraph office in town. As he pondered this, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a pitch-black fragment, and examined it closely. It was once his confession revolver. "Last night, as I approached the telegraph office's entrance, this revolver that had accompanied me for months suddenly mutated into a monster, spewing layer upon layer of spider silk attempting to entangle me. Fortunately, Klein possessed flame-controlling abilities and relied on the sun brooch to ignite radiant flames, ultimately destroying the creature, though confession was inevitably completely destroyed in the process. The witch and hunter pathways can interchange at higher sequences. My confession was a mystical item imbued with witch abilities, and Bancy is home to descendants of the Red Angel. So does that telegraph office contain something terrifying that influences these two pathways? What could it be? If I investigated further, might it draw out the Rose of Redemption? Several times just now, I was dancing on the edge of a cliff. Thankfully, the tower warned me not to probe too deeply, and I restrained my curiosity about the telegraph office's eerie phenomena." Klein withdrew his gaze, a firm resolution forming in his heart, report this immediately. In Backlund's Empress Borough, within the luxurious villa of Earl Hall. Audrey stood behind the white gold-trimmed railings on the second floor, watching servants bustle about below. According to Lone Kingdom customs, landed nobility would gradually leave Backlund after the New Year's ball week, returning to their estates to enjoy countryside or castle life until June, when they'd return to the capital for social engagements, though influential nobles like Earl Hall, who was also a major banker, naturally had to frequently travel between both locations to handle affairs. In 2 or 3 days, by Wednesday or Thursday, I should be aboard the steam train back to Eastchester County. I hope that vampire gentlemen can truly obtain the fruit of the elder tree and mirror dragon blood, allowing me to become a psychiatrist before leaving Backlund. Audrey's thoughts wandered. Just then, Countess Caitlin approached with a smile. Princess Vela just personally delivered several invitations for the premiere of a new theatrical format. Would you like to join me? After we leave Backlund, such novelties won't be so easily encountered. Princess Vela, suspected to be Judgment. Audrey answered almost without thinking, Mother, you know I've always been fascinated by new things. In Southbridge District, at the Harvest Church. Emlyn, who had been struggling to memorize the manuscript copied by Hazel, suddenly noticed a shadow falling over him. Looking up, he saw the towering figure of Bishop Utravsky. Father, what brings you here? Emlyn glanced toward the prayer hall but saw no entering parishioners. I noticed you studying the Rosius manuscript copied by Pastor Mahart, so I thought you might be interested. I recently acquired a new page and decided to give it to you as reward for your recent potion-making efforts, Bishop Utravsky said cheerfully. Such good fortune. Emlyn accepted it, noting the handwriting was much neater than Hazel's. While thanking the bishop, he immediately began memorizing this new page. No need to thank me, this is all by our benevolent mother's arrangement, the bishop replied kindly. Yes, yes. Emlyn mumbled distractedly, having already forgotten where he'd left off and needing to start over. At 3 in the afternoon, above the boundless grey fog, the majestic palace stood silently. Miss Justice looked toward the head of the mottled long table and led Tarot Club members in greeting. Good afternoon, the Fool. Then, in her cheerful manner, Audrey proceeded to greet everyone in order from the Fool to the World. This sequence followed tarot card logic rather than seating arrangements, the Fool representing infinite beginnings, the World signifying perfected conclusions. What a well-bred, carefree girl. Emlyn judged pretentiously while politely returning her greeting. His gaze lingered on the son, recalling his recent studies of vampire history at Baron Vemendy's residence. There truly were many details I didn't know. Professional researchers differ greatly from amateur enthusiasts. But starting this week, I, Emlyn White, shall become a professional researcher. This time I'll definitely convince you about the fabricated history of your city of silver. Mornings working at Ebner's company, afternoons cleaning the church, nights spent studying, only late nights left for my doll companions. Such a fulfilling schedule. Emlyn's thoughts drifted until he suddenly frowned at a crucial realization. Why am I still going to the Harvest Church every day? But remembering those suffering patients softened his expression. Then he noticed Justice addressing the fog-shrouded figure with rising inflection. Honorable Fool, I've acquired 3 more pages of Rosius' diary. Not to be outdone, Emlyn straightened proudly before announcing, I've brought 6 pages this time. That sounds impressive, but I have 0 expectations. Klein internally sighed while maintaining his calm facade. Excellent. What would you like in exchange? I wish to see those 2 cards of blasphemy by your hand. Emlyn had planned this since last week's meeting. Certainly. Relieved, Klein displayed Rosius images, one wrapped in spider silk bandages, the other as the Black Emperor, revealing their respective potion names. Sequence 0. So that's why they're called cards of blasphemy. Meaning the Tarot Club possesses complete formulas for 2 pathways. This organization truly operates at the highest level. Emlyn leaned back satisfied, considering his trade of a few diary pages for 2 sequence 0 names an incredible bargain. Following this precedent, the magician first spoke up, Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Rosius' diary. These had been enclosed in her teacher Dorian's reply letter. The son Derek continued, Great Fool, I've transcribed some ancient god legends. Excellent. The Fool nodded approvingly. Derek's myth served as payment for prior sanctuary and could be perused freely, while Fur's debt had been transferred to the World, requiring equivalent exchange. Addressing Furs, Klein asked, What would you like? Honorable Fool, I wish to obtain the Savant Potion Formula. Furs glanced at the World as she answered. Well now. The tower opposite her nearly chuckled aloud in delight. End of chapter. Chapter 709, Diary. After accepting Ebner's request to find the Savant Potion Formula for his sister, Klein had commissioned both the Temperance and the Magician under the World's identity. When Sharon informed him yesterday that she'd obtained the formula, Klein had been embroiled in the Banksy Harbor crisis and couldn't notify the Magician. Thus, the Fool now found himself in an awkward position. What to do? Have the World inform the Magician the formula is no longer needed. But then she'd make another request. What if it's something the Fool can't fulfill? Well, it's just trading one formula for another, no monetary loss. Better accept it. though Sharon will wonder why I needed two identical formulas. I can explain it as contractual obligations preventing withdrawal. With these lightning-fast deliberations, Klein directly materialized the formula on parchment before the magician. Furs rose to thank the fool before memorizing the formula, while Klein had the world give Sharon a silent, "we'll talk later" glance. He then collected the 12 diary pages from Justice, the magician, and Moon, along with the Sun's ancient god legends. Setting aside Moon's contributions, Klein skimmed the remaining 6 pages. 2 were duplicates. As my collection grows, duplicates are inevitable. Unless I teach tarot members Chinese and share my complete set. But that would doom Rossell to social media infamy while demolishing the fool's mystique. Sighing internally, he relegated the duplicates to the bottom. The other 4 pages contained little valuable intel, just endless accounts of inventions, gold earnings, investments, and occasional self-reproach like, "I shouldn't obsess over money," and "wealth is just numbers." Klein barely restrained the urge to slap these pages across Rossell's spectral face. Meanwhile, within the Sapphira Castle's unique environment, Ebner suddenly recalled the identity of the heartless god mentioned by the wind-wielding witch who'd purchased his transformation wand. Mother Tree of Desire, Father of Devils, Eternal Howler, Heartless God, these complete the honorifics of the outer deity, the powerful Old One. So that Sargasso Sea monster controlling Admiral Deep Sea draws power from him. As expected, all opportunities from the Elf Trial Temple are death traps. For a moment, Ebner considered abandoning plans to harvest the sea monster's profit characteristic. But deeper reflection revealed potential advantages. After the chained god, now spiritual creature angel, escaped with his uniqueness, the Mother Tree's earthly influence weakened significantly. Even Abomination Sua is probably busy digesting the leftover Sequence 1 characteristic. As for the Delian family colluding with the monster, I previously lacked leverage against them. But if that creature wields an outer god's power, this offers narrative possibilities. With proper maneuvering, even the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would purge them. After all, Rossell's fate serves as precedent. Thus this isn't misfortune. I can orchestrate the churches to eliminate the Delians and any Mother Tree cultists, while I ambush the sea monster. As for contamination in the prophet characteristic, likely manageable. I do have connections, could swallow pride and ask Lilith for purification. With these preliminary ideas forming, Ebner awaited only sufficient intelligence to finalize his plans. During the exchange session later, I should ask Miss Justice about the Delian family and the Fleisch family background of that Johnson who killed Fanny's grandfather. As the third largest shareholder of the Suet Bank in the Intis Republic, Earl Hall should be quite familiar with those major families. Come to think of it, I should also inquire about the origins of the Surrey family. When I asked Fanny before, she didn't seem to know much either, only that the family rose to prominence with the support of the Church of Steam after the establishment of the Second Intis Republic. But that Surrey family archbishop died in Tosk, the beyonder characteristics of Fanny's grandfather were purchased and taken to Tosk after his death, and Edwina had Dane Eyes arranged to meet me in Tosk. All this suggests the backdoor left by Roselle or the disaster seal in The Travels of Groel is most likely set up there too. One coincidence might be random, but this many connections can't be. The Surrey family must have something special about them. As Ebner was making these calculations, Klein finished reviewing the diary pages from Miss Justice and the Magician, again ignoring those submitted by the Moon, and turned his attention to the ancient god legends provided by Young Sun. The 8 ancient gods of the Second Era were divided into 3 factions. The humanoid alliance of Giant King Ormer, Elf King Saniathrim and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith opposed the monster group consisting of Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, Phoenix Ancestor Greg Race and Mutated King Faster, while Devil Monarch Farbody and Demonic Wolf Fleegria belonged to the terrorist faction seeking to overthrow all order and corrupt all living beings. Klein summarized the contents of the parchment, focusing particularly on the introduction about Lilith, since this ancient god seemed closely connected to fellow transmigrator Lou Bo and had sent Emlyn to him as an investment. Sanguine Ancestor Lilith indeed controlled the Crimson Moon. At will, she could make all 365 days of the year blood moons, unleashing forces across the land, create prolonged interactions between the spirit world and reality, and release countless indescribable monsters and evil spirits. This is divine power. I wonder if there's any difference between ancient gods and current true gods. They all seem like evil deities. In Sanguine legends, Lilith wasn't like this at all. If Emlyn saw the City of Silver's records about Lilith, he'd probably start a fight with Sun. Better not let him see these. But why such huge discrepancies between accounts? Did Lilith change from how the City of Silver recorded to how Sanguine legends describe? Well, the City of Silver's records came from Giant King's court documents, possibly slander against an ally. Meanwhile the Sanguines certainly prettied up their version, so the differences got amplified. After these random speculations, Klein turned his attention to the 6 diary pages submitted by Emlyn with little expectation. After all, he knew exactly where Emlyn got those diaries from. And those manuscripts copied by Miss Hazel had not only been submitted once by Mr. Tower, but he himself had seen them at Harvest Church. Please don't let it be that copy of my inscription of a humble abode again. With this thought, Klein skimmed through the first few pages, all duplicates as expected, with that vaguely familiar handwriting of his inscription of a humble abode sitting right there on page 5. Just as I thought. Sighing, Klein casually flipped to the last page, only to let out a surprised "huh" upon seeing it. Not only was this diary entry unfamiliar, it was written in standard Song typeface, far neater than Wang Tao's chicken scratch handwriting. Who copied this diary? Lu Bo from one of his lives. Instantly more alert, Klein carefully read the parchment's contents. March 16th, my eldest son Charles anxiously came to me today, confessing he'd had an affair with one of Bernadette's friends who secretly bore his illegitimate child. TCH, how did I raise such a spineless brat who dares do but not take responsibility? Though I know his worry isn't about the illegitimate child itself, but that the mother is Bernadette's friend. He's been terrified of his older sister since childhood. But how could Bernadette not notice? The reason she hasn't intervened is precisely because that girl approached Charles behind her back, so Bernadette long stopped considering her a friend. Still, I ultimately helped Charles resolve this potential trouble. These are critical times, every small matter must be properly handled. In the end, I settled that mother and child in Tosk near the lone border. If I fail in the coup, at least one bloodline may survive. Though as the protagonist, my chances of failure are slim. September 11th, during an inspection of Tosk today, I recalled that grandson I arranged for Charles years ago and found them living quite well. His mother, that little Surrey girl, proved more capable and self-aware than I'd imagined. What a waste she got ruined by that good-for-nothing Charles. I didn't disturb their lives, only hid a treasure in their backyard as this grandfather's gift to them. End of chapter. Chapter 710, Transaction. It seems Roselle's son inherited his father's questionable lifestyle. However, Surrey. I recall Mr. Tower had Miss Justice monitor Mr. Surrey's movements before assassinating the Intis ambassador. And among the female friends who stayed at Mr. Tower's residence was a Fanny Surrey. Could they be descendants of Roselle's illegitimate grandson? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein continued reading the page. December 28th, the final mausoleum nears completion. If this fails too, the boy who took the Surrey surname and his descendants may be my last hope. How strange, I seem to have forgotten something. Some arrangements there don't resemble my handiwork, yet I remember making them. More about Charles's illegitimate child. This page was clearly compiled by another transmigrator. But why compile this? Was Roselle's descendant that important? What did last hope refer to? Didn't the Emperor always expect Lu Bo to rescue him? The last paragraph makes sense, the Emperor was likely already corrupted by then, acting as paradoxically as in the Dream Labyrinth Tower's fifth layer. Simultaneously desperate to escape yet preventing his own freedom. While pondering this, Klein flipped the diary page over, a rare, conscientious, double-sided entry. His eyes widened instantly. The sparse text on the reverse wasn't Roselle's writing. Lamia asked what I was transcribing. I told her it records one of Roselle's doomed attempts. Was this Lu Bo's marginalia after copying? Who's Lamia? A lover from one of his lives. And where did Emlyn obtain this? From the Sanguine. Though brimming with questions, the scant content offered no answers. Klein had grown accustomed to such cliffhangers from fragmentary diaries. With a quiet sigh, he made the parchment vanish and leaned back. You may begin. Instantly, Audrey's bright gaze fixed on Emlyn regarding the elder tree fruit and mirror dragon blood. Emlyn confirmed availability, quoting £750 plus a £100 commission. Audrey agreed without bargaining. The hanged man, Alger interjected, still interested in that sanguine baron's estate. £4,500, the best price I could secure. The pirate would have settled for £3,200. Emlyn's face contorted. Even with material resale profits and his humiliating streaming gigs, his liquid assets barely reached £1,500, including potential loans. I need more time, he strained out. With your looks, you'd earn that $4,000 easily by celebrity endorsements. Pity my media company's still preparing your fame. Ebner mused. The sound of poverty. The fool, echoed Ebner's amusement internally. No rush, Alger replied smoothly. He then turned his attention to Justice Audrey and began discussing the mystical item commissioned by The World, which had been crafted using the characteristics of a faceless. After briefly introducing the silver white mask, later named Lie by Audrey in the original work, the hanged man ultimately quoted a steep price of £5,500. Of course, only 15% of this sum was his, with £1,000 going to the artisan's fee, and the remainder belonging to The World. The judgment, Zio, after carefully studying the illusory image of the necklace projected by the hanged man, couldn't help but glance at Ebner. Why is it that items crafted from faceless characteristics end up so improper when you make them? Ebner instantly understood her implication and shrugged innocently, thinking to himself, this mask's negative effect amplifies emotions, making it particularly dangerous against enemies who can exploit such vulnerabilities, far inferior to the veil of 100 faces, which merely fears fire. Meanwhile, Audrey, who could expense mystical items through her father, Earl Hall, merely pondered briefly before agreeing without even haggling. So rich. Both the moon, Emlyn, and the magician, Furs, felt a pang of envy. Naturally, the fool felt the same, though as the beneficiary of this transaction, he naturally hoped the price would be as high as possible. As for the hangman Alger, while he had anticipated Audrey's easy acceptance based on her past generosity, he still felt a deep discomfort, a sense of disillusionment that his hard-earned profits paled in comparison to someone else's pocket money. Thus, after this transaction, silence lingered for quite some time until Ebner cleared his throat and addressed Audrey diagonally across the table. I need detailed information on the major families controlling the political and economic lifelines of the Intis Republic. He didn't specify the two families he was particularly interested in, as both Fleisch and de Leon were undoubtedly among Intis's top-tier families and wouldn't be omitted. As for intelligence on other families, well, since he was about to depart for Intis, understanding the country's political landscape wouldn't hurt. I can only provide publicly available information and these families' economic activities, nothing too confidential, Audrey replied after some thought, adding, but it will take a day or two to compile. That's fine, it'll suffice, Ebner nodded. As for mystical intelligence, he had already privately tasked Zio to investigate the MI9 archives, expecting results soon. In exchange for those materials, I can answer one question in the field of mysticism. Of course, if you prefer something of equal value, I'll do my best to procure it, Ebner offered after some consideration. May I reserve the right to ask this question for later? Audrey pondered, feeling no urgent inquiries at the moment. Certainly, Ebner agreed. As for whether he could answer Audrey's eventual question, he wasn't overly concerned. Even if he didn't know, he could always teach her that ritual to consult a Rhodes. This way, I can also fulfill my role as a mysticism magister, killing two birds with one stone. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ebner scanned the room and posed another question. Does anyone know the origins or background of the Intis Surrey family? I'm willing to trade a mystical item for this information. End of chapter. Chapter 711, Furs Initiative. The origin of the Surrey family in Intis. Sitting at the head of the table, the fool Klein glanced back and forth between the moon and the tower, and a sudden realization began to form in his mind. Whether that final diary page Emlyn received came from the ancestor of the vampires or from the Church of the Earth Mother, both sources would very likely be aware that Mr. Tower recently needed information about the Surrey family. So, is this the ancient god Lilith or the Earth Mother investing in me? Providing the Tarot Club members with what they need ahead of time, in order to grant me benefits. If I'm right, the one who gave Emlyn the diary page about the Surrey family is more likely to be Lilith. After all, this ancient god is more closely connected to Lu Bo, and compared to the Earth Mother, she's far more likely to recognize Chinese. Of course, it's also possible that the Earth Mother wanted to pass the relevant information to her blessed one, Mr. Tower, but couldn't read Chinese, at least not fluently, so she delivered the diary to Emlyn, who then passed it to me, so I could relay it to Mr. Tower. Overall, the possibility that it came from the vampire ancestor still seems stronger. While his thoughts spun rapidly, Klein, through the world, asked in a hoarse voice. What kind of mystical item are you offering in exchange? Ebner's heart stirred at this, and he looked toward the world in mild surprise. He had originally expected the hangman to be the one holding relevant information, not Klein stepping in like this. Mr. Fool's main sources of intelligence are the Tarot Club members and Roselle's diary, so did someone submit a diary that recorded something about this? Could the Surrey family be connected to Roselle? While speculating inwardly, Ebner put on a slight smile and replied, I accept commissions for custom mystical items, so the kind of item depends on your needs. I need a powerful offensive weapon with minimal negative side effects, the world stated in a deep voice. A weapon with a limited lifespan, say, one that only lasts 8 months, would that be acceptable? Ebner asked after a moment of thought, once he had a general idea in mind. That's acceptable. The world nodded. Even a time-limited weapon like that will still cost between 1,000 and 3,000 pounds. I hope your information is worth that price. As he spoke, Ebner gestured that there was no need for a private conversation, the world could speak openly. The world, Klein, organized his thoughts before repeating the contents he had just read in the diary. At the end, he hesitated slightly, but still conveyed Roselle's final note in a subtle manner. Roselle may have left behind certain arrangements within that family, for some unknown purpose. So the Surrey family was actually founded by Charles's illegitimate child, descendants of Old Huang. Fanny's hair is chestnut, and before she deliberately straightened and grew it out, it had a natural wave to it. That must be from Old Huang's side. Ebner, who had a preference for long, straight hair, had unknowingly influenced Fanny. Once she realized it, she'd grown out her shoulder-length hair over the course of a few months. Hey, if the Surrey family are old Huang's descendants, then that coincidence earlier suddenly makes more sense. But this method of using his own descendants for some kind of setup. He must have already been corrupted at that time, driven mad by something, perhaps. Still, what was he ultimately trying to achieve? Though more questions had arisen in his heart, Ebner was fairly satisfied with the information Klein had provided. He decided that once he got back, he'd go ahead and craft a magic wand for Klein. After all, with the Demoness card in hand, Mr. Fool could summon a spiritual body to debut as a heroine at any time. On the other side, seeing the information exchange conclude, the magician Furs also turned to the Tower and said, "Mr. Tower, I'd like to commission you to craft a mystical item as well, if it's convenient for you." She and Fanny had only met a few times, barely enough to call acquaintances. She couldn't even recall Fanny's last name, let alone what was happening recently with the Surrey family. And so, she once again missed the opportunity to connect the Tower with Ebner. Ebner quickly guessed Furz's intentions and smiled as he asked, "Is it for that Rose Bishop characteristic?" "That's right." Furz exhaled in relief and marveled at Mr. Tower's deductive abilities. Then, without hiding her inherently greedy nature, she said bluntly, "I want its value raised to the level of a Sequence 5 formula." "No problem. Since we're all members of the Tarot Club, I'll only charge you £800 for the crafting fee." Ebner nodded with a smile. That price was actually quite reasonable. When the hanged man Alger sought out the artisan Sharf to make an item of this level, it always started at a base of £1,000. Furz was well aware of that too, so after quietly muttering a few complaints, "Last time Miss Judgment asked you to make something, you didn't even bring up a crafting fee," she still accepted the price. Her new book, War-Torn Beauty, which had been inspired by legends of the Elven King, the Elven Queen, and the God of Luck, had just been published and was selling well. Combined with the profits she had made earlier from selling off materials, she could just about scrape together the £800. Once the deal was settled, she turned toward the lower end of the long bronze table, manifested a parchment, and said, "Mr. World, I've obtained the formula you wanted." "I know. You just got it from me. At this rate, I'm practically boosting the entire Tarot Club's GDP single-handedly," Klein thought sourly, though he remained outwardly polite as he replied, "Have you decided what formula you want in exchange?" The magician first turned and respectfully glanced at Mr. Fool before saying, "Since it wasn't obtained from the Abraham family, I'll just take the lawyer potion formula." She'd heard that Zio's younger brother, Rio Dericha, dreamed of becoming a great lawyer, so she planned to prepare this in advance as a potential gift for the next time they met. "If I can win over Zio's brother, maybe she'll finally stop chasing me about that whole incident," Furz mused as she requested Mr. Fool to transmit the materialized parchment to the world. Klein ignored the strange look Miss Temperance gave him, pretended to glance at the parchment, then passed the lawyer formula to Furz, thus completing this rather awkward transaction. Sherlock just got fleeced again. Miss Temperance watched for a moment and arrived at what she believed was an accurate assessment. Ebner also watched the scene with a smiling face, doing his best to suppress the joy in his heart. After that, the son made a request to purchase the fruit of the glorious contract spirit tree. Temperance and the hanged man also respectively inquired again about a demigod-level mummy and the eyeball from the forehead of a three-eyed thunderbird. Unfortunately, none of them received a response. They weren't too disappointed, of course. Items of this level were never easy to acquire, getting no news in the short term was perfectly normal. After this week, Miss Justice would also advance to Sequence 7. That would make the Tarot Club's lineup 2 Sequence 5s, 3 Sequence SIXS, 2 Sequence 7s, and 2 Sequence 8s who had already obtained their follow-up formulas. The fool Klein glanced around the table and suddenly felt that the Tarot Club had grown to rival the elite squads of the Orthodox churches. "Except for me, this fool doesn't quite measure up to a true god," he mocked himself inwardly before smiling and saying aloud, "Let's begin free exchange." Justice Audrey was about to speak out of habit but, after thinking it over, realized she didn't have much to share this week. Other than attending one banquet after another and taking 2 psychology classes, the only thing of note was her return to Eastchester County, and that didn't really seem worth mentioning. She pressed her lips together lightly and chose to remain silent. The magician Furz was still in a lethargic state after 2 days of working as a carry-everything secretary. Her mind was a bit blank, and all she said was, "The Church of Steam in Backlund seems to have experienced something major. Even the bishops at each parish looked unusually solemn when addressing their congregations." This was what she had observed while accompanying Ebner on visits to various bishops. At that moment, Miss Judgment exchanged a silent glance with Ebner before finally speaking. "One of the archbishops of the Church of Steam has fallen. Killed by a demigod demoness." End of chapter. Chapter 712, Everyone Had Gains. The Archbishop of the Church of Steam. That would surely be a half-human, half-divine existence, and someone like that was actually killed by a demoness. Upon hearing the news, World, Hanged Man, and the others all felt that Demoness sect must have gone mad. They had just caused the Great Smog incident in Backlund not long ago, and now they were provoking the authority of the Church of Steam. Did they think they were in a position to act so recklessly? You're demonesses, not hunters. The magician Furs had no sense of being a devout follower of the god of steam and machinery. She wasn't angry or saddened, she simply showed a look of realization, finally understanding why those bishops had looked so grim. Which archbishop was it? Justice Audrey asked with a touch of concern. Although she was a believer in the goddess, she had met Archbishop Orimic a few times. She had a very good impression of that kindly, knowledgeable old man and didn't want him to have been the one harmed. It was Archbishop Ramiel Suri of Tosk, Intis, Judgment, Zio replied directly, without withholding the answer. Suri. Hanged Man, Moon, and even Justice and Magician all turned their gazes toward Tower. He had just asked about the Suri family's origins, was it for this very matter? Klein, however, thought even further. He knew that the Suri family had originally been settled in Tosk by Roselle, and something had even been hidden within that family. Could the Demoness have been after something Roselle left behind? After all, the Emperor had some murky connections with Demonesses. Who knows what secrets he might have spilled in bed? But why is Mr. Tower looking into this? Did he receive some intel? Or is he simply planning to avenge Miss Fanny's kin? While Klein was wildly speculating, Ebner didn't react to the others' curious looks. If it were only his own secret, he might have spoken up, but the matter in Tosk had been initiated by Edwina. Revealing a friend's secret without permission went against his principles. At this point, the hanged man Alger spoke thoughtfully. Through certain channels, I've heard something. Archbishop Orimic of the Church of Steam had a brief encounter near the border of Loan with an unknown demigod. The latter paid a price and managed to enter Intis, and Orimic did not pursue him further. I suspect this matter might be connected to Archbishop Suri's death. It was likely a demigod from the Fless family, who had been escorting confidential embassy secretary Johnson back to their homeland, that Orimic intercepted. Unfortunately, Fanny had already received a telegram from her family, confirming that Johnson had safely returned to Trier. Orimic had ultimately failed to stop him. Still, that might be for the best. Since Johnson was one of Mr. Suri's direct enemies, it would be more fitting to leave him for Fanny to take revenge on herself. With this thought in mind, Ebner saw that the others either knew little or nothing of value, so he didn't continue with the topic. Instead, he turned his attention to the son and asked about his progress. Upon hearing Mr. Tower ask about him, Derek instantly perked up. He eagerly recounted the detailed process of how he handed over the compact powder case Mr. Tower had given him, how the chief had responded, and ended with, the chief told me to find a way to persuade the other members of the six-person council. Is that a hint? That was practically a direct indication. Tower had predicted correctly, the higher-ups in the City of Silver were also yearning for contact. The hanged man glanced at the son and subtly shook his head, silently sighing, he's made some progress, but he's still too green. Just a few words and the other side pried out everything about him. Luckily, that chief is equally eager for him to serve as a bridge. Otherwise, the Tarot Club might have lost access to the City of Silver's resources. Ebner, on the other hand, had a different perspective. He felt that a straightforward and honest kid like Derek would instead give Colin peace of mind. After all, in the Demon Hunter's view, the fact that their side had chosen such a kind and pure child to serve as a liaison was itself a sign of goodwill. It was just like how Lilith sending Emlyn to join the Tarot Club had convinced Klein that she was investing, not harboring malice. If it had been some old schemer instead, Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't have accepted him. As these thoughts turned in his mind, Ebner praised Derek with a well done, then carefully added. You don't have to worry about persuading the six-person council. I've already prepared the materials, at the latest, I'll be able to pray to Mr. Fool tomorrow morning to have them delivered to you. The secret technique course for the Violet Perfect Recovery Method had already been recorded, and the Impressions of Backlund documentary series was nearing completion. Once he bought another dozen or so Discipies to send along with it, the meeting gift would be substantial enough. All right, Mr. Tower. The son Derek responded with a mix of anticipation and unease. He was looking forward to the secret arts lessons from Mr. Tower, helping the chief and the others truly realize the goodness and benevolence of Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club members. But he was also uneasy, afraid that he might end up ruining everything. While Tower and son were speaking, the hanged man merely listened without interrupting. Once their conversation ended, he gave Derek some additional guidance on a few details. After receiving Derek's heartfelt thanks, he changed the topic and said, lately, the Sonia Sea has been relatively calm. Only the First Fleet of the Rorstad Archipelago Navy, while pursuing Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, encountered a detachment under the King of the Five Seas and engaged in battle. In the end, Admiral Emilius Levitt was ambushed by a newly emerged Witch of Fire, and then emotionally triggered by a Witch of Wind, which caused him some injuries and forced him to retreat. Witch of Fire. Don't tell me that's my fault. Ebner silently apologized to the admiral he had only met once in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. But even though I have confidence in my work, those transformed witches shouldn't be capable of truly injuring a demigod. Did they have other powerful sealed artifacts on them? Or, did Emilius deliberately hold back, using this incident to set something in motion? Or perhaps he was set up by someone from the Twilight Hermit Order. That's very possible. If I recall correctly, in the original story, around this time, his brother got involved in something the members of the Twilight Hermit Order didn't approve of, and they even sent someone to warn the admiral. Taking a bold guess, maybe that Hermit Order member saw an opportunity when the two witches with magic wands appeared and gave a little push from behind the scenes to trap Emilius. Once the admiral was injured, he naturally wouldn't have the ability to interfere with his brother's plans. Thinking it over, it's quite the coincidence for the admiral hunting Tracy to run into pirates returning with the magic wands. It fits the style of that organization. While Ebner reconstructed the event in his mind, Klein pondered for a moment and then had the world speak in a hoarse voice. I also happened to hear of a major incident at sea. Then, after hesitating for a few seconds, he solemnly asked the fool at the head of the table. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I share the matter regarding Bansi? Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the ancient long table a few times with his fingers and, with a tone tinged with reminiscence, replied leisurely, you may. Medici currently poses no threat to you. Originally, Klein had intended for Mr. Fool to bring up the Red Angel matter, which would prompt Mr. Hangman to report it, but considering that both Temperance and Tower had been present during the encounter with that evil spirit in Backlund, if the explanation sounded too similar, it could arouse suspicion. So, it was safer for World to handle it. Bansi, must be Bansi Harbor. The hanged man Alger recalled the situation there, and while World was organizing his words, he took the opportunity to explain to the confused Justice and others. That place has a tradition of live sacrifices, with the offerings made to an evil spirit called the God of Weather. In the overseas colonies and on the southern continent, there are still many similar evil spirits. On the surface, they seem to have been wiped out, but in reality, they still survive in strange forms. Many people drop dead in those regions. But what Mr. World is about to mention likely has little to do with those rituals. After all, what kind of evil spirit could truly deserve Mr. Fool's attention? This Tarot Club meeting ended here. The rest of the meeting content mostly followed the original storyline, so it was omitted and would only appear in future recollections. End of chapter. Chapter 713, Holy Communion. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. As the deep crimson glow faded, Furs once again saw her familiar desk and the open notebook where she recorded inspirations. For her, this kind of experience no longer held any novelty, yet it still inspired a profound sense of reverence. This was a power that did not belong to humans, this was the might of a god. Steadying her emotions, she retrieved her usual spiritual materials, set up the altar, and offered the beyonder characteristic of the Rose Bishop to the Grey Fog. Only after completing all this did Furs rarely begin planning her next steps. Once the films Ebner is producing are officially put to use, my Trickmaster potion should see considerable digestion. But I can't just rely on that, I still need to actively seek out opportunities to perform. But deceiving and fooling others isn't exactly a good thing. How should I strike the right balance? Should I really join a circus? Furs instinctively felt resistant to the idea, but then she recalled the bizarre incident in Bansi Harbor that Mr. World had just shared during the Tarot meeting, the tale of the Red Angel, Medici, and the Rose of Redemption. Add to that the Great Smog event and the repeated attempts of the true creator to descend. Each of these incidents pointed toward the possibility that the world was changing, and the future might grow increasingly perilous. More importantly, there had also been subtle hints in the words Ebner once spoke to her and Zio. Even Moon, a vampire with such a lazy disposition, asked Mr. Hangman at the end of the meeting how to swindle, no, how to secure investment from his clan. As one of the lowest sequence members of the Tarot Club, I really need to put in some effort. After giving herself this pep talk, Furs stood up with renewed energy and paced around the living room, wondering whether she should do more volunteer performances at the free school or go find work with a circus. In the midst of this, her gaze drifted to the cozy armchair covered with a thick, soft rug. She inhaled the aroma of coffee and tobacco that lingered in the room, felt the slow, creeping warmth, and gradually, her resolve began to waver, along with any motivation to go out. Decisions made in haste aren't necessarily the right ones. Even Emperor Roselle said, defying the laws of nature and rushing things only leads to failure. Maybe I should wait until tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I can ask Zio and Ebner for their opinions first. Muttering to herself, she sat back down and picked up her coffee cup. Westboro, number 9 Bellotto Street. Shortly after the Tarot Club meeting ended, Zio had changed into a fresh set of clothes in a safe house and returned to MI9's headquarters to review documents in the archives, preparing for the gathering Ebner had called for that evening. But just then, a colleague came to find her, saying that Her Highness Vera had summoned her to the office. Zio didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another mission, and quickly went down to the second floor, entering a room tucked into the corner. Vera, as usual, wore a sharply tailored military uniform, appearing both composed and valiant. When she saw Zio enter, she casually placed a document folder on the desk and said, "This is detailed information on the major Beyonder families in Intis. It's far more comprehensive than anything in the archive room." Zio picked up the folder and stood in silence for a while before she couldn't help but ask, "You seem very concerned about Ebner." "Since I've invested in his company, it's only natural to keep an eye on things," Vera said with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. She then shifted topics. "The premiere is tomorrow, at the old EDSAC Theater. I've invited quite a few noblewomen with real influence, including Count Hall's wife and daughter. If they're impressed, the founding of the film company will go much more smoothly, whether in Lone or in Intis." Zio didn't believe a word of Vera's stated reasons, but the princess hadn't shown any signs of ill intent. In fact, she had even helped cover up many of Zio's past missteps due to carelessness. And it seemed there were quite a few people who had their eyes on Ebner, from gods above to his schoolmates below. Carefully thinking it over, and realizing that Her Highness didn't want to say more, Zio sensibly refrained from pressing the issue. After that, she glanced at the clock, picked up the document folder, and was about to take her leave when Vera suddenly stopped her again and, after a moment's consideration, said, "I have a private mission for you. If you can complete it successfully, I can apply to the higher-ups to grant you access to one of the Berold Mountain ape nests under the kingdom's control." The advancement ritual for the Punisher Knight required taking the potion inside the Berold Mountain ape's nest. Zio frowned. The reward was certainly tempting, but she still asked cautiously, "What kind of mission is it?" "A very simple one," Vera replied with a smile. She pulled out a small box covered in various runes from her coat and said, "When you head back later, just throw this into the abandoned chapel in the middle of William Street." William Street, abandoned chapel. Red Angel Medici. Zio was startled the moment she heard it. Naturally, she had heard from Ebner what was buried beneath William Street. "Seems you know quite a bit already." Vera looked mildly surprised, but then relaxed and added, "Don't worry, there's no danger. Mem, if you're still uneasy, you can go back and consult that person. But the box must be thrown into the chapel before dawn at the latest. If it's late, the mission will be considered a failure." Above the gray fog, after Klein finished managing the logistics deliveries for various members, he projected the image of the world, made him assume a prayerful pose, and had him request Mr. Fool to pass along his need for a radio to Miss Justice, asking her to buy one on his behalf in Backlund. After handling this, Klein was just about to return to the real world when he saw the tower's crimson star expand and contract. He extended his spirituality toward it. "So the learning materials for the sun are ready." Klein nodded, then received the sacrifice, pulling a head-sized cube and a bag of steaming hot dicey meat pies out of the gate of summoning. "Dicey pies, huh? It's been a week or two since I've had them. Though, to be fair, Murloc meat wasn't too bad either." Klein sighed with some emotion, then picked up the cube known as the Fangdian and studied it for a moment, realizing it was an occult version of a combined camera and projector. He immediately understood Mr. Tower's intent. So the study material is actually pre-recorded video clips. This really is a good method. He clicked his tongue a few times but didn't find it suspicious. After all, the Church of Steam's black technology was endless in this world. There was even a mirror called a Rhodes that could play holographic projections. Compared to that, this Fangdian was practically an outdated product. Silver City, the Berg family home. Derek opened his eyes, emerging from his feigned sleep. He fastened the hurricane axe to his back and was just about to head to the underground market to buy spiritual materials that might be useful to other Tarot Club members, when he received a notice from Mr. Fool. He immediately scrambled to set up the ritual, summoning the Fangdian and the bag of meat pies from the door of illusion onto his altar. This is what food in the outside world is like. Food that isn't polluted or toxic. Recalling the brief introduction Mr. Tower had given, Derek picked up one of the pies and cautiously took a bite. The savory juices rich with meaty aroma instantly excited his taste buds, and Derek, who had never even understood the concept of delicious food, was instantly conquered by its charm. Is this the Holy Communion of Mr. Fool? He remembered ancient records in Silver City's texts describing how, in the age when the Lord's light still shone upon the land, every church distributed Holy Communion that brought people happiness. And now, Derek truly felt happiness. End of this chapter. Chapter 714, Bernadette Comes Calling. Inside the villa at number 28, Kingster Street, in the Sherwood Borough. Ebner had originally planned to have dinner with the shareholders of the film company that evening, to discuss company affairs and upcoming arrangements. But contrary to his expectations, neither Hazel, Fanny, nor Elaine had returned, yet the busiest of them all, Zio, had shown up first. Hazel's father, Member of Parliament Mocked, had agreed to invest in the company by mortgaging part of his shares in several newspapers after watching the sample film. Fanny had also transferred part of her grandfather's estate in Backlund to Ebner in exchange for a stake in the company. Zio, on the other hand, was managing the investments on behalf of Her Highness Vera. So they were, indeed, all shareholders. Aside from giving me these valuable materials, Her Highness also entrusted me with a task that appears rather simple, Zio said, after taking a sip of the tea prepared by Mrs. Skade. She then recounted in detail what had happened earlier in Vera's office. It only appears simple. A task equivalent in value to a Sequence 5 advancement ritual must carry deeper significance. And that Princess Vera, who never even appeared in the original story, just who exactly was she? Judging from some of Zio's earlier descriptions of her behavior, she seemed to have a rather complicated attitude toward the ruined royal family. Ebner furrowed his brow and, leaving aside the documents on Intis nobles for now, picked up the rune-covered box to examine it carefully. These runes are chaotic in function and arrangement, like someone unfamiliar with their use just pasted them on at random. But if they were truly random, they wouldn't be able to remain stable. Not to mention, these runes really are acting to seal whatever's inside this box. With that thought in mind, Ebner activated his pure white eye to observe it further, then placed the box back on the coffee table and reflected. I can't see through the seal, unless I destroy all the runes. But ultimately, this is someone else's item. Opening it without permission would violate my principles. Besides, there might be something dangerous inside. Seeing Ebner fall silent in thought, Zio asked curiously, "Did you find anything?" Ebner gently shook his head and replied, "I can only determine that the object inside likely carries some kind of chaotic attribute, otherwise, it wouldn't be sealed in this manner." Chaos. Zio thought for a moment but still couldn't make sense of it, so she let the topic drop and instead asked, "Do you think I should go through with this task?" She herself was inclined to complete it. After all, Zio didn't believe Her Highness Vera would go so far as to frame her through such means. "I just attempted a prophecy, but it failed." "Perhaps this really does involve that red angel," Ebner said after a moment of thought, then added, "How about this, after tonight's meeting, I'll go with you to William Street." In Backlund, Ebner, confident in his many contingencies and strong backing, wasn't particularly afraid of Medici. Zio, however, politely declined, "Ebner, this is my mission. There's no need for you to take the risk. If you're really worried, just lend me a few sealed artifacts." Hearing this, Ebner smiled and said, "Let's not even talk about whether you'd be able to detect anything if I didn't go with you. More importantly, I suspect that Her Highness's true goal might be to have me handle this box. After all, she clearly told you to come consult with me, and after discussing it, I'd very likely accompany you out of concern. I bet she calculated all of this in advance." Zio wasn't foolish. Thinking back on what Her Highness Vera had said earlier in the office, she suddenly realized that might really be the case. But she then raised another question: what exactly is Her Highness's goal? "No matter what the purpose is, once I deliver the box to that abandoned church, everything should be revealed." Ebner replied with a smile, confirming their joint journey. Only then did he pick up the materials prepared by Vera and began reading them page by page. The Republic of Intis no longer has any angelic families, but among the families with Beyonder legacies, there are currently 8 that possess demigods. The Sauron family is still publicly recognized as the foremost family in Intis, with 3 demigods and 4 powerful Grade 1 sealed artifacts. They even retain a Grade 0 sealed artifact, namely number 0 to 50, Azure Thorn. The Delian family holds the formulas for both the Sailor and Hunter pathways. The Sailor pathway came from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, but only up to Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. One of the Delian family's demigods in the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had joined the church from childhood, starting from Bard and advancing step by step to become an Unshadowed. However, this saint holds no real affection or sense of belonging toward the family and devotes himself wholeheartedly to praising the sun. The other one switched faith midway to the god of commerce and joined the church, converting from Ocean Songster to Unshadowed. The Hunter pathway formulas the Delian family has came from the Sauron family, but they are incomplete, missing the sequence Arsonist. However, one of Delian's ancestors happened to obtain the Iron-Blooded Knight formula while helping overthrow the Gustavian dynasty and successfully advance to demigod, surviving to this day. All in all, this family publicly has 3 saints, though their sealed artifacts are of unknown status. The Fless family fares a bit worse. Though they control the earlier formulas of the Hunter and Bard pathways up to the demigod level, both of the family's saints belong to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The family has followed the faith ever since. Finally, there's the Suri family. Their only publicly known demigod has already fallen, and now the family relies on a single Grade 1 sealed artifact to deter those enemies circling like wolves. However, the Suri family's Beyonder pathways were entirely granted by the Church of Steam, and they only possess mid to low sequence potion formulas for the Savant pathway. In fact, after Mr. Suri's death, the entire family no longer has even a single sequence 5. After reading up to this point, Ebner had gained a rough understanding of the current landscape in Intis, and the plan in his mind gradually took shape. Just then, the clock struck 6, and Fanny, Hazel, and Elaine returned to the villa together. Trailing behind them, however, was a slightly chubby orange tabby cat, which stopped at the entrance of the villa. It sniffed around in confusion at first, then seemed to detect something. It pulled out a hair from its mane at the nape of its neck and slapped it onto its forehead, causing a third eye to open there. Using the third eye, it quickly located the source of the anomaly. It raised its head and looked upward, then, after a brief hesitation, leapt onto the pea vines hidden in some kind of secrecy. Your Highness, Princess, the lion, Leon, revealed his true form and called out to the lady seated on the swing high atop the vine. End of chapter. Chapter 7:15, Shareholders Meeting. After the premiere of the sample film tomorrow, we'll proceed with the original plan, launch a publicity campaign in the newspapers to steer public opinion and keep those who embrace new things excited about our film. This can't rely solely on the Daily Observer. We'll also leverage the newspapers invested in by MP Mocked, securing articles from reputable journalists or editorial writers. Once the hype builds, the company's operations in Backlund will be on track. My initial idea is to produce a film based on Rozelle's novels, tailored for nobles and upper-class audiences. For this, we'll prioritize well-known theater actors, ensuring costumes, sets, and props are meticulously authentic, spare no expense. At the same time, we'll shoot a series of low-budget comedy films, targeting mid- to lower-tier middle-class demographics like government clerks, corporate managers, and skilled laborers. Most of them crave intellectual stimulation but lack the means for high-end entertainment. Yet, taking their families to a movie once a month should be within their budgets. After all, in his past life, the American film industry had flourished during the Great Depression precisely because people could no longer afford luxury pastimes. In the dining room, Ebner outlined his vision for the company's development to Hazel and Zio. As for Helene, though a co-founder, she was set to return to Trier, gradually handing Backlund's affairs over to Hazel. Incidentally, Ebner had just given Hazel the beyonder characteristic of the cryptologist who had previously attacked Fanny, appointing her as manager of the film company's Backlund branch in exchange. Considering MP Mock's social connections and political influence among the elite, Ebner felt it was a fair deal. But won't developing low-budget films make nobles and business owners dismiss this new form of theater as cheap? Zio asked after a moment's thought. She knew all too well how the wealthy behaved. Both the poor and the rich buy clothes, yet the latter don't scorn their own garments just because the former wear them. Our films are the same, the experiences are incomparable. After all, one was shot with a mystic camera, equivalent to a beyonder item, while the other was purely technological. The former's audiovisual effects and viewing environment far surpassed the latter's. Ebner didn't even plan to dub the low-budget films, leaving them silent, except for screenings at free schools. Contrast creates hierarchy. Zio nodded thoughtfully, grasping his point. Actually, this tiered screening plan has another advantage: it shifts the production costs of films for the masses onto the nobles and business owners. We can price tickets at luxury theaters at £5 or even £10, while charging mere pennies, or nothing, for small screenings or open-air shows for the working class, just to cover equipment costs. This way, we profit and amplify our influence. And with greater influence, businesses will line up for advertisements or sponsorships. Listening to Ebner's eloquent pitch, Hazel suddenly realized his earlier claim, that managing the film company would aid her digestion as a swindler, might hold truth. Is this legally scamming money from the rich? If so, aren't luxury brands just swindling people's vanity? The thought struck her as she recalled her fieldwork with Detective Moriarty. Many legitimate businesses weren't so different from fraudsters at their core, only the scale varied. The essence was hype. A term coined by Emperor Rozelle, who himself had mastered the art. Ebner hadn't expected his casual remarks about commonplace tactics from his past life to resonate so deeply with Hazel. Profit wasn't his primary goal in founding the film company. It was chiefly for his role as a mysticism magister and to prepare for the ritual to advance to profit. Therefore, influence was essential, and films needed to reach as many people as possible. Considering that low-budget film productions would likely require recruiting extras from the East End, factory districts, and bridge areas, as well as renting locations, inevitably involving dealings with gangs, Zio, as a formal member of MI9, couldn't provide constant oversight. Hazel, coming from a wealthy family, also wasn't suited for handling such matters. After some thought, Ebner turned to Zio and asked, "Is Casper still locked up in MI9's prison?" Zio paused for a moment before recalling who he meant. He should still be there. I had someone look after him. It's only been 2 or 3 months, so he's probably fine. Is this looking after, in the literal sense? Would the prison guards misunderstand? Ebner silently grumbled but chose to trust Zio. After some consideration, he said, "Release him. Given his connections and network in Backlund, he'd make an excellent production manager for our film sets. I think he'll agree." After all, Casper's backers were Marek and Sharon. Wasn't this just a matter of the world putting in a word? Once the company matters were settled, Ebner turned to Fanny, who seemed distracted, and asked with concern, "Any news from your family?" Fanny forced a faint smile and nodded. "I just received a telegram from them. The Church of the Eternal Sun has intervened to protect Johnson Fless, promising not to pursue my grandfather's alleged responsibility for privately contacting a witch and causing the great smog of Backlund. How ridiculous, he was the one who framed my grandfather, yet now he's using the withdrawal of these fabricated charges as leverage. Even more absurd, my father accepted it, and so did my uncle." Fanny unconsciously bit her lip, shocked by the Fless family's shamelessness. The Sari family had no choice but to accept these outrageous terms. With Mr. Sari missing, if the Fless family were to publicize their so-called evidence, combined with their influence, the Saris would have no way to defend themselves. This would deal another heavy blow to their already weakened family, forcing them to compromise for now. Ultimately, if they openly clashed with the Fless family, the latter might suffer some losses, but the Saris, even with the backing of the Church of Steam, couldn't withstand the fallout. Ebner frowned in confusion. The Church of Steam gave up too. They lost an archbishop. This concerned the Church's dignity. How could they just let it go? Apparently, an archbishop from the Church of the Eternal Sun personally escorted Johnson to the Church of Steam for interrogation. The conclusion was that while he had dealings with that ageless witch, he only ordered her to kill my grandfather. The assassination of Tosk had nothing to do with him. So the Church of Steam had no grounds to pursue him further. After all, my grandfather wasn't a member of their church. Fanny lowered her eyes, her voice filled with resentment. The machinery hive mind compromised. It seems the Church of Steam's influence in Intis is far weaker than the Eternal Sun's. Ebner mused. Still, according to the intelligence he'd just reviewed, the Sari family only possessed the potion formulas for the Savant pathway up to sequence 6. If Mr. Sari had no ties to the Church of Steam, how had he advanced to astronomer? Ebner voiced his question. Grandfather coincidentally obtained the astronomer characteristic and ritual during his studies in Lemberg, but he didn't know the exact formula. Come to think of it, my lawyer characteristic came about the same way. End of chapter. Chapter 716, Bernadette's Wealth. On the hidden vines outside the villa, Bernadette and the lion Leon locked eyes for a long moment before she finally spoke. "That girl, is she a descendant of Charles?" "Of course. If she weren't one of Roselle's descendants, no matter how much that kid begged me, I wouldn't have spent days protecting her," Leon replied with feigned disdain. "Protection?" Bernadette glanced downward, her sea blue eyes sweeping over the scene before nodding. Her voice remained soft and composed. "A threat from the Fless family? It seems Benova truly no longer concerns himself with worldly matters." Her impression of the Fless family still lingered on the scandalous affair between her father and the Countess of Fless from years ago. "It seems your prophecy only reached this far. The Fless family is actually a minor issue, including the witch and that envoy scheming behind the scenes. What's truly worth noting is what's hidden beneath it all. Who knows whose scheme this is?" Leon scoffed before adding, "Though I can only speak freely like this in front of you, I wouldn't dare utter a word of it elsewhere. But I suspect that detective down there might have already noticed something, maybe even pieced together part of the truth. Ebner Bryan. He's unusual. When I first saw him in Port and Mat, I attempted to prop his future but failed." Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds. "Definitely unusual. He might have some connection to the Calamity Seal," Leon said, pointing downward with a grin. "You must have sensed it, just for a moment, but that feeling of an impending, gathering disaster was identical to the Calamity Seal's signature." Bernadette nodded slightly before tilting her head toward the villa beneath the vine swing. Her tone remained gentle. "I have other matters to attend to and can't stay to watch over her. Could you continue protecting that girl for me while also uncovering what force is targeting the Suri family? And what's in it for me?" Leon turned his head away, smirking. "What do you want?" Bernadette asked calmly. "What assets do you hold in Intis?" Leon's eyes gleamed as he countered. Bernadette's gaze flickered, as if she had guessed his intent, but she answered nonetheless, "Many. Properties in major cities, estates across the countryside, 15% of Trier Insurance Company shares, 50% of Ritter Bank, Belted Steelworks. Of course, most are held under proxies from the elements of Dawn." Leon's jaw nearly dropped. After his time in Byam, he had gained a deep appreciation for the power of modern capital, and he understood exactly what Bernadette's holdings represented. Did you earn all this yourself?" he blurted out. "Only partially. The rest were gifts he left me through various means, even after our falling out." Bernadette's eyes drifted to the vine swing beside her, her voice as calm as still waters hiding turbulent undercurrents. Leon immediately felt a pang of bitterness. "Why did I get nothing? Serves him right, I'll keep slandering him forever." After a long pause, he finally remembered his request. "My demand is simple. That kid down there is about to leave for Intis. I want your proxies and Trier to assist him as much as possible, invest in his film company and shield him from potential predators. Agreed. Bernadette didn't hesitate. Then I'll head back now. That kid isn't even a demigod yet, but if I linger too long, he might notice your presence. Before Leon could finish speaking, the dark green pea vines abruptly retracted, vanishing into the night. He found himself drifting gently back to the ground. Not her true body. Another bizarre, mystery reenactment. Too bad I didn't have time to learn it. Shaking his head in regret, Leon reactivated his simulated abilities, cloaking himself in the orange tabby's psychological invisibility before strolling leisurely into the villa. Bridge District, Granmill Street. Just after escorting Freya and Daisy home, Etries was about to catch the last metro back to Sherwood Borough when an inexplicable sense of dread gripped him. Danger. His seafaring instincts kicked in immediately. Maintaining his composure, he scanned his surroundings and soon locked onto a hooded figure across the street. Though he couldn't see the man's face, Etries's instincts screamed that the stranger was staring at him with hunger, as if ready to devour him whole. An indescribable terror surged through his body, paralyzing him. Yet at that moment, the hooded man seemed to curse under his breath before abruptly turning away. Only when the figure vanished from sight did Etries regain control of his limbs. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he immediately sprinted toward the nearest Church of Storms. As he ran, his fingers brushed against something in his coat pocket. He pulled it out, a doll's severed finger. When did this get in my pocket? Etries's eyes widened as he crossed the church threshold. Without hesitation, he sandwiched the finger between banknotes from his wallet and shoved it into the donation box. Whatever you are, go argue with the Lord of Storms. Meanwhile, the hooded man entered a small park. A sigh rumbled from his chest as he muttered, "I'm starving." He glared back toward the street and sneered. That was a genuine provoker, served to me on a silver platter. Could there be any greater provocation to a wraith? And you stopped me. Before he finished, a bloody mouth split open on his left cheek, snapping. Medici, have you lost your mind? Don't pretend you didn't sense whose aura was about to descend on that man. At our current strength as gatekeepers, we'd be lucky to escape from him alive, added a second mouth on his right cheek. The Red Angel, Medici scoffed. Sauron, Einhorn, were you women in your past lives? I wouldn't have spared Torrens a glance even when he was still an angel king, let alone now when he's barely stronger than us. You flushed your angelic dignity down the latrine. The left cheek's mouth retorted with a derisive laugh. Medici, did you sacrifice your brain to the true creator? That was the power of the curse authority. Even if it can't harm us directly, this gatekeeper vessel would be doomed. The right cheek's mouth agreed, exactly. Our priority is survival. What happens if we lose this vessel? Medici's laughter deepened. There is a solution. Just let me recite our Lord's honorable name. Before he could finish, the other two conqueror wraiths forcibly suppressed him. As they relaxed, all three suddenly turned westward, sensing a familiar yet peculiar aura from their place of confinement. The colors around the men intensified, layering as if to enter the spirit world, but the attempt failed at the last moment. Medici, what are you plotting? Shrieked the left mouth. Have you forgotten we're not fully free? If that place is disturbed, we all suffer, added the right. Medici roared with laughter, I just wanted to see you seething helplessly. Simultaneously, Ebner and Zio arrived outside the abandoned church on William Street under the cover of Evan's veil of secrecy. With a flick of his wrist, Ebner tossed the rune-sealed box through the broken stained glass window. End of chapter. Chapter 717, Turning Point. Outside the abandoned chapel in the center of William Street, Ebner didn't leave immediately after tossing the sealed box over the vine-covered wall onto the rubble and weed-strewn floor. Instead, he decided to wait a few minutes to observe any reactions. What he hadn't expected was that the moment the box touched the ground, its many seals began to undo themselves on their own. Then the lid sprang open, and a swirl of black and white mist surged out, immediately seeping into the underground passage previously buried by Miss Temperance. What is this? With the pure white eye still active, Ebner instantly sensed that the portion of the chapel above the buried tunnel radiated an intense power of order, while the area below teemed with chaos. Under the effect of such extreme order, many previously hidden and deliberately erased traces began to reappear, this time with exceptional clarity. Noting this, Ebner's mind stirred. He vaguely realized this might be the benefit Princess Vera had promised him. So he began to extract the auras, analyze their origins, and reconstruct the scene. Soon, a dynamic image appeared before his eyes. A black-haired, blue-eyed woman of ethereal beauty, dressed in a sacred white robe, led a hooded man bound by spider silk into the chapel. She spoke softly, Lord Medici, I've brought the gatekeeper, as promised. Soon after she spoke, the hooded man's eye sockets ignited with two crimson flames, entirely different from before. Well done, the hooded man said as the spider silk on him was devoured by suddenly flaring flames. Lord Medici, can you now remove the God of Lost Minds power that person imposed on me? The white-robed woman, none other than the white saintess Caterina, smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming. Give me your blood and recite my honorific name. I can immediately expel the power imprisoning your mind, but are you willing? Would you really trade being his puppet for being mine? Medici glanced at her, the corner of his mouth slowly curving upward. Of course, you could also recite my lord's honorific name and pray for his gaze. That might work too. Caterina's expression froze at his words, unable to hide her reaction. It took several seconds for her to recover, after which she tentatively asked, is there really no other way? You could try obtaining a Grade 0 sealed artifact and leverage its angel-level authority to break free, just like how you're able to stand beside me now. Medici chuckled. But let's be honest, not only are those artifacts nearly impossible to get, even if you leave my proximity, would your body still follow your mind's command? That's a gamble. Caterina's expression darkened, but she clearly hadn't given up. In a pleading tone, she asked again, is there really no other way? I'm willing to do anything for you. As she spoke, she deliberately took a few steps closer, subtly displaying her alluring figure in front of Medici. Sauron Einhorn. Medici raised an eyebrow and chuckled, what, trying to seduce me? Under the right circumstances, I wouldn't say no, but now's not a good time. As he said this, he materialized an image of the Red Priest card and continued, still, your sincerity moves me. If you can find and bring me the blood of direct descendants from the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families, I'll give you this card. You should know what it is. Though it lacks any supernatural traits, its rank rivals that of angels. It should help you. Caterina's expression turned serious and solemn. She nodded slowly. I understand. Thank you for the opportunity, Lord Medici. With that, she turned and entered the chapel through a shattered stained glass window, vanishing somewhere within the layered illusion of the mirror world. As the demoness disappeared, a mouth split open on the left side of the hooded man's face, remarking that demoness is quite the theatrical actress. She deliberately makes herself seem like someone who's bad at hiding emotions, a little too restless, and not quite clever enough, like someone easy to read. Exactly. She clearly doesn't trust you, Medici, added another jagged, bloody mouth opening on the right side of his face. She's more likely to intentionally show flaws in front of the demigod who holds the God of Lost Minds sealed artifact, lure him here, and use us to kill him. At the same time, she might use that person to damage the gatekeeper's body, forcing us back into a sealed state. TCH, demonesses really are cunning, Medici muttered. Then, after a short pause, the regular corner of his mouth curled again, and he added, but I never actually expected her to bring me that blood. Don't you two have any thoughts about that demoness? If you were to obtain her trait, it might not be a bad thing for you. Shut up, the mouths on both sides of Medici's cheeks shouted in unison. A vague, inscrutable smile also appeared on Medici's face. The scene from the retrospective ended there. That woman in the white robe, the one who killed Mr. Surrey as shown by Rhodes, was the same person. She had to be the white saintess Caterina. She had actually been controlled by the power of the God of Heartlessness, and even turned to Medici for help, bringing him the gatekeeper. This had already deviated completely from the plot of the original novel, hadn't it? Owen was a member of the Delian family, and the Delians had ties to the Sea King. So was the sealed item of the God of Heartlessness on him from the Sea King, or was the Sea King using that item to control Admiral Deep Sea? Of course, it could also be that the two sources were unrelated, only gathered into the same family because of the convergence effect. Thinking of this, Ebner turned his gaze toward the buried tunnel again. He could sense that the chaos below had already subsided, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After that black and white mist scrubbed the chaotic part underground, the power that restrained the Red Angel is likely gone as well. He's completely free now. Recalling how Vera had set a deadline of before dawn for Zio's mission, Ebner quietly performed a prophecy and then, through divine insight, analyzed part of Her Highness's intentions. The result of the prophecy is that Owen will come here to investigate after midnight upon noticing the flaw Caterina deliberately revealed. And Vera released Medici ahead of time. She doesn't want Owen to run into Medici. This intention likely doesn't come from her. She probably just lent a helping hand casually. After all, there was no guarantee Zio would actually come to complete the mission. As for why they didn't want Medici to encounter Owen, Ebner had a rough guess. Someone was using Medici to carry out a plan targeting Adam, and naturally didn't want one of Adam's subordinates to cross paths with him. But this method is rather crude. It definitely couldn't have come from the God of knowledge and wisdom. Who could it be then? The Dragon King. Come to think of it, Zio once served as a pawn for the imaginary dragon and a Tamara family member in Eastchester County. Now Vera also seems to be helping the Dragon King patch up holes in the plan. And Zio did say before that Her Highness Vera is very familiar with the Tamara family. She even has a Grade 1 sealed artifact from them. Narrowing his eyes, Ebner glanced at his watch, then stopped lingering any longer. Under the cover of Ivan's hidden barrier, he took Zio with him and headed toward Mr. Surrey's villa, which was also in the West Borough. After all, he had promised to craft beyonder items for Klein and Furs, and would naturally need to borrow a workshop. Shortly after Ebner left, the Red Angel evil spirit finally returned to the underground ruins on William Street. The crack on the left side of his face twitched slightly in response and exclaimed in disbelief, "This is Tamara's aura. She actually still exists. What is this? Compassion. A show of power." The crack on the other side echoed. "She was worse off than us back then, barely saved from complete madness thanks to Ryan's help, and yet she recovered," Medici said in surprise. "No, with you around, we were worse off than her," the other two mouths spoke in unison. "But with you too, I find things so much more entertaining." Medici laughed instead of getting angry, mocking their lack of provocation skills compared to his own. As they ridiculed each other, they had the possessed gatekeeper re-enter the spirit world. But this time, they would not be coming back. At that moment, the clock's hands pointed precisely to midnight. End of chapter. Chapter 718, Flesh Trigger. Lust. Owen Delien had noticed some subtle movements from the White Saintess Katerina several days ago. At first, he didn't think much of it, but after a session of reinforced desire, she still hadn't revealed who she had met with previously. This made Owen grow wary. After a round of interrogation, he discovered that it wasn't Katerina resisting him, she genuinely couldn't say the name of the person she had met. In response, Owen spent a few days plotting, then sought help from the president. He used up his accumulated merits to request a moment of attention from an angel. Only then did he cautiously arrive outside the abandoned church on William Street. He conducted a variety of tests and, only after confirming there was no danger, did he enter the church to search. In the end, aside from a metal box left wide open that caught his attention, he found nothing else. What is this? It feels dangerous, yet possesses no actual power. Owen hesitated for a moment, but still used a sealed artifact to seal the box away, deciding to bring it with him for identification by other council members at the next Psychic Alchemy Council meeting in the Eden Garden. After packing up the box, he searched the abandoned church several more times. Once he confirmed that the mysterious individual who had contacted Katerina was no longer here, he left William Street directly through the dream and returned to the embassy. After performing a ritual to thank the angel, Owen sensed the gaze that had been watching him fade away. He then summoned Katerina and interrogated her at length, only to confirm that she hadn't revealed any information about him. It must have been an angel from some secret organization who noticed the anomaly in Katerina, yet didn't intend to help her break free from control. This serves as a warning to me. Once I secure that Princess Vera, I need to return to Intis as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those old geezers from the Augustus family notice anything, it'll be a major problem. But before that, I still need to punish this disobedient witch, and reinforce her control. I remember she once confessed to me that she has a husband who also became a witch, and a daughter she holds in high regard. Thinking this, Owen revealed a wicked smile. At the same time, that expression gradually overlapped with the illusory lust mask on his face. Westborough, Mr. Surrey's villa. Although this property had already been temporarily sealed off by the machinery hive mind, the team stationed here was just an ordinary squad. The highest-ranked member among them was only a Sequence 7 warlock, so Ebner, with his pure white eye, easily obscured their senses and slipped into the workshop. As for Zio, she hadn't followed him. She had returned to the MI9 headquarters to report back to Her Highness Vera. Ebner wasn't in a rush to start crafting items. Instead, following the directions Fanny had given him before setting out tonight, he located Mr. Surrey's hidden storage and retrieved a considerable number of precious mystical materials sealed within. After all, this villa had already been pledged as collateral, Fanny had invested it into Ebner's film company. Theoretically, everything inside already belonged to him. So Ebner didn't stand on ceremony and began inspecting the contents one by one. A mutated werewolf skeleton. Is this the leftover material from the wolf armor Fanny gave me? Shadowstone, the main material used in that assassin-type mechanical puppet Mr. Surrey made, there's still some left. A dried subdragon corpse. Its scales and some of its organs are excellent materials for bearing abilities of the omniscience and omnipotence pathway. At the very least, they should be enough to carry the Dreamwalker ability I pray for from the unknown lands. This white feather stained with pale yellow grease. A mutated feather from a winged being. Mr. Surrey dares to store just about anything. But with this, I might be able to realize a concept I had previously envisioned. This chunk of tree trunk feels strangely familiar. Elder tree. TSK. After the fruit, root crystal, heartwood, and golden leaf, even the remaining trunk didn't escape being harvested. Though it's not the main material, its capacity to bear abilities from the omniscience and omnipotence pathway might be even better than the subdragons. After thoroughly inspecting the materials, Ebner did a quick mental calculation and found that although there were no beyonder characteristics or primary potion ingredients here, the total value of the materials was at least equal to that of the villa itself. I'll need to compensate Fanny later. Can't let her take too much of a loss, Ebner thought to himself. At the same time, he pulled out a few blank cards and sealed the materials he wouldn't be using into them. Only then did he activate the workshop's power core, take out Fursa's Rose Bishop characteristic, and begin crafting the magical item. And thanks to Ivans's hidden barrier, the machinery hive mind stationed outside remained completely unaware. In Silver City, inside the round tower, in the room belonging to the chief, the entire six-person council was present, including the shepherd Lovia in her deep purple robe. Demon hunter Colin Iliad picked up a piece of Dixie pie, split it in half, and then separated each bit of filling inside, every fragment and crumb. His eyes glowed with two intricate dark green symbols as his gaze swept over the greasy, sweet fillings. After a moment, Colin returned to normal. He nodded and said, "Very clean. Neither the unknown pastry outside nor the sticky substances inside have the slightest trace of pollution or corruption. They're cleaner than even black-faced grass. Also, though I didn't analyze each one in detail, those fragments contain roots, stems, leaves, and fruits from at least 10 different clean plants. There are also 2 types of clean meat." He paused, then added, "This definitely isn't a species that could exist near Silver City." After saying this, he looked toward Lovia, since she was the expert on flesh and blood. Lovia slowly shook her head and said, "No problem. The sticky fragments called a filling, and together they're called a pie. The ingredients used are pork, apples, and various spices." Derek began to recite the introduction given by Mr. Tower to Mr. Fool about the Holy Communion. But in reality, Ebner had never provided an instruction manual for the Dixie pie. That's not 2 kinds of meat, but rather different parts of the same meat, divided into lean and fat. Derek responsibly added based on his understanding. Lean and fat. Monster meat outside Silver City didn't have the concept of fat, but the 6-person council could understand the idea. After all, humans themselves develop fat if they lack exercise. Such people were rare in Silver City but not non-existent. "You think this is one of the sincerity offerings from Amon?" Colin asked after a moment of silence. "It's not Amon, it's Mr. Fool. And I suspect this pie is Mr. Fool's Holy Communion," Derek corrected him. Holy Communion. Hearing this ancient term, the members of the 6-person council grew somewhat dazed. After all, in Silver City's records, the Holy Communion was the Lord's blessing, and everyone who received it felt happiness. It was food that brought happiness. Only Colin's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Derek and said, "Although I don't see any problem. Can you try eating it and report the effects?" Derek stepped forward without hesitation. "Very well, Chief." As the Bridge 4 contact, he had to personally confirm the safety of the sincerity. Colin lightly nodded, then turned his head and said to Lovia, "You prepare for any accidents." As a beyonder controlling flesh and blood, Lovia could handle most bodily mutations. Of course, whether the mutant survived was another matter. Lovia said nothing, only nodded, then gazed at Derek with a strange look. Derek no longer hesitated, took the pie that the chief had broken apart, and stuffed it entirely into his mouth, chewing. Even though he had already eaten one and it was cold, the Dixie pie's rich but not greasy taste still left Derek's mouth glistening with oil. Colin carefully observed Derek for several seconds, then turned his head again to look at Shepherd Lovia. She shook her head, indicating no problem. Colin's expression gradually relaxed. He reached for a piece of pie but did not eat it. Instead, he brought it close to his nose to smell it. Then he swallowed, drawn by the meat aroma he had never smelled before. At that moment, even without eating the pie, he understood why the Holy Communion was called the food that brings happiness. It was happiness brought by the taste buds. After a long moment, Colin opened his eyes and said to Derek that manual still needs further evaluation to confirm it's safe before use. Until then, you must stay in this room and not leave. Name, Flesh Trigger. Appearance, resembles a hand bone but only the index, middle, and ring fingers. The index finger extends straight forward, while the middle and ring fingers curl, resembling a gun trigger. Ability, pulling the finger bone trigger fires a bullet that expands and explodes upon hitting the target, turning into swirling blood and flesh storms that sweep the surrounding area. Additionally, while holding the flesh trigger, the user can temporarily boost inspiration, hide in shadows, and heal non-lethal internal and external injuries. Negative effect, this item requires at least 50 kilograms of fresh blood and flesh to be consumed daily. If used in battle, extra bullet flesh must be provided, half a pound per shot. If not satisfied in time, it will consume the holder. Caution, although the flesh trigger has a gentle temperament, it is a living sealed artifact. Do not try to fool it with plant-based substances that taste like meat, and do not shortchange the amount. Looking at the fingerbone-shaped gun crafted with the Rose Bishop trait, Ebner imagined Furz's likely adorable expression upon receiving it. His lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself. Maybe Furz is naturally connected to these terrifying things. Like in the original story, Klein gave her a pre-assembled head. So, this is definitely not me making excuses for some mistakes. End of chapter. Chapter 719, Audrey, whose wrong direction led to the right result. After tidying up the flesh trigger crafted for Furz, Ebner picked up the wooden hilt that was lying on the other side. Judging by its material, it was clearly made from the trunk of an elder tree, with several shadow stones embedded at the top of the handle. At the center of those shadow stones was a cylindrical indentation, surrounded by various runes. Next, Ebner casually reached into a box on the forging bench containing crystals of white, green, and purple hues and pulled out a white cylindrical crystal. He inserted it into the shadow stone socket in the hilt. If one looked closely, one could see a feather sealed within the white crystal. In an instant, the hilt transformed into a long-handled scythe nearly 2 meters in length, with a black blade. Back in Mistown, when I summoned the historical projection of Vicente Miranda and cleansed the area with pale flame, I used the pure white eye to analyze it. Unfortunately, its level was far too high for me to learn, and the ability model I managed to parse was extremely incomplete, barely a fraction of its full power. Even after patching it multiple times with the Mysticism Magister's abilities, it was only slightly stronger than a typical Sequence 5. And for someone like me who already has the magic mirror, it felt a bit redundant. So, I've always wanted to bestow this ability, or rather, the simplified, pale flame secret art, onto a material capable of bearing it using the pure white eye, to create a talisman or a mystical item. I failed several times before, but now, with this crystal crafted from a mutated feather and a hint of aura extracted from the Book of the Dead, plus the omnipotent attribute of the Elder Tree backing it, I've finally managed to barely make it work. The blade can be covered in a layer of white flame. Without divine protection or abilities that counter undead, touching it means instant death. Let's call this form the funeral blade. After all, if Gehrman is joining the hunt, how can he not have a funeral blade in hand? Of course, I can't let Klein know the name, though once he gets it, I bet he'll come up with that name himself. The only pity is that the power inside the crystal is limited. If he just carries it around, it'll last for a few months. But once the pale flame is activated, the crystal will shatter in at most 5 minutes. Still, that works in my favor. Once the crystal's used up, Klein will need to pay me to make a new one. Even though that white feather is rare, I have other types of crystals, don't I? With that thought, Ebner removed the white crystal and put it back into the box, then casually picked up the purple one and slotted it into the socket. This time, the hilt transformed into a hammer flickering with arcs of lightning. This came from when I used the Calamity Talisman in Biome to destroy the villa of the mighty Oziel. I used the pure white eye to analyze the spell model. It's not as powerful as a high-grade talisman, but it's stronger than the average Ocean Singer's lightning strike. Unfortunately, it also lasts only a few minutes before the crystal shatters. Still, while the materials used to make this type of crystal are expensive, they're nowhere near as rare as the mutated feathers, so I can at least sell these as consumables. This form. I'll name it Thunder. As for the final green crystal, that one's a budget version. When installed, the form is that of a classic knight sword, capable of launching wind blades. If not used continuously in combat, it should last around 8 months. I'll give Klein these 3 crystals for trial use. Given how frequently he fights at sea, I imagine it won't be long before he comes looking for a restock. Come to think of it, killing a well-known pirate earns him at least a few £1,000s. Charging £500 per crystal as a base cost doesn't sound unreasonable, right? While doing mental calculations, Ebner glanced at the nearby clock and saw that the hour hand was already pointing to 9 in the morning. At this time, the preview of the company's first film should be starting, right? Helene and Hazel are both from prominent families, they should have no problem handling such occasions. What's more, another shareholder of the company, Zio's superior, Her Highness Lovia, will also be in attendance. Of course, the most important part is that I'm not at the venue. After a self-deprecating remark, Ebner began setting up the sacrificial altar, preparing to offer the 2 completed items to Mr. Fool, praying that he would pass them along to Miss Magician and Mr. World. Hillsden Borough, Silver Moon Theatre. This theatre, which once belonged to Prince Edisac, now had a row of luxurious carriages parked in front of it. One gentleman, lady, or young miss after another was entering the private screening boxes under the guidance of attendants. Audrey, holding her mother Lady Catherine's hand, had just stepped into the theatre when she saw her friends Zio and Furz maintaining order. Not far behind them was a black-haired, brown-eyed girl. She wore no makeup, had a slender face with fairly decent features, and looked to be around 16 or 17. Audrey discreetly nodded at Zio and Furz, then smiled at the girl behind them before following her mother into one of the boxes. After taking her seat, Audrey asked her mother for the invitation and glanced at it. Her gaze then landed on the words, Brian Film Company, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face as she pondered. Brian Film Company. Since Zio and Furs are both helping out here, this Brian is most likely referring to that hero detective, Ebner Brian, right? Is this his business? Her Highness Lovia is suspected to be misjudgment from the Tarot Club. If she's helping Detective Brian promote his new film, then she probably has quite a close relationship with that flirtatious detective. Miss Judgment and Mr. Tower have a rather close relationship. Ebner Brian. Could he be Mr. Tower? As this guess emerged in her mind, Audrey immediately began comparing the things Mr. Tower had said in the Tarot Club with the stories she had heard about the hero detective in real life. Mr. Tower was clearly familiar with the entire Demoness of Affliction incident, and Detective Brian happened to be the one who opportunistically killed the Demoness. Mr. Tower intercepted the King of Immortality's fleet under the name Dr. Strange around the same time Detective Brian happened to be vacationing in Byam. Also, I've heard Zio and Furs say before that Detective Brian has impressive analytical abilities and is very knowledgeable. As all these fragments of clues pieced together, Audrey was already 70 to 80% certain that Mr. Tower was Detective Ebner Brian. But if he's that close with Zio and Furs, why hasn't he brought them into the Tarot Club himself, and left it to me instead? He clearly knows that only Mr. Fool can save Furs, right? While this realization dawned on her, a new wave of questions also arose. But after thinking for a moment, she felt that perhaps Mr. Tower had hinted at it to Zio and Furs before, just that the effect wasn't as good as what she, the spectator, could achieve. It's a pity. I'll be departing for Eastchester County tomorrow and won't have a chance to ask Furs privately. Otherwise, if I could just confirm whether Furs has ever heard Mr. Fool's name from Detective Brian, I could confirm whether he's really Mr. Tower. End of chapter. Chapter 720, Film Screening. In the temporary screening room atop the round tower of the City of Silver, Derek clumsily operated the codex, projecting onto the screen scenes so astonishing that he himself could hardly tear his eyes away. Yet, to avoid any mishaps, he suppressed his curiosity and focused entirely on controlling the device. The screen first displayed a wide, slightly turbid river surging forward, spanned by a magnificent bridge, with orderly docks lining both banks. The bustling cargo and lively crowds immediately captured the full attention of the six-member council. So this is what the world of light looks like. An environment completely free from corruption and distortion. Every person in the temporary screening room, including the shepherd, Elder Lovia, genuinely experienced the joy brought by this vibrant, human atmosphere. Despite the depths of winter, the docks of Backlund remain as busy as ever. As the narration began, the perspective shifted to a man, exceptionally handsome, with refined attire, though his demeanor carried a hint of delicacy. A vampire? So this is what vampires look like in the outside world. Even monsters in the normal world are so pleasing to the eye. What is it doing? Going hunting? Or is it the prey? Is this a hunting tutorial for humans in the normal world? Council member Wallace, the only other female elder besides Lovia, couldn't help but speak up upon seeing Emlyn. Wallace, silence. Chief Colin reprimanded. Apologies. I got too excited. Elder Wallace immediately composed herself and lowered her head in acknowledgement. Derek wanted to reassure them that the film could be replayed, but after some thought, he decided not to interrupt and continued with the screening. Following the handsome vampire's footsteps, the screen gradually revealed rows upon rows of buildings on the river's northeastern bank, bustling streets, carriages coming and going, and occasionally, strange mechanical contraptions. The vampire frequently took out colorful slips of paper to exchange for various foods, elegantly sampling them while offering critiques. Ebner had thoughtfully provided a language comprehension charm for translation. Among the foods was the dishy pie Derek had brought earlier. After confirming the pie was safe, the council members had each tried a piece, and its delicious taste had already won them over. Now, hearing the vampire describe it as a bit greasy, they all frowned, feeling this was disrespectful to the holy meal. Though it was the fool's holy meal and they hadn't converted to his faith, the happiness it brought was undeniable. Then again, vampires' tastes must differ from ours. As they pondered this, their eyes remained glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single second. Even Backlund's gloomy skies and hazy fog seemed like scenes too beautiful to have ever dreamed of. However, Ebner had edited the promotional film for the City of Silver, so it wasn't long, just 5 minutes, offering a glimpse of daily life in Backlund before concluding. As the screen darkened, even Chief Colin sighed regretfully. But he knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality. He turned to a special guest in the screening room and asked, "Have you seen the scenes in these images before?" The special guest was naturally Jack, the young boy rescued during the last temple expedition. Given that he was also from the outside world and a believer of the true creator, unrelated to Derek's fool, he had been brought here to verify the authenticity of the film's content. That bridge at the beginning is the Backlund Bridge. I've never been there, but I've seen photos of it in newspapers and magazines, the boy Jack replied after some thought. His words undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of the footage. After a moment of consideration, Chief Colin addressed the other council members. You've all seen and felt the sincerity of the fool, or rather, his subordinate, the Tower. So, shall we agree to his proposed trade? The council members, now sobered from their awe, briefly discussed before unanimously approving the exchange, Lovia included. In their view, the gear book was utterly useless to the City of Silver, they couldn't even open it. No matter its true value, it paled in comparison to a mystic art that could purge toxins and corruption. Moreover, this trade might very well be an attempt at establishing contact. If they missed this opportunity, the City of Silver might lose all hope of ever reaching the normal world. If before they had no real concept of the normal world and felt little about it. Now every member of the 6-member council harbored boundless yearning for that hazy, fog-shrouded city. The golden rays of light, the patches of emerald green, the black plumes of smoke, the grey-white veiled skies, all were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. For some time to come, this would likely be their most beautiful dream. After hearing everyone's opinions, Colin nodded silently. Then his deep, weathered light blue eyes turned to Derek as he solemnly said, on behalf of Silver City, I accept Mr. Tower's trade. With that, he took out a palm-sized gear-bound book from his pocket and placed it on the table before Derek where the codex was set up. Seeing this, Derek breathed a sigh of relief and felt happy inside. He had finally completed Mr. Tower's commission and not let down the other members of the Tarot Club. I'll play the instructional recording of that mystic art now, Derek said cheerfully after putting away the gear book. While he was changing reels, Colin suddenly asked as if casually, has the fool promised to take you to the normal world? Still unfamiliar with operating the codex, Derek instinctively replied, the fool is a deity who adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. I can't afford such a price, and I don't want to leave Silver City alone. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized he might have said too much, some things couldn't be revealed without the fool's permission, so he quickly shut his mouth. Equivalent exchange. Probably everything in Silver City combined would be insignificant in the eyes of a deity. Does his equivalent exchange mean he wants us to do something? Maybe satisfying his believers' trades like this could also please him. Is equivalent exchange a manifestation of the fool's authority? Even though Colin remained vigilant, this attitude of equivalent exchange somewhat reassured him. After all, it didn't seem like something a deranged evil god would do. By now, Derek had finally changed the reel, and Ebner's handsome face appeared on the screen. Backlund, Hillston District, Silver Moon Theater. Compared to the awe and yearning of Silver City's residents, this full version of Impressions of Backlund merely amused most noble ladies and gentlemen. After all, it contained much of the street life and natural scenery that these upper-class people had never encountered before. But what captured their attention more was the highly attractive vampire, Emlyn. As soon as the film ended, people began inquiring about the male lead's identity. Upon learning he was a priest at the Harvest Church, many ladies expressed interest in learning about the Earth Mother's teachings. Meanwhile, other gentlemen and bishops, while entertained, pondered what changes and value this new theatrical form could bring. Soon, as the screen lit up again, Brian Film Company demonstrated one of the film's potential values. That's Detective Brian. I've met him once, is he giving a lecture at a free school, thought some reporters who recognized Ebner. Lectures can be recorded. If I had my speeches filmed, wouldn't I avoid traveling everywhere and just appear at a few key locations to maintain popularity, mused a certain parliament member. If such recorded lectures could reach more people, they'd have advertising value, like giving close-ups to the stationery brands students use. Contemplated a merchant, thanks to Emperor Roselle, product placement was already deeply ingrained in newspapers and magazines. If this could be promoted, the shortage of teachers at free schools could be solved. The attending church bishops also grew serious. In the private box, Audrey's impression of Detective Ebner Bryan improved significantly as she watched him patiently teach and answer questions for shabbily dressed students. Mr. Tower truly is a knowledgeable, kind, and compassionate gentleman. No wonder he's so charming, winning the favor of Zio, Furs, and even Princess Vera. Pity he's such a playboy. While musing, she enthusiastically learned the mathematical techniques shown, finding them both convenient and fascinating. Westborough, Mr. Surrey's workshop. Just after completing the ritual offering, Ebner sensed a slight change in his spirituality. This is my mysticism magister potion digested a bit. Feedback from Silver City or the Silver Moon Theater. Either way, it proves this video teaching method works for advancement. So the key to the mysticism magister acting method lies in the last line, making mystic arts no longer secret. While learning, creating, and teaching mystic arts can't be skipped, the end result matters more. Of course, the premise of making mystic arts no longer secret must follow the knowledge keeper principle, teaching the right arts to the right people. That's probably why Edwina always inquires about students' backgrounds before teaching. As Ebner half speculated, half concluded, boundless grey mist suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then he saw the son Derek holding a gear book, praying to make an offering. End of chapter. Chapter 721, Goddess of Beauty. Above the grey fog, Klein, seated in the position of the fool, couldn't help but complain after testing the 2B under items sacrificed by the tower. Did naming myself Gehrman mean I was destined to receive a burial blade? But the weapon's scythe form is undeniably terrifying, death upon contact. It's just that having only 5 minutes of total usage time feels way too short. It reminds me of those online games I used to play, where you get a free 5-minute power boost, and after it expired, you'd have to spend premium currency to recharge. Could Mr. Tower be following the same pattern? Forcing me to end battles quickly and only letting me activate the ultimate skill at a crucial moment. Of course, complaints were just that, complaints. In truth, he was quite satisfied with the weapon that could switch forms using different crystals. Whether as the funeral blade, or as thunder, its power was impressive. With this weapon, combined with the creeping hunger, Klein now felt confident enough to go up against even a pirate admiral. And Miss Magician's flesh trigger is pretty good too. It's just that the design might not be very friendly to girls. Given Mr. Tower's personality, maybe he was even hoping to scare Miss Magician into tears so he could console her afterward, or something. After maligning the Tower's possible intentions for a bit, Klein picked up the gear-covered book sacrificed by the son, Derek. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately suppressed his curiosity and refrained from divining its origin. This book can ignore the Serpent of Fate's fate loops. If I end up seeing something like the True Creator or the Angel of Purity during the divination and damage the book, I wouldn't be able to afford the consequences. Klein mocked himself softly, then let his spirituality extend outward and, clicked, open the crimson star representing Mr. Tower. Ever since losing the fallen morning star, he'd become more cautious about items left in Mr. Tower's custody. Of course, if an emergency arose, he wouldn't hesitate to use them. In Mr. Surrey's workshop, after completing the ritual of accepting a gift, Ebner watched as a book cast in brass and revealing gear structures passed through the summoning gate and landed on the altar. He began by habitually praising Mr. Fool, then activated the pure white eye and carefully studied the gear-covered book that had reportedly stumped even the chief of Silver City. The mechanical lock structure is complex, but not unbreakable. The material of the book itself is rather special, although it looks like brass, it's fundamentally something else. I can't tell exactly what it is. But none of that is the real issue. The real trouble is the aura wrapped around the outside of the book. It seems to originate from the same source as the power behind the pure white eye, yet it feels subtly different. It's precisely this aura that kept the gear book hidden all this time, until that little boy Jack found it and indirectly brought it to me. Is this the guidance of fate? After thinking for a while, Ebner didn't rashly tamper with the aura surrounding the gear book. After all, Lilith had been collecting items from transmigrators, most likely due to that very same aura. I'll start by swapping in the second half of Feast of Blood to see what's actually written there. And since Lilith only needs the aura, she might not even take the gear book itself. With that thought, Ebner packed up his materials, restored the workshop to its original state, and slipped out of Mr. Surrey's villa right under the eyes of the machinery hive mind. Southbridge District, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Because it wasn't a rest day and it was right during work hours, Hazel, Emlyn, even Freya, and Daisy had all gone to the theater to help out, so the prayer hall appeared very empty. Aside from the towering Bishop Utravsky, no one else was present. As soon as Ebner, dressed in a black woolen coat, stepped inside, the half-giant priest smiled and walked up to greet him, saying, "Her Highness is already waiting for you. Come with me." Why does that make me feel like a call girl arriving to provide a house call? Ebner couldn't help but complain inwardly, but on the surface, he followed the bishop obediently into the basement, where he once again saw the vessel for Lilith's descent. The vampire duke, who carried Lilith's soul, first waved off Bishop Utravsky, then smiled at Ebner and said, "Bring the item over." Ebner didn't dare to delay. He immediately took out the gear-covered book and handed it over. As Lilith received the book, her pupils suddenly turned silver. What happened next shocked Ebner right before his eyes. The originally bewitchingly beautiful male vampire transformed completely into a female form within just a few seconds. That face could melt ice and snow and captivate the soul. That figure was perfectly proportioned, neither too tall nor too short, full but not excessive, as if it was nature's miracle crafted into human form. Her beauty was beyond words. It defied any description, as if her mere existence was the very embodiment of the word beautiful. Ebner was dazed with just one glance, and only managed to snap out of it thanks to the automatic activation of his pure white eye. This is the Goddess of Beauty. Staring at the former duke who had now undergone a fundamental transformation into a queen, Ebner asked with some confusion, "Even a vessel can advance?" In fact, the ritual to ascend to the Goddess of Beauty was completed many years ago. It's just that the timing hadn't been right. Lilith gave a smile that dazed Ebner once again, before continuing, "An ordinary vessel certainly couldn't, but he was special." Special, so this duke's body really did belong to the transmigrator, Duke Rhine. Also, the Wanderer in the nation of the Evernight seems to have prepared the ritual needed to advance to Miracle Invoker 2. And those transmigrators' bodies really are strange, clearly dead, yet they don't release beyond their characteristics, as if still alive in some form. Duke Rhine Colundia, the vampire, was like that. So was the Wanderer Alvin Abraham. And that death consul Vicente Miranda likely fits the same pattern. Aside from the goddess of luck, whose identity as a transmigrator is still uncertain, and the whereabouts of Felipe still being a mystery, only Daniel and the owner of the gear book might have truly died for real. But Daniel was originally a fragment of the chained god, the left hand of God, and I returned the polluted 1-025 to the chained god through a sacrifice. Although the god's spirit took the opportunity to escape with the uniqueness, his body should still be bound by the mother tree of desire, right? Could that body also be considered one of the senior transmigrators' bodies? As for the calamity seal, I can't even imagine what it would mean for it to be considered dead. But seriously, what's with you gods? Do you all have a fetish for collecting transmigrators' bodies or something? While admiring the beauty of the goddess, Ebner half complained and half pondered in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 722, Translation of Feast of Blood. Now that I've become the goddess of beauty, Lilith's identity can finally be distinguished from the Earth Mother's, at least for a while, and it won't arouse suspicion. But the ascension of a goddess of beauty normally wouldn't escape the attention of the original moon, which is why I've been accumulating the auras of people like you, using the power of the unknown to obscure the process. And the aura surrounding this gear-covered book of yours just so happened to complete the final piece. Lilith curled her lips into a smile and explained casually. But that smile once again made Ebner instinctively hold his breath. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase, a smile that topples a city. Still. Your Grace, Mother Goddess, could you not smile like that? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself together. Ebner forcibly shifted his gaze away, heart pounding in alarm. If it had been someone else in this place, they would be awestruck by the beauty of the goddess of beauty, overcome with admiration and joy, perhaps even willing to offer up their very self in devotion, but not a single thought of blasphemy would arise. Those below the level of angel wouldn't even be capable of such a thought, and those above might only feel fear and caution. After all, in front of the goddess of beauty, it was far too easy to lose oneself and be unknowingly dominated. Moreover, to an angel, beauty was already a concept, an authority, a law, it was not something superficial. However, thanks to the pure white eye, Ebner could partially resist the corruption of beauty on his soul, as long as Lilith wasn't fully unleashing her power. At the same time, his perception of Lilith's beauty was still on a superficial level, like any normal person's. As a man, it was impossible not to have certain distracting thoughts. Fortunately, the reader pathway came with the mechanical mind ability, and with its help, Ebner finally managed to somewhat cool down before he actually committed blasphemy. After Roselle went to the moon, another version of himself split off from his spirit. After Mr. Dorr was tainted by the original moon, he also developed another self crying out, "Save me." Perhaps, within the authority of the moon lies domination of the soul, and the beauty of the goddess of beauty might be a reflection of that power. Judging by the states of Roselle and Mr. Dorr, if a being's soul is too strong to be fully dominated, it splits off or creates a new, controllable soul. An advanced application of creation. The original moon is referred to as the mother of all spiritual power in her honorific name. Heh. These newly split off or created souls, aren't they just the children of the dominator? Using the analysis of the goddess's authority to divert his attention, Ebner finally managed to look at Lilith calmly in his mechanical mind state. Lilith seemed to sense his earlier thoughts and smiled as she said. To the goddess of beauty, even without a smile, there is still the ultimate form of beauty. And knowing you, I think you actually prefer the kind who doesn't smile often. If I put away my smile, I suspect you'd have an even harder time. She gave Ebner a glance, then added. But right now, this is all the result of the power leaking from the potion. After some time, once that power retracts inward, the effects won't be so overwhelming. That glance nearly shattered Ebner's mechanical mind. He quickly took a deep breath and changed the subject. If it was only to avoid detection by the original moon, then why not ask the goddess for help? After all, she held the authority of secrets, and in this regard wouldn't be any weaker than the unknown lands, perhaps even stronger. At the same time, Ebner grumbled a little inside. What do you mean I prefer the ones who don't smile often? I like people with nice smiles too, okay. You must have heard the saying, fate's gifts always come with a price. This applies equally to dealings between deities. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't ask Evernight for help. There are some prices I'm unwilling to pay. Lilith's smile faded as she answered seriously. That solemn expression is even harder to resist. Ebner inwardly wailed, forced to reactivate mechanical mind while simultaneously applying psychological hints to himself. By rights, since you found the relic I needed, I should lend you the second half of the Feast of Blood. but the original truly isn't suitable for you to read in your current state. Here, I'll give you Roselle's translated version instead, this way I'm not breaking my promise. No longer teasing Ebner, Lilith produced an aged-looking book from somewhere and handed it back to him along with the gear book, his emotional aura having returned to a calm blue. Though slightly disappointed, Ebner accepted this compromise. Setting aside the gear book, he flipped open Roselle's translated version while casually asking, "Didn't Roselle hide this translation aboard the Black Throne? I remember the Emperor mentioning in his diary how he crafted a golden serpent sword and drew a treasure map to lure Cullen's descendants into searching for it. Though Cullen never had offspring, instead his sister Lydia got the treasure hunting bug and set off for the Misty Sea with Miss Gwen and young Tran to find that ghost ship. By my calculations, their ship should be arriving soon. Roselle's Black Throne once entered the abyss. Cullen reported this to the church long ago. After Roselle's fall, Helen took the golden serpent sword to handle the matter and brought back this translation. Incidentally, the current Black Throne has been purified and is no longer a ghost ship, just an extraordinary item shaped like a vessel. While minor dangers remain, it makes suitable adventure material for Lydia and her group." Lilith displayed remarkable patience, answering Ebner's mechanically toned questions in detail. Helen must be Cullen's mother's name, Roselle mentioned her fondly in one diary entry. No wonder Cullen wasn't worried about Lydia searching for the Black Throne, the place had already been cleared out once. But for Lilith to know Cullen and even Lydia by name. She's kept close watch on that family. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ebner turned to the first page and immediately recognized the familiar handwriting and style. "I translated the pinyin into Chinese. Will whoever painstakingly obtains this translation someday think I trolled them? Roselle, you knew you were being a troll. Without Miss Helen's intervention, I can't imagine the expressions on Gwen, Lydia, and Tran's faces when they finally opened this after all their hardships. Also, the second half of the Feast of Blood was really written in pinyin." Taking a steadying breath, Ebner continued reading. The latter portion turned out to be Duke Ryan Carendia's experimental logs, documenting the processes by which he, Solomon, and Salinger summoned various spiritual entities, extraterrestrial beings, and celestial objects for research, alongside the mystic arts, rituals, and theoretical knowledge developed during these experiments. The text contained numerous gruesome descriptions that made the title The Feast of Blood seem even more visceral. Many sections had been deliberately redacted, likely knowledge too dangerous for those below angel level, probably censored by Roselle himself when deciding to bury it as treasure. But one term in the theoretical section's conclusion caught Ebner's eye. The Silver Moon Project. End of chapter. Chapter 723, Studious Ebner. The Silver Moon Project. Leon traveled thousands of miles from the southern continent to Faceac to deliver Roselle's words to me. The activation incantation of the moon card is Etna, which I remember is also part of the so-called Silver Moon Project. What exactly is this project? Ebner looked at the entry that listed only a project name with no actual content and couldn't help but silently complain. This so-called Silver Moon Project might have just been an empty folder Ryan created, and only later did all the other transmigrators slowly add to it until it finally took shape with Roselle. Feels like an Elder Scrolls 6 moment. Lacking more information, Ebner could only move past this speculation and begin reviewing the later experimental logs and secret arts. Most of the rituals and secret arts were too high level, and without the corresponding spiritual or starry sky materials, they couldn't be reproduced, useless to the current Ebner. For instance, the living dissection technique was an application combining creation and necromancy that could remotely restructure a target's body and dissect its soul. It was a secret art made purely for experimentation, but unfortunately, it involved authority and couldn't be learned. Another example was the Black Domain technique, a secret art capable of rendering its user immune to most extraordinary abilities, except those granted by authorities or physical attacks. Ebner was quite envious of it, but it required the carapace of a starry sky monster as a material, so all he could do was look at it longingly. However, there were some secret arts and magical rituals that Ebner could now barely manage to use. Take enchant humans, for example. This secret art caused humans or human-like creatures to develop favorable feelings toward the caster. With his accumulated strength, he could just about manage to perform it. The technique consisted of 2 parts. 1. Inducing the target's body to produce the corresponding hormones. This step could be accomplished by simulating the potion professor ability. And 2. Influencing the target's subconscious. This belonged to the domain of the spectator. Combining the 2 parts formed the foundation of enchant humans. Although it looked like something that could be done with just potion professor or dreamwalker, its advantage lay in how subtle and natural it was. It was difficult for anyone below the level of an angel to detect, making it a very practical secret art. To me, enchant humans is like the base-level version of the goddess of beauty, so its upper limit is actually quite high. Thinking and carefully taking notes, Ebner turned to the other rituals and secret arts he now had a chance of learning. Create undead creatures. This was probably the original version of the bone dragon creation technique, recorded later in Viscount's Book of Necromancy, right? As expected, the record said its initial model was a special corpse created by Rhine. Don't tell me he shaped it from the body of some predecessor transmigrator. A transmigrator before Rhine, the god of fortune, maybe. The ritual magic, seal activation, involved performing a ceremony to pray to an unknown entity, offering a sacrifice, and granting a chosen sealed item the characteristics of being alive. The requirements for this ritual magic weren't too high. For example, a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper, stage reader could probably manage it, but the danger came from the uncertainty of which unknown entity might respond, the varied sacrificial requirements, and the uncontrollable personality and intelligence of the revived sealed item. In short, too many variables. Why would Rhine develop such a ritual magic? Unknown. Could this be his way of probing the unknown lands? While pondering this, Ebner also recorded the knowledge into his learning space. Next, he studied several secret arts and magical techniques one by one, including Stinky Cloud Technique, Cherished Betrayal Technique, and Eternal Stasis. After about 20 minutes, Ebner finally closed Roselle's translated copy and returned it to Lilith. He had already memorized all of its contents. Even those he couldn't yet learn had been catalogued. There was no point in holding onto the book any longer, especially since it wasn't the original. Lilith took the translation, gave a casual wave, and made it disappear, then smiled and said, "Any questions?" Ebner hesitated, then nodded and asked, "Do you know the exact location of the island where Duke Rhine conducted experiments with the Black Emperor and the Underworld Emperor?" He wanted to go see it for himself, maybe he could even find some items that had come from the stars. On an island where the Polar Sea meets the Misty Sea. If it's you, you should be able to find it. Lilith didn't say more and only gave a rough range. But that was enough for Ebner. With this kind of preliminary intelligence, his prophecy would likely become more accurate. After I'm done with the Intis matter and head south to West Balam for the meeting, I can take a detour to search for that island. With a plan forming in his heart, Ebner was just about to bid Lilith farewell when he heard her speak in a voice that was intoxicating. "I suggest you open that gear-bound book here. After all, with me watching, I can conceal anything that might cause too much of a commotion." A goddess of beauty naturally had an extraordinarily beautiful voice. If not for the reinforcement of mechanical mind and psychological suggestion, Ebner was certain he wouldn't have wanted to leave this place. This was far more potent than the singing of mermaids. Maybe the mermaid species was created by some goddess of beauty and granted a portion of divine authority. If I guessed right, who could it be? Lilith. Ornia. It couldn't possibly be the Evernight goddess holding the uniqueness of the moon, could it? As his thoughts wandered, Ebner obediently retrieved the gear-bound book again and held it in his hands. Divine advice was not to be ignored. Now that it had lost its veil of unknown aura, the gear-bound book's mechanical lock structure was still complex, but before the cheat-like, pure white eye, it didn't pose much of a challenge to Ebner. In just 3 minutes, he had fully unlocked it. As a series of gear-turning sounds echoed, the specially made book slowly opened, projecting beams of light from its pages that formed a massive holographic image. In an instant, a giant floating city's illusion filled the entire basement, giving Ebner quite a shock. At that moment, Lilith tapped the wall with her finger, and the basement space seemed to expand, becoming spacious in an instant, allowing Ebner to fully view the projected city. It was an inverted mountain peak suspended midair, with its flat-top surface covered in all kinds of buildings, shops, theaters, schools, and luxurious residences. And at the exact center of all these buildings, also the geometric center of the mountain's cross-section, stood a tall silver-white tower. The top of the tower drew in power from the surrounding darkness and extended a barrier that shielded the entire floating city. Ebner immediately recognized that the barrier extending from the tower's top was the secret technique, Evans's hidden barrier, which he had learned in Fallen Morning Star. The tower in the image, by relying on a higher level of authority and channeling divine power from the darkness, had amplified this secret technique to an unknown degree, far stronger than when he used it himself. So much so that the countless monsters hidden in the dark environment around the floating city, whether weak or powerful, hadn't discovered the city's existence. Also, the floating power of this city seems to rely on the residual divine power of the Lord of Storms scattered all across the abandoned land. This predecessor of a transmigrator really made the absolute most of every available resource. Truly a miracle of civilization. Too bad the floating city is so massive, there's no way to examine its finer details from this projection, so I still don't know how it actually utilizes the storm divine power. Surely it doesn't just blare Leotaro through giant loudspeakers and use the lightning and wind that follow as a power source. Hey, if that were the case, would the steam-powered ignition systems inside this floating city need to chant AUKUSes when starting up? End of chapter. Chapter 724, First Major Crisis. While Ebner was silently marveling, the holographic projection from the gearbook suddenly accelerated, showing in fast-forward the story of the floating city after its successful ascent. Exploration teams were dispatched to chart paths, struggling through the dark lands. Despite the barrier drawing power from the dark divine energy, the floating city still faced countless hardships, all eventually overcome. This phase seemed to last an eternity until a team, less than one-tenth its original size, finally returned, at which point the playback slowed dramatically. Soon, countless lights ignited beneath the floating city as it flew at maximum speed toward the direction from which the exploration team had returned. A closer look revealed subtle changes in the city's architecture, for new churches now stood alongside the Silver Tower. After an exceptionally solemn funeral, the city approached a town built against a mountainside, naturally divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Then, abruptly, rebellion erupted. Buildings toppled, schools were engulfed in explosions, and finally, even the Silver Tower sustaining the barrier was breached. With the barrier gone, countless dark creatures flooded in. This marvel of civilization soon tilted and crashed before the town's gates. The last flicker of civilization in the darkness was extinguished. Only after the projection fully faded did Ebner snap out of his daze, overwhelmed by profound regret for this lost marvel created by a transmigrator predecessor. That mountainside town must be the afternoon town mentioned in the original work, the entrance to the giant king's court, the boundary between myth and reality. They made it this far through the darkness, only to fall to inexplicable internal strife. What a tragedy. Even failing while storming the giant king's court would have been a better ending. As Ebner lamented, Lilith's mesmerizing voice remarked, from the city's ascent to its fall. 203 years passed. Savant Path demigods don't share vampires' longevity. Though the playback had been accelerated, Lilith, as a deity, had deduced the timeline from subtle details. So that grand funeral before the rebellion was for the transmigrator predecessor. After his death, the city lost its guide, leading to chaos. No. The seeds were likely sown earlier, those newly built churches. Were they dedicated to the true creator? The predecessor probably tolerated this, since breaching the king's court to leave the forsaken land would have been impossible without the true creator's permission. But given the madness of the true creator's followers, conflicts with other citizens were inevitable. The predecessor could suppress them, but without his presence, escalation was unavoidable. Having pieced together the city's downfall, Ebner sighed again, recalling his earlier divination, in darkness, civilization's miracle perishes to corruption. This corruption wasn't just the true creator's influence, it was human nature's decay too. The fallen morning star indeed. Retrieving the gear book, Ebner turned his attention to its interior. Beyond a playback device resembling the codex, he found 10 metal pages inscribed with potion formulas in Giantish. Sequence 9, Savant. Primary materials, 50 G of rattle copper or crystal, Norsk black goat's eyeball. Auxiliary materials. A potion formula for the Savant pathway. Ebner was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. He quickly flipped through the pages, only to find that only the first 7 pages contained content, the last 3 were blank. That transmigrator predecessor must have only possessed formulas from Sequence 9 Savant to Sequence 3 Arcane Scholar. What a pity. If he had become an angel, he might have been able to lead the floating city out of the land of Forsaken. As Ebner pondered, Lilith glanced at the 3 blank pages, her eyes narrowing slightly as a faint smile curved her lips. Yet she said nothing. Meanwhile, Ebner closed the gear book, confirming that it contained no beyonder characteristics. He then bowed to Goddess Lilith and took his leave. Though her beauty had now receded somewhat, he still feared losing control and committing some blasphemous act, which would undoubtedly mean certain death. Better to leave sooner rather than later. This time, Lilith did not stop him, only smiling as she said, once you arrive in Trier, if you encounter any trouble, you may seek assistance at the Wheat Sheaf Church. Also, Helen is currently on a mission in Intis. As a neutral goddess who swayed between factions, the Earth Mother had the right to preach in Intis. Thank you for your grace. Ebner bowed once more before storing the gear book and departing the basement. Evening. After a busy day overseeing the premiere event at the film company, Furs finally found a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, she excused herself to the washroom, set up an altar, and prayed to the Fool, requesting the bestowal of the mystical item crafted by the tower. Soon, an exquisitely crafted box emerged from a phantom door and landed upon the altar. It even comes with packaging. The tower really is meticulous. As this thought crossed her mind, Furs swiftly dismantled the altar before eagerly opening the ornate box. Seconds later, she let out a shriek, stumbling backward before slipping and collapsing onto the floor, breaking the spirituality wall in the process. Inside the box lay the flesh trigger, composed of 3 finger bones. As a medical school graduate and former physician at a reputable clinic, Furs had seen her fair share of corpses and should not have been frightened by such an object. But there was one detail Ebner had overlooked: the flesh trigger possessed a living characteristic. While it had behaved obediently in his hands, and dared not act out under the Fool's gaze, when faced with Furs, its new owner, it revealed its inherently gruesome and terrifying nature, manifesting a gaping maw lined with bloody fangs to intimidate her. Compounding this horror was the innate soul-chilling dread induced by a Rose Bishop's aura, an effect even seasoned pirates like Danitz couldn't withstand, let alone Furs, who had little experience in brutal combat. Unsurprisingly, she froze in place, helplessly watching as those gnashing teeth drew closer to her face. Just then, the washroom door creaked open. End of chapter. Chapter 725, The Taboo of Names. As the lavatory door was pushed open, a portal to the spirit world suddenly appeared beneath Furs, who had just moments ago been so terrified that she couldn't move, helplessly awaiting the bite of that vicious maw. At the same time, the final bead on the bracelet around her wrist, a dark blue stone with burn marks, emitted a pale blue, illusory glow. Clearly, despite her fear, she had still managed to take action, though perhaps a bit too drastically. Furs also heard the sound behind her now and couldn't help but worry that whoever had entered might be killed by the out-of-control sealed artifact. She made an effort to turn around, hoping to warn them before fully stepping into the spirit world. But just as she moved, she realized that the one who had entered the lavatory was actually a very fat orange cat. It had already leapt, at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, next to the flesh trigger and firmly pinned it down. The last thing Furs saw before entering the spirit world was the maw of fangs disappearing, and the trigger, formed by 3 fingers, lying obediently beneath the cat's paw. Wait, that thing with the fangs was just for show. A fat orange cat could subdue it. And I actually used up my last teleport stone for this. Just as that thought crossed Furs's mind, her figure turned completely transparent and vanished from the spot. Inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street. Returning home, Ebner found that Helene and the others had yet to return. They were likely still discussing follow-up cooperation with the bishops. So he decided to take a short nap and catch up on some sleep. After all, he'd spent the entire previous night crafting mystical items, and then had remained on high alert while with Lilith. By now, he was truly exhausted. However, just as he changed into his sleepwear and lay down in bed, he suddenly noticed a silhouette rapidly taking shape on the ceiling above him. Ebner was immediately startled. He grabbed the magic mirror with one hand and the staff leaning against the headboard with the other. His self-developed secret technique, disintegration, was ready to launch at any moment. But he quickly lowered his guard, having recognized the falling figure as a very familiar salted fish. With a soft thud, Furs landed on the bed, right next to Ebner. Their gazes met. "Good evening, Ebner," Furs greeted, a little awkwardly. "Miss, did you set your teleportation point to my bedroom? I remember that last time, when we were escaping from Baron Conva, you also ended up teleporting here directly. Does she subconsciously think my bedroom is the safest place?" Ebner mocked silently to himself, but outwardly he asked seriously, "What happened?" She actually used her teleport stone. Did something go wrong at the theater? But with Zio and Her Highness Vera there, unless multiple demigods caused trouble, it shouldn't have been a problem. Seeing Ebner's gaze, Furs blushed slightly as memories of the moment before teleporting flashed through her mind. She stammered out a retelling of what had just happened, only omitting the part about receiving a gift. She claimed the item had been purchased at a previous gathering of Beyonders. So it was my fault after all, but the flesh trigger is usually well behaved, why would it deliberately scare Furs? Thinking this, Ebner sat up, changed into his outdoor clothes, and said to Furs, who was still sprawled on the bed. "We're heading back to the theater now. Your item should be safe in that big cat's paw." As he spoke, he glanced at Furs's rather indecent posture, cleared his throat, and added, "You should get up too. It feels a bit strange talking like this." Furs had already turned her head away when he started changing clothes. Hearing this, she hurriedly stood and headed for the door. But she was stopped by Ebner, who reached out an arm to block her path. "What is it?" Furs turned back, puzzled. "Even though my reputation is already bad enough, I should still avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings if I can help it." Ebner sighed inwardly, then simply explained, "I'll teleport you back myself." With that, he grabbed Furs and simulated the teleportation ability he had learned from the herded recorder. Although it was only a lower-tier version, the distance from Kingster Street to the Hillston Borough would normally only take about 10 minutes by carriage, well within its range. Very soon, Ebner brought Furs back to the theater's lavatory, and to their surprise, the lion Leon was still waiting there. After re-establishing the wall of spirituality, Ebner asked Leon to return the flesh trigger to Furs. However, Lion Leon didn't agree immediately. It gave Furs a few curious glances before suddenly speaking, "I heard you're the author of a best-selling novel." "Huh? Oh. Yes." Though Ebner had briefly introduced Leon to her earlier, Furs was still surprised to see a talking orange cat. "Then I want to commission a piece from you. You must write an article that satisfies me, as payment for keeping that extraordinary item safe for you." Leon swayed its head dramatically as it spoke. "What would you like me to write?" Furs asked cautiously after recovering from her surprise. "Relax, just a few stories about Roselle." Aboard the White Agate, inside the first-class cabin Danitz had paid for, the 3,000-pound gentleman had just returned to the sitting area after washing his clothes when he suddenly noticed a radiogram operating on its own in the dim, moonlit room. The paper it was printing appeared phantom-like. This was something Gehrman had left here earlier. Why is it running on its own? Flames condensed in Dannett's palm as he carefully approached, ready to call out to Gehrman Sparrow in the master bedroom at the first sign of danger. Thanks to Miss Sharon's efficiency, Klein had acquired the radio telegraph much earlier than in the original timeline. As Dannett neared the radio device and saw several ancient Fasak words spelling out "hello" on the illusory white paper, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "My name is Rhodes. In exchange, you must answer a question for me." The white paper printed out 2 more lines of text. A question. Why does this strange radiogram have the same weird quirk as that eccentric doctor who likes to pretend? Only, the latter preferred others to ask him questions. Dannett was now extremely on guard, but he cleared his throat and said aloud, "You can ask, but I may not answer. When dealing with things like you, the best course is to ignore them altogether." The radiogram fell silent for several seconds before it began clicking again. Another length of ghostly paper was printed, with reddish-colored words. "Did you know that after Edwina picked up the love letter you wrote, she corrected a few of your grammar mistakes?" When Gehrman Sparrow, aka Klein, entered the sitting room, the first thing he saw was Dannett standing there with a thoroughly wrecked expression on his face. Just then, accompanied by rhythmic clicking, the radio telegraph produced another strip of white paper. This time, it bore 2 neat and elegant lines in Loanese. "Your loyal and humble servant, A. Rhodes, is honored to once again follow in your footsteps, always awaiting the chance to serve. A. Rhodes. That mirror that worships the ground I walk on actually found me again." Klein pondered for a moment, then turned to Dannett and said, "Go wait outside the door." "Understood." Dannett bolted to the door without hesitation. He was terrified that the devil named A. Rhodes might ask another question. Once Dannett stepped out into the corridor and closed the door, Klein stood silently for a moment longer before turning toward the radio telegraph linked to A. Rhodes. He began to inquire about the whereabouts of the mermaid and finally received the answer: the ruins of the gods' war. Having obtained the result he wanted, Klein originally intended to end the conversation there. But suddenly, something came to mind. After a moment's consideration, he cautiously asked, "A. Rhodes, do you know Lubo?" At the mention of that name, A. Rhodes fell silent for a long time. Finally, it responded ambiguously. "Honorable Master, may I ask you to change the question? Lubo is a name that in itself is a taboo. Without their permission, merely knowing it can lead to inexplicable corruption. You and Roselle are permitted to know, within accepted bounds. But I am not." Although the characters Lubo were blacked out completely on the paper, Klein knew exactly which 2 characters they were meant to be. End of chapter. Chapter 726, Departure. Merely knowing could cause corruption. Sounds like this fellow transmigrator Lubo has quite the prestige. This must be power only a true deity could wield. Klein reflected on his mysticism knowledge. The honorific names and true names of angels, even deities, could leverage certain natural forces. This amounted to borrowing mystique and power from them, of course, provided they consented. Without consent, it would incur their wrath. For instance, I once considered using the mystical connection of the Demonis card to have a spirit engrave the true name and leverage the power of the primordial Demonis, Cheek, the only deity whose true name I know. But after some thought, I deemed it too dangerous and didn't proceed. Because the more likely outcome was that while engraving the honorific and true names, the primordial Demonis would descend her power and drain me dry on the spot. After all, this constitutes an extremely precise supernatural targeting. Lubo's situation was probably similar. Those he permitted might know, while others faced corruption. This so-called corruption must be a manifestation of his power, right? His origins are clearly extraordinary. But when did he permit me to know? Pondering this, Klein recalled the medium through which he learned of Lubo, Roselle's diaries, and suddenly had an epiphany. Of course. The Calamity Seal stayed by Roselle's side for so long, it must have known about his habit of writing diaries in Chinese. And since the Calamity Seal didn't stop Roselle from writing about Lubo, it naturally permitted anyone who could read Chinese to have the right to know. Klein initially wanted to ask how Lubo's corruption manifested, but his spiritual intuition sensed that A. Rhodes was genuinely terrified of questions related to him. Instead, adopting Gehrman Sparrow's tone, he asked, "Then I'll change the question, where can I obtain the potion formula for Bizarro Sorcerer?" The name, Bizarro Sorcerer, came from the Red Angel, evil spirit beneath William Street. Now that he possessed the marionettist characteristic and knew how to purge its mental corruption, Klein naturally needed the subsequent formula. The telegraph machine spat out an unusually long stretch of paper filled with complex symbols, forming a mirror-like surface that displayed a dark hall containing a writhing, indistinct mass. A. Rhodes appended an explanation. "This is Zeridal. He lost control during his advancement to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. You cannot obtain the formula from any secret order demigod, as Zeridal directly provided high sequence potions back then. Such a detailed answer, and it even revealed that sequence 1 of the seer pathway is attendant of mysteries. An angel serving the Lord of Mysteries. So the only way is confronting Zerdal directly, and I can't even look at him properly. Klein was momentarily moved by Arode's help. Were he more capable, he might have accepted it as a true servant. Next, Arode showed the Antigonus treasure in Hornassus Mountain and their notebook in Backlund's St. Samuel's Church, both painfully familiar to Klein. After all this time, everything circles back to the beginning. When Klein asked about the Dreamland Labyrinth Tower, Arodes replied, "Like me, it cannot directly disclose demigod-level formulas, only clues." Similar to Arodes indeed, one requires clearing challenges for knowledge, the other demands answering embarrassing questions. Though the tower has more punitive measures. Klein acknowledged before stating, "Your turn to ask." The machine printed a smiley face. "I've already asked, and you've answered." This. Being flattered really does feel good. Though he'd anticipated it, Klein couldn't help but compare this to the miserable experiences of Machinery Hive Mind, Senior Deacon Cancer, feeling a wave of satisfaction. His eyes flicked to the earlier questions on the paper. "Might you ask another question? And, are you referring to the Dreamland Labyrinth Tower, created by Roselle?" So that's where the Q&A happened. This thing's rules are quite subjective. Before Klein could speak again, Arode suddenly clattered out another message. "The aura above the spirit world is fading. I await my next opportunity to serve you, my great master." With this final transmission, the wireless telegraph machine fell silent, losing its eerie, profound atmosphere. To contact Arodes again, I'd need to leave the telegraph on the gray fog for days. Klein immediately grasped the core issue but also recognized the risks. After all, numerous entities watched for traces of the gray fog, from the distant, true creator to potential nearby threats like the primordial demoness and the visionary angel behind the Twilight Hermit Order, whose plans he disrupted. At least the Earth Mother and Blood Emperor who seem to have invested in me hold little influence at sea. Fortunately, with Creeping Hunger and Burial Blade, I've gained some self-preservation capability. Turning to the earlier exchange between Arodes and Danitz, Klein barely suppressed a smirk, taking a quiet deep breath. So it revealed all the little schemes he'd hidden from Edwina. He must realize that new grammar lectures by Talum on the Golden Dream were added because the Vice Admiral Iceberg found his love letter. Maintaining his persona, Klein glanced toward the cabin door where Danitz had returned, likely hoping to dispose of the evidence from those questions. Wednesday noon, Backlund steam train station. On the platform, Ebner, Furs, the disguised Fanny and Helene, and the orange cat, Leon, waited to board, while Zio, Hazel, Etries, and the Scards came to see them off. Emlyn was absent. His friendship with Ebner wasn't close enough to justify skipping his funding acquisition from the vampires. Furs had joined the trip to Intis last minute. Having heard of her procrastination habits, Leon insisted she stay nearby to complete their commissioned novel before release. Though reluctant, Furs agreed after an emergency. Learning the flesh trigger required 50 kilograms of meat daily forced her to beg Ebner for a teleport to Pritz to deliver the artifact to her mentor Dorian. Surprisingly, this led to a mission in an Intis border town, making the journey a chance to earn money, complete tasks, and perform tricks to digest her potion. As for Fanny, with the Surrey family abandoning their lone assets, leaving Ebner's protection posed risks. Her enemy Johnson had also returned to Trier, making the Intis trip her safest option. Choo-choo. The steam whistle blew as the locomotive's boiler heated up. After farewells, Ebner's group boarded their first-class compartment. Without electric lighting, passenger trains halted at dusk, forcing an overnight stop at Beaconburg before reaching Leinster City by Thursday night. Beyond Leinster, 2 more days of travel would bring them to Toscok, the border city where the Vice Admiral Iceberg awaited, and where the Surrey family had first settled under Roselle's arrangement. Meanwhile, Leinster City outskirts. In a Gothic castle, a bloodless hand received a letter from a messenger. Ambush Detective Ebner Bright's group in West Balham. Sulfur-scented flames consumed the paper to ashes. End of chapter. Chapter 727, Storm. The Noyes family actually wants me to send people after a mid-sequence detective. Even if that detective is a favorite of the Earth Mother, it still doesn't make sense. What are they really after? The owner of the pale hand pondered briefly after burning the letter, then opened his lips and sent out a stream of demonic incantations that traveled to an extremely distant place. Several minutes later, as if receiving a reply, the corners of the pale hand's owner's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he muttered silently. So that's it. A certain item created by Roselle, similar to the sealed artifact Lord Yaldabaoth once bestowed upon Andariel, the same artifact that repelled the Noyes family's Blood Archduke, is currently in that detective's hands. And inside that item, there's even a remnant of a demon characteristic. This is worth handling personally. However, to be cautious, I'll first send those old fossils of the family to test whether that detective has some hidden backing. With that thought, the owner of the pale hand opened his lips again and sent his voice to several elders of the Beria family, who were prolonging their lives through deep slumber. On the outskirts of Trier, capital of Intis, in the castle-style estate of the Delian family. A handsome middle-aged man had been savoring his favorite mist champagne in his room when, without warning, he collapsed painfully to the floor. He murmured incomprehensible words, his expensive drink spilling across the floor. It was a while before he finally got up, pale-faced, quietly cleaned up the mess, retrieved an amulet from a drawer and hung it around his neck, then turned and walked calmly out of his room. He headed to the top floor of the castle and knocked on the door of a study. "Come in," a deep voice called from inside. The middle-aged man pushed open the door and respectfully saluted the elder sitting on the sofa. "Father, just as expected, that one from the Beria family extracted information from me using whispers just now." The old man raised his head and scrutinized him for a moment. Noticing nothing abnormal about the amulet he wore, he nodded slightly and asked, "That one didn't suspect that you've broken free from their control?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "That one never believed me to begin with. But the intel I leaked wasn't falsified, just not the full truth. That's reasonable. After all, that one is a whisperer. Heh. With a demon characteristic and a fully unsealed artifact strong enough to rival an angel as bait, even if that one could hold back, the other elders of Beria certainly couldn't," the old man chuckled. "Indeed. That once angelic family now has no demigods aside from that patriarch. Even a sequence 5 can be a family elder. The Beria family has fallen that far," the handsome man sighed. "In contrast, the Andariel family, hidden in Fasak, is far stronger. If it hadn't been for the help of Roselle's adopted son, that terrifying Duke, Andariel wouldn't even have matched Beria back then." The old man's voice trailed off, then his expression shifted abruptly. He changed the subject mid-sentence. "But we can't place too much trust in Beria's capability. You'll personally lead a team to Lynn City and ensure the death of Ebner Bryan and his companions. Also, someone recently spotted Vice Admiral Iceberg in Tosk, though it's unclear if she's already left. On your return, check the area. If she's still there, kill her or turn her into a marionette." "Yes, father." The middle-aged man seemed to sense something and bowed before leaving. Once he was gone, the old man stood up, opened a hidden door behind the wardrobe, and entered a room prepared with an altar and numerous complex symbols. He first readied offerings, heart, blood, brain, and other components, then knelt and devoutly chanted. "Master of blood and desire, symbol of evil and terror, favored of the god of derangement, controller of the blood worship cult, Earl von Noise. I pray for your descent." As the ritual progressed, the altar began to glow with crimson light. Then, the brain, heart, and blood converged into a humanoid silhouette atop the altar. "Welcome to this world, great blood archduke," the old man prostrated himself and kissed the ground at the feet of the figure formed from sacrificial parts. "How is the matter progressing?" The figure ignored the flattery and got straight to the point. "I've already instructed the Beria family to ambush that detective. Owen also sent word that he successfully gained control of the White Saintess and is using her to lure in Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. There should be no chance of failure. Furthermore, he's very confident in turning Princess Vera of Lone into his puppet. As for that other one, the military intelligence 9 agent named Zio Dericha, without Vera's protection, she should be easy to eliminate as well," the old man reported. "Well done. The god of derangement once decreed that all who have entered the Daniel maze are sinners and must be severely punished. Unless they surrender their hearts to the god, they are to be executed without exception. If this operation succeeds, the god will not be stingy with rewards." The figure on the altar paused, then asked another question. "Is the sea monster's sacrifice ready? Please forgive my sin. It's just that Lone has taken a lot of our slave business in recent years, and the latest batch of slaves was intercepted by the ship of Admiral of Stars." The old man pressed his forehead to the ground, trembling as he spoke. But before he could finish, the figure on the altar cut him off. "I don't want your excuses. If you can't gather enough offerings by April 10th, then use members of the Delian family to make up the shortfall." "Yes, your grace." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. After all, nearly 3 months remained, it shouldn't be a problem. "Good. I must continue my pursuit of Yaldabaoth. I won't be responding again in the short term. I hope next time we meet, you'll bring good news." With those words, the figure on the altar collapsed instantly into foul-smelling blood sludge. "Farewell, Blood Archduke." The old man remained prostrated for a long time before rising. Only after personally restoring the altar to its original state did he head to the bathroom to cleanse himself of the filth. By the time he had finished bathing and was dressed with the help of his maids, he descended to the first-floor reception room, where his secretary hurried up to him and reported. "Prime Minister, there's been a large-scale protest in the Lisha district against the government's newly issued speech restrictions and press censorship. Lord Sorin requests a meeting with you to discuss the matter." The old man, none other than Charles de Leon, the current Prime Minister of the Republic of Intis, glanced solemnly at his watch and said to his secretary, "At 10 o'clock sharp, I will convene an emergency session of Parliament." I'll speak with Soren half an hour before the meeting. Go notify the party representatives. Yes, Prime Minister. The secretary replied seriously, made a note in the schedule, then turned and left. After he was gone, Charles looked out at the gloomy weather and muttered to himself. A storm is coming. Night fell over Byam. The sky was pitch black, the wind howled, and torrential rain poured down as though the apocalypse were upon them. Klein, who had just arrived in this generous city, pulled out the crystal stone crafted by Ebner and inserted it into the hilt of his blade under the cover of the storm, transforming it into the burial blade. Then, as he rose slowly to his feet, thinking of what he was about to do, he couldn't help but feel the sense of playing a new role in another sense. Smiling faintly, he murmured in a low voice. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. As he finished speaking, he swung the burial blade in a wide arc, making Danitz, who witnessed it all, feel that this lunatic had become even more insane. He couldn't help but doubt whether this plan to hunt down Iron Mavady, the first mate of the Blood Admiral's flagship, would really succeed. Elsewhere, on Thursday evening, the train carrying Ebner and his companions pressed through the storm and arrived at the steam train station of Lynn City, a small town in the western part of the Sevirus County. End of chapter. Chapter 728, Lynn City and the Demon. In the central region of the northern continent, at the origin of the Hornassus mountain range, there lay a dry highland. Most of it belonged to the kingdom of Phainopot, the western edge was under the Republic of Intis, and the eastern side was occupied by the kingdom of Lone. The indigenous people of the highlands were lean, savage, yet fiercely brave in battle. For a long time, they were one of the biggest headaches for all three nations. But as gunpowder weapons improved and the nature of warfare evolved, the Highlanders eventually came to terms with reality and fully submitted. Lynn City sat right at the junction between the eastern plains and the highlands. It was named after the nearby Lynn volcano and had developed into a city relying on natural resources and tourism. The natural resources referred to sulfur ore and the fertile soil formed by volcanic ash. The former was a vital industrial raw material in the age of machinery, while the latter made Lynn's cash crops famous far and wide. As for tourism, it thrived on the many hot spring pools scattered among the mountains. In fact, the name Lynn itself was taken from the name the Highlanders once gave to the goddess of spring water they worshipped. Of course, with such favorable conditions, the area was now completely under Lone control. At least, after Ebner and the others disembarked from the train, they barely saw any of the true Highland natives, those wiry, dark-skinned folk with significantly deeper set eyes than ordinary Lone citizens. Ebner, can we stay at a hot spring inn tonight? After writing her novel all day on the train, Fur seemed to finally come back to life, asking eagerly. Ebner, who was holding an umbrella on the surface but actually using it as cover to isolate the ladies from the rain with his water control ability, had seemed distracted since getting off the train. Upon hearing Fur's question, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then curved his lips into a smile. Of course. Helene and Fanny had no objections either. After a long journey, they were also quite eager to soak in a hot spring and unwind. As for Lion Leon, who had transformed into an orange tabby cat, he was currently batting away a stray cat that had tried to approach him, looking completely indifferent to their conversation. This made the three ladies, who knew his true identity, somewhat speechless. You're a lion bullying a cat. Only Ebner gave the stray cat a glance before quickly looking away. Then he hailed a passing horse-drawn cab. Sir, ladies, welcome to Lynn. Where would you like to go? The cab driver greeted them politely, eyeing their attire. He had typical Lone features, though his thin build and darker complexion suggested he might be of mixed heritage. Do you have any recommendations for a quiet hot spring inn? Ebner asked casually, as if without much thought. The cab driver's eyes flickered, but he replied with a smile, I recommend Whispering Grace. It's neither too far nor too close to the city center, very peaceful, and it won't delay your return to the train station tomorrow morning. It's a high-end establishment, with excellent spring water. I'm sure it will suit your status and satisfy both you and your ladies. Sounds good. Let's go there. Ebner didn't offer any further explanation. He simply handed the men a £1 note. Keep the change. Consider it a tip. And also your funeral fee. That last line, he didn't say aloud. Once the three ladies and one cat were inside the carriage and it began to roll forward through the rain, the stray cat that had been watching them ran into a dark alley and leapt into a shattered mirror beside a pile of garbage. Inside the mirror was a cramped space, only 2 meters across, where a middle-aged man in ragged clothes was gnawing on a human finger. The moment the stray cat jumped in, it hissed at the men with clear hostility, Herta, I want that orange cat for myself later. It dared slap me. I'm going to eat all its innards right in front of it. That's an extraordinary creature. The man named Herta paused his chewing and asked with little expression. A normal orange cat couldn't possibly swat me away like that. It probably took some kind of physique-enhancing potion, though its sequence shouldn't be too high. The stray cat offered its judgment. After all, it had been struck, clearly a sign of hostility, but it hadn't received any warning, which indicated that the orange cat's strength was low. So low, in fact, that it posed no real threat. It paused for a moment before adding, they got into Jess's carriage. They're probably heading to Whispering Grace. Whispering Grace. Cheesia's turf. Looks like Shielsmayer and Baru, who were stationed in the city for an ambush, have wasted their efforts. Herta revealed a twisted grin, as if mocking those three rivals. Aren't you in the same boat? The stray cat retorted mockingly. I'm a mirror apostle, a demon of the mirrors. Every mirror in the city is within my domain, naturally, my preparations are everywhere. Herta rebutted the cat out of habit. As one of the few sequence 5s in the Belia family, he, unlike the other elders, had not cultivated many subordinates. He only had this demonic cat as an assistant, an approach quite similar to that of the now-deceased Shadow Apostle, Jason Belia, in Backlund. Different demons each had their own traits and unique specialties. You planning to head to Whispering Grace and kill that detective first? The stray cat pawed over a chunk of bloody meat and licked it as it asked. That detective's not that simple. The one who strikes first will likely suffer for it. Better to let Cheesia, Samuel, Sheila, and Baru test his limits first, Herta replied, stroking the stray cat's head as he continued. Besides, I'm not particularly interested in those idiots. My real opponent is the one lurking in the shadows, the one who's skilled in nightmares. Inside the moving carriage, Ebner and Leon acted in sync. One cast the mystical art shield of glory to envelop the space around them, while the other conjured illusions to distract the three ladies with a harmless scene. Once they confirmed there was no chance of eavesdropping, the men and the lion exchanged a glance and began their conversation. You sensed it too, didn't you? The danger hiding within this storm, Leon said first. Ebner looked at him, surprised that this lion, corrupted by Roselle's influence, was waxing poetic. But after a moment's thought, he immediately saw through it and said, that last line came from your prophecy, didn't it? At his words, the lion's expression froze for a moment in an oddly human fashion, then he quickly changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Speaking so directly will alert the demons. Ebner pointed to the shield of glory that had formed around them and explained, this is a mystical art I acquired from the trait I obtained when I advanced to Mystic Instructor. It can simulate a trace of twilight power. Later, when I was crafting a transformation, crafting an extraordinary item, the materials I used were also tainted by twilight. That gave me inspiration to improve the shield of glory, granting it some ability to obscure the danger-sensing abilities of demons. I see. So you're the one who killed that apostle of desire in Backlund. That poor soul must have been wounded by 1 to 42 beforehand. The inspiration you got came from the ancient god's blood on that armor, didn't it? Leon said with deliberate enlightenment. Ebner asked in surprise, Roselle once got hold of 1 to 42. Otherwise, how would you know all this? But Leon shook his head. When Roselle was still in the artisan phase, he asked Zeridel to show him a variety of sealed artifacts and mystical items to gain experience. You should know that for angels of the seer pathway, as long as they've seen and understood something, they can reproduce it at will. Historical projection, huh? No wonder you're so familiar with it. Ebner didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked, besides that line, did your prophecy reveal anything else? Nothing more. But just now I sensed a demon's gaze. That stray cat was probably just a scout, it didn't know any real plans. Leon shook his head and then looked at Ebner. What about you? Did you get any prophecy? He was well aware that Ebner possessed the ability to prophesy. I didn't perform a prophecy. Ebner shook his head, then took out the magic mirror and added, I relied on the danger sense of the demons shepherded by this thing to directly discern their origins and what they're planning to do. End of chapter. Chapter 729, Roselle's Legacy. Leon glanced at the magic mirror, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his furry face. He clearly recognized its origin. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked, which demons are planning to cause you trouble? If we're talking about Lean City, is it the Belia family? It is the Belia family, one of the 3 major demon families. Ebner nodded. He wasn't surprised that Leon had this intel. After all, tales of demons in Sevirus County had circulated since the days of Roselle's reign. It was perfectly normal for the lion to know. So, after pausing to choose his words, he continued. I can sense 5 apostles of desire, who harbor clear hostility toward me. They are, the apostle of seduction, Cheesia, the apostle of slaughter, Sheila, the apostle of death, Samuel, the apostle of light, Baru, and the apostle of mirrors, Herta. As for the demons I can detect following them, there are 13 in total. Then there are even more serial killers lurking in the background. In short, I'm facing at least 30 confirmed mid-sequence enemies. The good news is that due to their cold-blooded nature, those apostles of desire don't trust each other in the slightest, not even those from the same family. That makes it impossible for them to coordinate effectively. If they did try to work together, they'd have to spend 60 or 70% of their energy guarding against each other, so they might as well act alone. Moreover, the Apostle of Slaughter, the Apostle of Death, and the Apostle of Light are all over 130 years old. They've only managed to maintain their condition by remaining dormant through special rituals, but they're all on the verge of losing control. Their behavior is more insane than cunning. They've practically lost the scheming nature typical of demons. Though the Apostle of Seduction and the Apostle of Mirrors are a bit younger, they're still nearing 100, and their situation is only relatively better. They're also facing serious risks of losing control. The Abyss pathway, after all, is the most prone to degeneration and madness. And among their subordinates, there are quite a few demons hoping to see us and the Apostles destroy each other so they can swoop in and seize our traits. When the fighting breaks out, there'll definitely be plenty of slackers holding back. Leon was a bit stunned as he listened. He asked in surprise, "You picked all that up through your malice perception? That's way too detailed." "Of course not. Since you already guessed that I was the one who killed Jason Belia in Backlund, then you should have figured out that I would definitely perform necromancy on him. Most of this intelligence was extracted from Jason's soul." Ebner chuckled before adding, "Also, the devil shepherded by this magic mirror is from the Norse family. His soul was bound by certain safeguards, so he couldn't reveal anything about the Norse, but the Belia family wasn't restricted in the same way." "I see." Leon shook his head slightly, then looked at Ebner with a suspicious gaze and said cautiously, "Even so, dealing with dozens of mid-sequence Beyonders isn't exactly easy. If they're equipped with the right combination of powerful mystical items, they could even force an ordinary demigod into retreat. And you, no matter how strong you are still not a demigod." The implication behind his words was clear: "Don't expect me to jump in. If you're not confident, you'd better retreat early or go find backup. I haven't even left Lone yet. Given how much Lilith values me, I'm surely still under her watch. Since she hasn't descended as the goddess of beauty yet, that must mean she believes I can handle this crisis on my own." That was what Ebner thought inwardly, but on the surface, he spoke with confidence. "Now that I've seen through their plan, resolving the situation becomes much easier. For us on the reader pathway, combat should always be based on an informational advantage, identify the enemy's weaknesses, leverage all available forces, and achieve the greatest results at the smallest cost. Isn't that right? It's your battle, not mine. At most, I'll help you keep an eye on those 3 girls over there." Leon glanced at the other side of the carriage, where the ladies were entirely ignoring their conversation, then asked, "You only mentioned the good news just now, what's the bad news?" "The bad news is, according to Jason's intel, among the apostles of the Belia family stationed in Lean, there's also a nightmare apostle. She's the strongest among them and has ties to the current family head, who is also their only demigod. It said she even holds a grade 1 sealed artifact, but she didn't display any hostility toward me, so I didn't sense her presence. Of course, it's more likely she used some special method to block my danger sense." Although this was bad news, Ebner wasn't particularly concerned. As long as he had enough time to set up rituals, especially after learning many secret techniques from the latter part of the Banquet of Blood, he believed that even if a demigod really did show up, he'd still be able to stall them for a while. However, Leon's expression turned a little strange after hearing that. Then, as if something occurred to him, he let out a sly chuckle and said, "There hasn't been a nightmare apostle for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, the so-called nightmare apostle of the Belia family is just their only whisperer in disguise. No, actually, it's likely that the whisperer had already ascended and is the real nightmare apostle, just pretending not to be. Hey, if it is her, then after seeing me and that girl Fanny, she wouldn't dare make a move against us personally." Ebner frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "Why pretend? Was there something wrong with the materials she used to ascend? Or is it something about her personally?" The lion grinned and answered, "Both. Yalubeth was one of the gifts Adebayo offered to Roselle back then. She gained her promotion largely by pleasing Roselle. Also, before becoming a demigod, she swore an oath to the Emperor never to harm any of his descendants. That vow still holds power. Yalubeth was gifted to Old Huang, Roselle, by Adebayo. What kind of wild plot twist is this? Don't tell me even her name was given by Old Huang." Ebner couldn't help but mentally complain, then suddenly recalled a certain page of Roselle's diary he had handed over to the fool. Putting that together with the name, he tentatively asked, "Don't tell me, this Yalubeth is a succubus." "You know. As I thought, you must be connected to the catastrophe seal in some way." Leon silently muttered in his heart with certainty, then replied, "She does have succubus blood, and she can take on a full succubus form through demonic transformation." "So that's the form Old Huang liked, huh?" Still, the head of the Belia family must have been colluding with Adebayo long ago. What a double agent. No wonder, decades ago, the Andralad family, backed by Adebayo, was able to fight the powerful Norse family to a standstill. There was a traitor on the inside. End of chapter. Chapter 730, The Lion's Shock. After learning that the so-called Nightmare Apostle was most likely just an alternate identity of a whisperer, while Leon was confident that this mistress of Roselle wouldn't make a move, Ebner still didn't dare to believe it entirely. After all, that Miss Yalubeth Belia was a Sequence 3 demigod. If she did join the attack, aside from merging with the Bone Dragon to tank for 5 seconds, he'd probably have no choice but to threaten her with Lilith's Tear. So, after thinking it over, Ebner began setting up a ritual in the carriage. As Leon watched him with an expression shifting from horror to deep unease, Ebner prayed one by one to the Earth Mother, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Soon, he received responses. The Earth Mother gave him a true name, one that pointed to Cullen's mother, Lady Helen. The Evernight Goddess directly bestowed upon him a talisman. Engraved on it was a vertical eye formed from a myriad of symbols, radiating a sinister and mysterious aura. As for the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he didn't respond directly, but Ebner clearly felt a temporary enhancement in his simulation ability. For a short time, he should be able to use demigod-level powers. Lilith must believe that, with my proficiency in ritual magic, as long as Lady Helen isn't too far away, constructing a summoning ritual to call her forth shouldn't be difficult. The talisman from the Evernight Goddess bears symbols that represent Antigonus. So that's what it is. The talisman is essentially a spirit worm, and its effect is to summon a historical projection. I can pull someone or something from a gap in history to fight for 10 seconds. Don't tell me the goddess ripped this straight off Antigonus herself. As for the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, his method isn't hard to guess. It's the power of authority, a true god's influence over the abilities of lower-ranked beyonders within his pathway. Just like how the ancient death god, the phoenix ancestor Gregory, gave every gatekeeper the ability to open the gates of the underworld. Another example is from the original work, when the Giant King's court fought against the Dark Angel Evil Spirit. That time, Amon also used the authority of uniqueness to significantly boost Klein's error pathway abilities replicated through the Staff of the Stars, reaching the level of Parvis taking action himself. In short, Lilith's help is region-limited, the goddess's talisman is single-use, and the favor from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is time-limited. Each has its own restrictions, but for dealing with a declining demon family, it should be more than enough. While Ebner was deep in thought, Leon beside him was so stunned he almost dropped his eyeballs. He stared blankly at Ebner for a long while before murmuring, "How the hell have you not been struck down by divine punishment?" Even back when Roselle was heavily favored by the gods, he only dared to make such requests to the god of steam and machinery. Compared to how Mr. Fool later went straight into a church to demand a Sequence 2 trait, what I'm doing is practically nothing. Ebner grumbled inwardly but didn't say much else. Truthfully, he'd even wanted to pray to Mr. Fool for an angel's blessing to gain immunity to desire or whispered damage, but after considering it, he gave up. After all, the pure white eye already had similar functions, and Mr. Fool had also said that his name must not be revealed without permission. With the blessings of the gods, I'm better prepared than ever. The odds of turning the tables on those demons are now much higher. As he spoke, Ebner took out a few cards sealed with mystical items and handed them to Leon, giving detailed instructions. If any demons attack Helene, Furs, or Fanny later, give these cards to them. Let them fight for themselves, and you just stay nearby to keep them safe, don't step in personally. After all, if your demigod identity is exposed, the other Apostles of Desire might call off tonight's attack. And then we'd be stuck on constant alert, which would be far more troublesome. Is the important part the divine blessings? The truly terrifying thing is that the gods even responded to you at all. 3 gods watching over you. If something actually happened to you, I wouldn't be surprised if an angel descended from the heavens. Leon complained mentally, but on the surface, he accepted the cards, glanced at them, and nodded affirmatively. These are a lot like the dual cards Roselle used to make. Of course they are. I'm guessing Roselle's idea came from the Catastrophe Seal, which in turn clearly got this tech from somewhere else, probably from the Wanderer Alvin Abraham. Thinking that, Ebner didn't pick up Leon's comment but began explaining each card's function in detail. This card contains a string puppet. It can manipulate spiritual threads. While it can't turn people into secret puppets like a marionettist, it can at least slow down an enemy's movements. Give this to Furs. She's not experienced in real combat, so she'd do better as a control type in the back line. Oh, and make sure to give her a psychological invisibility as well. This card holds the Hand of Wisdom gloves. Temporarily lend these to Helene. She's been in actual battles before and has a relatively strong will. As a pyromaniac, her direct combat ability isn't weak, and with the gloves, imbued with most of a briber's abilities, no ordinary demon should be able to take her down quickly. Fanny already has a lot of mystical items, and those mechanical dolls in her backpack are extremely powerful. Her only real weakness is that she hasn't suffered much hardship, so her willpower is lacking and she's vulnerable to spiritual invasion by corruption. That's why this card, which contains the Ring of Light, should go to her. Use the divine light to neutralize the effects of corrupted powers. Oh, and don't hand these cards out until a real attack begins. Otherwise, they'll definitely get suspicious. If they don't act convincingly enough, the demons might notice I'm prepared, which would ruin the plan. Leon silently nodded his big head, indicating that he had memorized everything. If it had been before, he wouldn't have followed orders so obediently. He would have definitely bargained with Ebner first. But now, with Ebner clearly favored by 3 gods, his status in Leon's mind had risen dramatically. He was no longer just the Emperor's prophesied one or someone vaguely connected to the catastrophe seal. This had also been one of Ebner's goals in praying right in front of him. Once the man and Lion finalized their preliminary plan, they each dispelled their own occult influences. On the other side of the carriage, the 3 ladies who had been chatting resumed awareness of Ebner and the orange cat's presence. They didn't notice anything unusual at all. The gentle words Hot Spring Inn was situated on a small hill on the northern outskirts of Lynn City. Though a bit removed from the urban center, it had convenient transportation and featured high-end facilities and services. It was also relatively well known in the surrounding areas. As soon as Ebner, the 3 ladies, and the cat stepped out of the carriage, a staff member approached them with umbrellas, smiling warmly as he led them into the Hot Spring Inn. Because of the storm, there weren't many guests. According to Ebner's senses, aside from their group, the entire inn only had about 20 people total, staff and guests combined. Hey, are they all demons in disguise? Based on the Mirror of Desire's feedback, there's 1 Apostle of Desire, 3 demons, 7 serial killers, and the rest are all criminals. That Apostle of Desire is most likely the marionettist Cixia. She's an elder of the Belia family. The others must be elite forces she's trained. TCH, as expected of a former angelic family. Even in decline, their foundation is still terrifyingly strong. And this is just the power that a single elder can mobilize. As he inwardly marveled, Ebner booked 2 rooms with hot spring pools, which cost him a total of £10. He didn't mind, after all, he was about to earn much more shortly. He then smiled and nodded at the 3 ladies, motioning for them to rest well, before heading straight into the private room he had booked for himself. Once inside, Ebner shut the door and activated the pure white eye to inspect the space. He found nothing suspicious, no unusual arrangements, no surveillance. They know I'm a beyonder of the reader pathway and figured the traces of a ritual might not escape my notice. So, to avoid alerting me, they gave up on surveillance altogether. But the perception of desire is one of the Apostle of Desire's core abilities. That marionettist is probably monitoring my condition indirectly through that power. Still, this actually saves me a lot of trouble. After pondering briefly, Ebner took out the mutated tutor emblem and began setting up a ritual. In this room, he altered, added to, and manipulated certain rules to construct a special environment. During the process, he also incorporated part of the principle behind Ivan's veil of secrecy, which ensured that the demons outside wouldn't notice anything abnormal. Next, he erected a sacrificial altar, inscribed a series of complex symbols, and finally placed the profane card obtained from the Land of Night, the Door card, at the center of the altar. The ritual was based on the principle of a teleportation altar. Combined with the mysterious power imbued in the Door card by the Emperor of Knowledge, it had a certain chance of opening a teleportation channel, allowing Lady Helen to descend in person. Of course, the distance couldn't be too great, and it also required Helen's cooperation. With most other sequence demigods, this method might have little chance of success, but Helen was a summoning grandmaster. She definitely had ways to stabilize the Door, making success much more likely. After confirming there were no problems with the ritual setup, Ebner began reciting the summoning incantation he had designed. O favored of the earth, descendant of the blood clan, summoning grandmaster beneath the silver moon, Helen Cullenidia of the Observer family. I call upon you in my name, and beseech your descent. The howling wind surged and swirled, and the flames atop the altar's candles flared violently, tinged with a distinct silver-white hue. Soon, directly above the Door card, a circle of illusory flame abruptly took shape. Moments later, a beautiful lady stepped gracefully out from within the fiery ring. End of chapter. Chapter 731, Helen. The lady who appeared before him had silver eyes, a delicate nose, thin lips, and long, smooth silver hair. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Lilith's divine vessel, which had just advanced to a blessed of the beauty goddess, but she wasn't so beautiful that Ebner dared not look directly at her. She wore a vintage Intis court gown, a wide-brimmed hat decorated with lace ribbons, and carried a silk fan, like a young noblewoman about to attend a ball. Cullen had said his family originated from Rhine Carnidia, and that bloodline duke was Lilith's vessel, so it made sense for Miss Helen to resemble the newly advanced beauty goddess. However, Cullen and Lydia both had black hair. Was it from their father? But they were both vampires, they should have inherited Miss Helen's traits. Perhaps that transmigrator duke's bloodline was special, and only by becoming a demigod would he exhibit those silver hair and silver eye features. As Ebner speculated wildly, he politely said, "Thank you for answering my summons, madam." Helen examined Ebner carefully and smiled. Detective Brian, it's an honor to meet you. I've heard about you from Cullen and Lydia for a long time. They both found you very amiable and trustworthy. Now I'm sure they weren't lying. Madam, isn't that a bit hasty a judgment? Although I am indeed favored by Lilith, flattering me won't do much good. While grumbling internally, Ebner outwardly responded gracefully, Madam, that's because Cullen and Lydia helped me leave a good impression on you first. Spiritual intuition doesn't deceive me easily. Miss Helen said meaningfully, then dropped the topic and switched to, what exactly did you summon me for? Surely not for those low and mid-sequence demons in this hotel. As a demigod of the moon pathway, the disguise of the Beliar family's beyonders couldn't fool her at all. Madam, it's like this. Ebner was about to explain when Miss Helen interrupted him, you are a blessed of the mother. You can just call me Helen. There's no need to be so reserved just because you're friends with Lydia and Cullen. All right. Helen, it's that the Beliar family somehow heard I have a devil beyonder characteristic in my possession. Ebner didn't play coy. He readily changed his address, then completely recounted the intelligence he had gathered to Helen. So, you're worried about Yarlbed. Helen immediately understood Ebner's purpose for summoning her after listening. Yes, Ebner nodded. As for the other low and mid-sequence demons, he was confident he could take them down one by one. However, judging by Helen's tone when she mentioned Yarlbed, it seemed she knew her. I can help you stop Yarlbed, but you'll have to split today's gains with me, Helen proposed her condition after a brief consideration. She looks like a goddess, but why is she so materialistic when she speaks? Ebner grumbled silently. However, he hadn't intended to freeload anyway. After all, Helen, this enforcer, was one of his guarantees during his time in Intis, so he naturally had to bribe her well. Besides, I haven't even gotten the items yet. I'm just being generous with someone else's money. As his thoughts turned, Ebner nodded, no problem. He didn't notarize a contract. After all, they were both blessed of the mother, there was still trust between them. Also, don't go too far. If all the Beria family's demons die here, Yarlbed will fight to the death. As a former angel family, who knows, she might even produce a very high-level sealed artifact. Helen thought for a moment and added a few more instructions. Madam, you're really familiar with the Beria family. But from what you're saying, is Adalbad, that turncoat family head hidden within the Beria family, secretly trying to use me to clean up their internal affairs? Ebner frowned. He didn't think this was a good thing. After all, demons were cold-blooded creatures, and there was no essential difference whether they believed in the mother tree or pledged allegiance to Adalbad. After such a cleanup, the emergence of new serial killers and demons would inevitably lead to more killings for the sake of acting. But this kind of thing was unavoidable. Ebner sighed. Helen seemed to have read Ebner's mind and smiled, the Beria family being in Yarlbed's hands is definitely much better than being in the hands of other demons. This isn't because Yarlbed has gained humanity, she's as cold-blooded and ruthless as other demons. However, she's greatly constrained by the power of order, preventing her from certain actions. So that's how it is. But madam, how do you know such secretive things? Did the Emperor reveal them to curry favor with you? Though he had questions, Ebner wasn't foolish enough to ask them aloud. He merely scoffed, Helen, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly keep dozens of mid-sequence beyonders here? Unless they were foolish enough not to run away. Then it's settled. I'll go have a drink with Yarlbed now. At least until the sun rises tomorrow, you won't have to worry about seeing her. After saying that, Miss Helen transformed into moonlight and vanished from the hotel room. Seeing her leave, Ebner packed up the summoning altar and concealed the room's arrangements. Only then did he change into a bathrobe and settle into the luxurious hot spring bath that came with the room. At the same time, he manipulated the magic mirror, using his devil abilities to transmit a false impression of his fluctuating desires to the charm apostle. Soon, a seed of desire was captured by the devil being herded by the magic mirror. As my danger sense predicted, that charm apostle was probably misled by my reputation, thinking I'm a very lustful person. The seeds of desire she released were all related to female beauty. Next, she'll send attractive subordinates to tempt me and use the seed of desire to control me. But with the devil herded by the magic mirror, erodes, plus my temporarily enhanced simulation ability and the manipulator methods I can use, the possibility of counter-controlling her is very high. Just as Ebner thought this, two women wearing only transparent sheer gauze pushed open the door and entered, explaining that it was a special service provided by the hotel for esteemed guests. 2 serial killers. This service truly is special. Ebner sneered. While pretending to be captivated, he manipulated the magic mirror to adjust the feedback for the seed of desire. At the same time, he subtly transmitted a certain emotion, magnified by the rules within the room, into the mind of the charm apostle hiding in the dark. As for the two serial killers, after entering the hot spring water, they intentionally and unintentionally leaned against Ebner, trying to use their seductive methods to further ignite his desires. Unfortunately, they didn't notice the mechanical, cold gaze in Ebner's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 732, The Effect of Rewind. Inside a private room at the Gentle Words Hotel, at the uppermost section of the hot spring stream, a captivating woman with a voluptuous figure sat quietly in the pool. She allowed the stream to carry a peculiar scent from her fair skin into the current, flowing to the various hot spring pools throughout the hotel. This unclothed woman was Kesey, the charm apostle of the Beria family. She closed her eyes, silently sensing something, and only opened them after a while. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, seemingly in ecstasy. After about a minute, she turned her head, looking downstream, and murmured to herself, as expected of the famous great detective who brings 3 female companions on his travels. Truly valiant, such intense desire. Although I used the aura from charm words spread in the stream to heighten it, he truly was too cooperative. Hey, it won't be long until I can completely control his desires, make him obey my every command, and willingly offer up the devil characteristic. Although this great detective has a formidable reputation and seemingly good strength, his weakness is simply too obvious, and he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Is it because things have always gone too smoothly for him? He really must have a significant background. No wonder the patriarch was so solemn when giving the task. I cannot personally kill such a person. Once he hands over the characteristic, I will devise a plan to lure those fools from slaughter, death, and light, and have them eliminate this detective and his companions. The only troubles are those annoying nightmare and mirror guys. They aren't like those 3 idiots, they actually have some brains. They definitely won't be fooled by such a crude scheme. But they probably don't know that I already obtained the devil potion formula a long time ago, and I've already prepared the auxiliary materials and completed the relevant rituals. As long as I'm given a little time, I can advance to demigod. At that time, I will definitely take care of Nightmare and Mirror. One of them looks down on me because of the patriarch's favor, and the other wields a demigod-level item and completely disregards me. Once I become a demigod and implore the favor of that existence, even the patriarch's position isn't something I can't seize. As she grew more excited with her thoughts, she was completely unaware that her island of mind was already open, and her own emotions of arrogance, jealousy, greed, and so on were rapidly expanding. And strands of black mist, imperceptible even to spiritual vision, continuously entered her island of mind along the pool water in her expanding subconscious, that was precisely the heart of the devil. At this moment, Kesey's breathing gradually became heavier, and a dazed look appeared in her eyes. She unconsciously said, "It's almost here. The detective's peak is coming, the climax of desire is coming. It's now." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gripped it suddenly. Then, she felt her actions completely lose control. She involuntarily called her subordinates and told them that she had succeeded and was about to advance to devil. At the same time, she gave them orders to guard the perimeter of the hotel, completely ignoring the several moles she had identified long ago. It wasn't until Kesey felt herself stand up and walk toward the detective's room that her last bit of clear consciousness finally reacted. What am I doing? Wasn't I supposed to ignite his desire to kill that detective? Why did I suddenly switch to controlling him? And why did I come up with a plan that was even more reasonable than I expected? I had already prepared the devil ritual. But when did I get that formula? No. That formula suddenly appeared in my memory. Someone tampered with my mind. That detective's intense desire was a disguise. He counter-controlled me. Upon realizing this, Kesey, the charm apostle, made a final effort, attempting to draw symbols with her spirituality to activate a rune inscribed on her body, and then rapidly demonize herself, thereby escaping control. But what Kesey didn't know was that these thoughts were also arrangements Ebner had made to coax her into exposing her trump card. Thus, just as the symbol drawn with spirituality was largely complete, and a shining star had just appeared on her smooth back, everything abruptly stopped. Kesey completely lost consciousness. It turned out that she had already entered Ebner's room, stepping into the ritual that had been set up using high-level items from the Black Emperor pathway as its core. And with the abilities of utilization and distortion, the devil soul herded by the magic mirror completely occupied her mind and body. Master. Kesey, under the magic mirror's control, greeted Ebner somewhat awkwardly. Ebner nodded, then had Kesey turn around, revealing her back, which still bore the faint mark of a star. This wasn't because he had developed any bad habits, but because this star, and the symbol Kesey had drawn at the end, felt familiar to him. Demoness of Affliction, Ray had drawn similar symbols and patterns in the carriage after escaping the Primordial Moon's control with the help of 3 holy artifacts, fleeing to Councilman Mock's manor, where Miss Daly and I encountered her. Earlier, in Daniel's Labyrinth, the patterns and symbols that automatically appeared during the sacrifice of 1-025 were also this. And if nothing goes wrong, they should be symbols of the Mother Tree of Desire. This rune, which Kisi inscribed on her body as a trump card, had the effect of a demigod-level curse, cursing anyone linked to her aura. Although I had guessed that the Beria family's elders wouldn't be simple, if I hadn't chosen to secretly trick her, but instead tried to forcefully control her with manipulator, I'm afraid I would have already received a curse from the mother tree. Thinking of this, Ebner couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't become cocky even after receiving the epic enhancements from the three gods. I have to thank the Beria family's name for that. After all, how could someone who became an elder in such a former angel family not have powerful trump cards? After a brief lament, Ebner disengaged his mechanical mind and looked at Kisi, who was controlled by the magic mirror, Erodes. He asked, "Are there any other Beyonder items on this charm apostle?" As he spoke, he looked at the red gemstone necklace around the seductive woman's neck and the silver ring with green patterns on her finger. After all, these were the only two striking items on her otherwise bare body. "Master, most of the items she's obtained over the years were either handed over to the family or given to her subordinates. Plus, as a charm apostle, her own abilities are extremely powerful, so ordinary magical items aren't very useful to her. Therefore, the only items she consistently carries are the Charm Words necklace and the Wind's Whisper ring. Among them, the Charm Words necklace was crafted from a Potions Professor Beyonder characteristic. It can release various auras that incite desire, and then control charmed people or animals through these auras. It can be said that Kisi owes half of her Charm Apostle title to this item. The negative effect of this item is an extreme craving for fresh blood. But for a demon, it's actually nothing, which is why Kisi always carries it. The other item, Wind's Whisper, has the ability to control wind, allowing her to use various abilities such as flight, wind blade, and wind restraint, compensating for Kisi's lack of mobility. Its negative effect is a fear of the sea, making the wearer afraid of seawater. As the magic mirror manipulated Kisi, its speech gradually became smoother from its initial stiffness. A Beyonder item with wind-blessed abilities that fears seawater. Was this ring killed by some sea king in its previous life? After a quick jab, Ebner instructed Kisi to temporarily keep both items, then fetched a bathrobe for her to wear. After all, he had ended his mechanical mind state, and having such a beautiful, naked woman constantly in his sight was somewhat awkward. Not watching Kisi put on the bathrobe, Ebner averted his gaze and asked, "Who do you think will come to probe first?" The magic mirror knew about Ebner's plan to feign capture and then let the demons fight among themselves. So, after integrating Kisi's memories, it replied. Light and Slaughter are in the worst state, as Kisi just thought. Once the insider spreads the news, their half-mad states will make them the first to lose patience. As for their subordinates, those under their control naturally won't question orders, while those not controlled harbor their own intentions. They would likely be very eager to see the apostles clash. Once one dies, it's their opportunity. Death is in a similar state, but his subordinates are all undead puppets, relatively more cohesive. However, he will likely receive the news much later than the other two. The most troublesome is Mirror. His mirror abilities are difficult to predict, and his condition is almost the best among all the apostles. Moreover, he has a troublesome sealed artifact in his possession. The intelligence level of the magic mirror with only one seal removed was actually insufficient to analyze so much information. This was borrowed from the wisdom of Kisi and the herded devil. However, it still could not actively think, it would only use Kisi's brain after Ebner gave a command. After hearing the magic mirror's analysis, Ebner nodded silently, as it largely matched his own judgment. Mirror, huh? The tricks he can pull are limited. Ebner glanced at the hot spring pool in the room, then pretended to be restrained and sat beside Kisi. The magic mirror also disguised itself as a Beyonder characteristic and landed in the hand of the Kisi it controlled. In another room at Gentle Words, Furs, Helene, and Fanny were about to take off their clothes and soak in the pool after a short rest. But then, the orange cat that had been squatting nearby suddenly spoke, "If I were you, I wouldn't take a bath." After all, the pool water had been enhanced. It was only then that the three ladies suddenly realized there was a cat in the room. However, they didn't pay much attention, and Furs even asked curiously, "Why? Aren't you afraid that Detective will peep?" Fearing that he might disrupt Ebner's plan and cause unnecessary variables, Leon felt his response was very appropriate, and the detective would surely be satisfied. "It's fine if Ebner sees." Fanny puffed out her chest, stating it as a matter of course. "Ebner isn't that kind of person," Furs shook her head. "Boss isn't you." Helene thought of Detective Brian's healthy daily life over the past few months and said with certainty. "TCH, you only see the kid's surface." Speaking of this, Leon revealed a smile that humans would also find quite lewd, and continued. "You should know that Detective has a Beyonder ability called Rewind. But do you know what the specific effect of this ability is?" End of chapter. Chapter 733, Pure White Eye. Rewind, isn't that the detective's ability to reconstruct scenes from clues? Is there a problem? First thought for a moment after hearing Leon's words, asking in confusion. Leon pulled at the corner of his mouth, plucked a mane hair, and caused it to transform into a mirror. Then, while trying to demonstrate the specific effects of rewind, he chuckled, "Heh, rewind isn't that simple. I even think the inspiration for your film company's cameras." Before he could finish, the room suddenly shook violently, followed by a strong smell of sulfur permeating the air. Furs was startled and instinctively tried to open a door in the wall to Ebner's room. However, she didn't succeed because after the charm apostle was controlled by Ebner and given orders to guard her completion of advancement, Kesey's subordinates, the demons, serial killers, and criminals, activated the barrier of the gentle words hotel. Furs, Helene, and Fanny were now clearly isolated by this barrier. Seeing this, Helene directly condensed a fire raven and shot it towards the door, but it was easily blocked by a sudden, invisible wall. Fanny also opened her backpack and released 3 fully armed mechanical puppets. At this moment, Leon suddenly spoke, "Looks like it started." After speaking, he threw the 3 cards Ebner had given him to Furs and the other 2, and briefly explained the abilities of the magical items sealed within the cards. Since a full-scale battle had begun and the commotion was so great, there was no need to keep the 3 in the dark. After all, the demons now had no time to sense their thoughts. So we were targeted by demons as soon as we got off the train. Ebner attracted the strongest, charm apostle. Then we can't be a hindrance. We can't be a burden or his weakness. The 3 ladies quickly discussed and made a decision. Helene, the pyromaniac, with practical experience, began to set up specific tactics, awaiting potential enemies. Though they were somewhat nervous, they weren't overly worried, as a demigod-level lion was squatting in the room, guaranteeing their basic safety. At this moment, the hotel lobby's roof had been smashed open by a sulfur fireball that suddenly descended from the sky, shattering and exploding outwards. At the epicenter of the explosion, a grotesque monster, 3 meters tall and wielding a magma greatsword, slowly rose. With a single strike, it obliterated several criminals nearby who hadn't managed to escape. The first to strike was Slaughter Apostle, Hela. He enjoyed provoking the fear emotion in his opponents after demonizing, leading to mad slaughter, hence his name. Additionally, because he went mad indiscriminately, he had few subordinates, and they all scattered to various parts of the hotel the moment the sulfur fireball exploded, keeping their distance from their master. Seeing this, 2 of Kesey's subordinate demons immediately demonized, transforming into monsters themselves, and held Hela back. Although their strength was far inferior to his, they possessed rationality and believed they could at least stall him for a while. However, it wasn't long before they paid a heavy price for their arrogance. The Slaughter Apostle was called a slaughter not only because of his numerous killings, but also because he wielded a sealed artifact capable of inflicting diseases and plagues. This was another reason his subordinates kept their distance from him. Therefore, when the 2 demons under Kesey's command realized something was wrong, it was already a bit late. They were now so ill that they couldn't even maintain their demonized forms. Although a few more hits would certainly kill the 2 demons, Slaughter Apostle, Hela didn't want to waste any more time. So, he bypassed them and swiftly moved towards the room where Kesey's aura was. But before he could enter the corridor, he was stopped by 3 demons. It turned out that, Light Apostle, Baruch had already broken through the hotel's internal barrier while Hela was fighting Kesey's subordinates, and had arranged for his followers to intercept Hela here. And on the other side, the 2 demons who had just escaped the range of the disease took a breath of fresh air, only to find themselves subtly surrounded by over a dozen serial killers. Among them were Hela's subordinates, Baruch's followers, and even colleagues who also served Kesey. Immediately after, a chaotic battle began, all for the sake of seizing Beyonder characteristics. The selfish, cold-blooded, and ruthless nature of demon pathway Beyonders was utterly exposed at this moment. Inside the hot spring room, Ebner, feigning capture, observed the entire battle through the prearranged ritual. He continuously guided the situation using his manipulator abilities, striving for a mutually destructive outcome in each battlefield. Under such operation, Light Apostle, Baruch gradually became separated from his followers and entered the battlefield Ebner had prearranged for him. Baruch was a middle-aged gentleman over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique, golden hair, blue eyes, and a full beard. His features appeared quite benevolent, lacking any demonic aura. Instead, he resembled a divine priest. He wore an Inta-style robe and held a scepter with a white spherical orb embedded at its tip, silently confronting Kesey, who was controlled by the magic mirror. According to the information provided by Kesey's soul, after becoming a demon, this Light Apostle possessed unique abilities somewhat similar to a gatekeeper. He could accommodate spirits and even interact with the underworld to some extent, like a true gatekeeper, yet he couldn't truly open the door of the underworld. However, whether by good or bad luck, shortly after Baruch became a charm apostle, he coincidentally obtained a malevolent spirit, the corrupted form of a high-sequence sun pathway powerhouse, and allowed it to reside within him. From then on, he became the only demon unafraid of holy light, and even immune to purification, thus earning him the title of Light Apostle. But unfortunately, that malevolent spirit continued to revive within him. By now, the malevolent spirit had even taken dominance, causing Baruch to fall into madness from time to time. Therefore, Baruch was extremely eager for the devil characteristic, even deciding to obtain it at all costs to suppress the malevolent spirit's corrosion. Seeing that Kisi, controlled by the magic mirror, and Baruch were about to make their move, Ebner quietly activated his pure white eye, intending to simultaneously search for Baruch's weakness and use the room's prearranged ritual to help the magic mirror quickly kill him. But just as Ebner activated his pure white eye, Light Apostle, Baruch's benevolent face suddenly became distorted and riddled with patches of light. Immediately after, an aura extremely similar to the angel malevolent spirit sealed within the magic mirror arose from Baruch. Seeing this, Ebner frowned. Just as he was considering whether to strike first, Baruch's face revealed a fanatical expression. He then threw away his scepter, directly prostrating himself on the ground, facing Ebner's direction, and spoke with extreme piety. "My lord, the sinner Orbach finally feels your radiance again." Orbach, the second pope of the Church of the Eternal Sun, who perished before the position of pope was completely abolished and replaced by a round-table conference, seemed to have that name. And the third, most likely, is the one in the magic mirror. The magic mirror has shown a sycophantic attitude since first seeing me, and it likes the holy light I release with pure white eye, even to the point of not devouring people for it. And now this malevolent spirit, Orbach, who has occupied Baruch, actually called me my lord directly after I activated pure white eye. If it's true, as I previously guessed, that the function of pure white eye was continually perfected by successive transmigrators, then what exactly did they put into it before? Pure white eye, not only does it have the analysis and insight abilities of a high-sequence reader pathway, but now it also seems to have a strong connection with the sun. Could this be pieced together from pure white angel plus omniscient eye? Was the name I casually chose not really casual at all? Some form of destiny. But both White Tower and Sun have true gods. So where did Omniscient Eye and Pure White Angel come from? End of chapter. Chapter 734, Labyrinth. There was another question. Even if a Pure White Angel truly existed in the unknown land, there was no way an evil spirit, fallen from a pope who had served the eternal blazing sun, could have made a mistake, could there? And judging by its devout demeanor, why didn't it directly recite the honorific name of the eternal blazing sun, and let its lord save it? Had it gone so mad after falling into an evil spirit that it even forgot who its lord was? Or was its mind twisted by someone? As his thoughts churned, Ebner used his pure white eyes to observe the Light Apostle, or rather, Orbach, the former pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, who was still prostrated on the ground. He immediately decided to exploit the other party's clearly abnormal state to expand his own advantage. Simply put, it meant neither admitting nor denying, just playing along for a bit, hoping to trick it. He observed Mr. Fool's performances above the grey fog every week, so he was quite familiar with this business. Therefore, after a brief silence of a few seconds, Ebner first used his pure white eye to simulate holy light falling upon the Light Apostle, completely suppressing Baruch, who was struggling for control of the body. Then, seeing the middle-aged gentleman before him show expressions of profound emotion and intoxication, Ebner secretly muttered, "He doesn't look very bright," and then chuckled softly, imitating Mr. Fool's tone, speaking calmly with a low but not deep voice. "Arise. Without my permission, you shall not reveal my existence to others." "As your lordship commands." Orbach respectfully responded, then slowly rose. Without waiting for Ebner to ask further, he proactively said, "This demon I inhabit is not only disrespectful to you, my lord, but has also presumptuously learned of your existence. Although you have forgiven my sin of degradation for consorting with a demon, I still implore your permission to personally purify him, to cleanse both our shared sins. He wants to commit suicide. Although I originally intended to kill Light Apostle Baruch, having him die so directly in the current situation would be too much of a waste. It'd be better for him to perish alongside the other charm apostles outside." As for whether Orbach would face issues after losing his host, Ebner wasn't particularly concerned. Firstly, angelic evil spirits weren't so fragile, without external force, it was difficult for them to truly perish. Secondly, Ebner was secretly hoping this evil spirit would weaken a bit, ideally becoming as simply intelligent as the magic mirror, otherwise his level of disguise would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. While pondering this, Ebner spoke in a calm and detached tone, "You and his sins shall be washed away with the blood of the sinners outside." "My lord, thank you for your mercy and tolerance." Orbach once again prostrated himself and kissed the ground, then stood up, picked up the scepter, maintained a half bow, and retreated from the room. Phew. I finally managed to fool it. Ebner repocketed the historical projection rune he had secretly held in his palm, letting out a long breath. An angelic evil spirit still put a lot of pressure on him. Although the red angel evil spirit was stronger than this eternal blazing sun pope, this wasn't Backlund. There was no Lilith's divine vessel available for immediate support, so Ebner naturally didn't have as much confidence as he did back then. He composed himself, then once again used the ritual to observe the battle in the hotel. At this moment, Death Apostle Samuel had also arrived, and numerous undead spirits under his control were forcing the various demons to temporarily join forces. Even Mad Hela, the Slaughter Apostle, gave up on breaking into the corridor and stopped attacking the demons blocking his path. In his view, light and charm would be unlikely to achieve a decisive victory quickly, so it was better to take this opportunity to kill Samuel, who had become a public enemy, and thus eliminate a competitor. Just as both sides entered a chaotic melee, the Light Apostle suddenly appeared from behind. He raised the scepter with the white orb at its tip, and then, holy light, personally unleashed by the Lightseeker, evil spirit indiscriminately illuminated the entire scene. Although the Death Apostles, undead suffered the heaviest losses from this, other demons, including Light's own subordinates, all cried out in agony, unable to even maintain their demonized forms. They were demons, evil, and thus naturally countered by holy light. This made Ebner, observing the battle from his room, want to cover his face, thinking, this former Pope Orbach's soul has been in decline for over 1,000 years, his mind is clearly not functioning well, using a sun pathway AoE in a demon horde. Isn't that equivalent to a mass taunt? The other two charm apostles will probably team up to kill you first. Oh, right, he no longer has a brain. After a quick jab, Ebner's heart suddenly stirred. He then subtly glanced in the direction of the hot spring water and deliberately, in a commanding tone, told Kisi, who was controlled by the magic mirror, go help the Light Apostle deal with slaughter and death. Yes, Master. Kisi didn't hesitate, opening the door and walking out directly. Not long after she left, the hot spring water, which had been slightly rippling due to its flow, completely calmed down, then reflected Ebner's image in the room. Mirror Apostle, Herta, huh? He finally couldn't resist making a move. Ebner's lips curled slightly. He then found that his position had swapped with his reflection, and he had entered an unknown space, roughly the size of a primary or secondary school classroom. No, it should be said that the layout of this space is a classroom. Is this, Mirror Apostle, Herta's high-level sealed artifact? He still chose to act after witnessing me dominate Kisi, he's very confident in himself. As Ebner was thinking this, several lines of text suddenly appeared on the blackboard. Welcome to Alvin Abraham's Quiz Labyrinth. You can only leave by answering 10 questions correctly in a row. For each correct answer, a reward will be given. If you answer incorrectly, your current progress will be reset, and you must start over. First question, what will be summoned if you collect 7 Dragon Balls? Upon seeing this, Ebner's eye twitched a few times. When he first saw the blackboard, podium, tables, and chairs, he didn't suspect anything, as Roselle had already standardized such layouts. Not just in Intis, but many school classrooms in Lone and Faceac were also arranged this way. But, Alvin Abraham. Isn't that the senior wanderer who was slumbering at the foot of the Mother of the Sky statue in the city of Evernight? And this question, unless you're a transmigrator or an ancient one, no one would be able to answer it, right? Even if you guessed 1 or 2 correctly, it would be impossible to answer 10 questions. No wonder the information Kisi provided said that the Mirror Apostles' enemies often mysteriously disappeared. Being trapped in a quiz labyrinth, with no food or drink to worry about, those questions themselves would be maddening. And such fluctuations in mental state would easily be exploited by charm apostles, hidden in other mirror worlds, allowing them to plant seeds of desire. But this place is pretty much a freebie for me. Not to mention I probably know most of those questions, I could easily leave just by using the ritual with the door card, or by praying to Mr. Fool. However, the reason I let him pull me in wasn't just to get out easily. More importantly, this quiz labyrinth is quite good, I plan to take it and study it. As he pondered, Ebner answered loudly. My answer is, Shenron. End of chapter. Chapter 735, The Quiz. Answer correct. Issuing reward. Not long after Ebner's words fell, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared on the blackboard. Then, as a sneer echoed, a bottle of unknown liquid appeared on the podium at the front. Although it's bottled, this is undoubtedly the hot spring water from the Gentle Words Hotel, and it has Kisi's added ingredients. Ebner picked up the bottle and glanced at it, immediately making a guess in his mind. It seems the so-called rewards given by the quiz labyrinth after a correct answer are provided by the holder of this sealed artifact. He probably can't violate this rule, otherwise, he wouldn't have bottled water for me. Of course, it's also possible he's deliberately messing with my head, then seizing the opportunity to plant a seed of desire. When facing a charm apostle, one must never have overly strong emotional fluctuations or display too obvious desires, otherwise, a seed will immediately be planted, or one will be remotely controlled, or directly catalyzed and detonated. In a sense, the mechanical mind of a knowledge keeper truly is the bane of a charm apostle. Furthermore, during the quiz, that mirror apostle probably cannot peek into the classroom, otherwise, he would have made a sound earlier to pressure me. It's probably because the transmigrator senior didn't want outsiders to know the questions. So, either they get trapped here and die, or they're one of their own, capable of answering 10 questions. This isn't hard to verify. If I answer a few questions correctly in a row, I'll know if he only appears during the breaks in questioning. Thinking this, Ebner put down the hot spring water and told the blackboard that he was ready. Soon, the second and third questions were easily answered one by Ebner. These two questions were not the kind of unspoken questions shared among transmigrators, but rather two history questions. They weren't simple, but for a polymath like Ebner, who had read extensively, they weren't difficult either. And that voice belonging to the mirror apostle indeed only came through with the rewards during the questioning window. What was more noteworthy was that the reward for the second question was a cup of beverage, while the reward for the third question was a brand new tie. Hot spring water isn't worth much, that drink is about 5 pence. This tie, judging by the brand, should be between 5 and 10 solidi. The value of the rewards is progressive, and likely by orders of magnitude. The items given after the fourth question will definitely be measured in gold pounds. At this rate of increase, by the 10th question, can that charm apostle really afford the price? And what consequences would there be if he couldn't pay? As Ebner narrowed his eyes in thought, he heard the gloomy voice of mirror apostle, heard it coming from the broadcast. Do you know? Since this sealed artifact came into my hands, as long as one's luck isn't so bad as to encounter some incomprehensible questions from the start, it's not uncommon for people to answer 3 questions correctly in a row. But from the 4th question onward, obscure questions become more and more common, and I only know 2 people who have managed to persist until the 6th question. Also, a free piece of information, once you answer incorrectly, once you restart, even normal questions will become much harder. He finished speaking, sneered again, and then fell silent. TSK, he's trying to pressure me, but seeing that I don't have the emotional fluctuations he expected, he plans to mess with my mind again after I make a mistake. Too bad, I think your mind will be the first to break. While feeling pleased internally, Ebner began to tackle the subsequent questions. The 4th question indeed presented considerable difficulty, requiring the improvement of a ritual. Fortunately, this was a reader's strong suit, so he passed easily. The 5th and 6th questions were both related to anime from his previous life. One asked the location of the Marineford arc in One Piece, and the other asked the name of the poison Conan drank at the beginning. This couldn't help but make Ebner suspect that the senior named Alvin Abraham had a similar range of knowledge to his own, perhaps they were peers. As for the rewards he received after successfully passing 3 rounds, they were a shirt, a formal suit, and half a tube of demon blood, respectively. Sure enough, the shirt costs around £1, the formal suit is about £10, and half a tube of demon blood is an excellent spiritual material, it would definitely sell for £100. This is truly a quantitative leap. As Ebner pondered with the half tube of demon blood, Herta's chilling voice came through again. Your luck is truly extraordinary to have answered 6 questions correctly in a row. Unfortunately, starting from the 7th question, it will involve high sequence knowledge, and the probability of obscure questions will also be higher. There was once a mysticism magister, holding a Beyonder item with the winner ability who was trapped here and also stopped at the 8th question. His tone hadn't changed, but his words clearly carried a hint of curse. Is this guy panicking a bit? That makes sense. The item value corresponding to the 7th question will likely be £1,000, which is no small sum. And the 8th question will jump directly to £10,000. It's normal for him to panic, especially since my answering speed is beyond his expectations. Ebner chuckled to himself, then directly initiated the 7th question. What is the name of the sequence 2 potion for the seer pathway? TSK, an ordinary mid-sequence Beyonder probably wouldn't know this. But for a transmigrator, this question is a piece of cake. Miracle Invoker. Ebner gave the answer without hesitation. This time, after nearly half a minute of waiting, the reward appeared on the podium. It was a Knowledge Keeper potion formula. Although it's completely useless to me, this space clearly recognizes its value. Ebner nodded thoughtfully. Then, without waiting for the mirror apostle to speak, he immediately started the 8th question. The new question that appeared on the blackboard was indeed quite obscure. Even transmigrators or ancient ones might not be able to answer it. Someone came to buy what? Ebner pondered for a moment, then cautiously replied, melon. Answer correct. Issuing reward. A moment later, a Beyonder item was teleported onto the podium. It was a double-barreled shotgun with different symbols and patterns drawn on its left and right sides, making it look quite magical. A Beyonder weapon worth £10,000. It must have been crafted with a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, at least. Of course, it could also have used several Sequence SIXS. Just as Ebner was about to appraise it, a phantom of Mirror Apostle Herta actually appeared on the classroom's glass window. Ninth question, you cannot answer correctly again. Otherwise, one of your 3 women will die. After he finished speaking, the glass window displayed a scene of a demonized wildcat tearing apart the orange cat and capturing Furs, Helene, and Fanny. He wasn't genuinely expecting Ebner to give up on the quiz, but rather to disrupt his state of mind and create an opportunity for himself. However, observing this scene, Ebner's reaction was far from what the other party anticipated. In fact, his lips even curled into a smile. That wildcat could tear Leon apart. This is either a purely fake image, or Leon, after subduing that demonic wildcat, transmitted a false image to the other party. End of chapter. Chapter 736, The Last Question. As Ebner had guessed, the image displayed by the Mirror Apostle, of the demonic cat killing the orange cat and capturing Furs, Helene, and Fanny, was a deliberate illusion transmitted to him by Lion Leon, who had intercepted the connection between the Mirror Apostle and the wildcat. In reality, the demonized wildcat was already at a disadvantage in its battle with the 3 ladies. At the beginning, it had fallen into a state of extreme complacency, convinced it had torn the orange cat to shreds, as if Helene and the other 2 were already meat on its plate. When your enemy loses wisdom due to arrogance, you are wisdom itself. This was the core effect of the Hand of Wisdom glove Ebner had given Helene, stemming from one of the briber's abilities. Therefore, the demon cat, over 2 meters long, was merely provoked a few times by Helene before it completely abandoned its defenses against Furs and Fanny, and focused all its attacks on Helene. In an instant, sulfur fireballs and various blasphemous words rained down as if they cost nothing. As an arsonist, Helene possessed good physical qualities and abilities, and the bribe effect weakened those attacks. Coupled with a series of buffs applied by the hidden Lion Leon, she miraculously managed to hold her own against the demon, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with only minor superficial injuries. This performance naturally enhanced the provocation effect, causing the demon cat, fully intent on tearing out Helene's internal organs, to completely miss Furs on the other side holding a head-only puppet towards it. It was only when its thoughts became sluggish and its movements stuttered that it realized the problem. Unfortunately, it was already a bit late. The moment the demon cat was initially brought under control, 3 mechanical puppets, wielding a total of 12 high-pressure steam rifles, unleashed a storm of ammunition. Demon-hunting bullets, imbued with holy light effects continuously struck it. Buffed. 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 As puffs of sulfur-scented blood mist exploded on its body, the demon cat's mouth slowly opened, letting out stuttering, intermittent screams. Fanny herself extended her right hand, aiming the ring of light at the monster not far away. Immediately after, golden, illusory flames ignited out of thin air, one after another. These flames emitted a solar aura, merging into an ocean due to their density, and continuously surged into the demon's body along its wounds. This was flame of light from the sun domain. Speaking of which, each of the 3 mechanical puppets also sealed a flame of light, but their power was far inferior to the sequence 5-level ring of light. Furthermore, Fanny had learned her lesson from the underground castle of Baron Convul, saving them for unforeseen needs. Meanwhile, Lion Leon, hidden in the shadows, also plucked a mane hair at the opportune moment and solemnly declared, "I announce that the flame of light is effective against demons." This was a power belonging to the notary of the sun pathway, which could temporarily boost the effectiveness of a notarized ability. On the other side, the demon cat, whose mind was still in a sluggish state, for the first time perceived the malice from the orange cat that should have been dead. It's actually that powerful. Although it realized this, it was too late. The sun fire, amplified by a demigod's notarization, raged within its body. Even its powerful physique after demonization could no longer resist, and it eventually turned into a pile of dust amidst the golden flames. Its Beyonder characteristic didn't have time to precipitate, it simply merged into the dust, forming an ash-type sealed artifact with it. Seeing their attack succeed, Fanny and Furs quickly rushed to Helene, who was covered in blood, to tend to her wounds. It only looks a bit scary. With the potion Leon provided and a hunter's recovery ability, I'll be fully recovered in a few days. Helene wasn't too concerned about her injuries. Before being captured by Ailment Maiden, Tracy, she had fought other pirates and even sustained injuries several times more severe than this. I didn't expect you to be so strong, you actually managed to contend with such a terrifying monster head-on. Furs, seeing that Helene was indeed fine, spoke with a mix of envy and admiration. That's because of Leon's help, Helene shook her head. She knew her own limits. Without the buffs Leon had placed on her, let alone fighting, she probably would have been disemboweled by the demon's initial pounce. Fanny, who was on alert nearby, interjected, the sounds of battle outside seemed to be getting softer. Should we go help Ebner? But before Helene and Furs could answer, Lion Leon revealed himself and sneered, you just make sure you don't get into trouble yourselves. As for that kid, he won't get into trouble. If he really got into trouble, wouldn't this place immediately turn into an angelic battlefield? At that point, you wouldn't have to worry, because no one would survive. Of course, he didn't voice these latter thoughts. Just then, Leon sensed the mirror apostle's mental communication, and after a malicious chuckle, he transmitted his concocted image through the connection. From the very start of the battle, Lion had stolen the connection between the demon cat and its owner. Who would have thought that the so-called mirror apostle's true, unique mutated ability was actually to communicate with and control beyond animals? The mirror abilities he promotes to the public must rely entirely on a certain sealed artifact. TSK, what a treacherous and cunning demon. I wonder how the kid is going to deal with him. In Alvin Abraham's quiz labyrinth, within the classroom located in the mirror world, Ebner completely ignored Mirror Apostle, Herta's threat, letting the other party display a scene on the classroom window glass of the demonic cat tearing open Fanny's chest and devouring her heart, while still having the blackboard display the 9th question. Too fake. The image Leon provided is too perfunctory. How could Fanny's chest be so flat? Ebner muttered to himself, then focused on the question. In the Type Moon world, what is the name of the heroic spirit Medusa's mystic eyes? This is both a myth from my previous life and game knowledge. The old ones of this world might be able to answer it, but people after the civilization's collapse wouldn't even have a place to guess. No wonder Herta initially completely disbelieved that anyone could actually answer 10 questions. Moreover, this question is very obscure. If I hadn't played that game, I probably would have stopped here too. Sibylle. Ebner, drawing from the memories of his previous life unearthed by his reader abilities, spoke the answer. Answer correct. Issuing reward. The 8th question's reward was worth around £10,000. This time, it should be 100,000, right? TSK, this is a test of wealth, Mr. Herta, put in some effort. Ebner waited for a few minutes with a rejoicing in others' misfortune attitude, then saw a pile of documents land on the podium. He picked them up and found that they included bank deposits, certificates for land, real estate, mines, and stocks, as well as corresponding property transfer deeds. Roughly 100,000 acres of Intis countryside land, 2 wine estates, a luxury villa in Trier, a copper mine in West Balham Colony, shares in Ritterport Shipping Company and Sussy Bank. Altogether, these items were worth over £150,000. Stock prices and land values fluctuate greatly, so saying it's £100,000 isn't a problem. TSK, he's really rich. He's a financial capitalist, a big landowner, and a mine owner. As expected of an old geezer who has lived for nearly 100 years, far stronger than Jason Beria in Backlund, whose entire fortune was only £50,000. After putting away these documents, Ebner heard no more from the Mirror Apostle. Perhaps his mind broke after signing those transfer deeds. Of course, it's also possible he realized threats and intimidation were useless against me, and he's plotting some other nasty trick. Just as Ebner was pondering and asking the blackboard for the 10th question, the voice of the Mirror Apostle, which shouldn't have appeared at this time, suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. You're finished. It turns out the 10th question requires me, the master, to choose the question. Because of you, I learned this rule for the first time. It seems my things will ultimately still be mine. And yours will be mine too. Let me think. You seem very good at those obscure questions. Then I'll choose a normal question for you that you absolutely cannot know. I need to search. I need to search carefully. Got it. To think there would be a question of this level. This question perfectly meets my requirements. You're truly finished. Ha ha ha. Amidst the Mirror Apostle's slightly fearful yet wildly arrogant laughter, Ebner, with furrowed brows, saw the question displayed on the blackboard. What is the true name of the Evernight goddess? End of chapter. Chapter 737, The Labyrinth's Secrets. Scanning the question on the blackboard and hearing the hysterical laughter of the Mirror Apostle, Ebner's lips gradually curled into a smirk. It seems that over £100,000 in assets is probably Herta's limit. Even if he has some cash or scattered items, it's certainly impossible for him to gather items worth £1,000,000. In the original work, Count Wolf, a great noble and landowner, only received 290,000 gold pounds after selling 840,000 acres of land in the countryside. Miss Justice, the wealthiest woman in Lord of the Mysteries, had an initial dowry of only £300,000. In the original work, the only people explicitly capable of producing such a large sum of £1,000,000, besides the lone royal family, were Count Hall, a great banker, Duke Negan, Lone's largest landowner whose annual income from land alone was around £1,000,000, and Baron Sindras, who spent £1,000,000 to buy a hereditary baronetcy. It's impossible for Mirror Apostle Herta to reach their level of wealth before stepping into the demigod realm. Furthermore, if he can't pay the full reward, his fate will likely be extremely miserable, which is why his emotions became so agitated after knowing he could choose the question himself, to the point where I even think he was close to losing control. After all, as the most prone to losing control among beyonder pathways, the inability to control emotions and desires is often a precursor to losing control. While these thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner unhesitatingly gave the answer, which was a no-brainer for a transmigrator, Amon-Isis. As for whether reciting the true name would invoke divine power, Ebner thought it unlikely. After all, this wasn't the forsaken land of the gods or the Twilight House in Port Indu, places shrouded in dark divine power. Moreover, he was using English, a language without mystical power. Although names are largely similar across different languages, the pronunciation would still differ slightly. Additionally, in the original work, the elf Shadas from Grossel's travels directly spoke the name, Goddess of Misfortune, Amon-Isis, and there was no particular reaction. Of course, most importantly, when Ebner pondered alone, he would sometimes unintentionally murmur Amon-Isis or Lilith to test the two goddesses' reactions. The conclusion he drew was that they would not punish him for such minor matters. Therefore, he had few qualms about speaking the goddess's true name. As Ebner gave his answer, Mirror Apostle, Herta's laughter abruptly ceased. He shrieked in an exasperated tone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why did that labyrinth deem your answer correct when you clearly didn't give any answer? You cheated. But as soon as he said this, he let out a shriek, followed by frantic pleas for mercy. Give me some time, please give me some time. I promise to gather items worth 1,000,000 gold pounds within a month, no, a week. No. You can't take my spirit. The voice abruptly vanished at this point, but a book and a beyonder characteristic that resembled black mist appeared on the podium in the classroom. The book recorded the entire life experiences of the Mirror Apostle and all the knowledge he possessed. The characteristic was his own beyonder characteristic. It was unknown what method this labyrinth used to extract it in such a short time. At this moment, lines of text reappeared on the blackboard. Herta's life experience and all knowledge valued at 150,000 pounds, beyonder characteristic valued at 10,000 pounds, totaling 160,000. Current debt of 840,000, with a daily interest of 1 million. It is recommended that the clear-thinking individual use the outstanding debt to exchange for the usage rights of Alvin Abraham's Quiz Labyrinth, directly becoming a level 4 holder of the labyrinth. If the clear-thinking individual gives up the opportunity to become a holder, the labyrinth will select a level 0 permission holder. Should the clear-thinking individual re-enter the labyrinth in the future, they can directly exchange the debt and accrued interest for quiz answers. Note that a holder can also spend an equivalent amount to offset the clear-thinking individual's exchange. Good heavens, this labyrinth has a very familiar pattern. As expected of something built by a transmigrator senior, this flavor is quite pungent. However, it feels like the labyrinth is hiding a lot of important information. This thing is probably alive. After secretly grumbling, Ebner thought for a moment and then asked, what is the highest level of authority in this labyrinth? The blackboard quickly displayed the answer, level 5. How much value is needed to possess level 5 authority? Ebner pressed. Level 5 authority requires 1,000,000 gold pounds, but gold pounds are only one condition. The prerequisite you currently lack is the creator's consent. The creator's consent? Does that mean I have to resurrect that wanderer? No. Perhaps it will be enough when I improve the manipulation secret art, allowing me to truly, perfectly fuse with him, turning him into something akin to a clone. Did the Wanderer Senior build this labyrinth with the additional purpose of urging me, a later comer, to improve? What exactly did he gain from it? As his thoughts spun, Ebner asked again, what does level 5 authority include? Sorry, please become a level 5 holder before inquiring. The text on the blackboard changed instantly. Then, what is the minimum recharge for a level 4 holder? No, what is the minimum requirement in gold pounds? Ebner thought for a moment, then rephrased his question. 500,000 pounds. The blackboard was silent for a while before a new line of text appeared. Judging by its reaction, this labyrinth was indeed alive. Having confirmed his earlier guess, Ebner narrowed his eyes and said, so, there's no need to use all 840,000 you owe me to exchange for authority right now. I can just pay 500,000, and let the other 300,000 plus debt accrue interest daily. Yes. The text that reappeared on the blackboard was more loosely written, seeming somewhat weak. What can these excess debts be used for? Ebner asked again. They can be used to offset the reward you owe when others answer questions. They can be used to adjust the labyrinth's modes and facilities. They can be exchanged for one-time attacks of different values. Money for attacks. That's interesting. Thinking this, Ebner tentatively asked, what type, what pathway of attacks? Money itself is power, no external seeking is needed. The text on the blackboard read. The power of money. Ebner was somewhat confused. As to his knowledge, there had been no money beyond authority or symbol in the world of mysteries. After a brief thought, Ebner still spent £500,000 to exchange for the so-called level 4 authority of this labyrinth. Soon, the knowledge corresponding to various authorities was displayed before him. The other information was nothing much, just related to the item's usage. But the last paragraph, introducing the labyrinth's origin, caught Ebner's attention. The labyrinth's main material is a semi-divine characteristic from an unknown pathway that the Wanderer obtained on an alien planet during his cosmic travels. Is it suspected to be the pathway wielded by the goddess of wealth on that planet? The goddess of wealth's authority involves travel, knowledge, wealth, protection, and trade in various domains. Chapter 738, Aftermath. In a Gothic-style manor on the outskirts of Lynn City, the silver-haired, silver-eyed Lady Helene sat opposite a woman in a pure white gown. This lady had dazzling golden pupils, a charming, shallow smile playing on her lips, and lustrous, waist-length black hair. In terms of looks alone, she couldn't compare to Helene opposite her, but the alluring aura she exuded possessed a unique charm. She was Yerabed Beria, the current patriarch of the Beria family, and also a double-crosser groomed by Adam. It's worth noting that the name Yerabed was also a new designation given to her by Roselle after he had tasted the delights of a succubus. At this moment, the two ladies were sipping tea, observing a round mirror placed on the table between them. The mirror displayed the battle at the Gentle Words Hotel, which was nearing its end. Seeing Kisi transform into a demon and cleave a fleeing serial killer with a lava sword, Yerabed tapped the table with her pale finger and looked across, saying, "Charm apostles are all dead except Herda. Nearly 70% of the demons are dead. Is this what you meant by him knowing his limits? Isn't this what you hoped for?" Helene didn't answer directly, but instead smiled and said, "These Beria family elders usually relied on the Norse family, and even the Mother Tree of Desire, to ignore your commands, didn't they? Even this operation targeting Detective Brian, if it weren't for the devil characteristic as bait, if the Norse family hadn't also given orders, would they have been so proactive?" Yerabed was silent for a few seconds before saying, "At least half of the Beyonder characteristics must be left for me. I need them to improve my controlled subordinates. I have an agreement with Detective Brian to split the gains from this evenly. I'll try my best to secure more characteristics for you." At this point, Helene's goddess-like beautiful face showed a mercenary expression, and her silver pupils were filled with playful amusement as she said, "However, what will you use to redeem them? You traded the cost of stopping me and preventing me from acting for that half of the items, didn't you? Is it really appropriate to ask me for money again after that?" Yerabed felt somewhat speechless, only thinking that the other party resembled a demon more than she did. "Is there a problem with that?" Lady Helene asked with a smile. "No problem, it's just that you really don't seem like a vampire." Yerabed shook her head, then after a moment of hesitation, continued, "Aside from the sulfur mines, all the industries the Beria family has operated in Lynn City for over 100 years can be yours. Anyway, after this attack, the family can no longer hide in Savelas. If the official forces target us, those industries will be confiscated sooner or later, so it's better to let you have them cheaply. The Beria family's demons rarely committed crimes near Lynn. Even if someone occasionally couldn't resist, they would target Highlanders, so they had always hidden very well, escaping official notice. A large portion of Highlanders would leave their ancestral lands upon reaching adulthood, entering Backlund, Trier, Faceac City, and various prosperous cities and ports in the northern continent. Some became laborers, while others became fresh blood for local gangs. In short, no one would pay attention to their disappearances. Deal. Lady Helene nodded after a brief estimation. Then, she glanced at the circular mirror, which showed Kisi beginning to organize items, and smiled, "It's over. I'll go check now." Before her words faded, huge illusory bat wings appeared on her back, and then her entire being vanished. After she left, Yerabed snorted, staring at the circular mirror, murmuring to herself. "Herta died too. Humph, that detective has good methods. The ritual he set up was something even I couldn't see through or sense. He even invited Helene. If not for her, I would never have allowed so many apostles to be killed. At least Light and Mirror, who have no connection to the Mother Tree of Desire, didn't have to die. He even controlled Kisi. What a cunning and lecherous fellow, just like Roselle. But this is also good. If the Mother Tree of Desire turns its attention to him because of this, my pressure here will be significantly reduced. Speaking of Roselle, when will those rules he imposed on me, using that labyrinth he got from who knows where, finally be lifted? The rule about not killing innocent civilians has caused me countless troubles when cultivating subordinates. Fortunately, this world doesn't lack villains who deserve to die. In the classroom of Alvin Abraham's Quiz Labyrinth. Goddess of Wealth. Beyond her pathway from an alien planet. Ebner eagerly used his spirituality to click on the flashing text for detailed content behind this piece of information, only to see a paid-to-view prompt. That Wanderer Senior built this item purely to spite society, didn't he? Ebner couldn't help but inwardly grumble at this, then he closed the level 4 authority list, preparing to leave this Alvin Abraham's quiz labyrinth. Although the viewing fee only required 10,000 gold pounds, which wasn't much for Ebner, who still held over 300,000 in debt claims, now was clearly not a good time to peruse that information. Next, as the classroom door opened by itself, Ebner took a step and found himself back in his hotel room where he had set up the ritual, beside the hot spring pool. In his hand, he now held a pair of square-framed glasses with pure gold frames, which was the true form of the labyrinth. According to the brief introduction he had just read, with his current level 4 authority, this item, in addition to its ability to pull enemies from any mirror into the quiz labyrinth, also allowed the holder to perform mirror jumps, detect the location of high-value items, and other such abilities. But the prerequisite is, you must pay. As expected of a pathway wielded by an alien planet's goddess of wealth, it really is a money grubber. After grumbling to himself, Ebner activated his pure white eye again and analyzed the glasses for a moment. Only after confirming that its abilities and effects matched the description, did he take off his perpetually worn copper-framed glasses and put on the new ones. Then, just as Ebner was about to use the ritual to check on the battle in the hotel, he saw Charm Apostle Kisi enter, holding the magic mirror in one hand and Light Apostle Baruch's scepter with the white orb at its tip in the other. Using his pure white eye, Ebner easily discovered that an additional Charm Apostle characteristic had been integrated into the scepter, and the aura of Orbach, the former pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, flickered within it, but was highly unstable. It was likely that after Baruch's death, his characteristic was absorbed by the scepter, and Orbach, who had always relied on Baruch for his existence, transferred his spirit into the scepter. While contemplating this, Ebner glanced at Kisi a few more times, noting that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but was once again unclothed due to her earlier demonization. He casually handed her a bathrobe from by the hot spring and then asked, "What's the situation?" "Master." Kisi, controlled by the magic mirror, reported while dressing. "The battle has ended. The angelic evil spirit, at the cost of its host's life, heavily wounded death and slaughter. Their two subordinates betrayed them, killing them, and then massacred each other to seize the characteristics. The final victor was killed by me while trying to escape. In short, apart from some criminals and serial killers who saw the unfavorable situation and fled early, only 7 or 8 demons escaped after paying a significant price. I've roughly tidied up the other people's items and characteristics according to your prior instructions and placed them in another room. And I've already cleaned up the demon corpses and bloodstains." "Cleaned up? You ate them clean, didn't you?" "TSK, I didn't expect that while I was delayed in the labyrinth for a bit, the battle here not only ended, but the battlefield was even cleaned up." Although he thought this, Ebner still praised the magic mirror on the surface. "Well done." Kisi immediately bent her eyes upon hearing this, acting somewhat coyly like a little girl. To make that expression with such a seductive appearance, it really is. Ebner averted his gaze. After simply putting away the ritual setup, he was about to go to the adjacent room to check on Furs and the other two. But just then, as a beam of moonlight shone through the window into the room, Lady Helene's figure appeared before him. First hunt. Above the house at 15 Incense Tree Avenue in Byam, a scene of Gehrman's first hunt was unfolding. After a bitter struggle, Admiral of Blood, Fatherson's flagship first mate, Iron Mavety, who was still at a disadvantage, turned his head and saw 2 bolts of lightning, like bullets, shoot from Klein's dark brown eyes, piercing into his pupils. He instinctively threw his head back, gritting his teeth, blood seeping from his nostrils, mouth, and ears, mixed with his previously melted skin. This was the spirit pierce from the interrogator hurted by creeping hunger. For zombie beyonders, whose bodies are like steel, damage to the spiritual body is more effective. The spiritual attack caused Iron Mavety's body to briefly stiffen while simultaneously loosening the shackles of his sanity. Black, stiff hairs grew on his face, his teeth and nails continuously lengthened, and his skin writhed, trying to recoagulate, fading from dark to pale, like a true, mad zombie craving fresh blood. Seizing this opportunity, Klein had already closed in, then leaped high. The dagger hilt he had been holding in his hand instantly transformed into a long-handled scythe. With a mere flick, the zombie's armor-like skin was completely torn open, and then its head was severed. This was the Blade of Interment, a 5-minute demigod weapon crafted by Ebner. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. In the moonlight, the young man spoke softly. He wore a silk top hat, a black trench coat, holding a large scythe in one hand, and his other hand covered by transparent human skin. Illuminated by the clear light, he looked as if he were bearing the massive red moon on his back. Chapter 739, Dividing the Spoils. After hurting Steel Mavety's soul, Klein avoided Danet's gaze and then stopped maintaining his persona, quickly removing the crystal from the burial blade to restore it to its hilt form. Because I had to perform Gehrman's madness, I used it for more than a minute longer than planned. Looking at the tiny cracks on the crystal, a heartache, Klein couldn't help but turn his gaze to Mavadi's corpse, hoping to make up for his losses from it. He quickly found £26, 11 soldi, 8 pence in cash, and a pile of seemingly normal but actually strange items, such as candles, clamps, spiked leather whips, and so on. Considering Steele Mavadi was a member of the Rose School and belonged to the desire-indulging faction, Klein vaguely understood something, spat, and put away the cash. To his disappointment, the Admiral of Blood's third mate didn't carry any beyonder items. Werewolves have super self-healing abilities, and zombies have steel-like bodies, so they indeed don't need to carry healing potions or items. This aligns with Sharon's judgment that she told me about above the grey fog. Mavadi had no magical items. Also, magical items are rare, and many have obvious flaws and negative effects, so not everyone wants to own them, or can own them. Fortunately, he himself is worth a lot of money. While thinking this, Klein took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. It was a wanted poster, with Mavadi's portrait and the corresponding bounty amount printed on it. £6,000. According to the agreement with Mr. Hangman, he'll give me half once he gets the money. Just as Klein was filled with joy at the prospect of £3,000 entering his account, in a villa on the outskirts of Byam City, Miss Abby, the daughter of local gang leader Mr. Bose, suddenly woke up from her sleep. This lady was also the mistress of the governor of Byam, and someone Lion Leon had warned Ebner to be wary of before he left the Rorsted archipelago. At this moment, having just tumbled out of bed, she knelt on the floor and devoutly made a gesture belonging to no orthodox deity, murmuring, "As your will commands, great mother tree of desire. I will surely complete your task when the false god is distracted elsewhere." Then, she stood up and took out candles and other ritual items from a room drawer, setting up a small altar. A moment later, a black rhino horn-shaped necklace, only the size of a finger joint, appeared before Abby. After devoutly thanking the mother tree for the bestowal, Rabbi shook the bell by the bed and called in the gang members who had become vassals of the celestial sect, instructing them, "Mobilize manpower to help me inquire about an adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow. The operation must be covert. You can use our inside men in the governor's mansion to investigate. But absolutely do not let the other party become aware. Remember, the other party is a very formidable adventurer." Several confidants immediately responded, "Yes, Your Excellency, Fertility Envoy. You can just call me Miss normally." Abby corrected, then added, "Once the investigation yields initial results, report them to me immediately. I will arrange the subsequent actions." In Lynn City, Savella County, Gentle Words Hotel. After counting the gains from this war with the Beria family, Ebner and Lady Helene began to divide the spoils, to distribute the spoils of war. It was worth mentioning that, unaware if Lady Helene was secretly observing, Ebner did not conceal that he had killed Mirror Apostle, Herta and plundered over £100,000 worth of assets from him. He only omitted the details related to the quiz labyrinth. After all, the latter involved the Wanderer senior and extraterrestrial characteristics, so it was better left unsaid if possible. After a brief discussion, the two ultimately decided that the characteristics and items of the three apostles, Charm, Light, and Mirror, would all belong to Ebner, while those of Death and Slaughter would be Lady Helene's share. As compensation for missing one Charm Apostle, all characteristics and items from the other demons and serial killers, except for the demon cat killed by Furs, Helene, and Fanny, would belong to Helene. Ebner had no objection to this, as every Beria family elder was incredibly wealthy, worth at least over £100,000. All the demons and serial killers combined weren't as valuable as a single elder. For example, the Light Apostle, who had already merged into the Scepter, was superficially an inherited baron in Seagull. Although Seagull was a small country and the value of inherited nobility there couldn't compare to loan, even without accounting for assets, just obtaining this status itself either required a significant amount of time to accumulate contributions and connections, or cost at least £300,000 to buy from the Grand Duke of Seagull. The Light Apostle, Baruch, clearly took the former route, spending nearly a century to successfully acquire the title. As for Charm Apostle, Kisi, she was the behind-the-scenes boss of many high-end brothels in major cities in Central and Western Loan. Ebner only needed to pose as Baruch and sell noble air quotas to easily gain over 100,000 gold pounds. Of course, he felt that this noble title might still be useful, so he planned to temporarily retain it. As a Charm Apostle, Baruch had openly claimed to be residing abroad for a long time, returning only once a year on the winter billing day. So, at least for this year, there wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, this distribution method, on the surface, seemed like Helene was losing out, unless she sold them a second time. After they had gathered their respective items, Helene was about to take her leave when Ebner suddenly called out to her, asking, "Do you know why the Beria family attacked me?" Although he knew from the knowledge left by Kisi, Baruch, and Herta that their main purpose was to seize the devil characteristic, how his possession of this item was leaked was not mentioned. Despite achieving a great harvest, being ambushed for no apparent reason, he still needed to understand the cause. It was an order conveyed by Nors through the Delian family, but you should know which entity stands behind them. Lady Helene said cautiously after casually setting up a barrier with moonlight. The Delian family? They're also colluding with the demon family. Ebner frowned. His trip to Intis this time was ostensibly to help Lion open a newspaper, establish their shared film and television industry in Trier with Helene, and help Fanny get revenge on the friar's family. But in essence, his biggest goal was to uncover the true relationship between the sea monster with the prophet characteristic and the Delian family, and to eliminate the sea monster's helpers as much as possible. So, upon hearing that Delian was also involved with demons, he blurted out. The entity behind it is the Mother Tree of Desire. I remember that the current Prime Minister of Intis is from the Delian family. Don't the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of Steam care? Lady Helene, seeing the question, organized her words and explained. 2 demigods from the Delian family are archbishops of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Their piety is beyond doubt. Any collusion could only be the choice of a portion of the family. Moreover, the Prime Minister's power is heavily restricted, he's merely a representative of various interests. Even if he were truly a cultist, the harm wouldn't be too great. Chapter 740, The Feast of Desire. What's more, exposed demons are easier to monitor. And even as high-ranking officials of the Intis kingdom, the Delian family, even if they collude with demons, would not allow them to openly commit egregious acts. In short, as long as there's no clear evidence, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun won't move against the political forces they've fostered. After all, the Delian family also possesses a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Pushing them too hard might lead to even more terrifying disasters. This is just like how the 3 lone churches tolerate some minor actions by the Augustus family. After listening to Helene, Ebner nodded thoughtfully, also noticing a piece of information Helene's words revealed: the Delian family possesses a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The information Zio had received from Vera before didn't mention this. Lady Helene smiled and explained, this is information Yarabed deliberately leaked, but she also doesn't know what that sealed artifact specifically is, but it's definitely related to the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire, this evil god's reach is truly far. The Delian family's relationship with it is probably closer than I previously imagined. The churches might have misgivings, but the Eternal Blazing Sun wouldn't truly be unaware, would it? Why would it allow a family supported by an evil god to become Prime Minister? Even if, as Lady Helene said, the Prime Minister is just a representative of interest groups and holds power that won't cause too much harm, shouldn't even small harms be taken seriously? Moreover, if small harms accumulate to a certain extent, they might indeed lead to disaster. Is the Eternal Blazing Sun plotting something? Though confused, Ebner knew he wasn't in a position to meddle in a true god's affairs, so he reluctantly put the thought aside for now. Seeing that he had no further questions, Lady Helene curtsied, smiled, and said, "It was a pleasure cooperating with you, Mr. Bryan. I look forward to future opportunities like this. Furthermore, you don't need to worry about the aftermath. With Yarabed and me covering things up, the official squad in this city found no issues, and I will voluntarily report to the 3 churches afterwards, not implicating you." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into moonlight and vanished from the hotel. Of course you're happy. You made so much money from this trip, if I were you, I'd also want to continue cooperating in the future. After muttering to himself, Ebner removed the room's barrier, and Furs, Helene, Fanny, and Lion Leon entered at that moment. Ebner. Furs had just greeted him, wanting to ask what had happened, when she suddenly saw Kisi beside Ebner, clad only in a bathrobe, and blurted out, "This lady is. She doesn't look like an enemy, but when did Ebner get another woman this beautiful and seductive?" The 3 ladies sized up Kisi with various thoughts, especially Fanny, who suddenly felt a sense of crisis, because in front of this lady, her physical advantage completely vanished. She's one of the charm apostles who attacked me. However, her mind has been controlled by my magic mirror, she's just a puppet now. Ebner explained casually, while also observing Furs and the other 2. He noticed that, aside from Helene, no one else was injured, which put him at ease. Then, he used the secret art, Violet's Perfect Restoration, causing 5-colored light composed of white, black, blue, green, and red to envelop Helene. In the blink of an eye, she was restored to her original state. This secret art is really effective. What's its name? How about this, I'll provide opportunities to help you act it out. At this moment, Lion Leon, staring at the 5-colored light, suddenly spoke. Although it had witnessed Roselle's process of crafting the Fallen Morning Star necklace, it had never personally seen the effects of the secret art within it. Ebner did not answer immediately, but first glanced at Furs. He had mentioned the name, Violet's Perfect Restoration, at the Tarot Club, so if he answered now, Furs might recognize it. While being recognized wasn't a big deal, it would seem too unskilled to be exposed just for this. If there's going to be an exposure, Zio's side should be exposed first. With various thoughts swirling in his mind, Ebner simply nodded, then took out a card sealed with the cube and handed it to Lion Leon, briefly explaining the usage of the occult version of the camcorder. This was a video backup prepared for the City of Silver, lest the spiritual energy in the cube be exhausted before they could learn. Consider it your reward for protecting Furs and the others. Ebner muttered to himself as he explained. Come to think of it, he had originally intended to pick a piece of loot as a reward for Leon, but now, of course, he wouldn't. Just as the man and the lion were conversing, the magic mirror also controlled Kesey to greet the three ladies. Good evening, my hostesses. Fanny was quite pleased with its address, and her earlier slight worries vanished. After all, it was just a puppet controlled by a sealed artifact. Helene, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed, her face instantly turning red. As for Furs, she didn't really care. Months ago, she and Zaya were often mistaken as the hero detectives, lovers at various social events. Even Miss Audrey had heard about it. Initially, she would try to explain, but after it happened too many times, she became lazy to clarify, as she had already gotten used to it and there was no loss. Sometimes there were even benefits, like attracting the envy of some ladies, or feeling more at ease staying at Ebner's place without having to worry about others' gazes. Having briefly finished explaining the usage of the cube to Lion, Ebner suddenly noticed that the atmosphere among the ladies was a bit subtle. He performed a slight trace and understood the reason, so he proactively changed the subject, recounting the entire story of the previous battle. Of course, this was limited to the part about the Charm Apostle's attack. Information involving higher-level existences like Helene, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Goddess of Wealth was omitted. But even so, the three ladies listened with trepidation. 5 Charm Apostles, dozens of mid-sequence demons and serial killers, and even more criminals, such a force, lacking only a demigod, could almost rival a pirate admiral's power. Even the current King of Immortality couldn't assemble such a lineup. After hearing the full story, Helene, Furs, and Fanny, while suddenly understanding Ebner's previous arrangements, also gained a new perception of his strength. Helene had always known Ebner was very strong, but only thought he was comparable to Tracy. But now, it seemed she had underestimated him. Even Tracy couldn't have so easily taken down 5 Charm Apostles. Furs had some idea of Ebner's background, knowing he was a divine favored one who had rapidly ascended several sequences to become a Sequence 5. But this was also the first time she clearly realized just how powerful Ebner truly was. Perhaps among those below demigod, only Mr. Tower and Mr. World of our Tarot Club are his match. Fanny's eyes sparkled, as she finally saw hope for killing Johnson Friars and avenging her grandfather. Although Ebner had previously spoken of helping her with revenge, Fanny had always felt he was just comforting her. But now, she felt that once Ebner became a true demigod, revenge might not be an issue. However, Ebner, who read their thoughts, felt a bit awkward at this moment. After all, while such a glorious battle result was indeed due to his strategic planning and individual defeat of enemies, in reality, he didn't participate in any actual combat. Charm Apostle Kesey was hoisted by her own petard, inversely controlled by the magic mirror. Mirror Apostle Herta ran out of money and lost himself. Light Apostle Baruch was also ridiculous, possessed by an angel, and surrendered directly. Slaughter and Death had it even worse, inexplicably self-destructed by the Light Apostle, resulting in their deaths by betrayal from their subordinates while severely wounded. Speaking of which, there were indeed some coincidences in this process. However, it didn't seem to be orchestrated. Judging from the quiz labyrinth, it was more like some kind of aggregation. Just then, Ebner's heart suddenly stirred. His pure white eye activated, receiving a passive prophetic revelation. The Feast of Desire. The Feast of Desire? Does it refer to tonight's event? Feast. Could it be that these Charm Apostles were entrapped by my gathering disaster constitution? Chapter 741, Attempting to Decipher. After chatting for a while longer, everyone prepared to rest. It was just past midnight, and there was still some time before the 9 a.m. train departed, so they needed to rest as much as possible. After all, riding a steam train was quite energy-consuming, and even a first-class compartment wasn't exactly comfortable. Only Furs looked at the hot spring water, feeling a bit regretful. Even if the magic mirror ate the bodies cleanly, quite a bit of blood still flowed into the hot spring. At least, it wasn't suitable for bathing tonight. Seeing this, Ebner's heart stirred, and he called out to them again. Under the confused gazes of the 3 ladies and 1 lion, he spiritually communicated with the golden glasses perched on his nose, then brought everyone into Alvin Abraham's quiz labyrinth. Although official Beyonders wouldn't detect the abnormality at the Gentle Words Hotel in the short term, some of the demons who escaped earlier might return, making the place essentially unsuitable for rest. This time, Ebner did not appear in the quiz classroom, but inside a luxurious villa. This villa was not only lavishly decorated with many rooms, but also came with its own hot spring pool, making up for the regrets of Furs and the others. This was one of the privileges of Ebner's level 4 authority. He could rent a mansion in the labyrinth for 50 gold pounds per day. Although the price was quite exorbitant, Ebner didn't mind. After all, this quiz labyrinth still owed him over 600,000 in debt, and the daily interest of 1 million amounted to over £60. This rent wouldn't even dent the principal of the debt. On the other side, Furs, Helene, and Fanny, seeing that Ebner had no intention of explaining, wisely didn't ask too many questions. After choosing their respective rooms, they happily headed towards the hot spring pool. Only Lion Leon surveyed his surroundings, then looked at the clock face, which was distinctly different from the outside world. His lion face showed a peculiar expression as he said, "This environment feels very similar to my den in Lake Daniel." They were all transformed from the mirror world, so of course they're similar. Ebner glanced at him and casually asked, "Where did you learn the mirror world transformation technique for constructing your den?" This quiz labyrinth was incredibly stingy. It only displayed the mansion after it was modified according to his request, giving him no opportunity to learn. He had originally wanted to seize the opportunity to secretly learn, so he could develop a mansion spell. "Naturally, I learned it from Roselle," Lion Leon said matter-of-factly. The great emperor was truly a polymath, but that's also normal. He had, in-depth, exchanges with many demonesses, so he wouldn't be unfamiliar with the mirror world. With rather unseemly thoughts turning in his mind, Ebner arranged a room for Leon, then teleported himself to a massive palace with 5-tiered platforms. The columns, steps, and floor of this palace all seemed to be cast from gold, making it somewhat blinding. Aside from the color scheme, the layout of this palace is very similar to the main hall at the deepest part of Daniel's labyrinth, especially the sacrifice altars in front of each platform, which are identical. However, I used to sacrifice 1-025 to open the third platform of Daniel's labyrinth, whereas here, between each level, what needs to be sacrificed is money. Perhaps Daniel also obtained this work from the Wanderer Senior back then. Ebner was currently on the 4th level, which corresponded to level 4 authority, and he could freely travel between the 1st and 4th platforms. However, when he tried to ascend to the 5th level, he was blocked by an invisible force. Afterwards, he first returned to the 1st level and unexpectedly saw a very old and disheveled set of clothes there. This must be what Herta left behind, right? So he was only a level 1 authority holder. I saw in the book of knowledge extracted from his spirit that he liked to disguise himself as a beggar when carrying out missions. Despite being worth hundreds of thousands, he liked to pretend to be a beggar. Is there something seriously wrong with him? And this clothing was so worn out that even the money-grubbing quiz labyrinth rejected it. After tutaying a few times, Ebner glanced at the level 1 authority content and realized he might have somewhat misunderstood Herta. It turned out that level 1 authority granted very few abilities to the holder. It could only rent a small space less than 5 square meters, and entry and exit both required payment, and the fee was determined by a person's value. If one dressed too well, their value would be higher, and the fee paid would be more. This might have been Herta's main reason for dressing the way he did. While contemplating this, Ebner ascended the stairs, exploring each level and focusing on reading the permissions for each level and the list of previous holders who had reached that level. Just like that, upon reaching the 3rd level, he suddenly discovered an unexpected, yet logical, name, Roselle Gustave. The great emperor was once a holder of the quiz labyrinth. One of the conditions for level 3 authority is answering 8 questions correctly. It seems the great emperor faltered on the last 2 questions and didn't enter the 4th platform. Speaking of which, the mechanism of the Dream Labyrinth Tower is actually somewhat similar to this Alvin Abraham's quiz labyrinth. Perhaps the great emperor got his inspiration here, which is why he created that miraculous item after becoming the Emperor of Knowledge. As Ebner pondered, he suddenly saw a flashing details prompt light up under the great emperor's name, very similar to the previous extraterrestrial, detailed information that required paid viewing. This was a message function that only became available at level 3 authority, and the great emperor was the only person who left a message on this level, because there were no other level 3 authority holders. £10. That's not too expensive. Ebner looked at the price, then directly swiped the debt to open the content. Immediately after, a deep voice rang out, although the questions are not the same each time, they all seem to conform to some inherent logic. These questions might contain some deep meaning. Unfortunately, I never knew the answer to the varying 9th question, nor had I ever seen what the 10th question was. That's it. No wonder it only cost £10, there's no useful information at all. As for the possibility that those questions contained some deeper meaning, Ebner had actually suspected it after answering, but hadn't had time to sort it out, as it could have just been his illusion. But since the great emperor also had this feeling, it wouldn't be a misunderstanding. Ebner recalled the previous questions and mused. The first question asked about Dragon Ball, and the answer was Shenron. On the surface, this was about anime, but it might actually be hinting at wishing and miracles. And that Wanderer Senior was indeed preparing the Miracle Invoker ritual in the nation of the Evernight. The second and third questions were 2 history questions, with nothing special about their content or answers, but they referred to historical events after the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th Epoch and the Pale Disaster, respectively. This should correspond to the eras when Blood Duke Rhine Calendia and Death Consul Vincent Miranda were active. Perhaps it's hinting at these 2 transmigrator seniors. The fourth question asked me to improve a ritual. Combining with the previous ones, is this suggesting that if I want the Wanderer Senior to become a miracle invoker and leave the nation of the Evernight, I need to rely on the knowledge left by Seniors Ryan and Vincent to modify a secret art that can perfectly integrate with the Wanderer's body? So the second and third questions actually refer to Blood Feast and Book of Necromancy. Next, the fifth and sixth questions were two anime questions, asking about Marineford War from One Piece and the name of the drug Conan was given. Marineford War. Is this hinting at a divine war? And what does the shrinking drug in Conan allude to? The seventh question again asked about Miracle Invoker. What does this mean? Does a divine war require the abilities of a miracle invoker? The eighth question, Hua Chong buys watermelon. On the surface, it has no meaning, but this TV show is called Conquest. Conqueror? Then could Conan earlier allude to death? The ninth question, name of Medusa's mystic eyes. Cybele. In Tight Moon setting, Medusa is a degraded ancient Earth Mother goddess, and Cybele is precisely the name of that ancient Earth Mother goddess. So, this refers to the Earth Mother goddess. As for the last question, it undoubtedly points to the Evernight goddess. But what do these latter ones mean when connected? Looking at the keywords laid out before him, Ebner couldn't help but grumble. It can't possibly be trying to tell me that the prerequisite for me to participate in the Marineford War is to conquer the Earth Mother goddess and the Evernight goddess by drugging them, can it? Ugh. I'm a detective, not a cryptologist, so I'm really not good at analyzing this kind of thing. Chapter 742, Blood-Colored Pupils. However, one thing is certain, that Wanderer Senior who left these hints and coded messages probably isn't intentionally being a riddler. He can't speak directly, otherwise a certain entity would know. Is this because the coded messages mention a certain entity, or because the answers to these riddles themselves are part of a plot against a certain entity? This entity's status should be very high, at least an angel of God or a true god. Before, Daniel plotted to rescue the chained god, also leaving no spoken or written words, relying only on the mystical connections and tacit understanding between transmigrators to complete the layout. Is it my turn to decipher Alvin's plan now? But with so little information, I can only guess blindly. Do I have to wait until I become a demigod to understand further? Staring at the keywords he had analyzed, Ebner thought for a moment and took out a monocle from his pocket. This was one of 3 items obtained in the nation of the Evernight from Panatia, the despairing nightingale, who was killed by the historical projection of Death Consul Vincent. It was crafted from a dream weaver characteristic and originally possessed a living quality, but under the pale flame of a complete mythological creature, this quality had already died. This item could grant the wearer deciphering abilities comparable to a high sequence. Ebner had previously suspected it was essentially Amon's clone. Holding the monocle, Ebner hesitated for a long while but ultimately didn't put it on. Even after being handled by the Death Consul, it's still too dangerous. To use this item, it's best to reforge it. Unfortunately, I used the secret art disintegration on it whenever I had time before, but I never successfully triggered the effect of restoring Beyonder items to Beyonder characteristics. Sighing, Ebner put away the lens, and then stopped pondering the connections between those questions. After all, with a lack of understanding of many things, the interpretation might very well be wrong from the start. At this time, Ebner envied Klein more. His intuition was always so accurate, while his own prophecy needed a certain amount of related knowledge as a foundation to achieve similar effects. Because the interpretation wasted a lot of time, and Ebner, having just gone through a battle, was also feeling a bit tired, he didn't go to the 4th platform to purchase detailed information about the alien planet. Instead, he directly teleported back to the leased mansion. Of course, this also had something to do with his desire to accumulate a few days of interest before exchanging. By this time, Furs and the other 2 had already finished bathing and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Seeing this, Ebner also soaked in the hot spring, served by the magic mirror, washing away his fatigue. During this time, he also organized the Beyonder items he had acquired. The 2 items obtained from Kisi, the Charm Whispers necklace which could release various desire-stirring auras, and the Wind Blessing ring, a wind-blessed item afraid of seawater, remained on Kisi, who was controlled by the magic mirror. Furs had seen these 2 items earlier, and they weren't suitable for sale at the Tarot Club. Ebner had just taken the time to appraise Herta's double-barreled shotgun, which the Quiz Labyrinth had valued at £10,000, and generally understood its functions. It is crafted from the characteristics of a conspirer and a wraith. The 2 barrels can fire flame and frost bullets respectively. Any target hit, whether intelligent or non-intelligent, will develop an inexplicable hatred towards the shotgun's wielder. When wielding this shotgun, one can transform into a special wraith, possessing most of the abilities of the wraith sequence. Additionally, while the negative effects are few, they are all fatal. For instance, each use deepens one's faith in a certain hidden existence, until one becomes its fanatical believer. This hidden existence can be specified by oneself, but must at least possess the status of an angel. Another example, it will cause a certain desire within oneself to become uncontrollable, leading to constant indulgence. Simeem Island. On Simeem Island, which also belongs to the Rorsted Archipelago but is the farthest from the City of Generosity biome, requiring nearly 5 hours by passenger ship to reach. Letitia Dolera, a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, along with 2 companions, searched for the hidden elf ruins in the Simeem Island jungle, based on a prophecy obtained from the Elven Trial Temple. Meanwhile, Klein also arrived on the island by ship. Unlike the original work, since Winter became the butler of Fragrant Manor and Ebner hadn't dismissed him even after leaving biome, but instead gave him the sleepless potion, allowing him to assist Sea Snake Weef in managing the Amiris Leaf Bar. So, Klein wasn't impersonating him to confess to his beloved, as he was supposed to be dead. Klein had heard that the Black Death had appeared near this island and decided to investigate the whereabouts of Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. He had heard Steele Mavady liberated the soul of a night guard, and learned from him that a batch of literature about death might be with Tracy. However, as soon as Klein disembarked, his spirituality stirred. He slightly turned his head and quickly met a pair of blood-colored pupils. They belonged to a young silver-haired lady. Chapter 743, Natural Disaster. Silver hair, blood-red pupils, a woman whose features were obscured. Even though his reflection was already visible in the other party's pupils, it didn't mean Klein truly saw her. This was just an image that suddenly appeared in his mind. Who? Klein's steps didn't falter, his body showed no stiffness. He walked normally down the gangplank onto the dock, just as he had before. Then, he walked and paused, casually tossing a coin, before winding his way into a restaurant. He requested the innermost private room on the 2nd floor and ordered a few dishes. After the waiter left the private room, Klein stood up and went to the wall on one side of the room. He pressed his left palm against it. He judged that the blood-red eyes that had been quietly watching him were in the adjacent room. As his palm touched the wall, a partial scene of the neighboring private room naturally appeared in his mind. A long table, a few chairs, a coat rack, and wooden crates holding beer. It was the simplest possible layout for a restaurant private room. And since it was just past 2 in the afternoon, not dining time, there was no one inside. Already gone. Klein had only been probing, so he immediately withdrew his left palm, walked back to the table, and sat down, acting as if nothing had happened. He had performed a divination when he casually tossed the coin earlier, and the result was that the lady bore no ill will, but this wasn't necessarily accurate. It would be better to confirm it above the gray fog. But I might still be under surveillance right now, so I need to find a safe place to enter the gray fog. I looked at a map before coming to Simeem Island and remember there's a church of the Earth Mother Goddess south of the town. Since the Earth Mother Goddess invested in me through Mr. Tower, it should be safe there. I'll just change into Detective Brian's appearance later and go in, which also counts as role-playing for a faceless. As he thought this, the waiter had already served a special dish he had just ordered. This food was called titua, which translated to meat in fruit in Loanese. The chef used a local giant fruit called tina, hollowed out its pulp, leaving only the firm rind, then stuffed it with mashed lamb and fish, seasoned with sea salt and several spices, and repeatedly roasted it over fire. The meat was delicious and exuded a unique aroma, perfectly blending with the sweet and slightly sour taste of the fruit. Klein really liked the taste of meat mixed with the sweetness of fruit. The dacai pie he most often ate in Backlund had a similar texture. After eating his fill, Klein slowly stood up, savoring the delicious taste, paid the bill, and went downstairs to board a carriage, heading towards the church south of town. While in the carriage, he quietly changed his appearance. The native coachman, who dared not look directly at him, didn't notice. Just after Klein left the restaurant, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the previously empty adjacent room. It was a lady whose face seemed obscured by mist, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, making her features unclear. She wore an elegant black robe with a hooded cloak and held a slender wooden stick only about 20 centimeters long. He's truly a cautious person. The lady seemed to nod with satisfaction, then she looked towards the northern jungle and sighed, murmuring to herself, if only Letitia could be so cautious. As an astrologer, to be as reckless as a storm believer. No wonder she has such a destiny with that book of calamity. This is truly unlike my descendant, even if her bloodline is very thin. The word destiny was something she had heard from a friend a long, long time ago. Speaking it now, a hint of melancholy appeared, but the lady quickly composed herself. Just then, her blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed. Immediately after, she used mystical reappearance, Nanchanman, stepping into an elven temple constructed of crystal. At the very moment Letitia was about to open the Book of Calamity, she directly summoned that yellowish-brown parchment book to her hand. At this sudden turn of events, Letitia and her 2 male companions were startled. They each drew their weapons, aimed them at the blood-eyed lady whose features were obscured, and demanded, "Who are you?" The hooded, blood-eyed lady stared at them for a while before slowly speaking, "I remember telling you not to open it before you came. Told me." Letitia was stunned for a moment, then her greenish-gray eyes widened as she blurted out, "You." You are ancestor Yerelin. Months ago, when she went to Olavi to explore the Elven Trial Temple, she had received a task from her ancestor, and in the end, it was her ancestor who rescued her from the disappeared temple. But she had only ever heard her voice, never seen her person. Thinking back now, the voice was correct. But why would her ancestor have blood-red eyes? Just as Letitia showed a suspicious expression, the lady whose features were obscured nodded and said, I am Yerelin. With that, she removed the peeping effect from her eyes. The blood-red color immediately receded, turning to gray. And as the blood-red color receded, so did the layer of mist obscuring her face. It was a face much more delicate and much younger than Letitia's, seemingly imbued with a hint of beauty, causing Letitia and her companions to stare in a daze. Of these, part of Letitia's reaction was due to the other's beauty, but another part was because her peeping eye, which she subconsciously activated, saw the shadow of a complete mythical creature. In other words, the lady before her was an angel. If the other party hadn't restrained herself, only letting her see a shadow, her reaction would have been more than just dazed. On the other side, the lady named Yerelin, having revealed her identity, waved her hand and brought the group out of the temple. Then, ignoring her descendant, she placed her hand on the book's cover and began to communicate on an information level. As a mystery prior sequence 2 sage, her mythical form was already a pure stream of information. Moments later, Lady Yerelin withdrew her hand, but her pupils once again turned blood-red. The calamity characteristic is still there, but the connection with the Elven Queen is broken. Could Kohainem have completely fallen? No. Although her fate is very difficult to observe, there are still ripples in the river of fate. More importantly, the thing hidden in the Book of Calamity is also gone. Did she arrange a contingency plan elsewhere? Or, is it his doing again? In the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess on the south side of the port town, the priest, who was wiping tables and chairs, was startled when he saw Klein push the door open and walk in, seeing the face of Detective Ebner Bryan disguised by the faceless ability. He took a few quick steps forward, pulled him into the back room, and urgently asked, Detective Bryan, how dare you still show your face in the Rorsted Archipelago? You should know that the commotion caused by your farewell hasn't settled down yet. The governor of Byam even privately issued a bounty for you on the black market. Chapter 744, Rats. Upon hearing this, if not for his clown abilities, Klein's expression would surely have contorted in uncontrollable surprise. But even so, the corner of his eye twitched slightly, as if he was doubting whether his portrayal of Mr. Tower was correct. What on earth did Mr. Tower do in Byam that was so earth-shattering? Klein secretly clicked his tongue, deciding to inquire about it as soon as he returned. After pouring out a torrent of grievances, the priest finally asked Klein, Did you come here for something? I just need to borrow the restroom. Klein coughed and replied, thinking to himself that after performing a divination above the grey fog, he would immediately leave the church and switch back to Gehrman's face. Speaking of which, the reason he came to Simeem Island was because he had accidentally heard information in a Byam hotel that Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, would be visiting here, so he wanted to try his luck and see if he could retrieve those documents about death from her. Who would have thought that as soon as he disembarked, he would be targeted by some mysterious strong individual? He wondered if he would miss the time Vice Admiral of Ailment appeared. In Intis, inside the Golden Radiance Manor on the outskirts of Tosk City. A handsome middle-aged man sat in the sunroom, listening to his subordinates' reports. A moment later, he stood up and walked to the French window, watching the shimmering lake nearby as he said. So, the Beria family's operation completely failed. A demigod from the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess cleared their ambush beforehand. His subordinate was an old man with grey hair but a rather rosy complexion. The old man wore a stiff suit and a monocle, looking meticulous. At this moment, he replied with a serious expression. Yes, Your Excellency Ciro. Among the demons who ambushed Detective Ebner Bryan, one was our informant. He escaped. According to him, they didn't even see the target's face before they started killing each other. This is probably something only high-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway can accomplish. And in the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess, there are indeed manipulators who have become favored ones. The middle-aged man, who was the son of the Delian family's prime minister, Ciro Delian, nodded thoughtfully and calmly said, It seems that Detective is much more valued by the church than we expected. Hey, Yarabed probably didn't make a move, did she? Yes, Your Excellency. The surviving demon said he didn't see the Beria Patriarch make a move. The old man confirmed Ciro's conjecture. That's normal. Devils are cunning, with a church expert guarding, how would she dare to show her face easily? Ciro sneered, then asked, What's the Beria family's loss? That demon informant escaped quite early and didn't notice the subsequent battle, but he speculates that over 10 demons were likely killed. As for the apostles, he thought that, except for Light, who was in considerable danger, the other lords should be fine. After all, each of them has powerful trump cards. The old man replied after a brief thought. That's right, those charm apostles aren't so easy to kill. Even I can't guarantee leaving any of them behind in a one-on-one fight. Let alone if they teamed up. If they could work together, they might even force back that demigod from the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess. What a pity. Ciro Delian sighed. However, even if they're not dead, it will be difficult for us to contact them in the short term. The meticulous old man reminded. I understand that. Demons, with their personalities, definitely won't come out and operate again until their injuries are healed and their combat strength is restored to its peak. Ciro nodded, then casually asked, when will that Detective Brian arrive in Task City? That detective seems to have switched trains with another identity midway, so I don't know when they will arrive in Task, the old man replied carefully, but I have already sent people to guard the station. Before he finished speaking, Ciro waved his hand, interrupting him. That detective is reportedly already a polymath, with diverse methods. If he truly doesn't want to be noticed, the people you sent will be useless. But don't worry too much, the young lady from the Sari family is among those accompanying him. They will show themselves openly sooner or later. Speaking of this, he changed the subject and asked about another matter he had been concerned about. Has the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, been found? I wounded her. Even if she's good at healing, she won't recover that quickly. She must still be in Task City. I've received definite news from the Varian family that Vice Admiral Iceberg was rescued by someone. The old man finally straightened his chest as he answered this time. Who were they? Ciro frowned and asked. A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers. Deep within the intricate sewers of Task City, a natural underground cave connected to a pool filled with sewage. Edwina lay weakly on a bed in a small room partitioned within the cave. Outwardly, she had no injuries, but she could deeply feel her spirit being entangled by a corrupted power. This was a wound left after being struck by the blade of flesh and spirit. Who would have thought that Ciro Delian, considered merely a playboy by the outside world, was actually a Black Knight, a demigod? After the young girl who was looking after her secretly snuck out to play, Edwina opened her eyes, then used the last bit of strength in her body to struggle into a sitting position and chanted the honorific name that Ebner had long discarded, originally belonging to Dr. Strange. The polymath of the mysterious domain. The researcher of dreams and space. Ebner Brian from the unknown. I pray to share my location with you. Then, she transmitted the route she had drawn in her mind, as well as a badge she saw on the bedside table, which seemed to be composed of multiple symbols, together as memory images to the existence pointed to by the honorific name. On the other side, Ebner, Helene, Furs, Fanny, plus Kesey, who had transformed into a maid, and Lion Leon, 5 people and 1 cat, left Lynn City on Friday morning, continuing westward. Fearing that their itinerary might be tracked again, Ebner first took them with Lion through mirror travel to another small city nearby. Then, using fake identities previously prepared by Kesey, they bought train tickets and boarded a steam train again. At this moment, on Saturday morning, Ebner was sitting on the newly departed train, recording coordinates along the way. His simulated teleportation ability, or the teleportation spell he modified, could only teleport to places he had visited before. This was the main reason he needed to travel all the way to Intis by train. But just then, his pure white eye suddenly activated on its own, transmitting the scene of Edwina's prayer. Edwina is in trouble. Ebner immediately sat up straight, carefully observing the content provided by his pure white eye. Edwina didn't specifically describe what she encountered, only providing her surroundings and a simple map of the sewer. After she was rescued earlier, although she appeared to be in a coma, she actually maintained the necessary vigilance, so she recorded the route using a secret art. The sewers of Task City. I remember that the last frame of the picture of Mr. Cotton Sari's characteristic whereabouts, given by a Rhodes, was an artisan who had participated in the hermit gathering of fate, finally crawling into the sewers of Task City. And the design of the badge Edwina saw in her current room. Others might not recognize it, but I have a clue. Is that actually an English abbreviation? MIB. Men in Black. Roselle's Remnants of the Men in Black. Chapter 745, The Rat Way. As thoughts whirled, Ebner shielded the senses of those around them, then directly asked Lion Leon, what do you know about Roselle's Men in Black? You mean the organization mainly composed of Beyonders from the Marauder and Assassin pathways? I don't know too much about them. I only know they were led by Edwards. And often engaged in unsavory dealings. Of course, they were much better than the Great Tomb organization led by that fellow Yaldabaoth. The latter is much more notorious. Lion Leon snorted, clearly having a low opinion of both organizations under Roselle. Marauder and Assassin. These 2 pathways are indeed excellent for intelligence and espionage. And since they were led by Edwards, they shouldn't be a threat to Edwina. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then asked, were there high-sequence Beyonders in the Men in Black? Of course there were before. Roselle even used a captured Amon clone to create an item equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact and placed it in the Men in Black headquarters. Leon replied casually. Amon's clone. Sealed artifact. Did Amon target Roselle's marauder organization, only to get caught when he went to steal a bite? While pondering, Ebner briefly explained the situation to Lion and asked him to look after Furs and the others. Then, he took Kisi, who was controlled by the magic mirror, and passed through the train wall, flying at full speed towards Tosk City relying on his flying cloak. Tosk City is located outside a valley at the border of Lone and Intis. It is a well-known trade port city in Intis, thus its economy is quite prosperous. This city was the birthplace of the Suri family. Originally, both its economy and politics were controlled by the Suri family, but in the past decade or so, as the Suri family's influence entered the high ranks of the Republic and they moved to Trier, the city's authority gradually shifted into the hands of the Varian family. The Varian family was also nobility from the Solomon dynasty, and even more powerful than the Delian and Friars families at that time. Unfortunately, after Roselle came to power, such former dynasty nobles naturally became primary targets for suppression, and the higher their noble status, the more thoroughly they were purged. Thus, the Varian family failed to see significant benefits from the events leading to the overthrow of the Augustus dynasty, becoming a third or fourth-rate power, even having to dabble in the underworld. It wasn't until the Suri family left Tosk that they seized the opportunity to legitimate themselves and rise. But even so, this family still has intricate ties with the local gangs in the area, such as the Men in Black organization hidden in the Rat Way. Of course, many people call it the Thieves' Guild, because its current function is very similar to the Thieves' Guilds depicted in some of Roselle's novels. The Ratway is what residents call Tosk's sewer network, and also implicitly refers to the rats who hide in the sewers, engaging in illicit activities. At this moment, in the office of the Varian winery, a woman in her 30s, dressed luxuriously, was questioning another man. They were Lister and his wife Denise, the current heads of the Varian family. Lister, who had just celebrated his 30th birthday, looked at his wife, who was constantly pounding the table, and a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes before quickly disappearing. He feigned helplessness and said, "Dear, it's not as serious as you think." "What do you mean, not as serious as I think? When you sold out the Thieves' Guild to that playboy from Trier, did you not consider the consequences? Heh, I know he's from the Delian family, the Prime Minister's son. But we're not obligated to help him find a runaway woman. What's more, that woman is connected to the Thieves' Guild. You know, our Varian family managed to control such an important port city, completely bypassing the administrative officials appointed by Trier, all thanks to the support of various local forces. But now that this has happened, how do you expect them to view us? They'll only think that if you could sell out the Thieves' Guild, you'll sell them out sooner or later too. Besides, do you think the Thieves' Guild is easy to provoke? Once they take action, several counties in northeastern Intis will fall into chaos. And most importantly, even though you're my husband and have taken the Varian surname, becoming the family's head, why didn't you consult me beforehand on such an important matter?" Looking at his furious wife, Lister didn't answer directly. Instead, he deflected, "Weren't you busy competing with other wine brands then? I thought it would be bad to disturb you. Besides, it's just a woman. I thought that as long as he made the request, the Thieves' Guild wouldn't refuse him. They might even use this to build a connection with him and perhaps even thank me afterwards." Nonsense. Is your brain full of crap? How could the Thieves' Guild save a stranger for no reason? That woman must have a connection with them. And given their unity, they won't hand her over. Madame Denise slammed the table again upon hearing this. "What do you know, you foolish woman? That playboy might be a good-for-nothing, but his butler might be a demigod. That's a half-human, half-god existence. How dare I defy him? Let alone me, even if the Varian family and all the forces in Tosk City combined, they'd be nothing in front of a demigod. Of course, you don't need to know this. Perhaps when this matter is successfully concluded, with the gentleman's support, I'll no longer have to bow to you and can truly take charge of the Varian family." Lister mused inwardly, but outwardly, he seemed lost for words, stammering. After her outburst, Madame Denise glared at her husband, ignoring him. She simply tossed out, "I'm going to the Thieves' Guild to explain this," then put on her hat, donned her coat, and left the room. As a former great noble, even in decline, the Varian family still had some foundation. Therefore, compared to flattering a playboy, Madame Denise valued their standing more. This foolish woman cannot be allowed to ruin that lord's plans. On the other side, Lister watched his wife's retreating figure, unable to hide the malice in his eyes any longer. After a brief thought, he called over a trusted subordinate and ordered him to send people to intercept Denise, preferably alive. If not, to kill her on sight. That way, I can claim credit from that lord afterwards. And you'll get your share of benefits too. Lister outwardly painted a rosy picture for his subordinate, but inwardly, he had already condemned him to death, waiting only for him to finish the task before silencing him. But just then, a mocking voice sounded in his ear, "Benefits? I'll show you a treasure right now." Lister and his subordinate were startled. They instinctively looked towards the source of the voice and saw a mirror with a gaping maw, its sharp teeth snapping at them. The subordinate was a Sequence 8 provoker, and Lister himself was just an ordinary person. Facing such a scene, they had no power to resist and were swallowed by the mirror. The man-eating mirror was naturally Ebner's magic mirror. Controlling Kesey, who was holding its main body, it even took out a handkerchief to wipe the mirror surface. Ebner was there because he needed a guide to enter the rat way. Although Edwina had drawn a route map using secret art, after a personal inspection, Ebner discovered that Tosk's sewer system was not so simple. It seemed to have been specially designed by a high-sequence beyonder, and in many places, it used the distortion or magnification effects of the Black Emperor pathway, making it easy to get lost without a guide, or even never get out. This was likely the work of Emperor Roselle himself. If he were to use the pure white eye to decipher it, it wouldn't be impossible, though it would take some time. However, Ebner feared that Edwina might not be able to wait that long. So, he found the Varian family's winery, which had the qualifications and methods to summon a guide in the rat way, but he unexpectedly encountered this marital quarrel. The knowledge about the rat way and the Varian family came from the book formed by the soul of the mirror demon Herda. After all, he had lived for nearly 100 years and had a property in Tosk, so he was quite familiar with the situation there. As expected of a spiritual book worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, the knowledge it contains is truly valuable. After the magic mirror displayed some scenes from Lister's soul, Ebner collected his thoughts and watched. Soon, his gaze was drawn to an old man wearing a monocle, who was the butler of the Delian family's playboy. Is that Amon? Leon said earlier that Roselle turned a captured Amon clone into a sealed artifact and gave it to the men in black. Aggregation effect. Chapter 746, The Person in the Prophecy. After a moment of thought, Ebner temporarily put aside the matter of Amon. After all, even if that butler truly was an Amon clone, his primary targets would be the men in black, who are also of the Marauder pathway, and it was unlikely he would specifically target Ebner and Edwina. Moreover, although Ebner's demigod-level imitation experience had ended, he still held a historical projection charm bestowed by the goddess. In crucial moments, he could even use it to invite Lilith's divine descent. Therefore, he wasn't overly afraid of Amon's clones. As for the thought of Amon stealing the charm and using it, it must be said that the reader pathway's ability to think in multiple threads and analyze after becoming a demigod is very restraining to such thought-stealing actions, and Ebner, through his pure white eye, had been accustomed to this multithreading since Sequence 9. After dealing with Lister and his confidant, Ebner instructed Kesey, who was possessed by the devil, to find a place for afternoon tea, while he himself, carrying the magic mirror's main body, followed Madame Denise, who had left earlier. He suspected that the men in black stronghold might not actually be in the real world, or perhaps it was in a space that overlapped with reality, so he left Kesey there as a locator. As a noblewoman of the Varian family, the actual controllers of Tosk, Madame Denise naturally wouldn't use the sewer entrance in the lower-class civilian area that Rhodes had shown in his vision to enter the rat way. Instead, she first took a carriage to a very secluded villa, then entered its basement and opened a hidden door. Stepping through the hidden door and walking through a relatively clean passage, she entered the truly cold and damp rat way. However, Madame Denise did not venture deeper. Instead, at a corner of a crossroads, she placed 4 torches according to a specific orientation and softly chanted a Hermes word, guide. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a figure clad in a black cloak appeared at the intersection. He glanced at Madame Denise, then extended a claw to take a special emblem from her hand before turning around and beginning to lead the way. During this time, he used a special ability to check, but failed to detect Ebner, who was under Evan's secret barrier. Ebner, however, saw through his true nature. Although called a guide, it's actually just a strange ghost. And Madame Denise clearly knows this, so she didn't try to converse with him. While thinking, Ebner also followed closely behind Madame Denise, stepping in her footsteps to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Initially, they were still traversing normal sewers, only the paths went up and down, turning left and right, very misleading. However, this wasn't much of an obstacle for a reader, who easily memorized the route. But then, Ebner was completely shocked by the complex structure of the rat way and was glad he chose to find a guide rather than relying on his pure white eye to decipher it. Because this labyrinthine path not only had various twisted and magnified sections, but also various hidden doors and intermittent nightmares. Yes, some sections required crossing strange dreams, and those dreams contained various monsters. If not for the guide, they would surely have attacked. And most importantly, this so-called rat way seemed specifically designed for beyonders with analysis and deciphering abilities. The more one analyzed it, the more it changed. To be honest, several times when following Madame Denise through a door, Ebner felt that he had actually been exposed. But strangely, this large labyrinth gave no warning. At this point, he couldn't retreat, because even if he wanted to, he couldn't find his way back. Squeezing the historical projection charm in his hand, Ebner felt a renewed sense of confidence. He followed closely behind Madame Denise's footsteps and arrived in a cave roughly 20 square meters in size, containing several storage lockers. Upon arriving here, the guide disappeared on its own, and Madame Denise skillfully took off her clothes and changed into the garments prepared in the lockers. This made Ebner, who was watching from the side, a little awkward. Just as he was wondering whether to find some clothes here to change into as well, Madame Denise had already walked towards the door on the other side of the cave. Seeing this, Ebner no longer hesitated and immediately followed. After crossing this last door, Ebner's vision suddenly cleared, and he found himself in an underground space the size of a football field. The dome was very high, at least 30 meters or more, and embedded with multiple glowing orbs, preventing the entire space from being dim. "Denise, you're here." At this moment, a man who looked to be in his 30s with dark golden hair came forward, greeted Madame Denise, and then embraced and kissed her. After a full half-minute, Madame Denise struggled to push him away, chiding him alluringly, "Gute, I'm here for something serious." "What is it?" The man named Gute was startled for a moment, then picked up Madame Denise horizontally. "Let's talk about it on the bed." Soon, intermittent conversations emanated from the private room partitioned off in a corner of the space. This scene left Ebner dumbfounded. After a comment about Intis truly being open, he no longer paid attention to them and began to use the secret art polymath reconnaissance to locate Edwina. This was one of the 3 secret arts he received upon his promotion to mysticism instructor, which could improve along with him. Since there were no other polymaths in this space, it only took Ebner 2 minutes to successfully pinpoint Edwina's location, right in the room next to Gute and Madame Denise. He used his door ability to walk straight into that room and saw Edwina, looking slightly pale, leaning against the headboard of the bed, holding a book. However, as the conversations from next door grew more intense, her attention was clearly not on the book. Instead, she was closing her light blue eyes, suppressing something. As Vice Admiral Iceberg, as a pirate general, she wasn't entirely unfamiliar with such matters. Although she hadn't practiced them herself, she had witnessed quite a lot. After all, she could also revert time. In the past, even without mechanical mind, she could remain calm about this, but after her spirit body was infected by the corrupting power of the Black Knight, she involuntarily began to have chaotic thoughts. While this wouldn't cause her to immediately fall and lose control, it was still a severe test of her willpower. After Ebner entered the room, a brief scan revealed Edwina's predicament. He then simulated the judge's ability, blocking the transmission of sound between the room and the outside. The disappearance of the conversations made Edwina sigh in relief. She opened her light blue eyes, as clear as spring water, and tentatively asked, "Ebner." "It's me," Ebner materialized and replied. Then, he stepped forward to examine her body and frowned, "Blade of flesh and spirit." "Yes." Edwina still had little strength and answered concisely. "This is quite troublesome. Violet's perfect recovery spell wouldn't work too well on such an injury. This requires a high-level ritual from the Sun Domain." As Ebner spoke, he recalled the scepter housing the evil spirit of the Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Using it as a medium should be enough to extract the corrupting power from Edwina's spirit body, but this place is clearly not suitable. But how to get Edwina out? "I just tried, and there's a space barrier here, so teleportation probably won't work." As Ebner was pondering, an old voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Oh, person of the great Emperor's prophecy. Welcome to Kaspersky, the Men in Black's last base." Kaspersky. That name itself shows deep malice towards Amon. Chapter 747, Sacrifice. The person who suddenly appeared in the room, though his voice sounded old, actually looked to be in his early 20s at most. He wore a white shirt, a brown vest, and a double-breasted black long coat. His appearance was quite ordinary, with no striking features. This might align with the characteristics of a thief. Ebner, holding Lilith's tear in one hand and the historical projection, charm given by the goddess in the other, scrutinized the newcomer with his pure white eye for a few moments before raising an eyebrow and asking, "Parasite." "Heh, as expected of the person in the great Emperor's prophecy, you saw through me at once. But you should put away those dangerous things in your hand. My main body isn't here, so they don't pose much of a threat to me," the young man chuckled with an old voice. "That's because you don't know its desolation radius." Ebner silently grumbled, but only put away Lilith's tear. Then, he composed his words and asked again, "Are you the leader of the Men in Black?" "I should thank you for saving Edwina. However, do you have something to discuss with me?" "The leader of the Men in Black will always be the great His Majesty Caesar. I am merely acting as the commander's proxy." At this point, he glanced at Edwina on the bed, then continued, "I was once Lord Edward's aide-de-camp, so naturally, I wouldn't stand by and watch Miss Edwina get into trouble. Furthermore, she is also a person from the prophecy. Another prophecy. What arrangements did the great Emperor make in Tosk? And what's so special about Tosk? Why did the Seal of Calamity and Roselle both make their move here sequentially?" Perhaps the latter was following in the footsteps of the former, but this also indicates that what they are planning is no small matter. What is this prophecy? How did I become a person from the prophecy? Ebner thought for a moment and tentatively asked. The parasitized youth smiled without speaking, only taking out a book from his bag that looked normal but felt as if it were composed of many worms. It had an ancient and mottled black iron cover, with a strange clockwork-like lock attached to its side. This branch of our Men in Black was originally ordered to look after His Majesty's descendants in Tosk, but later, we received the task of waiting for the Person of Prophecy. And His Majesty ordered me to give this book to the Person of Prophecy, which is you, Detective Ebner Bryan. The old voice rang out again. The youth didn't hand the book to Ebner but placed it on the table beside him. Ebner, while examining the book with his pure white eye, casually asked, "Do you know me?" "Oh, and what should I call you?" "Hey, although our Men in Black no longer have the Empire's support, and our numbers are far fewer than a century ago, we are still one of the world's leading intelligence organizations. And information about you is not scarce." The youth ended the topic here and then chuckled. "As for a name, those of us in this line of work don't really have names. But you can call me Heart One. Did the Aurora Order register the letter codes first, so the Men in Black had to start using playing cards?" While grumbling inwardly, Ebner also initially analyzed the general nature of the black iron-covered book. What it contained was still unknown, but the book itself was very likely made from time worms. Could this be the book Leon mentioned, made by Roselle using a captured Amon clone? This could truly be a genuine book of Amon. However, that lock is very special. It seals the actual function of the book. Even my pure white eye cannot analyze it in a short time. But why would the great emperor give me this book? This thing attracts Amon, you know. While I'm not too afraid of Amon's clones, I don't want to actively lure him over. Could this old fellow be trying to shift trouble onto someone else? As he pondered, Ebner frowned, about to refuse. But at that moment, Edwina tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "This book is related to that travelogue." She didn't elaborate, even deliberately controlling her thoughts to prevent the parasite from prying into anything. Travelogue. Groselle's travels. Right, the reason Edwina asked to meet me in Tosk was because she found a safe way to enter the world within that travelogue. Regarding the travelogue, I previously speculated it should be an arrangement made by the Seal of Calamity after leaving Roselle. But here, it's connected to the Book of Amon. Did Roselle later find the arrangements left by the Seal of Calamity and then modify them himself? However, since the Book of Amon is involved in this matter, I have no choice but to accept it. Besides, Amon's main target should still be this Kaspersky stronghold. Even with some aggregation, I can place it in the quiz labyrinth. I remember the fourth level of authority has a function to weaken the influence of beyonder aggregation, although the price is quite steep, £10 per hour. After weighing it in his mind for a while, Ebner ultimately accepted the black iron-bound book. As for sacrificing it to Mr. Fool, Ebner felt it wouldn't be quite appropriate. This was, after all, Amon's item, and it had arrangements made by the great emperor in his later years under the influence of contamination. If Klein were to recklessly divine it, there might be danger. I have completed the task from the prophecy, and I won't keep you any longer. You are free to leave here now. I will temporarily open a door in the barrier. I trust you can take advantage of this opportunity. The youth nodded with satisfaction after Ebner put away the book. Good. Ebner didn't ask anything further. After all, in front of such a spy master, he was still too green to extract any useful information. Anything he learned would inevitably be what the other party deliberately revealed. With that, he walked to the bed, holding Edwina by her legs and back, and lifted her. At the same time, his pure white eye operated at its peak, and he quickly found an invisible door open in the underground space's barrier. From outside this door, he also connected to Kisi's coordinates. Knowing the opportunity was brief, and that failure to seize it might truly leave her trapped, Edwina showed no shyness. While complying with Ebner's movements, she grabbed a small bag from the bed, which contained her personal belongings. The butler of that young master from the Delian family is very likely Amon. As a repayment for the Men in Black rescuing Edwina, Ebner warned the parasitized youth. Immediately after, their figures blurred, entering the mysterious spiritual world where 7 pure lights hung high above. In that strange world, higher than reality, Ebner, holding Edwina, took a step in a certain direction. A few breaths later, they emerged from their transparent, illusory state, returning to reality, to a guest room in a hotel in Tosk. Kisi was sitting on the head of the bed, watching them. The year when the great fog submerged all living beings, the hermit gathering of fate. My bloodline, the foolish generation, after the night, those who ignore the rat way, taking the book of pirated fortune. The sacrifice arrives. I shall return. Watching Ebner and Edwina disappear, the youth silently recited the fragmented text. It was part of the prophecy left by Emperor Roselle the last time he summoned him. Your Majesty, please forgive my incompetence. For all these years, I have been unable to decipher its full meaning. The parasitized youth sighed. He returned to his study. After a while, the dark golden-haired man named Gute rushed in and reported, "President, Madame Denise just delivered the latest intelligence. Her husband told the playboy from the Delian family how to summon and command guides. At this point, he added with a hint of guilt. Although there are other arrangements with the guides, and the Ratway ritual can be activated at any time. I feel this matter is extremely urgent and must be brought to your immediate attention." "You know it's urgent. Then why did you waste nearly half an hour on the bed?" The youth looked at Gute with a half-smile but said nothing more, only deciding that this person could be a potential candidate for deep parasitism in the future. He waved his hand and casually said, "I know, don't worry." Gute breathed a sigh of relief and then excused himself and left. Amon's clone, and that descendant of the Delian family who believes in the true creator. So that's it. These truly are good sacrifices. Your Majesty, can you truly return this time? Thinking this, the youth had one of his clones lead a portion of the members he hadn't parasitized to evacuate the stronghold. Firstly, those people could not be fully trusted. Secondly, it was to leave a spark for the men in black to continue. Regardless of success or failure, Kaspersky would be destroyed. Chapter 748, Old Huang's Calculation. Inside the rented mansion in Alvin Abraham's quiz labyrinth, Ebner had Vice Admiral Iceberg sit to one side, while he placed the staff carrying the Sun Chaser evil spirit on the central round table. Then, using the binary ritual method, he lit 2 candles, completing the preliminary setup. After bringing Edwina back to reality, he immediately used his accrued interest to rent the mirror mansion for another day from the labyrinth. While doing so, he also exercised his authority to request a mystical isolation for the book he named the Book of Amon. Although Edwina was also very interested in the mirror world modification technology, she was too weak to research it. She could only first cooperate with Ebner in performing the ritual to heal her soul injuries. Even though the evil spirit residing in the staff had fallen into slumber, upon sensing the pure white eye, it cooperated by releasing its power, integrating it with the holy light that the staff itself could emit. Continuously, like a tide, it surged towards Edwina, cleansing the corrupting power from her soul. Dozens of seconds later, a subtle smile unconsciously appeared on Edwina's usually cold expression. She looked at Ebner and earnestly said, "Thank you for saving me. You would have been fine without me, that hard one wouldn't have troubled you, even out of respect for your ancestor." Ebner waved his hand. "No, his primary purpose in saving me was to wait for your arrival, otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared so quickly." Edwina shook her head, clearly understanding this point very well. "Hey, there's no need to be so serious then. Didn't you save me once too?" Ebner chuckled, referring to Edwina's interception of Mr. D's ship from the Aurora Order back then. That was the arrangement of the God of Knowledge. Edwina first said this, but then, recalling something, she quietly added, "This time might be the same." Ebner nodded. On the matter of being arranged, he could proudly say, "I'm a professional," so he had a premonition. Although the God of Knowledge had hardly revealed his own existence, just considering that Grosel's travels was originally obtained by him, and that Edwina's clue to the so-called safe entrance of the travelogue came from her teacher Isabella. Isabella, as the Princess of Lenberg, must be a believer of the God of Knowledge, and according to Lion, she also had a relationship with Roselle. As for the later prophecy that revealed the information, Loenzel's family is key, it was even more so reliant on the mirror bestowed by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. There's no way this isn't connected to that particular entity. I just don't know if 2-5 Dragon sent me here to fulfill Old Huang's arrangements or to disrupt Old Huang's plans. But one thing is certain, the key to Old Huang's scheme must be me, or rather, the transmigrator brought by the pure white eye. After silently muttering a few words, Ebner turned to Edwina and asked, "How did you get injured?" "After you told me that Alanson, the captain of the City of Splendor, was a descendant of Loenzel's family, I intercepted him at Davil once I was fully prepared, and brought him back to his home in Daisy. There, I found something left behind by a mysterious person back then." Edwina didn't answer directly. Instead, like a teacher, she earnestly explained the background and took out a book from the bag, as well as a playing card tucked inside. According to the records in this book, to safely enter Grosel's travels, one needs to find the ritual place, located in Tosk, and collect Grosel's travels, the Book of Astrology, and the Book of Fortune Stealing, 3 mystical books, as well as the 3 blasphemy card, Black Emperor, Door, and Error. Edwina paused here, then added. The Book of Astrology was compiled by my great-grandfather by transcribing relatively safe knowledge from the Abraham family's Book of Astrology and Elements. I originally thought its original copy would be in Lenberg's Great Library. But after a trip back, I found that the one in Lenberg was a copy, and the original had been taken decades ago by an Intician who came to Lenberg to study. As for the Book of Fortune Stealing, it should be this one that the parasite just gave me. And this tucked-in playing card should be the Error card, except it doesn't describe a potion formula like the Judge card I saw in Daniel's Labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Ebner temporarily interrupted Edwina. He then took out a briefcase from his card pouch and extracted a book with the Book of Astrology written on its cover in ancient Fuzak. "See if this is it," Ebner asked, handing the book over. Edwina took it, glanced at it, and affirmed, "It's great-grandfather's handwriting." Hearing this, Ebner remained silent for a few seconds, then took out a playing card with a bust of Emperor Roselle on it. "That was the door card. I also know where the Black Emperor card is," Ebner added. With this, all the conditions were met. It was just too coincidental. Edwina thought for a moment and said earnestly, "I'll go in alone. After all, this matter originated with her, and she should bear the risks." Ebner shook his head, having a general understanding and connecting more dots. "That book of astrology was given to me by Mr. Surrey. He claimed it was a copied version brought back from Lemberg. The book of astrology is actually a transcription of the transmigrator Alvin's book of astrology and elements, transcribed by Edwards, one of Roselle's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Fanny told me before that her lawyer 1 Beyonder characteristic and her grandfather's astronomer characteristic were both obtained by Mr. Surrey during his studies in Lemberg through fortunate coincidences. Mr. Surrey researched that book of astrology for decades. After his death, his remaining characteristics were bought by a Men in Black member from the Hermit Gathering of Fate and brought back to Tosk. Is this old Huang's calculation? He who would even calculate his own bloodline descendants. He must have been half mad when he devised this plan, right? What exactly did he arrange within Groselle's travels? Moreover, this arrangement should have originally been the work of the Transmigrator Senior, the Seal of Calamity. After all, only a Transmigrator would think of Lonzel. It's likely that placing the key clues for entering and exiting the travelogue in his home was also a way to compensate for this tragedy, otherwise, it would be entirely unnecessary. But Roselle, after finding traces of the Seal of Calamity, clearly replaced those remnants. He likely used the Transmigrator's arrangements to make his own. And no matter what, since the arrangement was originally set by a Transmigrator Senior, the key to its completion is most likely with me. Additionally, in this matter, the God of Knowledge must have intervened. I wonder if his purpose aligns with Roselle's. Probably not. He must have his own intentions. Finally, the door card was obtained in the nation of the Evernight. The book of astrology originally came from Alvin's notes, and Alvin was in the nation of the Evernight. Plus the previous prayer, the item bestowed by the goddess is relatively the most valuable. Did the goddess also have a hand in this? If so, it seems impossible to back out now. Chapter 749, Klein's Confusion. However, old Huang's, Roselle's, intentions aren't hard to guess. For him, being already gone, there are only 3 possibilities. First, removing his own contamination. Second, resurrection. Third, currying favor with transmigrators like me or Mr. Fool to aid his future resurrection. Even if he were contaminated, these 3 core desires wouldn't change much, only the process or outcome might have issues. But even knowing the goal, with the current intelligence, it's still impossible to deduce what exactly he arranged in Groselle's travels. The superficial fantasy world in the travelogue shouldn't be anything special. A reasonable guess is that his arrangement is hidden deep within the travelogue, in the kingdom of the fantasy dragon, Leviathan. As his thoughts raced, Ebner picked up the error playing card again. The portrait of Roselle on the card didn't wear a monocle as Ebner had conjectured, but it still felt somewhat unsettling, whether it was the smile at the corner of his mouth or his eyes. Even stranger, looking at the card from different angles, one could see many completely different Roselles, old and young, male and female. They had different appearances, but each look would make you feel that it was Roselle. In the lower middle part of the bust, this strange Roselle held 3 translucent small worms with 12 segments each, like the hour, minute, and second hands of a clock. This card was currently in a sealed state, so it didn't reveal the potion formula for the error pathway. Holding this blasphemy slate, Ebner tried saying words like Amon, Bug, Bernadette, Isabella, etc., in various languages, but received no response. Suddenly, he looked at Roselle's gloomy expression on the card and the pose of him holding the time worms. A thought struck him, and he said in Chinese, "Panda burning incense." But unfortunately, the card remained unresponsive. It seems even Roselle wouldn't be that bored, huh? Ebner sighed, then decided to temporarily abandon this baseless conjecture. Just then, Edwina, who had been watching his attempts, thoughtfully said, "The mysterious person who gave Lonzel's family that note left a sentence on the page where this card was tucked in. It read, 'My life's greatest error needs your redemption. My life's greatest error needs your redemption. My life's greatest error.' Based on my deductions, the one who first approached the Lonzel family was most likely the Seal of Calamity. Its purpose should have been to take Groselle's travels and conduct an unknown transaction with the fantasy dragon. Leaving something for Lonzel's family might have been an afterthought, or part of a setup. Of course, it could also have been to make up for some regrets in the original story, there's no telling. But Roselle later clearly altered his arrangements, making them serve his own ends. So, the subject of this greatest error should refer to Roselle himself. Thinking this, Ebner took a breath and recited an Intision, lunar landing. For Roselle, this was his greatest error, the error that led to the ruin of everything he had. It was perfectly suited as an unsealing incantation for the error card. As expected, no sooner had his voice fallen than he felt the card in his hand sink slightly. Then, a clear light slowly rose, gradually condensing into a line of text. Sequence 0, error. Although Ebner had anticipated this, he still couldn't hide his joy as he looked at the item in his palm, turning page after page and jotting down the formula. After this, he used his authority in the quiz labyrinth to purchase a mystical isolation package for it, only then handing the card back to Edwina. Seeing this, Edwina's light blue, clear eyes immediately lit up. After also flipping through the names and brief introductions of each sequence, she put down the card and continued recounting her experience. After I obtained the error card and the note left by the mysterious person in Lonzel's old home in Daisy, I temporarily invited Captain Allinson back to the Golden Dream to prevent him from reporting to the church. Afterwards, while I sent Danitz to deliver a message to you, I myself came to Tosk. Using the descriptions in that note, I searched for the so-called ritual place. Finally, I confirmed it was somewhere beneath the Surrey family's ancestral home. Surrey family ancestral home. I remember Klein told me during the last tarot club that Roselle had buried treasure in the Surrey family's home. Could this be referring to that? Perhaps the great emperor indeed buried treasure at first, but after his return from the moon, his disposition changed significantly, and he extinguished some of his family ties, completely treating the Surrey lineage as tools for his resurrection. Therefore, he changed the treasure into a resurrection arrangement. As Ebner pondered, he heard Edwina continue. Because the Archbishop of the Church of Steam stationed in Tosk was assassinated, the Surrey family's ancestral home was also protected by machinery hive mind. I didn't dare get too close, so I could only use the nearby sewers to slowly investigate the exact location of the ritual place. And during this time, I was discovered by members of the Delian family and attacked without reason. I fought desperately to escape, and if I hadn't been rescued by the men in black, I might have fallen into their hands. After listening to Edwina's straightforward, unembellished explanation, Ebner subconsciously offered a suggestion: keeping your language engaging while teaching helps improve students' learning efficiency. Edwina blinked her light blue eyes, initially almost failing to keep up with Ebner's leap in logic. After realizing what he meant, she thought carefully for a moment, first nodding, "That makes sense. I'll keep that in mind." Then, she asked with some hesitation. "But if I don't lecture in a cold, serious tone, their attention will wander." "That's because your crew's main purpose in attending class is you, not knowledge." Ebner muttered inwardly, while outwardly he changed the subject. "Let's not discuss teaching for now. I heard that Ciro Delian, who came to Tosk, is a playboy. Perhaps he coveted you, which is why he sent people to attack." "I don't think so. The blade of flesh and spirit that injured me was wielded by that playboy himself. He's completely different from the rumors." Edwina shook her head. Was it a beyonder item he used, or his own beyonder ability? Ebner was somewhat surprised and frowned, pressing for details. He had previously assumed that the corrupting power that injured Edwina was an ability an Amon clone had stolen from elsewhere. "I can't be certain, but I'm inclined to believe it was his own ability," Edwina replied after thinking for a moment. "In other words, that Ciro Delian is at least a Black Knight. What is going on with this family? They already have a family head, either an iron-blooded knight or a war bishop, who lived from Roselle's time until now, and then family members who successively believed in the eternal blazing sun became unshadowed. That's one thing, but it's astonishing enough that the Prime Minister's direct lineage was involved with the Noth family and the Mother Tree of Desire. And the Prime Minister's biological son, whom people originally thought was a playboy, even believed in the true creator. Finally, another direct descendant of this family, Owen, joined the psychological alchemists, becoming the lust of the highest council, and is suspected to be a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, serving under Adam. Is this multi-party hedging? Aren't they afraid of losing control? They're even more flashy than I am. After all, none of the entities they've pledged allegiance to are easy to deal with." As Ebner clicked his tongue, he wanted to ask for more specific details but suddenly noticed Edwina's breathing gradually becoming even. She had actually fallen asleep leaning against the headboard. "Right, although I used a ritual to help her remove the corrupting power from her spirit, that process was very taxing on her mind. She was probably forcing herself to stay awake when she was talking to me earlier. Her mental weakness will take at least a day or two to fully recover. I can use this time to complete the investigation she hadn't finished. As for the Delian family, since the men in black were deliberately left in Tosk by Roselle, they will naturally block those who impede Roselle's plan. I won't have Edwina's concerns when searching for the ritual place. After all, with Fanny's connection, I can completely move into the Surrey family's ancestral home and slowly dig around. After murmuring to himself, Ebner pulled the covers over Vice Admiral Iceberg and then left the Mirror Mansion, returning to the Real World Hotel. He then checked the clock and found that it was still early. He decided to grab a meal first, then head to the train station to pick up the others. Siamese Island. The Black Death was anchored in the leeward side of this outermost island of the Rorsted archipelago, with towering stone cliffs behind it and restless waves below. Klein saw Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy wave at him, then make a reassuring gesture, before leaping from the cliff face back onto the Black Death. Watching the entirely black sailing ship, with a large white flag bearing a skull fluttering from its mast, depart, Klein felt a sense of bewilderment beneath his cold expression. Goddess above, he clearly came to hunt Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy, but how did it turn into him teaming up with her to repel her mother? No, according to her, that was her mom, who used to be her dad. In short, to protect the ordinary people in that hospital, he had no choice but to rescue Tracy, who had already been captured by her mother, and together with her, they forced back the powerful Demoness of Affliction and her subordinates. Although, to thank him for saving her, Tracy agreed to help find the documents that had been hijacked by Vice Admiral Hurricane, which technically achieved his goal, it still felt like something wasn't quite right. Could it be that after taking Prince Edisac's Demoness card, he inherited some of its characteristics? Aggregation effect. But I've only used that card once. Chapter 750, a notice, a reminder, an entrustment. Speaking of which, Klein originally came to Siamese Island after incidentally hearing in Byam's Azure Wind Hotel that someone had found red-haired Helene and intended to use her to make a deal with Tracy on Siamese Island, preparing to hunt the Vice Admiral of Ailment. With the burial blade and the creeping hunger gloves, he was confident he could defeat that pirate general on land. But to his surprise, immediately after disembarking, he was inexplicably targeted by a high-sequence powerhouse, forcing him to borrow a washroom at the Church of the Earth Mother. When he emerged from the church and hurried to the deal location, he found it was actually a trap targeting the Vice Admiral of Ailment, and the person who set this trap was Tracy's mother, a Demoness of Affliction. If it were merely internal conflict among Demonesses, it would be fine, but that Demoness of Affliction clearly had no intention of sparing the ordinary people in the hospital where they were connecting, intending to transport them all away and sell them as sacrifices. This left Klein unable to stand by. However, that Demoness of Affliction herself was powerful and had several mid-sequence subordinates. No matter how confident Klein was in his own strength, he dared not directly attack. So he summoned his spirit body, and had it accommodate the Demoness card. Using the invisibility effect unique to Demonesses, he quietly infiltrated the hospital, rescuing Tracy, who had only avoided a terrible fate by freezing herself with a sealed artifact. According to her mother, she would only be offered to that great being after being educated into obedience. Afterward, although their cooperation wasn't seamless, they barely managed to withstand the attacks of the Demoness of Affliction and her subordinates, dragging the fight until the arrival of the Nighthawks team, which Klein had, of course, reported beforehand. The Demoness of Affliction ultimately had no choice but to retreat, no longer caring about the ordinary people, and Tracy was also taken by Klein to his safe house, temporarily evading the Nighthawks' search. In fact, letting the Demoness spirit body dissipate directly, without exposing Gehrman, would have been the best choice. But Klein still needed to inquire about the death requiem documents from Tracy. Gehrman was merely an alias, and exposing his use of the Demoness spirit body would better reflect his mad persona. Therefore, considering both role-playing and practical aspects, Klein still chose to meet with Tracy and presented his demands. Although Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy had very low moral integrity, she was indeed someone who remembered kindness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked warning Prince Edisac after recovering from her injuries. Thus, she readily agreed to Klein's request. But what did she mean by that last remark? That she preferred the appearance of my spirit body. The statue that somewhat resembled the original Demoness, also bearing some resemblance to Tracy. TSK, did this Vice Admiral of Ailment maintain her original orientation after becoming a witch? Fortunately, the transmigrator you met was me, someone with some integrity, the gentlemanly me beneath the mask of the mad Gehrman Sparrow, the real me. Zhou Mingrui. If it had been Huang Tao or Lu Bo, you would probably have been completely consumed by them, using that image. Above the grey fog, Klein reviewed what had just happened. Finally, amidst his thoughts, he turned his gaze to two Beyonder characteristics. These were the spoils of his battle, coming from a witch and a Demoness of pleasure, respectively. Tracy naturally contributed to this, but she voluntarily gave them up. After divining with their not yet fully dissipated spirits, Klein habitually tapped the edge of the ancient bronze long table with his fingers, pondering. There's no problem, they were merely acting on orders to attack Tracy. The real issue might be her mother. But that's none of my business. As long as she finds those documents, we'll be even. However, the Great Emperor's card does have some influence. Although it's not significant enough to overturn my decisions, it will slightly amplify my favorability towards Demonesses. Of course, the premise for amplification is that there must be favorability. For example, the 2 demonesses I just killed are not subject to amplification. And towards pirate generals like the Vice Admiral of Ailment, whose sins are lighter compared to other great pirates, there's a bit more tolerance. After all, her greatest misdeed, transporting slaves, was also done under orders, not of her own accord. After analyzing his own psychology, Klein clarified the extent of the card's influence on him and found it to be within an acceptable range, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still decided to use this blasphemy card as little as possible. After returning to reality from above the gray fog, Klein dispelled the spirituality wall in his hotel room. After resting for a while and recovering his mental strength, he got up and went downstairs, ready to address his dinner. The entire first floor, apart from the counter, was cluttered with many tables, their surfaces slightly greasy. In a corner, a fireplace blazed, radiating light and heat. The Rorsted Archipelago is located in the southern part, where the lowest winter temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius, but for the locals, this is still cold weather requiring a fire. Klein casually found a seat. Since he had already eaten a meal in the afternoon, he only ordered a local specialty roast meat and bay leaf mushroom soup, without a main course. While waiting, he quietly scanned the diners in the restaurant, his gaze instinctively falling on a lady. This lady had simply tied up black hair and a pair of very distinctive grayish-blue eyes. She was quite pleasant to look at, but her spirit seemed a bit wilted, as if she was very frustrated. She was Letitia Dolera, who had returned empty-handed from the elven ruins, though Klein didn't recognize her. There are fresh mud stains on this lady's leather boots. Just returned from the jungle. Heh, what an adventurer. Klein made a preliminary judgment based on some clues. He had heard before that many adventurers would venture deep into the virgin forests on colonial islands, searching for abandoned and forgotten pagan temples or altars. Those places often held ancient offerings of gold and jewels, which were later buried in unknown, forgotten places for various reasons. The bars on every island were full of legends of someone returning from a jungle adventure laden with riches and becoming wealthy overnight. Those places might have evil spirits lingering. It's better to hunt pirates, at least you can get relevant information beforehand. Klein withdrew his gaze and focused on waiting for his food. The 7 churches categorized various deities from the colonial indigenous faiths as evil spirits, but Klein believed that some of them should be natural spirits. After a while, the specialty roast meat was served. It was cut into many small pieces, skewered on wooden sticks, coated with a reddish-brown sauce, and emitted a rich, alluring aroma. It's a bit like kebabs from my previous life. In Lone, they roast large chunks of meat, which the chef then carves after cooking. This method here allows for more flavor infusion. Klein picked up a skewer, bit off a piece of meat, and felt the juice slightly overflow, tasting savory with a hint of sweetness. It's my type. He nodded with satisfaction. Klein was quite satisfied with this meal, even sampling the local gulu tree sap, a specialty drink that tasted like lemonade with sugar and milk. Returning to his room, having been awake all night hunting, he washed up early, extinguished the fireplace, and burrowed into bed. However, in the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was suddenly touched by something. His pleasant dream immediately broke, and as he opened his eyes, his hand gripped the hilt of the burial blade. At that moment, the candles in the room suddenly lit themselves, and a lady with silver hair and blood-red eyes, whose face was indistinct, sat in a chair in the room, smiling at him. In Simeem Island at midnight, the temperature was around 8 or 9 degrees Celsius, which felt cold. But colder than that was Klein's heart. The opponent was so composed, perhaps his spiritual warning was deliberately triggered. That suggested this lady, who had been watching him since the dock, was far more powerful than he imagined. The only good news was that the other party was likely not here to deal with him, otherwise, he would already be waiting for a resurrection. No need to be so guarded, I mean no harm. The lady smiled and said, "You can call me Yalalan. Yalalan. Lubo's friend from his lifetime as a blood-kin duke, Rain. It seems like the kind of friend with whom he sired children." Klein's heart stirred, but outwardly, he used his clown ability to control his expression, maintaining his Gehrman-esque solemnity. However, his momentary emotional fluctuation was still caught by Madame Yalalan. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "You seem to have heard of me." Upon being asked, Klein considered for a moment, then nodded, "I know something about you and Duke Rhine. Like having children. You are indeed the one," he prophesied. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about Rain, but Alvin Abraham. You should know something about them, right?" Yalalan asked pointedly. Although he understood what she meant, Klein didn't answer. The other party was a pillar of the Moses ascetic order, and due to old Neil, he had strong opinions about this organization and the hidden sage behind it. Even if the Yalalan in front of him had had an affair with Lubo, he didn't trust her much. Moreover, after learning from Erodes that the name Lubo itself might carry some contamination, he was even less likely to casually utter his fellow countryman's name. This was also being responsible for Madame Yalalan. What a cautious little fellow. Madame Yalolin first sighed, then continued, if you're wary of me because of the hidden sage, there's no need. Although I am a high-ranking member of the Moses ascetic order, I am also one of only 2 pillars who still adhere to the original doctrines. You should also know that before the hidden sage revived, the Moses ascetic order was not an evil organization. At this point, she paused, skipped the topic, and then spoke of other things. I came to see you because I want to tell you some information, give you a reminder, and then entrust you with a task. The information is about sea god Calvetua. He is about to fall. If you can find his divine kingdom, you might gain considerable benefits. Also, certain characteristics about you are not a secret in the eyes of a few special, high-level spiritual world creatures. Anyone who has had close contact with you can discover this. And beyonders like me, who have abilities and authority in the domain of fate, can also discover this to varying degrees. Of course, the premise is close contact. So, my reminder to you is, when adventuring on the sea, try to control yourself and not let lust dominate your mind. But the demoness who left this evening is fine. Finally, the entrustment. I hope you will hand this book of calamity to him. Chapter 751, Who could he be? After hearing this information, reminder, and entrustment, Klein maintained the cold and sharp demeanor characteristic of his Gehrman Sparrow identity on the surface, but his mind was highly focused, and his thoughts became exceptionally swift. Sea god Calvetua. I heard Danitz say that the natives of the Rorstad archipelago have always worshipped this evil spirit, believing that this being, often appearing as a giant sea serpent, protects all the islands here, preventing them from being swallowed by earthquakes and tsunamis. It's about to fall. Did something happen? Could it be related to the female adventurer I met downstairs earlier? I had a hunch she wasn't simple when I saw her. Also, Rhodes also mentioned that I have some kind of characteristic. It was through this that it found me. Admiral Abyssal Sea in Tingen City also went mad as soon as he saw me. Is this because he saw my characteristic? But what does it mean, don't let lust dominate your mind? And what does it mean that there's no problem with Tracy, a demoness? I'm not Huang Tao or Lu Bo, I'm not that casual of a person. As for the entrustment to give that book to him. He refers to Lu Bo's new identity, right? But why me? I don't even know him. As Klein's thoughts raced, Yalolin smiled and added, the Book of Calamity was found by one of my descendants in the elven ruins on this island. The owner of that ruin was the elf queen, Calamity Kohinum. This book carries strong contamination. Don't open it casually. My descendant merely glanced at it and already began to lose control. It was only when I showed her and her companion my true appearance that the contamination ceased. But you can rest assured, I've put some seals on it. At least, as long as you don't try to understand its content, there won't be any problems. As expected, it's something caused by that pleasant-looking female adventurer. It seems her low spirits are due to glancing at the Book of Calamity. Klein recalled the appearance of the adventurous lady he had seen in the downstairs restaurant, pondering the whole situation. Why would her taking that Book of Calamity from the elven ruins lead to the sea god Calvetua's fall? What's the connection between the two? Elves. Sea god. According to the ancient god legends given by Little Sun, the ancient god elf king Saniathrim had authority over the powers now held by the Lord of Storms. This means that among the elves, there were undoubtedly sequence 3 sea kings, and even higher sequence 2s. Could it be that Calvetua accidentally discovered an elven ruin at the bottom of the sea, directly devoured a beyonder characteristic left by a high-ranking elf, and miraculously survived instant death and loss of control to successfully gain demigod status and gradually earn the faith of the Rorstad archipelago natives? According to the information he had read while serving as a Nighthawk, direct consumption of beyonder characteristics or corresponding materials for advancement was not unheard of. Before the potion system was fully established, early humans attempted similar feats to gain extraordinary power, but only the extremely lucky few survived, becoming beyonders without turning into monsters, madmen, or dying instantly with their flesh and blood disintegrating. Such attempts had an extremely low success rate. After the potion system was developed, no one was willing to take such a huge risk anymore. If that's the case, then after the Book of Calamity was taken, the elven ruin collapsed, causing an anomaly in Calvetua's hiding place, making it impossible for the barely surviving entity to sustain itself any longer. On the verge of losing control and falling. If that's the case, I really could go reap some benefits. But there's still that question. Why would Madame Yalolin entrust the Book of Calamity to me? Can't she go find Lu Bo herself? Also, this so-called Book of Calamity is very dangerous. Just one glance could lead to loss of control. It's almost comparable to some demon book incidents handled by Red Gloves. The elves of this world are indeed not the forest and sea dwellers, skilled cooks, and nature lovers depicted in novels of my past life. That's right, according to Little Sun's description, the 8 ancient gods before the cataclysm were all very tyrannical, cruel, and evil, and this included Elf King Saniathrim. Although this might be defamation after the ancient sun god's victory, just thinking about the equally fallen and mad true creator and the god of death during the War of the Four Emperors, the difference wouldn't be too great. If gods at the pinnacle of the sequences are like this, the beyonders below them would naturally be affected, likely not much better off. After those ancient gods fell, they might gradually shed their negative influences and eventually become more normal. As his thoughts raced, Klein didn't reach for the yellowish-brown parchment book. Instead, he unhooked the pendulum from his cuff and performed a divination. There is danger in picking up this book. Yalilin did not stop him. She watched, seemingly sighing with emotion, and said, "I'll praise you again, truly a cautious young man. If my descendant had half your caution, I wouldn't have had so much to worry about." Unfortunately, perhaps due to her elven bloodline, her actions are always reckless, although that bloodline gives her a destiny with many elven legacies. On the other side, Klein, after receiving a negative result, still didn't rashly pick up the Book of Calamity. Instead, he asked the question that had been on his mind in an uninflected tone. "Why do you want me to transfer it to him? How are you sure I can meet him? Given your relationship with him, wouldn't it be safer for you to deliver it personally?" Madame Yalilin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned her head, casting her gaze through the window towards the crimson sky, and then said with a touch of melancholy, "Compared to you, the chances of him coming to find me first are very small. And unless he voluntarily appears, it's difficult for me to find him." Why do these words sound so much like a classic love triangle trope? But Lu Bo does seem very confident that other fellow transmigrators will appear, otherwise, he wouldn't have acquiesced to people who could read Chinese knowing him later. From this perspective, the chances of him finding me are indeed significant, just like when he was the Seal of Calamity, he went to great lengths to get close to Roselle. However, Lu Bo not actively seeking out old friends probably also stems from him not having fully recovered his memories. After all, the Seal of Calamity said that he would only remember everything once he became Sequence 1. Relieved, Klein no longer stalled. He knew very well that from the very beginning, he had no room to bargain in this matter. No matter how amiable the other party's attitude was, she was a high-sequence powerhouse whose level he couldn't even discern. Her will was probably beyond refutation. But he still habitually borrowed the tiger's prestige, asking, "I will temporarily sacrifice the Book of Calamity to Mr. Fool to avoid contamination. Once I find him, I will then request Mr. Fool to bestow it. How does that sound to you?" The Fool. Yalilin looked him up and down upon hearing this, then arched her eyebrows and nodded with a smile. "That's acceptable. I wonder if I bluffed her. The mist on this lady's face prevents me from discerning her true thoughts." Thinking this, Klein finally reached out and took the Book of Calamity. It felt heavy in his hand, but there were no other anomalies. Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, a full-body purification with a paper angel for himself later would also be essential. Seeing him accept the entrustment, Yalilin nodded in satisfaction. Then, she took out a golden leaf from her pocket and, with a slight upturn of her lips, said, "I can't let you help for free either. This leaf is a magical item. Just blow on it, and you can summon my messenger. If you encounter any trouble, you can write to me, and I will help you once without charge. Of course, if it's too dangerous, I might not come, but I'll avenge you afterward or try to rescue your spirit. You can also use some little-known stories to exchange for knowledge from me in your daily life. If it's too dangerous, you don't need to save my spirit, just come collect my corpse and try to ensure it's intact." Klein mocked himself. His face remained expressionless, but his heart leaped as he accepted the golden leaf. A strong support has actively extended itself, I can't let it slip away. This counts as another life assurance for him, besides Mr. Azek. "All right, I have nothing else to do. I won't disturb your rest. Good night, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow." With that, her figure transformed into moonlight and vanished. Klein held the golden leaf and the Book of Calamity and waited for a while before carefully getting out of bed in an awkward posture and heading straight to the room's washroom. He had drunk quite a bit of beverages last night and went to bed too early, so he had been feeling uncomfortable from holding it in. He just hadn't dared to ask Madame Yalilin to go to the washroom earlier. Don't let her constant smiles and gentle demeanor fool you. Klein's intuition told him that her mental state was deeply troubled, giving him the feeling that she could erupt at any moment. The mist on her face was probably set up to seal that very state. She's so eager to find Lu Bo, perhaps there's a reason related to this. The Book of Calamity might just be a tool to find someone. Lu Bo has some connection to this book, so she thinks that as long as I hold this book, I'll definitely encounter him. Klein pondered, narrowing his eyes and relieving the pressure on his lower abdomen. Everything done, he pulled up his trousers, washed his hands, and went back to sleep for a while. He only opened his eyes when it was almost dawn, sealed the room with his spirituality, and then took the golden leaf and the Book of Calamity above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's position, Klein first held the golden leaf before his eyes and observed it, finding that its main body seemed to be a leaf from the brilliant contract tree. As a provider of materials for several sequences of the sun pathway, its leaves indeed possess contract power, making them suitable for creating messenger summoning items. He casually put the leaf to his mouth and blew hard. Then, with a poof, a sound like passing gas was heard, and naturally, no messenger arrived. After all, this was above the gray fog. It seems my skill at whistling with leaves from middle school has completely rusted. I'll have to practice again. Klein casually put down the leaf, picked up the Book of Calamity, and began his dream divination. A moment later, he frowned because the results of the divination were fragmented, and the figure of the elf queen, Kohinum, the owner of the Book of Calamity, was blurry, almost unformed as a clear image. This indicates that the connection between the Book of Calamity and Kohinum is almost severed. Could it be that the latter has completely fallen, unable to even maintain her spiritual imprint? No, that wouldn't make the divination so difficult. This is more like someone has blocked her at the information level, preventing more of her information from being obtained from the spirit world. After pondering for a while, Klein had no further leads for the moment, so he set it aside and began to consider how to find Lubo's new reincarnated body. Perhaps I don't need to do anything special, just building up Gehrman Sparrow's reputation might attract him. If he truly has reincarnated and has played Bloodborne. A moment later, Klein had a preliminary plan in mind. As he was repeatedly deliberating it, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He glanced at the other crystals of the burial blade among the miscellaneous items and couldn't help but wonder. Yalolin judged that Lubo is very likely to seek me out first. So, what if Lubo has actually already made contact with me? Who could he be? Chapter 752, Klein's Guess. Without much thought, the figure of Mr. Tower flashed through Klein's mind, and he immediately listed him as the primary suspect. Mr. Tower is extremely erudite, so much so that he far surpasses his current sequence, explaining all sorts of historical secrets with ease. Mr. Tower seems to have multiple deities supporting him, which indicates that he, like me, is very special. Mr. Tower always manages to produce Roselle's diary, and it's often a page of valuable diary entries paired with a page of meaningless Roselle's social life. Several times, the diary entries have been perfectly timed. For example, the one before Little Sun encountered Amon happened to contain relevant information. Mr. Tower likes to use Marvel heroes as codenames, even though Roselle wrote relevant novels. Mr. Tower invented cameras and projectors, and even drew blueprints entrusting Melissa with their creation. I only thought this was the inevitable progress of technology before. Now that I think about it, perhaps it wasn't. The weapon Mr. Tower forged for me is the burial blade, which perfectly suits Gehrman's identity. Although he didn't name it and the handle has other modes, undoubtedly, the scythe form is the most powerful and my favorite. Mr. Tower has many female friends, and this is similar to a certain characteristic displayed by Lubo. Finally, Mr. Tower always seems to be able to access items left by Lubo, such as Blood Feast and the Book of Astrology and Elements. I didn't know the latter was also his work until Madame Yalolin personally uttered Alvin Abraham's name. It's likely this book was also written by Lubo. Add to that Mr. Tower's personal involvement in the Daniel Labyrinth incident. Although I still don't know exactly what happened there, according to the various pieces of information about Danitz, Sharon's teacher's brother, the so-called Daniel, or rather Danitz, could very well be a Lubo as well. In summary, if Lubo has indeed already had contact with me, the prime suspect is Mr. Tower. Although there's no conclusive evidence yet. Second on the list is Leonard. He also has a face that girls find appealing, seems to have significant secrets, and his identity is much closer to my Klein's identity. He even hinted at something to me. Recalling the time after the battle with the clown of the ascetic order, Leonard specifically ran over and said, "There are many special people in this world who can always do things others can't, for example, you, and for example, me." Klein couldn't help but interpret it more deeply. If it's Leonard, that's fine. But if it's Mr. Tower? Would he have known from the beginning that Mr. Fool was a fake transmigrator from back home? Recalling his audacious maneuvers in the Tarot Club, such as having the Fool use clever rhetoric to create an air of mystery, Mr. Fool learning on the spot from Roselle's diary, Mr. Fool interpreting Miss Justice's Chinese explanation of Little Girl, and allowing the world to fool him with Ode to the Humble Dwelling, with Mr. Fool's tacit approval. The bits and pieces of memories made Klein's expression grow increasingly blank, and even his clown ability began to lose control. He even felt like he was about to crack. Calm down. Calm down. This is all just my wild guessing right now, and there's no conclusive evidence to confirm that Mr. Tower is Lubo. Actually, there's a strong possibility that he isn't. For example, although Mr. Tower has many female friends, he should still be completely pure to this day. Even if they sleep in the same bed in the middle of the night, they're just eating, drinking, and watching naval battles together. Whereas Lubo, like Roselle, is carnivorous. If he really were Tower, then Miss Judgment and Miss Magician would probably not have been spared by now. More importantly, Lubo has a close relationship with the ancient god Lilith, while Mr. Tower is backed by the Earth Mother Goddess. This doesn't match. Unless, in one of his lives, Lubo also managed to take down the Earth Mother Goddess. That's highly unlikely, right? Klein genuinely wasn't sure about this. He shook his head and then thought. Moreover, taking a step back, even if he is Lubo, he might not truly know Mr. Fool's identity. I don't need to scare myself now. But what if he really does know? Not only does he know the Fool, but he also knows that the world is the Fool's alt account, and even knows Klein, Sherlock, and Gehrman. No, if he truly is Lubo, then the aliases Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow would be obvious, no guessing needed. His pleased mood at every tarot club. It can't be real, can it? Thinking this, Klein felt a sense of dread about facing tomorrow's tarot club. After taking several deep breaths, Klein finally calmed down a little and once again overturned his previous thoughts. If Tower really is Lubo and recognized me as a fellow countryman, then why wouldn't he directly acknowledge me? Is it just to watch me socially die? That doesn't make sense. And he starts from scratch in each life, without previous memories. When he joined the tarot club, he was only sequence 7. Even if he's good at prophecy, it's unlikely he'd truly know so many of my secrets. So, my previous worries are actually largely unnecessary, right? Thinking this, Klein finally let go of some of his worries and decided to subtly test him later. Of course, it wouldn't be by directly asking Mr. Tower if his name is Lubo, as that name might carry contamination. Asking that way could harm him if he isn't. After pondering for a while, Klein felt a certain eagerness to try it. In his heart, even facing the serious threat of social death, he genuinely hoped to test for a positive answer. But I can't be too hasty, I need to plan before acting. Ideally, without Mr. Tower noticing. After all, if it really is him, I still need to figure out exactly how much he knows. If possible, it would be best to seize the opportunity to covertly gather some dirt on him. As for whether Lubo joined the tarot club with ulterior motives, Klein didn't consider it much. He didn't want to idly speculate on his fellow countrymen's intentions. After all, although Mr. Tower always fully utilized Mr. Fool's functions, his help to the tarot club and to himself had been very significant. For Mr. Tower, even if he wasn't Lubo, Klein had already come to regard him as a friend he'd trust with his life. Afterward, after studying the Book of Calamity for a while longer, Klein left the ancient palace above the grey fog. He then leisurely washed up and changed, went downstairs to buy a bread with cooked chestnuts and a cup of gulu tree sap, and ate while walking towards the dock. Because he had already bought a return ferry ticket for 9 a.m. when he arrived, Klein timed it perfectly, preparing to board. During this time, he bought a newspaper and found that, due to the hunt for Iron Mavity that night, Dannett's bounty had already increased to £4,200. Therefore, later that day, when he returned to Byam, to his room in the Azure Wind Hotel, he looked at a startled Dannett's and slowly grinned, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. £4,200. This instantly stripped Dannett's of his joy over the bounty increase and the chance to brag on the ship. He couldn't even manage a dry laugh, feeling that he was even more in danger around Gehrman, this madman. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "I heard some explosive news from the Scented Leaf Bar. Do you want to know?" "Speak." Klein glanced at him, picking up the teacup beside him. Dannett's trembled under his gaze and quickly said, "Someone spread news that Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy betrayed the Demoness sect because she fell in love with an adventurer and is now being hunted." Klein exerted immense self-control to avoid spitting out the tea in his mouth. Dannett's didn't notice the change in Klein's expression and continued, "The legend says Tracy and that adventurer fought a huge battle with the Demoness sect on Simeem Island, even counter-killing several mid-sequence powerhouses from the Demoness sect." As he spoke, Dannett's finally noticed the strangeness in Gehrman's eyes. He suddenly remembered that this madman had probably, maybe, possibly rushed to Simeem Island earlier, and very urgently at that. He also had the strength to help Tracy repel the Demoness sect. Could Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy's men be him? Are Demonesses that into extreme tastes? What's the background of the Scented Leaf Bar? Klein asked while taking out his revolver and bullet box. Click, click, click. Watching Gehrman load demon-hunting bullets into his revolver, Dannett swallowed hard and replied, "It used to be Strongman Ozil's property, but after that guy was killed by some mysterious calamity, the property fell into the hands of an unknown force. I don't know who the boss behind it is now, but under the management of Sea Serpent Wyver, business has gotten even better. Now it's a very famous beyonder trading place in Byam. Strongman Ozil. So, this property is probably Mr. Tower's now, right? After all, Ozil's Orb of Misfortune is currently being stored by Mr. Tower in the pile of miscellaneous items above the grey fog. Calamity. Did Mr. Tower exchange for a Calamity charm in the Dream Labyrinth Tower? After loading the bullets, a pensive Klein casually asked, "When is the Beyonder gathering at the Scented Leaf Bar?" "Next week, but the exact day hasn't been announced yet." Danitz felt a bit nervous, fearing this madman would drag him along to rob the Beyonder gathering. Just then, he suddenly noticed something amiss. He walked to the window and looked out, seeing the previously clear skies clouds suddenly press down low, with continuous, seemingly endless rain. Then, an explosive thunderclap suddenly echoed in the air. The leaden clouds quickly split, and the falling rain lost its support. In the direction of the dock, everything returned to normal. The morning light from high above shone down, bathing Byam as if in holy radiance. Danitz hissed, murmuring to himself. What happened? John Cottman changed the weather. Klein, at this moment, thought of that sea god and mused, is it already almost completely mad? In other words, my opportunity is coming soon. Thinking this, he blew the Azak copper whistle and began writing a letter to inquire about how to enter the sea god's divine kingdom. As for Yalalan, he planned to practice blowing the leaf more before doing anything. Of course, more importantly, he needed to understand the requirements for the unknown story she wanted. Monday morning, in the mirror mansion of the Quiz Labyrinth. After 2 days of rest, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, now fully recovered, looked at Ebner, who was bent over a table, transcribing Roselle's text, and asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Ebner replied without looking up, preparing the reward for the Black Emperor card. The 3 books, 3 cards, and the ritual place needed to safely enter Roselle's travels now only lacked the Black Emperor card. Chapter 753, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Hearing Ebner's words, Edwina's light blue eyes shifted slightly as she said, "Your friend who holds the Black Emperor card likes to collect Roselle's handwritten manuscripts. I also happened to obtain a page when I returned to Lenberg earlier." With that, she also pulled out a sheet of paper and began writing and drawing at the table. Meanwhile, Ebner had just finished composing a page of the diary, so he stopped writing and glanced over at Edwina. He saw her writing in what seemed to him to be somewhat awkward handwriting. September 13th, perhaps due to the affection that skips a generation, these past few days in Tosca, I increasingly feel that Charles's illegitimate child, a little fellow named Athos Surrey, is very much like me when I was young, not just in appearance, but also in personality. He is so confident, enthusiastic, and handles things with both focus and drive. Then I think about Charles's other legitimate grandsons. Forget it, I won't think about it, lest I die of anger. Tonight, I pretended to be an ordinary merchant and chatted with that little fellow at the local bishop's ball for a while. I found that although he was limited by his knowledge and didn't understand many things, he still demonstrated impressive wisdom and problem-solving skills. Such qualities are truly rare in a young person. They must come from the guidance of his mother, that young lady named Surrey. Hey, truly worthy of being a friend of my Bernadette. It's a pity she couldn't resist the temptation of my scoundrel son back then. In short, I have some optimistic views about this unexpected grandson's future, so I decided to invest further and gave new orders to the men in black stationed in Tosca, instructing them to take care of the Surrey family nearby. September 14th, the gathering of that most ancient organization was held again. I did not participate in the transactions of other members, only exchanging esoteric knowledge with old Mr. Hermes that we hadn't finished discussing last time. And he told me something that surprised me somewhat. It turns out that the Tosca region, bordering Intis and Lone, was the territory of Nightmare Dragon, Elishad during the Twin Ages. It once created a series of sensational and terrifying stories here. Tosca itself, in Dragonic, means land of mischief or land of nightmares. I had heard of this ancient dragon, Elishad, before and knew it was the son of the Dragon King, Angolwed. I never expected its territory to be in Tosca. Perhaps I can use this hidden legend to make some arrangements in the newly built sewers of Tosca. Edwina stopped writing here. Clearly, the page she obtained only contained this much. Tosca was actually the territory of the Nightmare Dragon. No wonder Roselle later built the so-called ritual place leading to Roselle's travels here. And the nightmares I experienced in the Rat Tunnel Labyrinth were probably arranged by Roselle, combining mystical reappearance to recreate parts of Elishad's abilities, right? However, merely relying on those probably wouldn't be enough to stop an Amon clone. Since that base dared to call itself Kaspersky, it probably has other formidable methods. As his thoughts raced, Ebner took the letter from Vice Admiral Iceberg and placed it together with the page he had composed. He pondered, adding his past accumulated contributions, it should be enough to ask Mr. World to make a trip with the Black Emperor card. Of course, if he's unwilling to come in person, just bestowing that blasphemy card would also work. But Ebner thought that since it concerned Roselle, Klein would probably be willing to take the risk. After carefully memorizing the contents of both diary pages, Ebner put them away to prevent Furs from seeing them. Mr. Fool already has it tough enough, no need to persecute him with such minor matters. After all, there's already one fake diary page. If I submit another duplicate, Mr. Fool might secretly curse me. Thinking this, Ebner curled his lips, in a good mood. In Backlund, inside the Augustra family's villa, Emlyn White, who had intentionally exposed certain issues following Mr. Hanged Man's guidance, nervously followed Casimir into the underground area, once again arriving at the grey stone hall where the black iron coffin rested. Esteemed Lord Nebeos, why have you summoned me? Emlyn's emotions were relatively calm, as he had rehearsed similar scenarios in his mind. Only a hint of worry and fear remained hidden. But his previous acting experience at Brain Film Company made him realize that his character, at this moment, should indeed conceal worry and fear. It seems that film I shot earlier, besides causing me a lot of trouble, also had a positive side. It's just those so-called noble women are so disgusting. The taste of their blood is uncomplimentary, even worse than stored plasma in a hospital. Emlyn smacked his lips, suddenly feeling that his last bit of nervousness had vanished. Just then, a deep, aged voice emanated from the coffin adorned with symbols and magical markings. To commend you. For the ancestor, you risked praying to Mr. Fool. Although you received no response, you still took a great risk. This is an act that must be commended. Here is a £7,000 acceptance bill, your reward. It was delayed due to the Backlund Great Smog, but it's not too late now. At the same time, you must constantly monitor yourself, not relax, and immediately inform Casimir if any abnormality occurs. They really sent me money. Mr. Hanged Man's method actually works. Lord Nebeos didn't expose me or punish me, instead, he gave me a generous reward. And this was just to pretend not to know, to encourage me to keep trying so they could secretly observe. Are the Bloodkin's thoughts really that complex too? Emlyn felt a moment of daze and then a surge of emotion. He quickly reined in his scattered thoughts and focused on the £7,000 reward. It's almost 3 in the afternoon. With this, I can buy the Baron's relic from Mr. Hangman and concoct the potion. I'm about to become a Baron, Lord Emlyn White, a Bloodkin Baron. Emlyn's eyes instantly brightened, and his steps became much lighter. He quickly returned home, and just as he was about to set up his spirituality wall to participate in the tarot club, he suddenly realized that one of his puppets seemed to be missing again. Again. That's right, this is the 3rd time in nearly a month. Although gold coins of equivalent value were left, that doesn't mean you're not a thief. Emlyn gritted his teeth in frustration, but he was helpless. After all, he had set traps before, but the puppet still disappeared. The strangest thing was that his trap seemed to have been disarmed from the inside, as if the puppet suddenly came alive and dismantled his setup itself. Perhaps I should ask others in the tarot club about this. Mr. Hangman and Mr. Tower might be able to figure something out. As he thought this, the time reached 3 in the afternoon, and crimson light appeared before his eyes, quickly engulfing him. Then, he arrived in the magnificent and ancient palace, where equally blurry, distinct figures outlined themselves opposite and beside him. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice's cheerful and sweet voice followed immediately. Chapter 754, The Test. Within the ancient, majestic palace. Klein nodded with a faint smile, watching the members complete their brief greetings, led by Miss Justice. During this, he appeared nonchalant, yet he observed Mr. Tower with particular focus, only to find his mood as pleased as ever, for reasons unknown. Is he using pleased as a disguise, or does he know my background and wants to laugh the moment he comes above the grey fog? Klein secretly pondered, unable to determine the truth. Once the chatter subsided and the members were seated, the fool Klein first glanced at Miss Justice, who instantly understood his meaning and, with a subtle raise of her hand, spoke first. At the same time, Audrey, with her keen observation skills, was still the first to notice a yellowish-brown parchment-bound book resting on Mr. Fool's right-hand side. What kind of book is this? For Mr. Fool to place it on the table, it must be at least on the level of a blasphemy card. Who does it originate from? What does it record? Questions rapidly surfaced in Miss Justice Audrey's mind, making her uncontrollably curious. The last book Mr. Fool placed on the table was a Bloodkin Duke's work. This one probably won't be any less significant. Following closely, Mr. Hangman Alger, Miss Judgment Zio, Miss Temperance Sharon, and other Tarot Club members also noticed the yellowish-brown book, which was far more conspicuous than the cards. Like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but inwardly speculate about the item's origin, level, and content. Among them, Mr. Hangman Alger vaguely felt an invisible summons, as if the seemingly ancient book was drawing him closer. He initially didn't understand the source of this feeling, but then he recalled a basic Beyonder world common sense that Mr. Fool had once taught. The law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Is this a high-level sealed artifact from the Sailor Pathway? Mr. Hangman Alger suddenly understood, and his gaze towards the book became fervent. Mr. Tower, however, felt a bit surprised. Although he couldn't properly use his pure white eye ability above the grey fog, as a knowledgeable mysticism magister, he still confirmed the book's level. Moreover, the style of this book is very similar to the description of the Book of Calamity in the original novel. It shouldn't have been taken by Letitia and should have already been obtained by the Church of Storms and sent back to Paso Island by now, right? How did it end up in Mr. Fool's hands? Could it be another butterfly effect caused by a transmigrator? The god of fortune, perhaps. Ebner secretly wondered, but didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, having learned that many transmigrators had intruded into this world, he was prepared for the plot to be completely unrecognizable. After observing everyone's emotional changes, Klein didn't find any issues. Even Mr. Tower, the most suspicious one, had a normal reaction. Good, even if he is Lou Bo, he most likely hasn't recovered his memories yet, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown no reaction upon seeing this book. After all, if he had his memories, he wouldn't be unaware of the origin of a book specifically entrusted to me by Madame Yalalan. And Lou Bo without memories shouldn't possess too much information about me. After all, even if he predicted or divined that I would transmigrate to this world, it would certainly have been in his previous life or the one before that. As his thoughts churned, the fool Klein picked up the book beside him and chuckled indifferently. This is the Book of Calamity, originating from the higher elf, Calamity Queen, Kohainam. It can also be said to be a sealed artifact made from her beyonder characteristics. With that, without waiting for everyone to digest the news, he lightly tapped the edge of the ancient long table with his finger, saying in a steady voice, I need detailed information about this Calamity Queen, the Elf Queen. He asked this question, first, because he was genuinely curious about the history of the second epoch and the Calamity Queen. Second, he wanted to use this as another way to test Mr. Tower. And as an attendant deity of the second epoch elves, an angel-level existence, and the wife of an ancient god, inquiring about her wouldn't diminish Mr. Fool's stature. The Tarot Club members already knew parts of the story concerning the Elf King, Elf Queen, and the God of Fortune from collectively viewing the murals shared by Mr. Tower during his exploration of the Elven Temple. Miss Magician Furs even fantasized about the relationships between the three and wrote a melodramatic novel titled Beauties in Turmoil, which, incredibly, became a bestseller, with sales comparable to Wuthering Heights in just over half a month. But they knew Mr. Fool wasn't asking about this, so they all fell silent. Only Derek, the son, hesitated before saying, Our city of Silver has no more records about this attendant deity. At least my authority can't access more. But Chief had specially told me earlier, after hearing that Mr. Tower was interested in information about the God of Fortune, that the Lord once sent Red Angel and Angel of Fate to pursue the God of Fortune and Calamity Queen, but they were unsuccessful. It makes sense for the Angel of Fate to pursue the God of Fortune. But what's the point of Red Angel, an angel of King of the Hunter pathway, joining this pursuit? Is it simply the ancient sun god's command? Or, did the Calamity Queen, as an ancient god, also accommodate the beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway? But if she truly accommodated Hunter, could she still be a queen? As Klein's imagination ran wild, he didn't forget to observe the emotional color of Mr. Tower, finding that he, like himself, was in a state of various conjectures, showing the blue of thought. Ebner was indeed deep in thought. First, he felt that Medici's involvement in the pursuit might confirm one of his previous conjectures, that Elf King Siniathar might truly be a pawn left behind by a certain original creator, and there's a high probability that he carries contamination from the original creator himself. The things he had the Calamity Queen take to the Western continent were probably also related to the original creator. Could it be the City of Calamity? Second, he felt that Klein was a little off today. Logically, even if he wanted to gain more information while maintaining his demeanor, he should have let the world ask, and then the fool would calmly state, this is the relic of the Calamity Queen. He seems a bit impatient. Did something outside the original plot happen? Did something go wrong with the hunt for the sea god? As Ebner speculated, Klein looked around and, seeing that the other members, including Mr. Tower, truly knew nothing more, calmly said, that will be all. He paused, then looked at Derek again, your recent information was helpful to me. What would you like to exchange for? Derek was about to wave his hand, indicating that it was his duty, but then he remembered the hint from one of the 6-member council elders. So, he pursed his lips, lowered his head, and awkwardly said, Could you please bestow a few more portions of Holy Communion? Chapter 755, Zeradal. Holy Communion. Mr. Fool's Holy Communion. What could it be? Upon hearing the son's request, Miss Justice Audrey, Miss Magician Furs, Miss Judgment Zio, and others turned their heads towards Mr. Fool, eyes bright and full of curiosity, even their ears seemed to perk up. Only Ebner, who had guessed what the Holy Communion was, curved his lips, feeling pleased in his heart. Mr. Tower's reaction is a bit off. Logically, shouldn't he humbly explain when his pies are mistaken for Holy Communion? Why is he chuckling to himself internally? Klein, who was focusing on Ebner, immediately felt that something was abnormal, but then he felt somewhat relieved. This guy's attitude towards Mr. Fool appears respectful, but in reality, he doesn't fear him much. This can be seen from his usual unceremonious use of Mr. Fool's functions. He probably has this confidence because he's backed by a true god, right? Of course, it's also possible I've spoiled him. But it's still suspicious. Thinking this, the fool Klein calmly responded, yes, I will have someone arrange it. DC pies, they should be available in Biome too. I praise your tolerance and generosity, Mr. Fool. Derek the son immediately stood up and bowed. Klein nodded slightly, indicating it was a small matter. At this moment, Miss Magician Furs curiously asked, Mr. Fool, I wonder what your Holy Communion is like. Will we have the honor of partaking? Because of the task assigned by her teacher, Furs had only rested one day after arriving in Tosca before traveling alone to a city called Ritter in eastern Intis. Although the foreign ambience was quite nice, she was actually starting to miss the taste of Backlund. Hearing her question, not only Miss Justice but also Miss Judgment Zio and Mr. Moon Emlyn turned their gazes to the fool. Even Miss Temperance Sharon tilted her head to look at the world. Seeing this, Klein's mind raced, and then he manipulated the world to chuckle in a hoarse voice. My lord naturally has a favored one specifically in charge of Holy Communion. You only need to pray devoutly to receive the grace. At this time, of course, his gourmet blessed needs to step forward. Speaking of which, it's been 2 weeks since I last contacted Lena and Shaw. I wonder if they and Prince Edisac have settled down safely. This time, he didn't observe Mr. Tower again. After all, observing emotional colors is likely very sensitive for a strong person like Mr. Tower. It can be done once, but not repeatedly. If done too many times, he would definitely notice and grow suspicious. If he were to conceal all his emotions, it would be difficult to observe him this way in the future. I greatly look forward to your Holy Communion. Hearing that she could also partake, Justice and Magician became genuinely happy, and likewise rose to bow. After this topic passed, Miss Justice Audrey once again looked to the very top seat and respectfully said, Mr. Fool, I have brought 2 pages of the diary this time, and I still owe you 2 pages. Good. Klein nodded lightly, then looked around, noticing that Mr. Tower had also materialized 2 yellowish-brown parchment pages. Mr. Fool, with these 2 pages of the diary, plus the contributions I've accumulated, I would like to request something from you. Ebner said, organizing his words. A request? What could it be? How should I respond if it's beyond my capabilities? As his thoughts spun, Klein suddenly realized something he had overlooked before. Every request Mr. Tower made seemed to be within his capabilities. It might be difficult, but they were all accomplishable. This is also corroborating evidence. Although it still doesn't constitute conclusive evidence. Moreover, this actually only indicates that he knows something about me. Perhaps the Earth Mother Goddess hinted at some information to him after deciding to invest in me. Conflicting thoughts flashed through his mind, and the fool Klein smiled at Mr. Tower. What is your request? Ebner ignored the probing gazes of Justice and the others and stated directly. I request to speak with you alone. So formal. Is it really something troublesome? Klein wondered with a touch of confusion, then nodded lightly. You may. Then, he blocked the senses of the other members and chuckled. Speak. Ebner pondered for a few seconds, then recounted the details of the Grosel's travels expedition to Klein with few reservations, including Rosel's arrangements, Edwina being attacked by the Delian family and rescued by the Men in Black, and the risk of encountering an Amon clone. Finally, he sincerely said, I wish to expend all my accumulated contributions to request your bless to carry the Black Emperor card and join my and Edwina's expedition. If it is truly inconvenient, then please lend me the Black Emperor card for a period. A book from the second epoch that conjured a world. Rosel has unknown arrangements within the book. A safe entrance requiring 3 books and 3 blasphemy cards. Klein listened and pondered. After Ebner finished speaking, he was inclined to go himself. After all, this expedition not only involved secrets of the second epoch but also possibly had connections to the transmigrator seniors, Rosel and Lu Bo. Moreover, during the joint expedition, I can observe Mr. Tower more closely to confirm whether he is Lu Bo. Thinking this, Klein pretended to pull the world into the group chat, and after having Mr. Tower repeat it, he feigned asking for his blessed's opinion. I still have some matters to attend to. How about I give you an answer tomorrow? The world seemed to hesitate, then said to Ebner. Mainly, he needed to divine the level of danger privately. Also, he wanted to go after obtaining the Sea God's legacy, which would give him more confidence. Watching the awkward performance of the man and the puppet, Ebner this time didn't secretly chuckle. After all, this was a situation outside the original plot, and a cautious decision was indeed necessary. All right, Ebner nodded in response. You're in Biome now, right? I'll come find you tomorrow. This, however, caused the fool, who was again taking the opportunity to observe him, to fall into confusion. Could all my previous guesses have been wrong? He isn't laughing at my expense. Am I just overthinking things? As for the other party knowing he was in Byam, it wasn't surprising, as they had met in Damir just a few days ago. After settling this matter, before lifting the sensory blockage, the world seemed to remember something and reminded, "You'd best change your appearance before coming to Azure Wind to find me. If the governor finds out you met me, I'll probably be in trouble. His bounty on you in the black market hasn't been lifted yet." Ebner, however, was completely oblivious, merely thinking that Gehrman was afraid of him exposing his teleportation ability, and so he readily agreed. The private conversation ended, and the senses of the other members were restored. Klein then had all 4 diary pages transmitted to him and picked up the first page submitted by Mr. Tower to read. March 10th, the Beliar family's succubus. Mr. Tower's diary entries are truly as juicy as ever. TSK. This whole flavor. Thankfully, there's some substance, letting me know that the Beliar family's patriarch has likely been secretly replaced by a succubus who had sex with Roselle, becoming a dark chess piece in the hands of his adopted son, Adam. Although knowing this isn't much use to me. Klein's gaze shifted down to the second diary entry. This page was the one Vice Admiral Iceberg had transcribed for Ebner. The most valuable information on it was that Tosca was the territory of the Nightmare Dragon during the Twin Ages. Mr. Tower just invited me to an adventure in Tosca. And immediately there's a related diary entry. Could it be too much of a coincidence? Did Mr. Tower intentionally pick this out for me to see? Does he really know Chinese characters? But if so, wouldn't it be too obvious? With Mr. Tower's intelligence, if he wanted to conceal his identity, he shouldn't make such a mistake. Moreover, I've always coincidentally received various timely diary entries. Some of which weren't provided by Mr. Tower. With lingering doubt, Klein picked up the diary entry materialized by Miss Justice. April 11th, Countess Wallenby invited me to a private salon. She told me that Madame Julia would also attend. This conservative blonde beauty who married from Loan will also attend. I'm truly looking forward to it. I've been fantasizing about her in bed for a long time. May her husband, Viscount Delian, not mind. Wallenby. Mr. Tower just mentioned that the current power holders in Tosca are this family. And Delian is the family that attacked Vice Admiral Iceberg. The diary entry provided by Miss Justice also points to Tosca. Is it really a coincidence? Klein frowned, continuing to look at the content. April 14th, I've been too active recently, feeling a bit out of my depth. Archaeologist did improve my physique and effectively enhance certain abilities, but this isn't its specialty, it's a bonus. Continuing to advance sequences, the changes brought by previous potions should also deepen. This is a direction to strive for. Fortunately, Cullen's special potion is genuinely effective, and the side effects are minor. The only drawback is that I have to abstain for 3 days after each dose. However, perhaps he means well, as indulgence only leads to ever-increasing thresholds, making satisfaction less than normal. Calming down and thinking, there's still so much to do. Humans are always like this, bound by desires, unable to see truly valuable things. Why did I transmigrate? What secrets are hidden in the depths of the starry sky above? Where did the initial consciousness come from? If self-awareness purely stems from consciousness, then who was I before the identity of Huang Tao? To whom does the most fundamental part belong? Great Emperor, are you trying to explain to me what it means to be a wolf before the deed and a philosopher afterward? Hey, you also have those worries, huh? I thought you had solidified certain attributes. Klein was successfully amused by Roselle's diary, but his expression remained unchanged. To him, Emperor Roselle's diary was both a book of knowledge and a collection of jokes. With a thought, Klein turned to the next page of the diary, and then his eyes widened. October 3rd, I saw Zeridel. Zeridel, completely out of control, having become a monster. Chapter 756, The World, Fresh Produce Grand Opening. Zeridel. A mad Zeridel. Seeing this line of text, Klein suddenly recalled a scene previously shown by Rhodes. It was a dark, lightless hall, inside which squirmed a massive, indistinct entity. Rhodes had told him that the squirming entity was Zeridel, who had lost control during his advancement to Sequence 1. He had been relocated to that hall by an unknown existence. So, was that unknown existence actually the Emperor? And where exactly was that hall? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind like lightning as his gaze swept over the contents at the bottom of the page, only to nearly tear the parchment apart in frustration. Because the rest was complete, unreadable gibberish. No, rather than gibberish, it's more like every word after the line about Zeridel was copied from the first page but scrambled into nonsense. Whoever the unscrupulous merchant was that pulled this scam, they even fooled a member of the psychological alchemists. The 2 pages of diary provided by Miss Justice still originated from the psychological alchemists. Shaking his head, Klein wasted no more time and made the 4 pages of diary vanish before smiling at the Tarot Club members. You may begin. The son Derek immediately turned to the tower, gratitude in his voice. Mr. Tower, thank you for providing the secret technique. It saved many residents imprisoned beneath the round tower who were on the verge of losing control, including a sister who lived on the same street as me. You even subconsciously emphasized that sister. Seems you were close, huh? Ebner pondered for a moment before smiling in response. It was just a transaction. Has your leadership mastered the technique? No wonder I received feedback this morning. I was wondering where it came from. Yes. Of the 3 solutions you provided, the first was too complex and difficult. Even Elder Wallace, the most knowledgeable among the 6-member council, couldn't fully reconstruct it. The third? The chief decided not to attempt the third for now. So, we ultimately chose the second solution. The first one really isn't friendly to pathways unrelated to secret techniques, like the mysticism magister, secret sorcerer, mysticologist, or arcane scholar. Looks like my idea of designing alternative solutions was correct. The other 2 options were: 1 used illusionary mirage, the primary material for a polymath, as a core to simplify part of the secret technique structure, though at the cost of reduced effectiveness. The other relied on a joint ritual by Beyonders of the Spectator, Sun, and Shepherd pathways, using materials like branches or trunks from an ancient tree to create vessels for the secret technique. But this solution had one major problem: it required beseeching power from a great entity to bestow the secret technique's effects. In Ebner's design, this great entity could be the Fool, since the fallen morning star had lingered on the Sapphira for quite some time. As long as Klein manifested it and used the blasphemy card to leverage the power of the Grey Fog, he should be able to complete the process of imbuing the vessels with the secret technique. This method was similar to how he would later create luck-stealing talismans. However, while the City of Silver's 6-member council tacitly allowed contact with the Tarot Club, they clearly weren't reckless enough to recite the honorifics of a great entity whose origins were unknown. The hanged man, Alger, feigning nonchalance, interjected. So, the 6-member council was satisfied with this exchange. Yes, Mr. Hangman, Derek answered earnestly before turning to the Fool at the head of the table and carefully adding, the chief asked me, aside from the previous gear book, what else does the City of Silver need to do? This is clearly a signal for further contact. Of course, it's also a probe into the Fool's intentions. Alger felt a flicker of excitement and also looked toward the head of the table, because he, too, wanted to understand what this mysterious and powerful existence was planning in the forsaken land of the gods. Why is everyone looking at me again? I don't even know what I want to do. Klein suppressed his exasperation and, with an air of solemnity, tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table. After a few seconds of frantic thinking, he once again employed deliberately vague phrasing. Simply do not restrict equivalent exchanges between you and the other members. Proceed with your own explorations. Derek nodded, not entirely comprehending but resolving to relay the words verbatim to the chief. Alger, however, read deeper into it. After bringing back that boy named Jack, the City of Silver's explorations will inevitably focus on the route he came from. Is the Fool trying to uncover the method the true creator provided for his followers to enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods? The others also pondered, each at their own level, but all convinced that the Fool had profound intentions. Only Ebner, who had a rough idea of their thoughts, felt another wave of amusement. However, Klein's earlier anomaly had put him on guard, so he reined in his emotions almost instantly, preventing the Fool from catching any conclusive evidence. Once the topic concluded, Justice Audrey turned to her diagonal opposite, a faint smile on her lips. Mr. Tower, were the materials I provided on the Intis noble families helpful to you? Audrey had only handed over the compiled documents to the Tower via the Fool after watching Mr. Bryan's new style play. They were very helpful. They gave me a deeper understanding of Intis, Ebner replied sincerely. Though Princess Vera had provided intelligence on several Beyonder families, and later, the Mirror Apostle, Herta had offered a book of knowledge, crafted from his own soul, none of these sources matched the comprehensiveness of Miss Justice's materials on Intis political and economic factions. After a pause, Ebner countered, my esteemed lady, have you decided on the mysticism question you wish to ask? This was part of their agreement from the previous week, an answer to a mysticism query in exchange for detailed Intis intelligence. I've chosen to reserve that question for now, Audrey replied without hesitation. At that moment, the magician, Furs, seated beside Justice, interjected, Mr. Tower, my mentor was quite satisfied with the flesh trigger you provided, but it gave me quite a fright. Not only did it embarrass me in front of friends, but I also lost an important item. And now I'm stuck with an orange cat pestering me daily for manuscript updates. Her tone carried a hint of complaint by the end, not about the loss, but about the inexplicable writing demands. Ebner knew exactly what she was really grumbling about. This was indeed an oversight on his part. He hadn't anticipated the flesh trigger, so docile in his hands, would turn out to be so mischievous. Smiling, he said, I can guess why you were startled. That was my negligence for not warning you beforehand. To make up for it, I'll craft a beyonder item for you soon as an apology. Since her life-preserving stone is gone, she deserves a replacement. Now it was the magician first turned to feel awkward. She waved her hands hastily. Oh, no need. I was just mentioning it casually. In that case, I'll drop the matter, Ebner replied, no longer insisting. After all, if the tower doesn't compensate her, Ebner can always step in. Wait, he's really not going to give it to me. I was just being polite. Furs inwardly lamented, regret gnawing at her. I'm such a fool. Truly. Watching this exchange, the fool Klein shook his head internally. Given the tower's cunning and bargaining skills, he figured the magician would inevitably succumb sooner or later. And if he really is Lu Bo, the odds are even higher. Shouldn't Lilith be keeping him in check? Keeping these thoughts to himself, he manipulated the world to speak. I have a witch beyonder characteristic and a demoness of pleasure beyonder characteristic for sale. Klein had no intention of reserving the demoness of pleasure characteristic for his gourmet blessed Shoko. Privately, he felt that becoming a witch would grant her sufficient self-defense capabilities without risking the corruption of her relatively pure heart through further advancement. The announcement drew surprised glances. The appearance of these characteristics suggested that at least 2 mid-sequence demonesses had likely fallen to the world. This puts him nearly on par with the tower. What remarkable feat has the world accomplished? Audrey pondered silently. Furs, however, wasn't shocked. Compared to Ebner's exploits at the hot spring inn in Larnan City, this seemed almost mundane. The judgment Zio studied the projected images of the 2 characteristics, then shot Ebner a peculiar look, convinced that the King of the 5 Seas would soon welcome 2 new demonesses into his ranks. Ebner had no reason to hide the transformation wand matter from Zio, who also knew Mr. Gaston. Geronimo just hunted Steel, and now he's provoking the demoness sect. Wait. Didn't the Amiris Leaf Bar recently have some rumors? Could it be him? Alger turned to the world at the far end, struggling to reconcile the image of the gloomy man before him with the idea of Ailment Maiden being involved. Though, Geronimo's looks aren't bad. Maybe. As Alger mused, Ebner, fully aware of the fool's troublemaking prowess, found it perfectly plausible for the world to possess such characteristics. After brief consideration, he decided to purchase them. After all, the Wind Demoness and Fire Demoness might recruit more volunteers soon. I'll take them. How about 5,500 pounds? Ebner's tone was breezy, his recent windfall of hundreds of thousands from Larnan City making him flush with cash. Deal. The offer was fair, so Klein didn't haggle, only adding 5,000 pounds in cash, the remaining 500 in weapon crystals. Agreed. Ebner knew exactly what he meant. He'd produced plenty of spares at Mr. Surrey's workshop, anticipating this very sale. Back then, my film company was just starting and strapped for cash. Now, with my current assets, this feels almost trivial. The Moon Emlyn watched their high-stakes transaction with envy, his fingers itching to ask the hanged man about the Baron characteristic. But with his promissory note still a month from maturity, he restrained himself. Alger, still stranded in Byam, likewise held his tongue. The trading segment wrapped up swiftly. As the free discussion period began, Alger cast an inscrutable glance at the world and announced gravely. This week, major events unfolded in both Byam and Simeem Island. End of chapter. Chapter 757, Overinterpretation. What happened? As the best straight man personally designated by the fool, Justice Audrey asked curiously. The hanged man, Alger didn't beat around the bush and replied directly. The heavily wounded sea god Calvetua, who had been hiding for years, is on the verge of collapse and has gone mad searching for ways to prolong its existence. Its followers have been launching attacks everywhere, seemingly searching for someone. Some fanatics have even prepared for burial sacrifices, ready to perish alongside their god. In response, the Church of Storms Sea King John Cotman has arrived in Byam and suppressed that evil spirit, blockading Blue Mountain Island. He'll likely locate Calvetua's hiding place within a day or two. This aligns with my assessment. On one side is a collapsing sea god now at most sequence 3 level, on the other is the fully operational Sea King who can deploy sealed artifacts at any time. The outcome is obvious. John Cotman can absolutely suppress Calvetua's madness indefinitely, preventing Byam from being submerged and stopping Blue Mountain Island and its cities from becoming lost underwater ruins. Once Calvetua's final frenzy passes and it completely disintegrates, the matter will be resolved. This is the simplest and most effective solution, causing no panic. Most people in Byam won't even notice anything unusual. Though I've heard John Cotman's primary role is as a senior deacon of the mandated Punishers. The archipelago's remote location necessitated unifying authority, hence his additional appointment as cardinal. His methods likely lean more toward the mandated Punishers. Still, even for him, locating Calvetua's hideout won't be easy. A day or two. That's probably an optimistic estimate. I still have time. Recalling his morning ritual of offering cigarette cases to sea god Calvetua, Klein, who was about to claim his inheritance, felt revealing some insider details wouldn't hurt. It could also serve as another opportunity to probe the tower. Manipulating the world, he feigned seeking the fool's permission before rasping. The incident was triggered by members of the Moses Ascetic Order entering the deep jungles of Simeem Island under the guise of exploration or archaeology. They discovered ancient elf ruins and retrieved the Book of Calamity. The Book of Calamity is linked to Calvetua's origins, which drove it to lose control and approach collapse. Notably, a pillar of the Moses Ascetic Order orchestrated this operation. He then projected an image of the rather attractive female adventurer he'd encountered. The world's explanation drew the Tarot Club members' gazes toward the yellowish-brown book beside the Fool's hand. So this book caused such chaos. But how did it end up with the Fool? Did the world capture that Moses Ascetic Order adventurer or repel their pillar before offering the Book of Calamity to the Fool? Still, what's a pillar? Such a title must correspond to at least a high-sequence individual. Justice, the magician, and others felt minor puzzlement but lacked deeper context. In contrast, Temperance and Judgment, who understood the significance of a Moses Ascetic Order pillar, had more elaborate theories. Especially the former, Sharon was certain Sherlock couldn't have repelled a pillar alone. There had to be more to the story. Letitia Dolera. Alger recognized the woman in the projection. A realization struck him. No wonder that self-proclaimed sea god evil spirit, quiet for over a century, suddenly neared collapse. After all, long ago, it was defeated by two cardinals and military elites wielding sealed artifacts, barely escaping to hide. So the Moses Ascetic Order engineered this. The world did go to Simeem Island. Which means his scandal with Ailment Maiden might have been a cover. His real target was likely the Book of Calamity. Or perhaps Ailment Maiden's rebellion wasn't as simple as it seemed. That said, the world is almost catching up to, or even surpassing, that hero detective who attracts incidents at every banquet or gathering. First the Great Smog of Backlund, then the anomaly at Bansi Harbor, now Calvetua's death throes and the Moses Ascetic Order's schemes. Does this mean wherever he appears, major events are brewing or imminent? No, more accurately, wherever major events brew or loom, the Fool's blessed arrives. He follows the Fool's directives, tracking the activities of secret organizations and evil gods. This is the Fool's will. Amid his conjectures, Alger naturally arrived at the critical question. How did the world obtain the Book of Calamity from a pillar of the Moses Ascetic Order? The world is strong but no match for a demigod. Unless he had backup from other blessed of the Fool, or that pillar never intervened. His thoughts were interrupted by Justice's puzzled voice, who is Letitia Dolera? The lady in the image. Snapping back, Alger opted not to dwell further and explained, the person in the image is Letitia Dolera, an archaeologist and adventurer. Rumors claim she's a member of either the Moses Ascetic Order or Revelation Society. Now it seems it's the former. Also Governor Ovella's mistress. Ebner silently added this tidbit without voicing it aloud. After all, if Zio or Furs ask how I know this, I can't very well say I eavesdropped in a dream. Mentally grumbling, Ebner carefully phrased his question, if it's Letitia, then the pillar overseeing this would be Yalalin. He'd learned long ago from Kale's hypnosis of Lydia that the ancestor of teenager Terran was Lady Yalalin. And during his time in the Dream Labyrinth Tower's fifth layer, he'd accidentally overheard that Letitia was Terran's aunt. So if a pillar were truly overseeing the Elf Ruins expedition, Yalalin was the most likely candidate. From the lowest seat, the world glanced at the tower and nodded, correct. Meanwhile, the Fool, at the head of the table mused internally, his tone and emotional response seemed genuinely deduced. Doesn't sound at all like someone mentioning an old flame. Ebner, however, was busy speculating, Yalalin was probably Rhine's friend. Did she learn about German's existence from the time traveler, then use the Book of Calamity as an introductory gift to invest in the Fool? Elsewhere, having just finished explaining the Moses Ascetic Order's basic structure to Justice, the magician, and the Sun, Alger heard the Tower mention Yalalin and couldn't help asking, Mr. Tower, are you acquainted with that pillar? Ebner shook his head, organizing his words. Only by reputation, never met. Rumors say she's been active since the Four Emperors' War, possibly earlier. These rumors naturally came from Kale. At this point, the Fool chuckled and corrected, one should refer to her as her. Klein had confirmed this through divination above the grey fog. Her. That pillar is actually an angel. And from the Fool's tone, they might know each other. No wonder the world obtained the Book of Calamity. Alger's mind raced as he imagined Yalalin being the Fool's long-planted mole within the Moses Ascetic Order. Given how he convenes our gatherings, it's entirely possible. Stealing a glance at the imposing figure at the head of the table, Alger felt renewed awe. Ebner, too, was momentarily impressed by the fool's display. Were he not so familiar with the truth, he might have reached similar conclusions as Alger. After allowing everyone time to digest this information, with varying degrees of personal interpretation, Alger resumed recounting the demonist sect infighting on Simim Island. Compared to the unfamiliar Sea God and Moses ascetic order, this gossip proved far more engaging for Justice, the magician, and other ladies, especially since it involved a pirate admiral's romantic entanglement with an adventurer. Klein repeatedly considered interrupting to clarify but wisely refrained. Such matters only grew murkier with explanation. However, when Alger mentioned the demonist sect losing one witch and one demoness of pleasure, the members' expressions turned peculiar, with frequent glances toward the world. Even Temperance Sharon turned to look, finally prompting Klein to have the world explain, emphasizing how the infighting stemmed from Tracy's mother being manipulated, and how the false rumors likely originated from her as well, possibly to provoke Tracy into revealing herself. Some accepted this explanation, like Sharon, others remained skeptical, like Furs. Ebner fell into the former camp. When it came to personal integrity, he trusted the fool. Seizing the opportunity, Ebner shared intelligence gleaned from his earlier investigation at the Red Angel's grave. Tracy's mother, Saintess of White, Katerina, has been turned into a puppet by the Intis Special Envoy Owen Delian using a sealed artifact. This envoy also serves on the Psychological Alchemist's highest council under the codename Lust. Lust from the Psychological Alchemists, controlling a demoness of unaging. Just the codename alone makes him sound despicable. Why are Intis envoys always such lechers? Audrey felt ashamed to share membership in the same organization. Then she remembered her own noble status and shrugged it off. Can we report his identity to the authorities? The world asked after consideration. His concern wasn't for Tracy, but disgust at Owen's methods. The judgment, Zio shook her head. Our military knows his identity, but has no plans to arrest him. The Delian family's influence is immense, with the Church of the Eternal Sun's protection. Only the Church of Storms might show interest. Alger calculated the odds and sighed. Without evidence, it would achieve little. Powerful families always had skeletons. Unless they overstepped drastically, churches typically turned a blind eye. Perhaps suggest Tracy inform the demonist sect. Secret organizations don't require evidence, Ebner proposed. His designs on the sea monster characteristic would inevitably clash with the Delians. Any weakening helped. End of chapter. Chapter 758, After the Tarot Gathering. After the discussions about Biam and Simim Island concluded among the hanged men, the world, the tower, and misjudgment, the moon, Emlyn hesitated before briefly recounting his recent experiences over the past month. He then inquired, does anyone know how a puppet could lift its own seal and leave on its own? Upon hearing this, the imaginative magician Furs immediately conjured up a series of eerie, fantastical scenarios and asked with interest, did you treat your puppets poorly, making them want to escape? Absolutely not. Emlyn's voice rose noticeably as he reflexively retorted, I treat every single one of them with the utmost care. Every single one. Furs seemed to connect this with something but chose not to voice her thoughts further, not wanting to agitate the already emotional moon. Possession by an evil spirit, Temperance Sharon stated flatly, without any change in tone. I could do it. Possession by an evil spirit. Emlyn repeated the phrase, bewildered. Then how should I handle it? An evil spirit capable of silently taking his puppets must be highly ranked. Does that mean I need a sun pathway beyonder to perform an exorcism? But what if I get exorcised along with them? Ebner, however, had a clear idea of who was behind this. After all, during the last rescue of Talim, one of Emlyn's lost dolls had given him a finger. After some thought, he suggested, I think you should try praying to the ancestor of the Sanguines. Bother the ancestor over such a trivial matter? Emlyn shook his head, finding the tower's advice highly unreliable. Even if he confidently believed himself to be the savior of the Sanguines, chosen by the ancestor, he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Seated at the head of the table, Klein listened to this exchange and mused internally. For anyone else, this suggestion would indeed be inappropriate, but for the tower. If he really is that person, his words might just work. After a few seconds of consideration, Klein tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table with his fingers, then looked at the moon and said lightly, you could give it a try. Give it a try. Could it really work? Emlyn's expression instantly became a mix of emotions, though, unfortunately, obscured by the gray fog so no one could see it. The fool personally endorsed the tower's suggestion. Could those puppets be connected to something or someone terrifying? Is this some kind of understanding between the fool and the sanguine ancestor? Alger's mind raced with speculations once more. Ebner, meanwhile, grew even more convinced that the fool was acting unusually today. How could he make such an outrageous suggestion? Isn't he worried about damaging his image? Or has the Angel of Spirits also made contact with Klein? Amidst the atmosphere of collective overinterpretation, the tarot gathering drew to a close. As the Fool declared the meeting adjourned, Audrey, Ebner, Alger, and the others rose simultaneously and bowed. Streaks of crimson light dissipated, and the ancient palace above the grey fog returned to silence, leaving only Klein seated alone in the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. After a period of quiet contemplation, he materialized pen and paper to conduct a divination regarding the tower's earlier invitation. A short while later, Klein dismissed the conjured items and murmured to himself. According to the divination, exploring Grosel's travels carry some danger, but within acceptable limits. Yet not going might conceal even greater risks. Does this mean my fate is already intertwined with this matter? Roselle, or Lubo? Tapping the edge of the table absently, Klein set aside his questions for the moment and extended his spirituality to the crimson star representing his blessed Shoko. Since I promised to grant holy food, I should prepare in advance. The sun can still make do with dishy pies, but the others will really test that little witch's culinary skills. In a detached house in Backlund's North District, Shoko, or rather, the witch Shoko, hummed a tune as she busied herself in the kitchen. She was experimenting with various dark cuisine recipes. Witches, according to legend, were women who used witchcraft to inflict illness and misfortune upon others. To properly act in this role, Shoko had put considerable thought into her methods. Ultimately, she decided to create visually appealing, delicious-tasting dark cuisine that would cause minor but noticeable effects, such as diarrhea, acne, or hemorrhoids, to fulfill her role. Of course, she carefully selected her tasters to avoid serious consequences. Just as she was preparing a potion soup designed to cover a fraudulent womanizer's face in pimples, her target for the day, she suddenly froze, then knelt piously on the floor. A minute later, she sprang to her feet excitedly, deciding to temporarily spare the scam artist and instead devote her full efforts to showcasing her skills for the Fool. It had been some time since she last poured her heart into cooking, ever since Ms. Lena and the masked man left Backlund. After some deliberation, Shoko took tomatoes and beetroots, using the available ingredients to prepare a bowl of noodle soup, which she then offered to the Fool, requesting him to bestow a name upon this labor of love. As the grey mist before her eyes flickered and faded, Shoko's eyes brightened, and she repeated the name given by the Fool. Witch's brew pasta. In a hotel room in the eastern city of Wright, Intis. When a steaming bowl of noodles appeared on the sacrificial altar, Furs, who had been feeling rather hungry, praised the Fool before digging in. 2 minutes later, she licked the bowl clean with lingering satisfaction and sighed contentedly. As expected of the Fool's holy meal, it truly brings happiness. Setting the bowl aside, now thoroughly warmed, Furs no longer feared the chilly weather outside. She put on her coat and stepped out, arriving shortly at a garden villa 2 streets away. This was the residence of a Mr. Terran. Her teacher had assigned her the task of visiting him to retrieve his belongings. Soon, guided by a maid, Furs met the bedridden Mr. Terran in his bedroom. "I'm Furs Wall, a student of teacher Dorian," Furs introduced herself while handing over her teacher's handwritten letter. "Dorian has taken on another apprentice." Mr. Terran murmured absent-mindedly at first, but as he reached for the envelope, his hand suddenly froze. His clouded eyes sharpened as he stared at Furs and demanded, "What did you say your name was?" Startled, Furs nearly reached for the mystical item borrowed from Ebner, but she quickly realized the man meant no harm. Steadying herself, she repeated, "Furs Wall. So that's how it is. That's how it is." Mr. Terran studied her intently for a moment before ignoring the letter altogether. Instead, he pointed to a small bag by the bedside and said, "I'd thought Dorian would be the one to see me off. The family items are already packed in that bag. But since it's you who came, I have something personal to give you instead." He chuckled weakly. Perhaps Dorian foresaw this too when he sent you. With his life flickering like a dying candle, Mr. Terran spoke haltingly, his words often unclear. Still, Furs grasped the gist, though it only deepened her confusion. "Why am I different? I could die any moment, no energy to explain. Remember this code. The item is in a safety deposit box at the First Bank of Trier. Do as you please with it. No need to return it to the family. Grandfather Benjamin. To think I'd fulfill your request on my deathbed after all." Before he could finish, the long-exhausted old man fell silent forever. As a medical student, Furs quickly confirmed Mr. Terran's death, though it wasn't entirely natural. Before her arrival, he had ingested a toxin-inducing organ failure. Just like Mr. Lawrence back then. As death approached, he must have sensed his body failing, feared losing control, becoming a monster. To die as a human, this is a Beyonder's final dignity. Sighing, Furs stowed both the manifested Beyonder characteristic and the small bag, though the purpose of the code still puzzled her. After assisting the maid and butler with funeral arrangements, she departed. In a temporary cavern beneath Fanny's ancestral home in Tosk, where a teleportation altar had been set up, Ebner blew the copper whistle to summon Jane's messenger. He handed a charm and a letter to the nearly 4-meter-tall skeletal monster. Today is January 17th, Jane's birthday. She might appreciate a gift while living alone. Watching the messenger vanish, he pocketed the whistle with this thought. Without delay, Ebner, with Kesey cradling the magic mirror, activated the altar. After a transfer in Backlund, they arrived in the basement of the fragrant estate in Byam. Previously, long-distance ritual teleportation required grinding for special charms in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. But after obtaining the door card, it's no longer necessary. Using psychological invisibility, Ebner slipped out unnoticed, heading toward the Amiris Leaf Bar for intel. Just then, a sudden instinct made him glance skyward. The clouds had parted abruptly, revealing the suspended crimson moon. Did the clash between the Sea God and Sea King conclude? Is the fool about to loot the place? Pity. The pure white eye has poor affinity with the spirit world, and my self-developed, spirit body simulation spell remains incomplete. Otherwise, I could have spectated. Sighing, Ebner continued toward the bar with Kesey. In the underwater ruins half-merged with the spirit world, after an intense battle, Klein, wielding the Demonis card, pulled out a white scepter embedded with sapphires, triggering violent currents and structural collapses. Following spiritual intuition, he approached a throne, reached beneath collapsed pillars, and retrieved a crushed golden chalice before vanishing. Within 10 minutes, Sea King John Cotman arrived. Using a water screen to replay the scene, he inhaled sharply and ordered without turning. Find that Demonis. Meanwhile, back above the grey fog, Klein fell into deep thought. I seem to be growing less resistant to using the Demonis card. And this might actually aid my faceless acting. End of chapter. Chapter 759, Entering the Travelogue. In a sheltered harbor along the safe shipping lanes of the Berserk Sea, Jane couldn't help but smile as she received Ebner's gift, clearly overjoyed. She smoothed her dark golden hair, now long enough to tie into a ponytail, and activated the charm accompanying the letter with her spirituality. Instantly, she was drawn into a dream. Fireworks bloomed across a magnificent landscape in the dream, accompanied by beautiful music. Following this path of fireworks and scenery, Jane slowly entered a castle where Ebner personally smeared cake across her face. The dream ended there. Holding the charm, Jane shook her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She understood Ebner's intention. Had the dream been too perfect, the contrast upon waking might have left her feeling desolate. This cake-smearing conclusion, however, allowed her to enjoy the beauty while softening the transition between dream and reality. Now she only wondered when she could return the favor and actually smear cake on him. Ebner's birthday is in May. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters of the future. After witnessing this scene, Queen of Stars Katlia pursed her lips and murmured, "My birthday is only 2 weeks away. I wonder if she'll put similar thought into a gift for me." Above the grey fog, after testing the newly acquired Sea God Scepter and establishing the 10 Commandments for the former Sea God believers in the Rorstad Archipelago, a mentally fatigued Klein returned to the real world. He summoned himself again to bring items like the sun brooch and burial blade back to his hotel room. By now, the clouds had cleared, and the tranquil crimson moonlight bathed the still-sleeping city of generosity, Byam. Klein lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep with the aid of meditation. After an indeterminate time, his drowsy mind suddenly sharpened. Drawing on past experience, he immediately knew someone had entered his dream. After a brief hesitation, Klein sat on the chair in his hotel room and turned toward the door, where knocking sounds were coming from. "Come in." As he spoke, the hero detective with slightly curly brown hair and gold-rimmed glasses entered, arm in arm with an enchantingly beautiful woman. Even in dreams, he doesn't forget to bring a female companion. Isn't Mr. Tower afraid of getting burned? Suppressing his internal complaints, Klein responded with the sluggishness appropriate for dreaming. "Good morning, Detective Brian." Seeing this, Ebner shook his head with a smile. "Mr. World, no need to pretend. I know you're awake." He can tell even that. Klein paused for a few seconds, confirming Ebner wasn't bluffing, then replied in a manner befitting Gurman's persona, "How can I be sure you're the real Detective Brian?" Ebner directly manifested the fallen morning star necklace in his hand, waved it, then made it disappear before asking, "So, your answer?" "I agree to join you in the Vice Admiral Iceberg's expedition." Klein nodded directly. After all, Gurman was a man of action over words. "Excellent. After waking, come straight out from the hotel, I'll meet you." Ebner then produced a letter and handed it over. "This is from Edwina to Danitz. Please deliver it. I was planning to leave him a note anyway." Klein accepted it without asking how the letter would physically leave the dream, trusting Ebner had his methods. "Then until later, Mr. World." With a bow, Ebner and the alluring maid vanished simultaneously. Back in the waking world, Klein examined the letter in his hand, gaining new appreciation for the tower's capabilities, not just formidable in direct combat, but equally adept in these esoteric domains. After penning a brief note, Klein entered the parlor, shook the snoring Danitz awake, and pressed both the letter from the Vice Admiral Iceberg and his own note into the man's hand before heading downstairs. As he tightened his coat against the chilly wind, Klein spotted the maid from his dream approaching and gesturing for him to follow. Maintaining his composure, Klein flipped a coin before trailing the maid to a carriage without a driver waiting at a nearby alley. Sure enough, the tower awaited inside. Why does this feel like a spy rendezvous? Klein grumbled internally as Ebner smiled and announced, Mr. German Sparrow, we depart now. Having experienced spirit world traversal before and roughly guessing their destination, Klein immediately grasped the other side. In the next instant, they vanished from the carriage. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, a groggy Danitz who had just woken up stared blankly at the note in his hand and muttered. Gehrman's gone out. Won't be back for days. Wait, what? He's going on an expedition with the captain. Now fully awake, Danitz initially doubted Gehrman's message, until he read the accompanying letter from Vice Admiral Iceberg. His face went slack. It's really the captain's handwriting. She says she might return with a companion. Does she mean Gehrman? Damn it. I need to warn her that Gehrman's a lunatic who might just be after her bounty. But he apparently handled ailment maiden. What if the captain also? No, can't think like that. The captain's not that shallow, she'd never fancy some uncultured brute. As he agonized, dawn broke fully. A knock at the hotel door startled him from his thoughts. Cautiously opening it, Danitz received an unexpected item, a gala invitation from the governor's mansion. Addressed to German Sparrow. Beneath the ancestral Surrey residence in Tosk. After 2 transfers via teleportation altars, Ebner and Klein finally reached their destination, where Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina awaited. Following brief introductions, Ebner cut straight to business. The ritual chamber, established by Roselle, lies beneath this manor's gardens. I located it using a druid's subterranean traversal abilities. For secrecy, I didn't excavate a passage, relying solely on short-range teleportation for access. After we enter Roselle's travels, I'll leave Kisi to guard the chamber against sabotage. Her personality has been overwritten. Even without the devil from the magic mirror controlling her, she won't betray us, reasonably trustworthy. Klein frowned instinctively at this manipulation, but upon learning she was a wicked apostle of desire, his objections faded. When I become a marionettist, I'll be doing similar things. The realization made Ebner's methods seem less objectionable. After outlining potential dangers within Roselle's travels, Ebner led them deeper via teleportation to the ritual chamber. The cavern measured barely 20 square meters, lined with ritual implements. At its center stood an altar with 3 recessed slots, clearly designed for specific mystical tomes. As they placed Roselle's travels, the Book of Astrology, and the Book of Fortune stealing into the slots, the surrounding candles ignited spontaneously. Their flames converged above Roselle's travels, forming a luminous door etched with arcane symbols. Yet the door remained sealed, 3 critical connections missing from its sigils. Spaces reserved for blasphemy cards. This ritual feels altered. The Book of Astrology and the Book of Fortune stealing seem forcibly incorporated, Edwina observed, her pale blue eyes narrowing. Klein nodded. The incomplete sigils too. Original entry might have been simpler. As an expert on summoning gates, he left the thought unspoken. Because this was originally set up by the disaster seal, later modified by Roselle. Ebner silently added. Without explanation, he placed his door card into a gap. Following suit, Klein and Edwina inserted their Black Emperor card and error card. Instantly, the trio passed through the now complete portal, materializing before a slumbering dragon exceeding 10 meters in length, its crystalline scales glimmering atop a treasure hoard. King of the North, you listen. End of chapter. Chapter 760, The Dragon. The Frost Dragon, King of the North, Ulysses was not a demigod who had advanced through normal means, but rather an out-of-control monster that had aggregated numerous frost-type beyonder characteristics. While it might rival demigods in specific domains, it had deficiencies in other aspects. Yet at this moment, it lay snoring atop a mountain of treasures, completely unaware of the 3 intruders' arrival. Nevertheless, Ebner and his companions didn't let their guard down. After thorough investigation using divination, prophecy, and analytical methods, they confirmed the dragon wouldn't awaken unless harmed. Perhaps it's because the protagonist team in Roselle's travels hasn't been fully assembled yet, causing the plot progression to stall, Ebner speculated, combining original plot knowledge with the current situation. Edwina nodded thoughtfully. The latter pages of the travelogue are indeed stuck together and can't be opened yet. So our method of entry can't advance the plot. Maintaining his Gehrman persona, Klein directly displayed his blasphemy card and pointed to the cards held by the 2 mysticism magisters, stating emotionlessly, Black Emperor, error, door. Trying to mimic Miss Sharon's speech pattern won't make you cuter. Ebner internally complained, but understood Klein's implication. The Black Emperor symbolized the distortion of rules, the error embodied this world's loopholes, and the door opened based on these foundations. How could this be the same as normal entry? Emperor Rozel's ritual setup was clearly creating a backdoor. Since it remains asleep, we shouldn't attack it for now, to avoid undesirable changes. Moreover, the exit door is above its head. If it dies, there's no guarantee the blasphemy cards could open another passage, Ebner suggested after consideration. Mainly because King of North's death would likely end the story, causing the protagonist team to age and die as in the original plot. Edwina gave a slight nod. Producing a notebook, she gazed at the snowy landscape outside the cave and added, since this detailed guide on safely entering was left by Emperor Rozel in Soldier Frunzier's home, his arrangements probably center around Frunzier. We should first locate the story's protagonists. Their primary expedition goal was discovering what Rozel had left here. After considering their suggestions and finding no issues, Klein nodded agreement. Yet before departing, he paused to glance back at the frost dragon, lost in thought. Noticing this, Ebner, who was about to exit the cave, smiled and said, "Don't look anymore. It's imagined into existence and can't leave this book world. It can't help you complete your Bizarro Sorcerer ritual." His eyes then flicked to the treasure hoard as he teasingly added, "Those gold coins and jewels are likewise imagined." What's with that last comment? Do I seem that money-grubbing? Wait, he might suspect Klein is also my persona, hence subconsciously assuming I'm poor. Klein shot Ebner a glance and countered in Gehrman's trademark tone, "You seem rather knowledgeable about Rozel's travels world. Aren't you the same?" Ebner chuckled meaningfully. "When I mentioned imagined, you showed no confusion whatsoever. And knowing you, you'd never have entered so readily with Edwina and me without some prior understanding." This part he kept to himself. "I obtained partial intelligence from a mirror," Klein vaguely replied. Before leaving the hotel, he'd summoned a Rhodes to inquire about the travelogue, learning it first appeared among the Dragon clan after the disappearance of the City of Miracles live seed, almost directly implicating the Dragon of Imagination. So it was a Rhodes. Ebner feigned sudden understanding. "You know a Rhodes?" Klein genuinely startled this time. The mirror was a Church of Steam's sealed artifact, and to his knowledge, the tower had no friends in that church. Heh. The Church of Storm's mysticism magister, Stuart developed a ritual to petition a Rhodes, which spread within small circles. And a Rhodes is quite willing to answer questions, Ebner explained with a smile. Of course, it's willing, every answer means someone's social death. Klein internally complained immediately, recalling Daly, who must have used this ritual to learn about the captain's resurrection. Edwina, who'd been listening, suddenly interjected, "A Rhodes? What kind of ritual is that?" Her clear springwater blue eyes burned with intellectual curiosity. "I can teach you after we return. For now, exploration takes priority." Clearing his throat, Ebner steered the conversation back on track before leading the way out of the dragon's lair. Edwina blinked but didn't press further, quietly following. Only Klein cast a pitying glance at the erudite pirate admiral, sensing she was about to hand leverage to the tower, making eventual escape from his clutches unlikely. After both exited, he secretly tested the incantation addressing the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, confirming the connection remained unobstructed before feeling more at ease. After all, if necessary, he could ascend to the grey fog and transform into the sea god, which was equivalent to a demigod-level combat ability. While lost in thought, Klein also walked out of the cave. Immediately, biting winds, laden with ice shards and goosefeather snow, lashed at his face and body. This made him involuntarily tense up and shiver slightly, hunching over, as he surveyed his surroundings. "It's cold." He nearly cursed, confirming that he was in a vast, icy world with extremely low visibility, a stark contrast to the warm cave he had just left. He had always thought Backlund's humid, gloomy winter cold was the most dreadful, but now he finally understood that absolute low temperatures and razor-sharp winds were a deadly combination. Even though he had preemptively added a sweater and was wearing a thick, long formal coat, he still felt like he couldn't quite withstand it. He did not put on the sun brooch because its warmth was on a spiritual level. While effective for a very short time against intense cold to prevent the body from stiffening, prolonged exposure in an icy environment would be suicidal. Spiritual warmth would cause the body to open its pores, mimic a summer state, remove its last defense against low temperatures, and even actively welcome them. At this moment, he saw Ebner, who had emerged first, beckon him closer. Without much hesitation, Klein quickly stepped forward and soon noticed he had passed through a barrier, and the surrounding environment warmed up. "You came well prepared." Edwina was the most lightly dressed of the three. After all, she only had a general understanding of the book's environment, and her preparations were more focused on combat. As a mysticism magister, who frequently uses mystical items for high-speed flight, it's only reasonable to develop a secret art that protects against wind and cold, Ebner self-deprecatingly remarked, then asked, "Which way should we go?" Edwina took out a brass-framed mirror, seemed to sense something, then pointed towards the southwest, saying, "That way." Ebner didn't ask further. He directly simulated Gale, holding their bodies aloft, and flew in the direction Edwina indicated. When he was Sequence 7, he could use this ability to carry Zio for short flights. Now, even without direct contact, carrying all three was not a big problem. Traveling in silence, they soon found a mountain peak under Edwina's guidance. Rounding a huge rock covered with thick ice, they saw a dark, secluded cave. The three entered cautiously in a triangular formation. Inside the spacious, well-ventilated cave, beside a bonfire radiating light and heat, they saw 5 figures sleeping in their clothes. The most striking among them was a 4-meter-tall Cyclops. His skin was grayish-blue, his chest, abdomen, and waist were wrapped in thick beast hides, while the rest of his body was exposed. Even his feet lacked protection. Even in sleep, he still clutched a greatsword as large as a door. Beside him, one by one, lay a middle-aged man dressed in an extremely simple white robe, a young lone soldier sleeping with a rock as a pillow, a nobleman in his 30s wearing mismatched and asymmetrical clothing, and a beautiful female elf lying in the nobleman's arms. Giant Groel. Lone soldier Frunzier. The remaining ascetic, the 4th epic Solomon Empire nobleman, and the elf only have code names, no specific names, Edwina softly introduced, based on the contents of the travelogue. Only Groel and Frunzier have names. It seems there's really something special about the latter. This is protagonist treatment, Klein remarked, staring at the young soldier in black armor. It's not strange for Groel, as the first character to enter this book, to have a name. But judging from the fact that they are all asleep, Frunzier cannot be the last. Therefore, he must have something special, and that special something is likely something Roselle or the Seal of Calamity imposed on him. Ebner observed for a while with his pure white eye, then borrowed the notebook Edwina had obtained from Frunzier's home and placed it on the sleeping Frunzier's chest. Immediately afterward, dreamlike symbols flashed on the book, merging into Frunzier's body, and then a large door, both illusory and real, opened above him. Another door. Klein glanced at the door a few times, uncertain. This seems to lead to a dream. No, to be precise, the sea of collective unconsciousness. This book contains his family's yearning for him, so it can lead us into his dream. Perhaps what Roselle truly hid is connected to this soldier's dream. It should be the divine kingdom hidden by the dragon of imagination, right? Will it still be the same as in the original story? Ebner analyzed up to this point. Seeing that the door seemed to be getting blurrier, he quickly took out a card and whispered, "Blue Eyes White Dragon." Immediately, a massive white dragon appeared in the spacious cave. Ebner did not let it reveal its true form but added a layer of illusionary filter to prevent Edwina from losing control by directly looking at a demigod-level mythical creature. As for Klein, he should be able to discern the skeletal dragon's original form using the Sapphira Castle's true sight, but seeing it above the grey fog wouldn't pose much of an issue. Ebner mounted the dragon's back and said to the other two, "Come on up. It's safer to traverse the dream riding him." Blue Eyes White Dragon. Klein chewed on the name as he leaped onto the dragon's back. Although it's hermetic, that should be the correct meaning. Chapter 761, Roselle's Calculation. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Is it the Blue Eyes White Dragon I know? Is Tower really a transmigrator? Is it Lubo? Or is it just a coincidence? As Klein maintained his expression with his clown ability, his mind was filled with shock and suspicion. Edwina, who had also jumped onto the dragon's back, asked curiously, "Is this a marionette made from a demigod-level mind dragon? Also, the style of the card containing it seems different from the ones you make." Hearing the question, Ebner first glanced at the seemingly calm Klein, then, while controlling the bone dragon to perform dream traversal, he smiled and answered Edwina's question. Her true form is the previous generation's Greed Lady of the Psychological Alchemists, and she was a dream weaver in her lifetime. Furthermore, this card was actually made by Emperor Roselle and obtained by me through a stroke of luck. At the same time, he felt relieved internally, so Mr. Fool's abnormality at the Tarot Club was because he suspected my origin. Was it that formal journal that made him suspicious? After all, a show like Taste of Backlund was indeed a bit too ahead of its time. In fact, at this point, there's no harm in revealing it, it's just not the right time. Ebner's deliberate mention of Blue Eyes White Dragon earlier was also a test for Klein, and the result of the test confirmed his thoughts. Don't think that just because you have the abilities of Clown and Faceless that prevent mind reading, I don't know what you're thinking. After all, being completely unfazed in itself indicates that you already had an expectation, otherwise you wouldn't show no reaction at all. However, upon hearing Ebner and Edwina's conversation, Klein became uncertain again. Could it be old Huang's fault? Compared to the two schemers, Edwina's thoughts were much simpler. She was focused on the Blue Eyes White Dragon beneath her feet, learning about dream-related abilities. Soon, the three appeared in Frunzier's dream. This was a prosperous city with many wooden structures, and the pedestrians coming and going were almost all Loanese. In the distance, there was the iconic large clock. It was Backlund from over 100 years ago. Frunzier, with black hair and blue eyes, stood outside a house, not daring to approach it, until a woman in a worn dress emerged. He then excitedly rushed forward, opening his arms, trying to embrace her. Then, he tightly hugged the woman. And the woman, recognizing the newcomer, also embraced him back, sobbing uncontrollably. Frunzier's movements were a bit stiff, as if he couldn't believe he actually touched his mother. One had to know, in countless similar dreams before, he would just pass right through her. Mama. Mama. He called out repeatedly in surprise, and the woman likewise responded, calling back to him. Riding the bone dragon, hidden in the shadows, Ebner saw the scene and, recalling the unfulfilled embrace in the original novel, thought with some relief, whether it was Roselle or that seal of calamity, at least they did well in this matter. That notebook indeed carried Frunzier's family's longing for him. At the same time, Ebner felt a bit strange. Logically, he had been transmigrated for over half a year, yet he had barely thought about home. Instead, the ties to this world had gradually increased. Am I naturally emotionally detached? Or is it because in my previous life, I also only returned home once a year, and had already gotten used to it? But recalling it, I do miss it quite a lot, yet I don't often reminisce. Thinking of this, he glanced at Klein and found that his face indeed showed a mix of relief and melancholy. This must be homesickness that even the clown ability can't hide. The one most affected is indeed Klein. The homesick group. Ebner sighed. At this moment, Edwina, the Vice Admiral Iceberg, asked thoughtfully, do those who were normally drawn into the travelogue still have a chance to leave? Before Ebner could answer, Klein replied, it's probably too late. Too much time has passed. If they leave, they will immediately age, die, or even wither away. He had just considered this question, but combining it with various novels and films he had seen in his previous life, plus the mystical knowledge he had acquired in this life, he finally reached the pessimistic conclusion above. I have the same judgment. Unless there's a miracle. Ebner interjected, hinting at something. Miracle. Klein immediately became thoughtful and recalled the line he saw in Roselle's diary, to die and be resurrected is a miracle. Is there hope to help them if I become a miracle invoker? Miracle. Edwina was somewhat confused, but the question was too complex to explain, and neither of the two men intended to answer for now. But just as all three of them uttered the word miracle, Frunzier in the dream also murmured the word. Immediately, a passage appeared at the edge of his dream island, seemingly leading to a world full of light. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances, confirming their mutual decision, continue exploring. Then, Ebner drove the bone dragon and flew into that passage. The passage was sometimes straight, sometimes winding. After an unknown amount of time, the scenery before the three suddenly opened up. What appeared before them was a deep-sea chasm with an island-sized city in its center. The city's foundation was grayish-white, with magnificent stone pillars, tens to hundreds of meters tall, standing upon it. They either stood alone or jointly supported ancient and majestic palaces. The overall appearance was both peculiar and grand, unlike anything ordinary creatures could build. Although Klein and Edwina did not recognize the city, a thought spontaneously arose in their minds. City of Miracles, Liveseed. So, miracle referred to this. Klein felt a slight realization, but also vaguely felt something was amiss. After all, this should be the arrangement of the Dragon of Imagination. What connection does it have with Roselle or the Seal of Calamity? What did they arrange here? And although Ebner already knew that Roselle's travels concealed the Dragon King's revival plan, he still shared similar doubts with Klein. Liveseed was a gigantic city imagined out of thin air by the ancient god, Enguelaud, the Dragon of Imagination. In every aspect, it could be called a miracle, even a divine miracle. It was grander and more ancient than the giant king's court, possessing otherworldly characteristics. Each stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, like chairs for dragons to rest on, a city that left an unforgettable impression just by hearing about it. It was dragged into the depths of the sea of collective unconsciousness because the Dragon of Imagination sealed the entrance to the Chaos Sea and a fragment of the Lord's will, which had awakened within it. Just as he thought of this, Ebner suddenly noticed something amiss because he could now fully recall the meaning of Chaos Sea. This means that in this environment near the Chaos Sea, the influence of the outer deities has been weakened to a degree where my current pure white eye ability can protect me. If that's the case for outer deities, then true gods would probably also find it difficult to approach. This should be why the goddess and the god of knowledge guided Klein and me here, right? Because they find it difficult to interfere. After all, the higher the sequence, the more one is affected by the Chaos Sea. Only I, with my cheat, and Klein, who carries the Sapphira Castle, can accomplish this, just like the sleeping place of the Dark Angel in the original Giant King's court. However, what is Edwina's role? Is she merely the initiator of the event? As various thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner also educated Edwina and Klein on knowledge related to the Dragon King. Of course, this was primarily for Edwina. Klein had already learned various common facts about ancient gods from the sun. Exploring an ancient god's divine kingdom, is that really okay? Edwina, after hearing the science popularization, thought for a moment and suddenly felt that her preparations were insufficient. She softly asked Ebner. The active dangers should have been cleared by the seal of calamity, or Roselle. What we need to pay attention to, instead, are their arrangements. Under Ebner's pure white eye, apart from the majestic palace in the center, which was grayish-white and over 200 meters tall, the rest of the area was safe. And even that palace had one spot he couldn't see through. I didn't presense any danger, Klein said, retrieving his coin. Although Edwina felt this was somewhat reckless, her trust in her companions and her thirst for knowledge still outweighed her unease. She allowed Ebner to control the bone dragon to land on one of the central palace's pillars. While the sensation was not as profound in the air, upon gliding to the ground, the three suddenly had the true feeling of a mouse in Backland, seeing every building as immensely vast. The entire island, moreover, would not be smaller than Japan's Honshu Island. To fully explore such a city, even with flight, would be a dream without several months. As they descended from the pillar where the dragon rested, they directly entered the palace's great hall. On either side of this hall were vibrant murals, extending forward and converging behind a half-broken giant pillar, so vast that it would take countless people to encircle it. That giant pillar stood in the deepest part of the hall, directly in front. Without external support, its mere presence instilled a strong sense of awe, conveying the vicissitudes of time, like a petrified deity. Almost instantly, a grayish-white figure was outlined on the giant pillar. The figure was covered in scales from head to toe, each one like a solid stone slab. Its vaguely presented silhouette alone felt like an epic. Hall of Honesty. Ebner, who was prepared, immediately activated the secret art he had developed to restrain his thoughts. This secret art was created by combining mechanical mind with psychological suggestion. Ebner named it Antisocial Death Art. Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. At this moment, Klein's inner voice was the first to resonate, and he immediately looked around in astonishment. Is this the King of Dragons? It looks very powerful. Then what must the giant king, who opposed him in the twin epics, have looked like? And what kind of epic scenes were their battles? Ebner seems to know, but he rarely tells me about these, and I don't have much valuable knowledge to exchange with him. Wait, how did my thoughts get spoken aloud? What's the principle behind this? A high-level ability of the spectator pathway. Edwina's inner thoughts echoed at an extremely fast pace within the vast hall, leaving her beautiful light blue eyes somewhat dazed. Madam, you appear to be an iceberg, but you have so many questions in your mind. This contrast is quite interesting. I wonder what Miss Sharon would be thinking right now. I should have brought her too. No, this hall is strange. I can't think wildly. Suppress thoughts, suppress thoughts, suppress thoughts. Halfway through his thought, Klein saw the tower glance at him playfully. He immediately tried to concentrate through meditation, preventing his mind from wandering. What does contrast cute mean? Is it cute because of the contrast? And who is Sharon? Edwina's face flushed slightly, but her own thirst for knowledge still betrayed her thoughts. Miss Sharon is my friend. As for contrast cute, it's pretty much what you think, Klein said, listening to the thoughts in his mind while new doubts arose in his own mind. Why doesn't a tower have an inner voice? Based on my previous observations at the gathering, he definitely has a lot of internal monologues, and might even be watching the fun at every gathering. Indeed. Mr. Fool's abnormality last time was because he guessed this. But with Edwina here, we can't exactly lay out all our cards. Ebner, while suppressing his thought fluctuations to avoid being caught by the hall, adjusted his secret art and let out some of his thoughts. As a mysticism magister, it's perfectly reasonable to have developed a secret art that can restrain thoughts in advance. Is it reasonable? But I haven't developed one. I don't know much about the mind domain. However, under mechanical mind, I can avoid those emotional thoughts, so it's somewhat useful. Edwina thought to herself, then activated mechanical mind, and her inner voice gradually became cold. These two fellows. No, why am I using fellows? Be polite, be polite. Klein took a deep breath, beginning to shift his attention to the murals around them, but a thought still uncontrollably popped into his mind. This place is perfect for playing truth or dare, maybe it's even called the Hall of Honesty. Truth or dare? Edwina expressed her confusion. This time, Ebner interjected before Klein, releasing some of his thoughts. That's a game, one where people choose to say or do something. You know. You actually know. Could you really be? No, I need to be careful, I can't think about things I shouldn't. Daisy pie. Sweet iced tea. Byam roast meat. Witch's broth pasta. Klein didn't dare to continue thinking, lest he utter that name and harm others. He could only distract himself with food. Is this truly the mad adventurer Ebner mentioned when he introduced him? Edwina thought coldly to herself. Ebner, seeing the contact signal had been sent, dared not continue to tease Klein's thoughts, lest he get caught up himself. So, he guided the two to look at the surrounding murals. Klein quickly inferred that King of Dragons might not be dead and even planned to use this to resurrect himself, from the story of Giant Groel depicted on the murals and the portrayal of the destined encounter between 0-08 and Grozel's travels in reality. However, Ebner noticed something different, because in his pure white eye, the last few paintings felt distinctly different from the earlier ones, almost as if they were added later. According to my guess, the King of Dragons has most likely already resurrected through another contingency. This place is probably a disguise made by him later. Or it could involve a transaction with Roselle or the Seal of Calamity. While guessing inwardly, Ebner led Klein and Edwina to the back of the giant pillar that served as the Dragon of Imagination's seat, arriving before a downward passage. This was also the only place Ebner's pure white eye could not see through. At this moment, within that passage, pure and soft light shone, revealing an open ancient bronze gate standing in the deepest part. It's actually open. Roselle went down there. What about the Chaos Sea below? Ebner's heart trembled, nearly failing to maintain his antisocial death art. No feeling of danger. Klein said deeply, setting down his coin as he looked at the gate. Since we've come this far, I doubt we'll be allowed to retreat, Edwina said, coldly. I understand. Ebner nodded, then held the historical projection, talisman given by the goddess and Lilith's tear, in his hands, and walked in first. Immediately after, the scene that greeted him left him dumbfounded. Because he saw a giant, inverted tall tower whose base was almost as large as the island where the City of Miracles, Liveseed, was located, but its top plunged deeply downward into the black surface of the sea of collective unconsciousness. Dream Labyrinth Tower. It was actually built here. Built in the reflection of Liveseed. So that's it. How could one seal the contamination of that entity with fragmented souls without a Sapphira? This was a tower that Ebner knew intimately yet was also unfamiliar with. Familiar, because he often entered it to earn points in exchange for talismans, though what he had seen before were only parts on the other side of that black sea. Unfamiliar, because it was his first time seeing the true appearance of the tower's base. No wonder I've unconsciously avoided entering the fourth floor. The dream labyrinth beyond the fourth floor crosses those black seas. Could that thing be an offshoot of the Chaos Sea? Similar to the gray fog of the Sapphira Castle. As he pondered, Ebner connected the previous clues and almost immediately discerned the purpose of part of Roselle's plan. He wants to use a miracle to resurrect this part of his soul, which he had cut off using secret arts. The mechanism of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, in essence, is to reward tower climbers with the knowledge they most need through tasks. This is actually indirectly helping others achieve their wishes. Hey, isn't the accumulation of wishes for the final miracle? As for the one providing the miracle, it's probably the Mad Zeradal, right? The Book of Fortune Stealing, forcefully added into the ritual to enter this travelogue, was prepared for this. He wants to steal Zeradal's resurrection miracle and use it on himself. A miracle invoker's miracle might not be able to resurrect a complete Black Emperor, but a fragmented soul would be no problem. As for the other book in the ritual, the Book of Astrology, it's probably a lingering effect of his contamination by the Mother Goddess. Fanny's lawyer characteristic and Mr. Surrey's astronomer characteristic probably both came from Roselle. Mr. Surrey has also always carried that book. And both Fanny's and Mr. Surrey's Beyonder characteristics are currently in task. They could both serve as vessels for resurrection. I just don't know which one is part of Roselle's plan, or both. This resurrection might be very dangerous. So, is the goddess's purpose for me to prevent it? But how should I do it? Just as Ebner thought of this, he saw an entrance suddenly open at the base of the giant tower. Then, an irresistible force pulled him, Klein, and Edwina into it. Chapter 762, beginning. In the rat tunnels pervasive beneath the entire city of Tosk, Black Knight Ciro Delian, after once again slaying a monster from a nightmare, turned to look at his attendants, realizing that apart from the old butler wearing a monocle, no one else remained. Ciro stood, leaning on his sword, and asked in a deep voice, Varys, how long have we been trapped in these so-called rat tunnels? Your Excellency, though in different nightmares, the passage of time is hard to perceive. I know it has been 3 days, the old man adjusted his monocle, responding elegantly. Ciro nodded, then suddenly raised the black greatsword in his hand, stopping it before the old butler's neck. He asked in a low voice, who exactly are you? Varys would not speak to me like this. Are you one of those rats hiding in the sewers? Do you think you've got me cornered, so you've stopped pretending? Your Excellency, I am on your side, the old man replied with a smile, showing no fear. He curled the corners of his mouth. Don't want to say. Then I'll hurt you and directly question your soul, it's the same. Black Knight Delian exerted force with his arm, and the black greatsword, laden with deep darkness, immediately struck down. Immediately after, a deep gash appeared on the Black Knight's own shoulder. The sturdy black armor seemed to be torn apart by something, and the injury rapidly spread, threatening to approach his heart. This was the Black Knight's blade of flesh and spirit, which not only corroded flesh, annihilated souls, and shattered barriers, but also nullified the defenses of any creature with degenerate intentions. It was one of the Black Knight's core Beyonder abilities, stemming from the degeneracy domain. But at this moment, such a powerful strike had landed upon himself. Why go to such lengths? I originally wanted you to explore more of what else is special about this Kaspersky that Roselle specifically designed to deal with me. The old man looked at Ciro with a deliberately feigned, regretful expression, shaking his head. I originally thought we were cooperating quite happily. Huh. But as he spoke, he suddenly let out a soft huh, because he noticed the scene before him rapidly dissipating, and the Black Knight, whom he had supposedly killed, also vanished. In its place, the old man's own left hand was silently severed. That was precisely the hand he had stolen the fate of being slain from, and then returned to the other party. So it was a nightmare. Has Ciro Delian been captured already? When? I didn't even notice. This is truly interesting. The old man surveyed his surroundings with interest, then used the flesh and blood magic he had stolen to restore his left arm. Very good, to actually make me unable to contact my other avatars. If I hadn't gathered some of them in Tosk beforehand, I might truly not have been able to crack this so-called Kaspersky. After speaking, the old man's appearance began to change, transforming into the figure of a young man. This figure wore a long, robe-like black trench coat, paired with black trousers and black leather shoes. He had a broad forehead, a thin face, and wore a tall top hat and a very distinctive monocle made of crystal, appearing extremely refined. He pinched the top and bottom edges of the crystal monocle, and a smile spread across his face. I've found you, little rats. At the unknown space at the end of the rat tunnels, within the Men in Black base that Ebner had once visited to rescue Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. The young man, who called himself the commander, looked at Ciro Delian, bound upside down on a cross on the altar, and smiled. The hanged man symbolizes degradation and sacrifice. It is most fitting for you, a believer of the true Creator and a Black Knight, to bear the contamination entangled upon His Majesty. Unfortunately, Ciro, who had fallen into a coma, couldn't hear these words, otherwise he would surely have warmly greeted the young man's family. As for the other sacrifice, the young man paused here, seemingly sensing something, then shook his head, saying, the main structure of the arrangements in the rat tunnels is composed of 3 combined, mystical reappearances personally left by His Majesty, who is the Emperor of Knowledge. Although the Nightmare Dragon's Game and the Rhine Solomon Crow Lasso have both been cracked by you, the last layer, the Cretan Labyrinth, isn't so easy to unravel. His Majesty once said that the mystical prototype of this labyrinth was designed to trap a minotaur, and Amon, a fellow who always occupies others' fates, is also a type of a minotaur. What a pity. I still haven't been able to decipher the meaning of His Majesty's words. But my personal experience tells me that this labyrinth is indeed very effective against Beyonders of the Marauder pathway, enough to trap you until His Majesty needs your help to transfer the contamination onto the Black Knight. Looking at the Beyonder characteristics and monocle placed on the other 2 altars, the young man laughed unrestrainedly. He would always remember the scene 100 years ago when his mother suddenly put on a monocle, parasitizing his elder brother, younger sister, and father who had returned from outside, all of them smiling at him with glasses on. He would also always remember the chestnut-haired monarch who personally rescued him and later designed to capture that Amon avatar, avenging him. Therefore, even if he could immediately activate the arrangements in the Kaspersky stronghold to capture the Amon avatar in the rat tunnels, he still endured, waiting for the moment of His Majesty's return. Since the Dream Labyrinth Tower began operating, only 5 people in total have managed to pass the 4th floor and reach the 3rd. Of these 5, 2 had even perished within the 2nd floor scenario, becoming a permanent part of the Labyrinth Tower. Just as Ebner, Klein, and Edwina were drawn into the top floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, the 3 current highest authority holders on the 3rd floor immediately received news from the Labyrinth Tower and were forcibly teleported inside. Beyond the 4th floor, all challenges must be faced in person. A tower climber has entered the 1st floor. The final authority contest scenario has begun. Confirming total tower climbers, 5 people. Those sharing authority are counted as 1 person. Tyler's Renault, a Sequence 4 prophet and a high-ranking deacon of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, was in the library consulting information when he suddenly received a notification from the Dream Labyrinth Tower. He quickly gave instructions to his subordinates, then retrieved his usual Beyonder items and, before the countdown ended, actively opened the door of dream and reality to enter his resting room. After all, most of his equipment was actually stored there. How could someone suddenly arrive on the 1st floor? Before, no one had even passed 2 floors. He was puzzled, so before the scenario officially began, he prepared a ritual and actively performed a divination. Assist the holder of Light Seeker in achieving final victory. The prophecy is so clear, is it the Lord's decree? Tyler's face showed astonishment. He wasn't afraid of being punished for not reporting the Dream Labyrinth Tower matter, as the holy scriptures of the God of Knowledge actually supported secretly hiding and guarding some knowledge and information. Furthermore, as long as one didn't betray the interests of the Church of Knowledge, some other two-faced borderline behaviors, such as deep interactions with people from other churches or nations, would not be pursued. Aside from the official teams handling Beyonder cases, the rest of the Church of Knowledge's organizational structure was quite free and open, more like a confederation of guilds composed of scholars. In short, after determining that the prophecy was indeed the Lord's decree, Tylers frowned. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the exchange list and spent all his points. Oravi Island, Rorsted Archipelago. Disciple of Silence, Jax had just heard the prompt from the Dream Labyrinth Tower, followed immediately by another decree: destroy the Labyrinth Tower's final ritual. Jax knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor, trembling as he said, "Your will be done. Great Mother Tree of Desire." Trier, that saint of shadows, of the Aurora Order swallowed his bitten-off finger, then humbly prostrated himself on the ground, saying, "Following your oracle, I shall surely achieve victory, seize and destroy that blasphemous tower." Meanwhile, in the scenario on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner rubbed his temples and stood up. Then, he saw words written in blood on the ground. It was the task for the first floor. Clearance task: win the Holy Grail War and make a wish to the Holy Grail. Optional task 1, heroic spirit summoning. Use holy relics to summon your own heroic spirit. Optional task 2, kill all masters except yourself. Optional task 3, find the person possessed by Roselle Gustav's phantom and awaken them. These words only existed for half a minute before transforming into a magic circle composed of many magical symbols. Holy Grail War. Heh, what a fitting scene. No matter what wish the final person makes, it will probably be twisted into resurrecting Roselle, right? Then what is the evil of this world within the Holy Grail? The Chaos Sea, or the fallen Mother Goddess's contamination? I have another note on me. This is my substituted identity. Kiritsugu Amiya. I didn't expect to be part of the protagonist's team. Hey, there's indeed a command seal on my wrist. Ebner looked at the patterns on his wrist and mumbled a few complaints, then saw Edwina push open the door and walk in. He peeked behind the door but didn't see Klein's figure. Edwina also took out a note and said, "I seem to have replaced this person named Irisveil von Einsburn." Edwina doesn't have the qualification of a tower climber, so she can't be a master. Ebner glanced at her wrist but didn't find any command seal, and other thoughts flashed through his mind. Kiritsugu is here, his wife is here. So where is Miyahizo? At this moment, the magic mirror in his sleeve subtly vibrated. Chapter 763, Klein's Identity. The Holy Grail War, in simple terms, is a battle for the Holy Grail, which can grant its holders wishes. Legend has it that roughly every 60 years, Fuyuki City accumulates enough power to support the Holy Grail's descent. Then, the Holy Grail, possessing the power to immediately grant any wish, will appear here. Whenever this happens, 7 Beyonders holding command seals, leading their summoned heroic spirit servants, engage in a battle for ownership of the Holy Grail. The ultimate survivor will claim ownership of the Holy Grail. Finally, so-called heroic spirits are likely high-sequence Beyonders who existed in history, perhaps possessing power at the angel level. Ebner, combining the games and animated films he had seen in his past life with his guesses about Roselle's method of reenacting this scene, briefly explained the meaning of the Holy Grail War to Edwina. As for the specific story, he temporarily refrained from mentioning it to Edwina. After all, this was his greatest reliance. Once spoken, it would leave a trace, and in the world of mysteries, it was not impossible for opponents to detect it. According to the Dream Labyrinth Tower notification, he already knew that 3 tower climbers had entered the first floor, and they were likely all saints at the demigod level. 7 teams. So, we have to defeat or kill the other 6 teams? Edwina asked thoughtfully. 4 masters, killing might not be necessary, but heroic spirits, or rather, servants, are the targets, Ebner replied, then pondered, by the way, the role you've replaced is also quite special. Do you feel anything unusual about yourself? Anything unusual? Edwina checked herself, then took out a white oil lamp from her portable bag and said, "This is Silent Winter. You should have seen it, it's a magical item I bought at the Pirate Council. But after entering here, it lost its original abilities and seems to have been imbued with the characteristics of a gatekeeper, undergoing a fundamental change. Silent Winter. I remember it was an item sold by King of the Five Seas Nast." Ebner took the oil lamp, muttering to himself, could this thing be the vessel for the lesser Holy Grail? A gatekeeper can contain souls, it does seem similar. This item flowing out of Nast's hands, could it be something Roselle designed long ago? No, its validity period is only 5 years, so it shouldn't be Roselle's doing. Given that Edwina possesses it, the biggest suspect is the God of Knowledge. But what is the God of Knowledge's purpose? simply pushing Edwina into this irisveal position. Moreover, considering that the Book of Astrology was previously in Lundberg, and Mr. Surrey only accidentally obtained the astronomer and lawyer B under characteristics while studying abroad in Lundberg, Roselle likely had a transaction with the god of knowledge back then. Perhaps, in Roselle's current resurrection plan, he is supportive. But under the goddess's hidden push, I entered Roselle's travels, and she didn't interfere. Does this mean it depends on my choice? In other words, Roselle's resurrection plan this time might actually succeed, but there are some changes the goddess doesn't want to see. The specific details of Roselle's resurrection plan are not clear yet, so it's hard to judge. And the minds of deities are even more unpredictable, so it's best not to speculate for now. However, since the role of the Lesser Holy Grail is still to gather souls, I can roughly guess what the so-called heroic spirits are. They are probably fragments of Old Huang himself, separated and sealed, temporarily reassembled by the rules of the Holy Grail War, waiting for the victor to wish for resurrection. It's probable that, optional task 3, find Roselle Gustav's phantom, refers to these heroic spirits. Combining this with optional task 1, use holy relics to summon your own heroic spirit. If I were to make a bold guess, if the tower climber cannot provide the so-called holy relic, what they summon will most likely be various versions of Old Huang. It seems Old Huang himself is in a bit of a contradiction. The part of him that yearns to be resurrected issued the clearance task, asking us to win and make a wish. Meanwhile, optional tasks 1 and 3 are both revealing the true nature of this Holy Grail War, serving as reminders to the tower climbers. Right, if he wasn't self-contradicting, why would he even need to arrange a Holy Grail War? This war itself is actually an attempt to stop me from making a wish. But this intent to stop isn't even firm. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner returned, Silent Winter, to Edwina and told her his conjectures, leaving out the speculative parts about the god of knowledge. Edwina listened quietly. However, due to her limited understanding of the Holy Grail War, she couldn't offer better insights. After a brief contemplation, she changed the subject and asked, "Do you have any clues about holy relics?" Ebner nodded and said, "I have some ideas." With that, he led Edwina to the magical symbols formed by the earlier bloodstains and continued, "I just studied this summoning ritual and found that the spot for placing holy relics actually represents the sacrifice of a soul. This means that the so-called holy relics are souls of high-level existences, and this ritual's essence is to transform that soul into a heroic spirit and then send it back to us. If there isn't one, then it randomly sends one, which is what I suspect to be a Roselle Gustav phantom. Souls of high-level existences." Edwina frowned. For her, even a demigod's soul was rare to encounter, let alone an angel's. Seeing her frown, Ebner smiled, "Don't worry, I happen to have one here." With that, he pulled out a card and took out the staff of the sun he obtained from a light apostle. It housed the evil spirit of a former pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Just as Ebner was about to attempt summoning a heroic spirit under Edwina's curious gaze, boundless grey fog suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then, he heard the world's request for a meeting. After a brief thought, he casually made an excuse to Edwina and headed to the washroom. Inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, as soon as Ebner's vision returned, he saw not only Klein sitting at the long table, but also Miss Temperance, wearing a Gothic court dress and a small black soft hat. Seeing him look over in surprise, World explained in a hoarse voice, "Miss Temperance and I share authority in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, so she was also pulled into the first floor." "I see. So, who is your current identity?" Ebner asked, then added, "I'm replacing Kiritsugu. Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, and Miss Temperance is replacing Sola." World answered, staring into Ebner's eyes. "No problem. According to the original story, that Lancer was indeed shared between the two of you." Chapter 764, The Setup. Seeing Mr. Tower look at him and Miss Temperance with a slightly playful gaze, Klein immediately understood that the other party knew who Director Ken and Sola were, or rather, he knew the plot of Fate/Zero. Is he not even pretending anymore? Did he see through my previous probing, so he's just giving up? No, from the current situation, it's more likely that I'm the one giving up. Now the only hope is that even if he's a transmigrator, he's not Lu Bo, or rather, he's a foreigner who doesn't recognize Chinese characters. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind, but on the surface, Klein retorted, "Vice Admiral Iceberg replaced Irisveal." "Yes." Ebner nodded indifferently. He had figured it out by now, when it came to reputation, having none was the best. This way, even if someone wanted to deal with the romantic detective later, they wouldn't believe that such a promiscuous person would value his female friends around him, which would instead indirectly protect them. Klein's heart sank slightly, feeling that his level was far below the other parties. Miss Temperance, sitting beside them, turned her head slightly, completely unaware of the veiled conversation they were having, feeling a touch of confusion. "Ahem, let's exchange information first." World Klein sensed the atmosphere was a bit off. He coughed and continued, "From what I know, Emperor Roselle encountered the completely mad Zeradal and very likely imprisoned him in a dark palace. Indeed. This information corroborates my previous conjecture. Roselle intends to steal the miracle of a miracle invoker to resurrect the fragmented body, or rather, part of his soul, sealed here. Ebner's expression also became serious upon hearing this. He thought for a moment, then added, when I last entered the City of Night, I encountered a normal historical projection of Zeradal and, well, sealed it. However, if that historical projection were to meet Zeradal's main body, he might use it to resurrect through a miracle. And Roselle, what he's waiting for is probably this moment. After listening, Klein thoughtfully asked, so, the Evernight goddess is happy to see Roselle's resurrection, even giving him a push. After all, Tower could enter the City of Night thanks to 0 to 17, a sealed artifact of the Church of Evernight. Ebner, however, shook his head, I think quite the opposite. The goddess does not approve of Roselle's resurrection in this manner. Goddess. Mr. Tower is definitely not a believer of the Evernight goddess, so why does he use such a natural address? Klein's mind flashed with an inexplicable thought, but on the surface, he asked, why do you judge that? Because I currently cannot release Zeradal at all. I can only unseal it after becoming a demigod, at the earliest. Ebner did not directly mention the pure white eye, only referring to it as a seal. If the goddess truly approved of Roselle's plan, she wouldn't have allowed me to come here now. If I had come in at the time point in the original novel when you explored Roselle's travels, I would most likely already be a demigod. Or if I had arrived at the first floor by normally climbing the Dream Labyrinth Tower, I would definitely be Sequence 4 by then. Then does that mean Roselle's resurrection plan is doomed to fail? Klein frowned and asked. Not necessarily. Zeradal has a high probability of having integrated into the rules of this tower. If we achieve victory and make a wish, then no matter what that wish is, it will probably be twisted by Roselle's authority as the Black Emperor into resurrecting Zeradal, and then stealing his fate. But this resurrection would require borrowing the power of the Dream Labyrinth Tower or even Roselle himself, and it wouldn't be as safe as before. It's very likely it still couldn't escape contamination. Ebner said, half reasoning and half guessing, combining it with the original novel. After a pause, he added, of course, that stealing method of resurrection might have other hidden dangers, which is why the goddess doesn't approve of Roselle resurrecting in that way. Klein knew that miracles could bring about resurrection from death, as he himself had experienced it twice. But he had never heard that Marauder could even steal the fate of resurrection. He couldn't help but secretly sigh, the Marauder pathway truly deserves to be categorized as bizarre by Tower. After a while, Klein deliberated and then said, I once heard ravings from Roselle in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Some of those words might be helpful for the current situation. They are. The Seal of Calamity and the Two-Faced Dragon are cooperating. They cannot be trusted. I am not me, and yet I am me. Beware of the Mother card. The Seal of Calamity and the Two-Faced Dragon are cooperating. They cannot be trusted. So that's it. I understand now. No wonder the God of Knowledge seems to be helping Roselle with his resurrection, yet didn't stop me from entering Roselle's travels. She's probably not helping Roselle at all, but following her scheme with the Seal of Calamity. That senior transmigrator, the Seal of Calamity, is so cunning and sly, would it not know that Roselle later altered and used its arrangements? Roselle's actions were probably within its plan all along. Then what would the Seal of Calamity's purpose be? Alas, too little information. I can't grasp its intentions at all. As for the second phrase, I am not me, and yet I am me, it's easy to understand. The Emperor gained a new personality after ascending to the moon, and this personality was more influenced by the primordial moon. That's it, this must be why the goddess doesn't want Roselle to resurrect in this way. The part of Roselle's personality sealed in the Dream Labyrinth Tower might be more dominant. Even if he truly escapes the primordial moon's contamination, the resurrected Roselle's personality will undergo a significant change. Will that version of him truly still be him? Even more so, will the resurrected fragmented body, in turn, influence Roselle's main consciousness, making him abandon his resolve and return as the Black Emperor with contamination? Finally, beware of the Mother card is relatively simple. It should mean beware of the fallen Mother goddess. Thinking this, Ebner habitually pinched his chin. Klein, seeing this action, asked, Mr. Tower, do you have any theories? Ebner hesitated, then probed back, you should know about the Seal of Calamity, right? He deliberately emphasized Seal of Calamity, as he felt Roselle wouldn't have failed to write about it in his diaries. Mr. Fool, having read so many, most likely knew it was a transmigrator. I know. It's Roselle's closest friend. Klein naturally understood Ebner's meaning, so he also emphasized closest friend. This strange conversation once again made Miss Temperance turn her head, looking at World, expecting him to translate. Seeing this, Klein gave a we'll talk later look, as he hadn't yet figured out how to selectively explain. Ebner didn't notice World and Temperance's exchange of glances. he pondered and said. I think Roselle was probably duped by his cunning closest friend. Hearing this, Klein's expression instantly became strange, then he brightened up, suppressing his excitement with his clown ability, and asked curiously. How so? Why do your emotions seem off? Ebner muttered to himself, then cast aside the sudden, inexplicable feeling and repeated his earlier conjectures, picking and choosing what to share. Then, just as both Ebner and Klein fell into contemplation, Temperance Sharon suddenly asked, the seal on Zeridal's historical projection cannot be broken, and only you know that. Ebner was startled by this, but still vaguely replied, a few deities should also know. Like Lilith, the goddess, the two-faced dragon. I'm not sure about others, he added silently in his mind. It seems like a trap, Sharon stated concisely. Hearing this, Ebner's heart skipped a beat, then he thought of Roselle's phrase, beware of the mother card, and a name involuntarily flashed in his mind. Fallen Mother Goddess. This so-called resurrection, after all the twists and turns, could it be a setup by the deities? The Silver Moon Project. Chapter 765, Lying Flat. Ebner felt he had fallen into a misconception and couldn't help but reflect. Only I, who know I cannot release Zeridal's historical projection, and a limited few deities who are familiar with past transmigrators, know that the goddess opposes Roselle's resurrection plan. But in the eyes of outsiders, or rather, outer deities, the goddess probably sent me to rescue Roselle. This is absolutely a misdirection. Roselle established this dream labyrinth tower, and painstakingly wanted to resurrect a separated part of his soul, which must have been influenced by the fallen mother goddess. Or, even if his initial intention was his own decision, there must have been problems during the setup process. This is just like when his main body wanted to use the Return of the Black Emperor to cleanse contamination, yet he deliberately placed the last mausoleum on that problematic island. And since the fallen mother goddess invested a considerable cost in this matter and believes she successfully deceived the Evernight goddess and the god of knowledge, she will certainly not give up easily. She will likely gradually increase the cost, and this might be what the deities are plotting. As for which deity is the mastermind, Ebner believes it must be Lilith, who, from the very beginning, acted as if it had nothing to do with her, expressed a neutral stance, but was the only one who could act near the Chaos Sea. As for the contradictions and conflicts between the god of knowledge and the Evernight goddess in some details, it's probably just to make the act more convincing. In the eyes of the fallen mother goddess, she probably accepts any method of Roselle's resurrection, as she can use it to infiltrate more power through the barrier. But obviously, letting me release Zeridal's historical projection, making the deities inside the barrier believe that Roselle's resurrection is truly uncontaminated, aligns more with her intentions. After all, if Roselle were to return in a potentially contaminated state, the deities of Earth would not stand idly by. Therefore, she will definitely try her best to ensure I win the Holy Grail war and reach the wish-granting stage. And to force her to continuously increase her cost, why not just lie flat and see how far the contaminated Roselle and the fallen mother goddess behind him can favor me? As thoughts raced, Ebner nodded to Temperance Sharon, saying, thank you for the reminder, Miss Temperance. I've figured it out. Recalling the historical projection talisman given by the goddess, Ebner roughly guessed Lilith and Ammonize's plan. What have you figured out? Klein asked deeply. Ebner glanced at him, smiling, it's better if you two don't know some things. And this trap is probably tacitly approved by Mr. Fool, and even more credible because of your involvement. So, when the time is right, Mr. Fool should tell you personally. Mr. Fool tacitly approved. How would I know that? Don't make decisions for Mr. Fool without permission. Klein grumbled inwardly, but he couldn't tell if Tower genuinely believed that, or if he had already seen through his identity and was deliberately teasing him. Calm down, calm down. The respect and trust that Tower usually shows me aren't faked. If he had known all along that I, the fool, was a fake, he wouldn't have had that genuine respect. After all, respect for a person generally depends on their strength, status, and achievements. If he had known all along that I was Klein in disguise, it's impossible that he was respecting my achievements, right? What credit do I have in this world? Awe of strength is more reasonable. Having convinced himself, Klein also understood that the matters involved here were probably truly unsuitable for him and Sharon to know, so he nodded and changed the subject, asking, have you summoned a heroic spirit? Not yet. Ebner shook his head, then expressed some of his conjectures about heroic spirit summoning, concluding with, in short, if no holy relic is used to sacrifice a high-level soul, then the resulting heroic spirit will most likely be an impersonation of Roselle's phantom. Is that so? Klein's tone was slightly off, but he quickly controlled it and then asked, if every tower climber used a holy relic, wouldn't Roselle's act of gathering those phantoms fail? The churches, as supervisors, must possess a large number of command seals. Even if everyone uses holy relics, they can probably still produce many extraordinary heroic spirits, as this is also the norm for Holy Grail wars. And there probably aren't too many Roselle phantoms anyway. Ebner replied after thinking for a moment. You're really familiar with the Holy Grail War. Klein muttered inwardly, then carefully said, actually, I've already summoned a heroic spirit. What kind of heroic spirit? Ebner asked curiously, eager to know what kind of heroic spirit Roselle had designed. Would it be consistent with the original Fate/Stay Night, FSN, story, or would it directly use historical figures from the Mysteries world? I didn't know then that the true, holy relics were the souls of high-sequence beyonders, so I asked Mr. Fool to bestow a blasphemy card. Well, I placed the witch card there. Klein explained, organizing his words. What was the result? Ebner was quite impressed by Klein's operation and grew even more curious. I summoned a rider-class Medusa. Klein thought for a moment, then added, the one from FSN. Not Lancer. But rider-class Medusa does fit better with the witch card. Her appearance is extremely similar to the one in FSN, and her self-perception is Medusa. Her normal state should have sequence 3-level strength, but her pathway cannot be discerned from her abilities, nor can she display a semi-mythical form. And according to her, after her noble phantasm is unleashed, she can unleash strength at the angel level. Also, she told me that servants almost never disobey command seal orders, which is different from how it's described in the story. Klein paused here and couldn't help but ask, is she really shaped from a Roselle phantom? Her appearance is probably imagined into existence, her personality perhaps bestowed by a dreamweaver, and her abilities are closer to being pieced together with simulation and applied to her, so her pathway can't be discerned. As for noble phantasm release, it's either temporarily summoning a historical projection or mystical reappearance. Of course, it could also be the effect of a simulated high-rank recording ability. As for the command seals, is it a modified version of the herding ability? Perhaps the Holy Grail summoning system is a secret art composed of all the above abilities combined. It's a shame that this secret art likely utilizes the Chaos Sea and the special environment of Roselle's travels, so even if one learned it, it couldn't be replicated in the real world. As Ebner pondered, he also responded to Klein's earlier question, I think so. You can try to awaken him. If successful, your heroic spirit's strength might even increase. Awaken. Klein was thoughtful, and a whole plan instantly formed in his mind. Then, after the three discussed where to meet up, the conversation shifted to the battle plan segment. But at this moment, Ebner shook his head and said, this map, no, I mean this scenario is very large, almost the same size as the City of Miracles live seed, encompassing the entire Honshu Island. There's no need for us to concentrate in Fuyuki City. We can go travel for a few days first, experience the unique civilization created by Roselle, and only maintain necessary surveillance on Fuyuki. Wouldn't it be better if we only came over to clean up the mess when they're almost done fighting? Klein was dumbfounded. He thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, wouldn't that be cheating? Won't we be disqualified as masters? If it were a normal Holy Grail war, of course it would. But I have a premonition that the church in this scenario will go easy on us. Ebner narrowed his eyes and said, lying flat like this would also help test the fallen mother goddess tolerance limit. And if his prediction was wrong and they really were disqualified as masters, then that would be even better, he and Klein wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Chapter 766, Reinforcements Arrive. Back in reality, Ebner unlocked the spiritual seal on the washroom door and returned to the sunroom. As he pushed the door open, he saw Vice Admiral Iceberg disassembling a radio, studying its internal structure. Seeing Ebner return, she stopped what she was doing, pointed to the disassembled parts, and sighed with emotion, this must be the radio mentioned in some of Emperor Roselle's manuscripts. I didn't expect him to have already realized it in this world of imagination. At this point, Edwina paused, her light blue eyes full of anticipation as she suggested, perhaps, we should go to the library in this scenario, if one exists. We'll have plenty of time to go later. Ebner smiled, then briefly recounted what he had discussed with Klein above the gray fog. Of course, he didn't mention the parts about traps and lying flat, some things were fine to discuss in the Sapphire Castle, but not safe on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. So, Gehrman and his companion will be coming to meet up soon. Edwina thought for a moment, then hesitantly asked, is he truly trustworthy? Trustworthy, Ebner answered without hesitation. I understand. Edwina nodded, then suggested, but before they arrive, we'd best summon the heroic spirit first. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Ebner replied with a smile, then walked to the ritual symbol formed by the bloodstains and placed the Staff of the Sun, which he had already taken out, upon it. Through his pure white eye, Ebner knew that unlike the Holy Grail war in the anime of his previous life, this ritual itself did not require a special activation incantation. It only needed to be started by spiritually activating the command seal patterns on the back of the hand. As faint phosphorescence emerged from the crimson patterns, a current of air suddenly arose in the room. It quickly escalated from a gentle breeze to a violent whirlwind, throwing the entire sunroom into disarray. Vice Admiral Iceberg, observing this, waved her hand to set up a spiritual wall, preventing further damage to the room's furniture. At this moment, brilliant light gradually rose from the center of the glowing ritual patterns, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. But Ebner, with his pure white eye activated, still noticed a slender yet tall figure slowly ascending from the center of the magic circle, as if emerging from water. Soon, the wind imperceptibly ceased, and the crimson patterns that had just emitted light were now dim, appearing scorched and dry. A young girl clad in black full-plate armor appeared before Ebner and Edwina. She wore no helmet, revealing a delicate face, with beautiful golden hair tied back, holding a thorny spear in her hand. It's indeed transformed from that Pope's evil spirit, the aura is consistent. However, this appearance. Is it Lancer-class King Arthur? Or the altar version? Is it because that Pope degenerated into an evil spirit, which is why she manifests with black, armored skin? As Ebner observed and pondered, the girl transformed from that Pope knelt down again, just as she did upon their first meeting at the Hot Spring Inn, addressing Ebner as "my lord." She wasn't instilled with the heroic spirit memory. And she still has self-awareness. Ebner was surprised internally, asking calmly, "Are you Auerbach, or King Arthur?" Auerbach was the angelic evil spirit previously residing in the staff, and also the second Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun who fell before the position of Pope was completely abolished and replaced by a round-table conference. Auerbach greets "my lord. I have indeed received the persona of a king named Artoria Pendragon, but this cannot extinguish my faith in my lord. In truth, when this sealed artifact, imbued with the powers of Profane Presbyter, Wisdom Angel, Discerner, Sun Chaser, Calamity, and Miracle Invoker, forged this imagined shell to stabilize my condition and bestowed upon me personality, abilities, and authority. I would never have accepted it had I not sensed that the master it chose for me was you." The girl replied respectfully and firmly. Ebner was somewhat embarrassed by her fawning attitude, calling him "my lord" repeatedly, but he didn't dare to directly deny it. He took a deep breath and began to ponder the information revealed in her words. It seems that Dream Labyrinth Tower's influence isn't as strong on beings of angelic rank, at least there's a possibility of resistance. Also, Profane Presbyter, Wisdom Angel, Discerner, Sun Chaser, Calamity, and Miracle Invoker, the first 5 are all sequence 2 of the all-knowing and omnipotent pathway. This must be leveraging the power of the Chaos Sea, right? But if it can be leveraged, it means the raw material of this tower itself is extraordinary. Its image is an inverted tall tower, hanged man, white tower. Could it be that Roselle killed a Profane Presbyter, who herded Wisdom Angels, and combined it with the Chaos Sea and Zeradal to create the Dream Labyrinth Tower? Thinking this, Ebner chose his words carefully and asked, "What level of abilities can you use now?" Reporting to "my lord. I can now use all abilities from Sequence 9 to Sequence 3 of this pathway. And after unleashing my Noble Phantasm, I can use my original Sequence 2 level powers, and temporarily control several authorities and skills temporarily granted to me by this Dream Labyrinth Tower," Auerbach answered without concealment. The rider-class Medusa Klein described earlier, even without unleashing her Noble Phantasm, also had demigod-level strength, but she could only use a few granted abilities, unlike this one, who is much more comprehensive. As expected of a heroic spirit summoned with a self-provided soul, this is far more powerful. Ebner thoughtfully nodded, then pressed, "Can you manifest your mythical form?" "After unleashing my Noble Phantasm, I can." Auerbach nodded slightly, then added, "But if I do, this imagined shell will be damaged. This shell is probably the soul that replaces you in the Lesser Holy Grail, so that mythical form should only be a one-time opportunity, but this alone makes her much stronger than other heroic spirits without holy relics. Too bad it's a Lancer. But luckily, I'm a believer of the Yellow-Black King who wields good fortune, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Thinking this, Ebner, generally satisfied with his heroic spirit, reined in his thoughts and nodded to the girl before him. "Very good, you may rise now. However, in this dream scenario, we temporarily need to hide our identities, so I will call you Laia normally, and Lancer when there are enemies. Do you have any other questions?" Laia is a diminutive of Artoria. "Yes, my lord. I have no questions, and I offer victory to you," Laia said with the fervor of a fanatic in her eyes, standing up and bowing respectfully. Just as Ebner was about to say something more, his pure white eye suddenly detected a subtle disharmony. He immediately grabbed the magic mirror, sidestepped a few paces to shield Edwina behind him, and then looked out the window. At the same time, the Lancer girl also turned around, raising her hand to condense a thorny spear that was pure white and blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. Within her own body, pure and clear light erupted, illuminating every corner of the surroundings. Under the illumination, outside the French window, a small, masked figure appeared. Hundred-faced Hassan. A heroic spirit found us so quickly. Ebner frowned, but recalling Hundred-faced Hassan's abilities in the original work, his brows relaxed. After all, a heroic spirit who could split himself into dozens of individuals was indeed an excellent scout. Just as the Lancer girl was about to throw the solar spear in her hand, a very magnetic male voice suddenly came in. "Your Excellency the favored one, please do not act yet. I am not an enemy." As the words fell, the air outside the French window rippled slightly, and then a man dressed in black priestly attire stepped out from within. This was a man around 30 years old, with black hair and black eyes, handsome, and with an exceptionally distinguished demeanor. In short, once seen, he would be hard to forget. Observing the suddenly appearing man, Ebner was still pondering which deity the other party's favored one corresponded to when Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina spoke first. "Is that Professor Tails?" She used a question, but her tone was quite certain. "Tails. That name sounds familiar, I think I heard it somewhere." "Right, it was the night I was promoted to Mysticism Magister, Klosvia told me about it." The name of another Mysticism Magister she had helped as part of a ritual. "So this is what he looks like." No wonder Klosvia praised his charm even years later, and also said that Judy's father, Lord Loretto, really disliked this man back then. It would be strange if he did like him. Chapter 767, Tyler's News. "So it's Edwina." Years later, I didn't expect the quiet and reserved little girl to become Vice Admiral Iceberg, famous throughout the 5 seas. Fate is always full of such surprises. Tyler said, smiling at Edwina upon hearing her words. Edwina merely nodded at him, then leaned closer to Ebner and whispered, "Tyler's Renault, a lecturer at Lundberg University, a high-ranking deacon of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. According to Professor Isabella, he fortunately obtained the main ingredient for the Prophet Potion 3 years ago and successfully advanced. Fortunately obtained the ingredient. He must have gotten a clue from the Dream Labyrinth Tower's rewards. But since he's a lecturer at Lundberg University and a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Knowledge, his previous words must have referred to the God of Knowledge's favored one." Seeing Ebner still maintaining his guard, and the black-armored heroic spirit's spear of unshadowed, ready to be thrown at him at any moment, Tails, while commending Ebner's caution, further explained, "Before entering the first-floor scenario, I received an oracle instructing me to assist the holder of Light Seeker in achieving final victory." Speaking of this, he glanced at the black-armored girl, and continued, "So, after my heroic spirit discovered that you had summoned a servant from the Sun domain, he immediately rushed over. The God of Knowledge issued an oracle telling a prophet to assist me. This is still part of the act for that other one. If it weren't for Miss Temperance's reminder, which made me realize the problem, I would have certainly believed that the God of Knowledge actually approved of Roselle's resurrection." As Ebner pondered, his servant, Lancer Laia, stated solemnly, "My lord, I have notarized his words, and the result is that he did not lie." Hearing this, Ebner came back to his senses, first nodding slightly to the black-armored girl, then looking at Tails. "I need to verify that." "How do you wish to verify?" Tails asked with interest. Ebner did not reply. Instead, while having Lancer maintain her guard, he himself began to set up a ritual to pray to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. At this moment, Tails, realizing what Ebner was doing, kindly reminded him that Dream Labyrinth Tower does not permit praying to deities or hidden existences. "I know that, but I'm an exception." Ebner, possessing the pure white eye and well aware of the tower's bullying the weak and fearing the strong nature, replied indifferently. Soon, he skillfully drew the holy emblem of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, set up the corresponding altar, and placed a parchment with the oracle Tails had just spoken onto the altar. Then, he lit a candle, picked up the pure dew extracted from lavender and mint, and dripped it onto the quietly burning flame. Having done all this, he spoke in ancient Hermes. "I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of reason. I pray for the favor of the God of Wisdom. I pray for you to discern the truth of the oracle conveyed by Tyler's Renault." Whoosh! As the incantation reverberated, a phantom of a brass eye suddenly appeared on the altar. It scanned the contents of the parchment and then vanished. And on the parchment, a single word appeared out of thin air, "True." Seeing this, Tails's eyes filled with surprise. First, he was surprised that the Dream Labyrinth Tower truly didn't prevent others from praying to deities. Second, he was surprised that the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would actually respond to such a simple ritual from him. This is no ordinary favored one. No wonder he could break into the first floor of the Labyrinth Tower even before becoming a demigod. As thoughts raced, Tails composed himself and asked with a smile, "Is that all right now?" Ebner nodded while gathering the ritual items, and ordered Lancer the servant to retract her spear of unshadowed, maintaining only necessary vigilance. Speaking of which, Ebner performing this ritual wasn't really because he doubted Tails's words. In fact, he mostly believed them. The main purpose of asking the God of Knowledge and Wisdom for confirmation was to deter the other party and gain the upper hand in the conversation. Otherwise, as a demigod, even if he received an oracle, he might not necessarily follow the arrangements of a mid-sequence favored one like himself. And if he simply didn't follow the arrangements, it would be fine, but Ebner feared he might try to manipulate him in return. So, Ebner decided to put on a show of authority first. On the other side, seeing that Ebner was finally no longer hostile, Tails ordered his servant to stay on guard outside, then passed through the French window's glass and entered the sunroom. The two sides took their seats, and Edwina had the castle's automaton maid bring red tea. After a brief self-introduction, they got down to business. "How did you find me so quickly?" Ebner asked the question that had been bothering him. Although he and Edwina had replaced Kiritsugu and Irisville, representing the Einsburn family in the war, they were immediately in the Einsburn family's old castle stronghold in Fuyuki City upon entry. This was no secret to the plot characters, but for tower climbers, unless they were familiar with the plot like him and Klein, it would be impossible to find them so quickly. Considering the brief meeting in the Sapphira Castle and the subsequent heroic spirit summoning, it had only been a little over an hour at most. "That depends on the identity I replaced." Tails took a sip of red tea before continuing. "The father of this identity is the Archbishop supervising this Holy Grail War for the Church. He is quite familiar with the potential participating parties and has compiled a lot of information available for perusal. Furthermore, this identity's teacher is also a master, named Tokiomi. It's a bit awkward to pronounce, but he is the manager of the mysticism field in this city and is naturally no stranger to the Einsburns. By the way, I have already met with Mr. Tokiomi and confirmed that he is not a tower climber. He has also summoned a heroic spirit, an archer-class heroic spirit called King of Heroes. So, you replaced Kirai. Your appearance does somewhat resemble Mapo Priest, except he has brown hair and eyes, while yours are black hair and eyes." Ebner muttered inwardly. On the surface, after glancing at the petite heroic spirit outside the window, he said, "Your heroic spirit should be the assassin-class 100-faced Hassan, right? Then she probably won't just come to me. Have there been any other gains elsewhere?" Tails narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the young man before him to see through his heroic spirit's true name and abilities at a glance. While becoming increasingly cautious, he couldn't help but sigh, "As expected of your excellency the favored one, you even understand such a lost grand ritual as the Holy Grail War." No wonder Edwina, such a proud young lady, follows him. He didn't believe that a complete ritual system like the Holy Grail War could be fabricated out of thin air by Roselle. He only thought that Roselle had restored this ritual from lost Third Epic or even Second Epic documents and then fabricated a story around it. While pondering, Tails organized his words and replied, "Indeed, there have been quite a few gains. The master of another famous Beyonder family in this city, the Mateu family, was replaced by the Saint of Shadows from the Aurora Order and summoned a Berserker-class, terrifying heroic spirit wearing black armor, just like this Lancer girl. In just an hour, he devoured all members of that family, leaving only a cute little girl. You know, people from the Aurora Order are always more lenient towards good-looking people. However, to my knowledge, that little girl is not a true member of the Mateu family, but Tokiomi's younger daughter. The Saint of the Aurora Order might have left her alive with the intention of using her to restrain Tokiomi. Although the people of the Aurora Order are insane, they are not ignorant of strategy. So, the old worm of the Mateu family met a standard end, got wiped out at the beginning. And the reason might simply be because he was ugly. Right, so-called bug masters, in front of Beyonders from the Shepherd pathway who are skilled at manipulating flesh and blood, are just proper rations, aren't they? However, who could that terrifying Berserker-class heroic spirit summoned by the Saint of Shadows be? Black armor. Could it still be Lancelot? Chapter 768, Invitation to Hunt. Considering that the Dream Labyrinth Tower conceal parts of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's contamination separated by Roselle, relying on the power of the Chaos Sea, and that this inverted tall tower itself was very likely crafted by Roselle using a sequence to profane presbyter. Ebner felt a faint unease in his heart when he heard that the Saint of Shadows from the Aurora Order had summoned a black-armored heroic spirit, as if it were something terrifying. This feeling was ethereal, yet it came from the passive premonition provided by his pure white eye. He believed that Prophet Tails before him felt the same, otherwise he wouldn't have used the modifier terrifying for that heroic spirit servant without it even having made a move. Unfortunately, in this scenario, which is close to a Beyonder characteristic, actively using prophecy abilities is almost impossible to succeed. He couldn't know if that Aurora Order Saint also brought something terrifying into the first floor. However, given the goddess's farsightedness, the god of knowledge's shrewdness, and the seal of calamity's cunning, they surely wouldn't have failed to consider the reactions of other deities like the true creator. Or rather, their reactions should also be within calculation and part of the plan. Looking at it this way, the servant summoned by the Aurora Order Saint is very likely a tool to make the Mother Goddess of Depravity increase her investment. Thinking this, Ebner glanced at the young female servant he had summoned, made from the evil spirit of the former Pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and felt that she should be the same. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a coincidence that she fell into his hands on the way to Tosk. Speaking of which, the Belial family's attack in Linz also came somewhat inexplicably. Could it be that the Mother Tree of Desire is also secretly acting against the Mother Goddess of Depravity? Last time, during the Chained God's escape incident, the mother goddess of depravity tricked him, so she wants revenge. While Ebner pondered, Tails also briefly shared information about other tower climbers. For example, Klein and Sharon, who were staying in a hotel, and Jax, the disciple of silence from the Rose School. However, the latter replaced a person who was not a documented beyonder, had no fixed residence, and was difficult to track down after being lost. Jax, isn't that the one who attacked Klein outside Biome City in the original story? He also became a tower climber. In that case, the possibility of the Mother Tree of Desire also being involved is even greater. Ebner thought for a moment, then told the prophet Tails that he intended to hide with Edwina and entrusted him with continuing to monitor the movements of the various tower climbers and regularly contact his Lancer-class heroic spirit, Laia. As for his lying-flat plan of going on vacation, he naturally wouldn't explain it in detail to Tails. Tails highly approved of this divine favored one's plan. After all, he wasn't a demigod, and recklessly getting involved in battles between powerhouses would be dangerous. It was indeed better to hide. After briefly settling on communication methods, Tails left with his assassin-class heroic spirit. Soon after he left, Klein, Sharon, and a purple-haired, eye-patched, heroic spirit woman arrived at the castle where Ebner was. How was it? Did you awaken Roselle? Glancing at the eye-patched woman who was awkwardly chatting with the black-armored, blonde servant not far away, Ebner pulled Klein closer and asked in a low voice. Awakened. Klein exhaled, his expression somewhat indescribable, but he only has memories from before he was 25. Purely Roselle's memories. The latter part of his sentence was a bit vague, but Ebner immediately understood his meaning. This so-called Roselle phantom has no memories from before his transmigration. Very similar to the one I met on the 6th floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, both only remember things after transmigrating, and only remember some things before the scenario was destroyed. That one was probably also a Roselle phantom. But why does Klein have such an expression? Ebner thought to himself, and then asked aloud. I think he's far less reliable than the original Medusa. Klein grumbled first, then, after glancing at Sharon, who was silently facing Edwina on the other side, he whispered, Roselle's integrity is really hard to describe. After he woke up, he not only didn't feel anything wrong with having a woman's body, but he was also quite excited too. It's clear that Mr. Fool is greatly shaken. Ebner muttered inwardly, then silently pulled out a card and handed it to Klein. It sealed a square of order that could both record and broadcast. Of course, this scene had to be recorded. He'd find an opportunity to play it for old Huang himself later. Klein was stunned for a moment, then, understanding implicitly, he took the card and tucked it into his pocket. Returning to the main topic, after the two parties met, they didn't delay further. Following their plan from above the gray fog, they left the castle, left Fuyuki City, which was gradually turning into a battlefield, and arrived at another small city nearby. Although the map was large, Ebner didn't dare to run too far. It's worth mentioning that Ebner handed the magic mirror to his heroic spirit servant, having her disguise herself as a master, and the devil inside the magic mirror disguise as a heroic spirit, to continue operating in Fuyuki City in cooperation with the prophet Tails. He only kept the Roselle version Rider-class Medusa nearby to protect the four of them. This arrangement once again made Edwina feel the depth of Ebner's trust in Gehrman. 2 days later, Ebner, who was reading in the library, suddenly noticed several rays of light converging on Edwina beside him. The latter also sensed it and took out a cold-colored oil lamp, which was the sealed artifact, Silent Winter, replacing the lesser Holy Grail. 3 souls converged at once, 3 heroic spirits were killed simultaneously. Edwina said after sensing for a while. A major event happened over there. Ebner nodded, while extending his spirituality to the command seals on the back of his hand, communicating with his Lancer-class heroic spirit, Laia. Speaking of which, although he had been on vacation these past 2 days, he still closely monitored the war in Fuyuki. He knew that, aside from the Saber-class heroic spirit king of conquerors and the Archer-class heroic spirit king of heroes exchanging blows once, they were generally still in their respective probing stages. How did 3 suddenly disappear? Just then, Laia's somewhat disheveled voice came through. My lord, the heroic spirit summoned by the Aurora Order Saint is normally at the angel level. From its abilities, it can be seen that he is a true profane presbyter. The Saber-class, Archer-class, and Mr. Tails' assassin-class heroic spirits were all killed by him in just a few seconds. If I hadn't been able to unleash my angel-level power, this shell might not have been preserved. How did you all gather together? Ebner frowned, conveying his question through the command seal. The Saber-class heroic spirit king of conquerors held a banquet, and that terrifying heroic spirit from the Aurora Order took the opportunity to eliminate them all. Lancer, Laia reported. Banquet. The banquet of kings from the anime. This isn't my fault, I didn't go. Ebner subconsciously defended himself, then gave a self-deprecating smile before asking again. And Mr. Tails? How is he? Mr. Tails was saved by me and did not suffer serious injuries. At this point, Laya suddenly paused, then continued, Mr. Tails asked me to convey to you that he plans to hunt the Mother Goddess of Depravity's demigod, Tower Climber from the Rose School and seize his heroic spirit. He asked if you were interested. Seize a heroic spirit. It seems Mr. Tails isn't entirely without ideas about the omnipotent wish-granting Holy Grail. Or perhaps he thinks the Aurora Order has too great an advantage and they must concentrate their forces. Ebner pondered for a while, seemed to have thought of something, sighed, it seems I won't be getting through this easily after all, and then once again transmitted through the command seal to Laya, who was far away in Fuyuki. Tell him, I accept. Then, he looked at Edwina, who had turned her head to look at him, pulled up the corners of his mouth, and joked. Tonight, the outsiders will also join the hunt. What? Edwina blinked, her light blue eyes, like clear spring water, filled with confusion. Chapter 769, Obtaining Another Blasphemy Card. Fuyuki City, a city of hundreds of thousands, had been largely destroyed by the previous servants' battles. Only the area east of Fuyuki Bridge, where the church was located, remained intact. However, because this was not the real world and the Dream Labyrinth Tower had absolute control over the scenario, the church still reasonably concealed the matter, and people in the undamaged areas lived normally. In a puddle in a deserted alley, a slightly transparent figure appeared at some point. His skin was brownish, his face deeply lined with wrinkles, and his sparse white hair resembled autumn leaves, as if he had lived for many, many years. Appearing with him was a youth wearing a wide ritual robe adorned with numerous lavish precious metal ornaments. These were Jax and his magician-class heroic spirit. What kind of monster did that madman from the Aurora Order summon? That saber-class king of conquerors, archer-class king of heroes, and the assassin-class heroic spirit, who seemed more like a high-sequence spectator to me, each of them possessed angel-level combat power in a short time, yet they were killed so easily. No, what's more terrifying than being killed is, they've all been hurted by that monster. If my heroic spirit hadn't had that book with high-sequence apprentice abilities, I wouldn't have escaped either. Thinking this, he glanced at the big-eyed youth beside him, feeling a touch of helplessness. As a demigod of the Rose School, he had lived long enough and was quite proficient in various rituals, especially in sacrifice. Therefore, before performing the heroic spirit summoning, he, like Ebner, saw through the essence of the ritual and sacrificed the soul of a life school demigod he had on hand. That was a summoning master, who had lived from the fourth epoch to the present, believing in the primordial moon, but unfortunately perished in the previous internal strife of the life school, and his soul eventually fell into Jack's hands. But this tower's heroic spirit system even implanted a hero persona into him, which conflicted with his original spirit, causing him to be somewhat deranged since his summoning. Not only is he difficult to communicate with, but he also keeps saying inexplicable things. If I had known this, I might as well not have used the so-called holy relic. While pondering, Jack stared at the passing crowd outside the alley with malicious eyes, suppressing his tyrannical desires. Although he had escaped successfully before, he was inevitably injured, and he had also heard the profane presbyter's incantation, causing his curses, which could be ignored after becoming a demigod, to manifest again. As a member of the indulgent faction of the Rose School, his self-control was limited. If the crowd outside the alley were real living people, he probably would have rushed out to vent his desires long ago. But unfortunately, this was an imagined world. He couldn't truly vent on those people, and might instead attract the saint of the Aurora Order. If praying to a god were allowed, how could I be so pathetic? This damned Dream Labyrinth Tower. Just as Jax was growing increasingly irritable, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a young lady wearing a small black soft hat and a Gothic court dress, sitting in a carriage that quickly passed the alley entrance. The lady had light golden hair, a delicate face, clear blue eyes, and a pale complexion. Sharon. Jax subconsciously licked his lips, and the desire he had forcibly suppressed surged again. Immediately after, his figure continuously flickered between shop windows, shallow puddles, animal eyes, and dewdrops on grass, always maintaining a certain distance from the carriage carrying Sharon. Soon, Sharon got out of the car and walked towards a hotel by the roadside. A decoy. Jack stared at Sharon with bloodshot eyes, then pulled a monocle from his inner coat pocket. It looked normal but shimmered with a pearly white glow in the dark. This was a Beyonder item from the Life School, which could be used to detect many hidden secrets. There are traces of a ritual in the hotel. It might be a trap. But Sharon isn't accompanied by a heroic spirit, nor any other high-sequence Beyonder. While she could probably use a command seal to forcibly summon a heroic spirit, I can control her before that. This is my chance. Once she enters the hotel, the opportunity will vanish. Jax was already a decisive person, and with his desires influencing him, he quickly decided to capture Sharon and use her to vent his desires. In front of the hotel, the delicate-faced lady, though pale, gracefully descended from the carriage, carefully lifting her elaborate skirt, and unhurriedly walked toward the hotel steps. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the polished marble ground. The lady didn't even have time to turn her head before her eyes met his. It was a pair of malevolent brown eyes, belonging to the sparsely white-haired, grotesquely wrinkled Jax. Sharon's pure white eyes are truly captivating. Just as he was about to succeed, Jax couldn't help but feel triumphant, but he immediately reacted, and a crucial question flashed through his mind: when did Sharon's eyes turn pure white? Along with this thought, a fierce solar fire ignited on his body without warning, causing the disciple of silence to lose his ability to remain hidden in reflections. As his figure became visible, he began to scream in agony. Realizing he had been tricked, Jax endured the soul-searing pain of purification and used a command seal, trying to summon his heroic spirit to his side. But to his despair, his mentally unstable heroic spirit did not immediately lead him to escape. Instead, upon seeing a blonde heroic spirit appear from the second floor of the hotel, he began to constantly murmur "Saintess," then pursued her into the hotel, getting trapped within the ritual barrier set up by the Roselle version Medusa. The one disguised as Miss Sharon to lure the enemy was naturally Ebner. He used the special nature of his pure white eye to successfully ambush the demigod of the Rose School. It seems my pure white eye is truly the bane of pathways like the chained pathway, which manipulate others by forming reflections in their pupils. However, judging by how Jax was burned, there must be a high-rank item from the sun pathway within the space behind the pure white eye. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to burn a Sequence 3 existence into incapacitation just through a channel. Could it be that there really is a pure white angel in there? Plus, its consistently powerful analysis ability. Is the pure white eye truly a combination of pure white angel plus all-knowing eye, as I previously speculated? Ebner could ponder so calmly because the subsequent hunting work no longer required him. When the enemy's heroic spirit was trapped in the hotel by their two heroic spirits, bolts of lightning, as if free for the taking, accurately struck Jax, instantly disfiguring him beyond recognition. This was naturally the work of Mr. Fool's Scepter of the Sea God. Meanwhile, the prophet Tails had also prepared the prearranged secret art, simultaneously igniting Jack's increasingly intense desires and emotions, as well as the plague that had long been buried deep in his mind. How ruthless! Burnt and struck by lightning physically, and completely filled with lightning spiritually. Watching the scene unfold, Ebner clicked his tongue a few times. He then waited for a moment, and after confirming that Jack's command seals had disappeared and he was truly dead, he had the magic mirror release the devil to go and collect the spoils of war. Soon, the devil retrieved several items from Jack's corpse. Ebner put the other things aside, picking up only one card with Roselle's female image on it. The moon card. Gazing at the crimson background of the card, Ebner narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but recall the message Roselle had sent him through Lion Leon, who had traveled thousands of miles to Fossa. The activation incantation for the moon card is Etna. This is part of the Silver Moon Project. Chapter 770, Eve of the Decisive Battle. The moon card actually appeared here. And in the message Roselle had Lion Leon convey, he told him the activation incantation for this blasphemy card, emphasizing that it was part of the Silver Moon Project. But if my guess isn't wrong, the Silver Moon Project is very likely arranged to target the mother goddess of depravity. If Roselle truly knew about this project, wouldn't that mean the one on the moon also knew? Then what's the point? So, was what Lion conveyed truly instructed by Roselle? Or, did it mistakenly believe it was Roselle's instruction? From my contact with that Lion during this period, although he claimed to hate Roselle, he's actually a typical tsundere, secretly caring deeply about the Emperor. So, would he, out of spite, choose not to immediately convey something Roselle specifically entrusted him with, and only travel thousands of miles to Fossa to find me after the restriction took effect? Perhaps, his memory was tampered with, which is why he suddenly remembered that part, and his so-called restriction was added at that time, right? Who could it be? Lilith, the goddess, or the god of knowledge? Also, how did the moon card end up with the Rose School demigod? As he pondered, Ebner picked up the beyonder characteristics precipitated from Jax, while also having the magic mirror devour the opponent's lingering soul, or potentially degenerated evil spirit. This was not hurting, so it did not occupy the spot of the devil in the magic mirror. Speaking of which, a demigod of the Rose School would certainly have the mother tree of desires imprint in their soul. If this were outside, in reality, Ebner would definitely not let the magic mirror devour it so directly. But he was currently on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, which was not only in the shadow of the ancient god Dragon of Imagination's divine kingdom, the City of Miracles, Liveseed, but also located at an entrance to the Chaos Sea. In such an environment, the Mother Tree of Desire, which could only indirectly intervene in Earth's affairs through Saw, would find it very difficult to exert any influence. Moreover, due to the chained god's escape with the uniqueness, the Mother Tree of Desire's influence over the prisoner pathway had also significantly decreased. Soon, the magic mirror provided the answer to the question. This card came from a summoning master of the Life School, who was also a believer of the primordial moon. And the heroic spirit Jack summoned in this scenario used the soul of this summoning master as a holy relic. The heroic spirit summoned this way is Bluebeard from FZ, Marshall Gillis, who pursued St. Joan of Arc. His Noble Phantasm is a mystical book with door pathway abilities, combined with his own summoning master background. So that's it, I know the general purpose of the Silver Moon Project now. Then, the next step is to continue the act. Combining the information at hand with previous clues, Ebner vaguely grasped the plan of Lilith, the Evernight goddess, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the seal of calamity. He wasn't too surprised why the deities didn't tell him directly, but chose to make him guess. After all, they were plotting against a top-tier old one. Some things, even if spoken, might alert that being, even with the goddess's concealment. Due to my unique nature, or rather, the unique nature of the pure white eye, I can serve as this catalyst and tool. And Klein, he's probably both a smokescreen and bait, right? When he helped Miss Sharon cleanse her contamination last time, he probably exposed himself to that being's eyes. And the power of the Sapphira Castle can certainly enhance the effect of miracles. In that being's view, the goddess allowing Klein to come here means she fell for its scheme, believing that this could truly allow Roselle to resurrect free of contamination. But with the Sapphira Castle right before it, would that being truly have no ideas at all? This also serves as bait to tempt the other party to continue increasing their stakes. Ebner didn't delve deeper into his thoughts. After all, even with his pure white eye and the concealment provided by the Chaos Sea environment, if he thought too meticulously, it would be hard to guarantee that being wouldn't sense him. The might of an old one is unimaginable. Outside the influence of the Chaos Sea, he couldn't even remember its name. Meanwhile, as Ebner processed the spoils of war and made connections, the prophet Tails finally used a command seal to forcibly establish a contract with Jack's heroic spirit, Bluebeard, even though the latter completely gave up resistance upon seeing Laia and continuously followed her. Klein and the real Sharon also emerged from a nearby washroom. Ebner still had Sharon's face at this point. After all, he was still wearing that gothic long dress, and changing back to his own face would be too incongruous. After the group reunited, they casually took Jack's corpse and quickly left the ambush site with the three heroic spirits, relocating to a villa 2 blocks away. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was waiting in the villa's living room. A large sand table was placed on the floor in front of her, with the terrain arranged to perfectly resemble Fuyuki City. This was the live sand table, a miraculous item that the prophet Tails had exchanged all his points for before entering the first floor scenario. It allowed operations on the sand table to be reflected in reality in real time. This also applied to people, but one had to have enough understanding of them to include them on the sand table. However, when manipulating living beings, one would not only face resistance but also risk exposing the sand table's location, or even suffering curses. Its negative effect was that as one operated the sand table, the user would gradually become part of the sand table, living forever within the scenario reflected by the sand table. In short, it was a very powerful, strategic item. Unfortunately, it could only be used in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, and could not be taken to reality. Edwina stayed behind to guard it, partly to monitor the location of the Aurora Order Saint, and partly as a fallback plan. If Ebner and the others encountered an accident, she could directly manipulate the sand table to teleport them back to the villa. Where is the Aurora Order Saint now? Ebner asked with a smile as Edwina rose to greet him. Still west of Fuyuki Bridge, in the area that has turned into ruins. Edwina replied, while glancing at Ebner's attire, a hint of a smile appearing on her perpetually icy face. Cough, I'll go change first. Ebner coughed and turned to enter the bedroom. The first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower was already an imagined world, not like the more dreamlike environments of the 9th to 5th floors. Therefore, he couldn't change clothes simply by his own thoughts, like Sharon could in the Tinjin scenario. When Ebner changed into his formal attire, reverted to his own appearance, and returned to the villa's living room, he happened to see the prophet Tails put down a brick-like mobile phone and said to everyone present. The father of the identity I replaced, the bishop of the church in this scenario, and the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, has just issued a summons. It calls upon all masters and heroic spirits to collectively subjugate the Matu family master, that is, the Aurora Order Saint and his heroic spirit, who has been wantonly destroying the city and killing ordinary people. After hearing his words, Ebner's heart stirred, and he mused. Is the decisive battle starting so soon? That being, or perhaps Roselle, influenced by that being and currently sealed, is somewhat impatient. Is the Aurora Order Saint doing something that being cannot tolerate? Chapter 771, Amon's Judgment. The reward for the subjugation is more command seals, which might be good for true masters, but for us, it's useless. At this point, the prophet Tails glanced at Klein and Sharon. Seeing no objection from them, he continued, however, the church stepping forward shows the necessity of this subjugation. Perhaps that Aurora Order Saint is making even more terrifying arrangements. His guess aligned with Ebner's, and considering that a more convincing act would make that being more confident in increasing its stake, Ebner nodded directly, I will heed the church's call. Klein, who guessed Ebner might know some inside information, exchanged glances with Sharon and then, in Gehrman's tone, said, I'll join too. Since that's the case, we'll depart immediately after dividing the spoils, lest that Saint of Shadows truly prepares a surprise for us. Oh, right, as agreed before, I only want the heroic spirit of the Rose School Saint, the rest you can distribute freely. With that, Tails pulled out his mobile phone again and, as he walked out, began calling his father in this identity. Seeing him leave, the four, whose relationship had grown familiar after 2 days of traveling together, no longer stood on ceremony and began to examine the items Ebner had taken out. There weren't many items, only a beyonder characteristic, a notebook, a monocle, and a somewhat tattered but still relatively intact corpse. As for the moon card, Ebner did not take it out. This item might be related to the goddess and Lilith's plan, so it couldn't be distributed. Klein, Sharon, and Edwina remained silent, all looking at Ebner. This clearly meant they trusted him to provide a reasonable distribution plan. Ebner thought for a moment and did not refuse. He first looked at Miss Sharon and carefully said, the key to the success of this operation was my role as bait in tricking Jax, causing him to suffer severe injuries from the start, even preventing him from turning into a revenant. And for my bait disguise to successfully fool the opponent, Miss Sharon, you also contributed greatly. So, Jack's corpse will be yours. He's still relatively intact, and although there will inevitably be some residual influence from the mother tree of desire, as long as you pray to that being, you can still create a qualified mummy. That being Ebner referred to was naturally Mr. Fool, but due to Edwina and several heroic spirits being present, he couldn't speak more explicitly. Sharon was silent for a few seconds, then said, thank you in a phantom-like voice. She knew Ebner was looking out for her due to their shared membership in the Tarot Club, as she had done nothing but provide some parameters. As for what Sherlock had privately told her about image usage fees, Sharon merely thought he was joking. Klein, on the other hand, twitched his eye at hearing this, muttering inwardly, after the mortuary service, is Mr. Fool now also taking on the business of consecrating corpses? I didn't realize it before, but now it seems that only a transmigrator could have such an open mind. And while Mr. Tower respects Mr. Fool, he doesn't show much awe or humility. This also aligns with the characteristics of someone who received modern Chinese education. I was really foolish before, why did I never consider this aspect? Just as Klein was lost in thought, Ebner had already looked at him and asked with a smile, you mentioned before that you wanted the puppeteer characteristic, right? Klein's contribution to this battle was not small. Without his suppressing lightning strikes from outside, truly killing a Sequence 3 disciple of silence would not have been so easy, and he might even have unleashed a final burst of power before death. Sharon turned her head and looked at Klein for a moment, then opened her lips and said in a phantom-like voice, you don't have to choose this. Klein, however, smiled, maintaining Gehrman's persona, and said indifferently, if you successfully advance to demigod, it will benefit me too. For example, you can help me deal with more powerful enemies. Hearing this, Sharon didn't decline further, just nodded lightly. Seeing them reach an agreement, Ebner beckoned to Laia, the heroic spirit formed from the former pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and asked her to progressively separate the disciple of silence characteristic. This request was not difficult for an angel of the sun pathway, it just required a little time. So, after handing the characteristic to her, Ebner proceeded with the next step of distribution. Although Edwina was only guarding the base this time, serving as a backup for the operation, and wasn't ultimately needed, she couldn't be ignored. After hesitating for a moment, Ebner finally picked up the notebook and handed it to her. This item was called the Blood Refinement Notebook. According to the analysis of the Pure White Eye, it was originally a notebook belonging to a high-sequence beyonder of the pharmacist pathway, used to record their invented potions. Aside from the saint's spiritual imprint, it had no special features. However, this notebook was later tainted by its owner's blood, and coupled with a blasphemy card tucked inside, it mutated. As long as the user expended spirituality, they could conjure the finished potion recorded on that page, but correspondingly, the content on that page would disappear. This notebook had a total of 25 pages, 3 of which were currently blank. Its only side effect was that when using it to obtain potions, the user would be gazed upon by eyes from the starry sky. The reason Ebner gave such a dangerous item to Edwina was his belief that, after understanding the side effects, she would at most study the recipes in the notebook and not actually use it. After distributing this notebook, Ebner picked up the monocle himself. Remembering the very similar lens he had acquired from Panatia, the despairing nightingale, in the City of Night, Ebner couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, muttering inwardly. Amon wouldn't have made a batch of such monocles containing mid-sequence characteristics and then deliberately disseminated them, would he? Meanwhile, in reality, within the Kaspersky base beneath Tosk City, the young man, calling himself the deputy commander of the Men in Black, looked at Amon's avatar, bound to a cross by the power of knowledge, and shook his head, saying, "The maze in the mouse pathway could have held you for at least another day. But I didn't expect you to actively trigger the traps in the maze and allow me to capture you. How else would I know what you want to do?" Amon, wearing his peaked soft hat, showed no sign of being captured. Instead, he looked around with interest, smiling, "Aren't you going to kill this avatar of mine immediately? Although this base's power greatly restrains me, it can only control me for 2 or 3 days at most. His Majesty is not here. Killing you wouldn't keep the Beyonder characteristics from the Worm of Time from returning to your main body, and it would also transmit the information here." The young man shook his head again, calmly explaining while glancing at Amon several times, then continued, "And you don't need to lie like that. I'm well aware of the base's situation, it can only restrain you for 12 hours at most. Then aren't you afraid I'll commit suicide on the spot?" Amon asked back curiously. "His Majesty said that you wouldn't easily choose that method before figuring out the purpose of the arrangements here." "And I also have means to prevent your suicide," the young man replied, taking a sip of coffee. "Roselle understands me so well. TSK, I really should have had a good chat with him back then, it would have been very interesting." Amon clicked his tongue a few times, a slightly mischievous smile on his face, but no matter what resurrection plan he has, it won't succeed. "Why?" The young man frowned, knowing Amon was playing tricks, but still asked. "Because the gods won't allow it." Before the other party could ask again, the god of mischief continued. "Especially Evernight. Although I cannot steal what I want to know from the hidden depths, nor can I decipher what other arrangements she has, or where the true key point lies. But that doesn't prevent me from knowing that Roselle's entire resurrection plan should just be a trap. I accidentally fell asleep earlier and just woke up to write this and then I got stuck too." Chapter 772, Battle Begins. At the villa, after heroic spirit Laya progressively separated the characteristics of a disciple of silence, puppeteer, revenant, and zombie, Ebner told her to stop. After all, materials and Beyonder characteristics from the prisoner pathway had a small audience, and anything below zombie wouldn't fetch a good price anyway. Handing the puppeteer characteristic to Miss Sharon, and seeing her control Jack's corpse to take the characteristic back to the bedroom, Klein hesitated for a moment before getting up and following her in. He guessed that Sharon probably wanted to temporarily store the corpse and characteristic above the gray fog, and Mr. Tower would certainly guess the same. At this moment, using the excuse of going to the washroom might expose Mr. Fool's weakness to Mr. Tower. That's why he endured the playful gazes of others, mainly Ebner, and followed Sharon into the bedroom. Though Miss Sharon was also very intelligent, her imagination simply wasn't as expansive as Mr. Tower's. In fact, Ebner understood their intentions perfectly well, but this didn't stop him from secretly recording the scene, intending to show it to Melissa later. For simple recording, Ebner no longer needed auxiliary tools, both the magic mirror and his developed secret arts could accomplish it. He created the Square of Order purely for his company employees to use. About 10 minutes later, Klein and Sharon returned to the living room. At this point, the prophet Tails also returned, bringing each person a black book with 3 command seal markings on its cover. "Is everything ready? If there are no issues, we'll depart now." Tails asked with a serious expression after Ebner and the others put away their book of command seals. Ebner and Klein both nodded slightly, indicating they were ready. Edwina and Sharon naturally had no objections either. Seeing this, Tails walked to the live sand table, covered his right hand with spirituality, then picked up the mini villa representing their location on the map and directly placed it on an open space several blocks away from the Aurora Order Saint. As he completed this action, Ebner felt the floor beneath his feet vibrate. At the same time, he could feel an invisible hand gripping him. The hand's force wasn't strong, yet it effortlessly propelled him through space. Ebner did not resist, as he could sense that the aura on the invisible hand came directly from Tails. No wonder Tails said this sand table was a strategic item before, but ineffective against enemies. Exposing one's aura so completely means only acquaintances would obediently allow themselves to be manipulated. If it were an enemy, there would be many ways to exploit the aura. While making this judgment about an item from a certain movie, Ebner felt the pushing force on his body suddenly disappear, and the invisible hand vanished abruptly. Everyone emerged cautiously from the villa and then saw a scene akin to the end of the world. Aside from their villa, almost none of the surrounding buildings were intact. The hotel where Klein and Sharon had previously stayed was broken in half, its collapsed ruins destroying countless nearby civilian houses. Above a mountain peak several blocks away, dark clouds currently gathered, and countless bolts of lightning struck down from between the clouds, engulfing the entire mountaintop. In the center of the numerous lightning bolts, a vast quantity of black, viscous liquid gushed from a hole that was between illusory and real. They twisted and expanded, growing varying numbers of hands and feet, transforming into one monster after another, spreading across the entire mountain. Chaos C. Ebner was startled and quickly looked at Edwina and Sharon beside him. He and Klein both had cheats, so seeing the Sapphira from this distance was fine, but those two ladies might be contaminated. As for Tails, he hadn't thought about him for a moment. But to Ebner's surprise, Edwina and Sharon showed no discomfort other than some dizziness. Perhaps the gushing chaos sea is just an illusion. Or, the dream labyrinth tower itself added a filter to it. Ebner confirmed they truly had no major problems before stroking his chin in thought. However, what did that Saint of Shadows from the Aurora Order use to summon a heroic spirit that could actually communicate with the Chaos Sea, which is the core of the seal in the Dream Labyrinth Tower? No wonder King of Conquerors, King of Heroes, and Hundred-Faced Hassan lost so quickly. Klein, however, found the black viscous liquid increasingly familiar the more he looked at it. After a brief recollection, he remembered the appearance of Miss Judgment when she was contaminated before. What exactly is this black mud? Klein frowned, but chose not to ask at this moment. We cannot let the Saint of Shadows ritual continue, otherwise he really will win the Holy Grail War. Tails said gravely upon seeing this. No matter who won this game among those present, they would survive, only the Saint of Shadows' victory was unacceptable. Although throwing out a historical projection charm would likely solve the problem now, that would certainly disrupt the god's plans, so Ebner decided to continue the act. And he wasn't particularly averse to this. After all, Lilith, the goddess, and the god of knowledge had already provided gifts in advance. It's just that the Seal of Calamity hasn't given me anything, and I still have to act according to his wishes, which is a bit annoying. Forget it, I'll give my fellow transmigrator some face. Laia, go stop the enemy's scheme and strive for victory with all your might. As Ebner spoke, he expended a command seal, buffing his heroic spirit. This enhancement was similar to a notary's notarization ability, but also different. It should be considered a secret art. Yes, my lord, I shall dedicate glory to your banner. The girl heroic spirit knelt on one knee in response, then raised her spear and flew towards the small mountain. Behind her, the Roselle version rider-class Medusa, and the magician-class heroic spirit Bluebeard Marshal Gillis, who had been muttering Saintess, also followed. At the same time, Tails's expression changed continuously, as if he was struggling, but eventually, he clenched his fist and flew up. As a demigod and a prophet with numerous methods, even if he wasn't a match for the heroic spirit, he was a competent support. On the other side, just as the three heroic spirits were about to reach the mountain peak, three black-spotted figures flew out from within the mountain gate. They were the heroic spirits King of Conquerors, King of Heroes, and Hundred-Faced Hassan, all herded by the profane presbyter, summoned by the Aurora Order Saint. 3 against 3. Just as the battle was about to begin, the Roselle version, Medusa, seemed to suddenly lose her abilities. The Pegasus beneath her abruptly vanished, and she herself was caught off guard by the prepared assassin-class Hassan's sneak attack, nearly suffering a direct fatal blow. Even so, she sustained extremely severe injuries. How could this be? What kind of ability is that? Klein, observing from the rear, couldn't help but frown at this scene. Ebner, who also witnessed this, felt a stir in his heart and vaguely guessed the reason. Unless summoned using a holy relic, and providing a high-level soul themselves, the power of the so-called heroic spirits in this scenario is actually bestowed by the Dream Labyrinth Tower. And earlier, Laia and Bluebeard, summoned with holy relics, had no problems. Only Medusa seemed to have lost most of her abilities. She must have been directly stripped of them by the opponent. No wonder the King of Conquerors, King of Heroes, and Hassan died so quickly before. They probably fell the same way. Did the Saint of Darkness usurp part of the Dream Labyrinth Tower's authority? How did he do it? This tower should be firmly controlled by Roselle, at most his different personalities are warring. As thoughts raced, Ebner suddenly recalled his earlier speculation about the Dream Labyrinth Tower's composition, derived from its appearance. Roselle killed a profane presbyter, who herded wisdom angels, and combined it with the Chaos Sea and Zeradal to create the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Other heroic spirits, even if their souls are of angelic rank, can only maintain angel-level combat power for a short time. Only the Saint of Shadows, heroic spirit is a complete, profane presbyter. Through a ritual, directly connecting to the Chaos Sea, and being able to arbitrarily strip other heroic spirits of their abilities. Combining these, if I boldly guess. What if that Saint of Shadows brought the true Creator's divinity into the first floor and used it to awaken the spirit of the profane presbyter that constitutes this tower, allowing it to join this war as a heroic spirit? Then everything makes sense. No wonder the contaminated Roselle is somewhat anxious. As the core seal of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, once this profane presbyter gains maximum authority, he will definitely destroy all of Roselle's resurrection arrangements first. Of course, the mother goddess of depravity similarly wouldn't want to see that. A plan brewing for so many years, if destroyed like this, she certainly wouldn't agree. In this environment where the gods within Earth cannot intervene, by adding some investment, she can preserve the plan, and even obtain the Sapphira Castle. Can she resist that temptation? And in a situation where she cannot descend in person, the best method would be to throw the goddess of beauty, characteristic in her possession, into the summoning gate of that life school summoning master, right? And this is Lilith's goal. This is a crucial part of the Silver Moon Project. Chapter 773, Ebner's melodramatic script. While Ebner was deep in thought, the battle at the mountain gate changed again. Although the three enemy heroic spirits were quite powerful, their souls, or what was called Roselle's phantom, had already entered Edwina's silent winter oil lamp, entering the lesser Holy Grail. Now, they were merely shells. This state made their actions appear rigid. Ebner's heroic spirit, Laia, quickly seized an opening, using her holy spear as a medium to release an angel-level holy light. With just one strike, she first purified the King of Heroes. Then, with the previous command seal's blessing from Ebner, she unleashed a second angel-level attack, successfully inflicting severe injuries on the King of Conquerors as well. On the other side, Bluebeard Marshal Gillis, upon seeing Laia bathed in light, became noticeably excited. With the prophet Tails' cooperation, he systematically reproduced the powerful spells recorded in his magic book, continuously killing the Hassans who had split into different personalities. Since Tails was previously the master of the assassin class Hassan, he was very familiar with his abilities, making the eradication particularly smooth. But just then, silver electric snakes leaped out from the mountain, rapidly growing, crackling and intertwining, quickly extending forward, evolving into a dazzling ocean of lightning, attempting to engulf the entire mountain gate. Seeing this, Laia immediately pointed her spear forward and devoutly declared, "God says, invalid." Before her words even finished, the ocean of lightning before her significantly subsided. Both the flying electric snakes and the dense lightning net diminished or vanished by nearly 70% out of thin air. On the other side, Bluebeard and Tails also quickly abandoned their opponents. The former turned to a page in his magic book, also releasing a lightning net, while the latter internally constructed a barrier with secret arts, barely managing to block this lightning invasion. But while they could block it, the heavily wounded King of Conquerors and the Roselle version, Medusa, were powerless against this strike. They were instantly engulfed by the lightning and vanished into the air. The remaining low-strength Hassans suffered the same fate. The entity on the mountain evidently didn't hold back just because they were his own kind. Edwina, observing from the rear, immediately felt more souls appearing within the silent winter oil lamp in her hand. Immediately after, it broke free from Vice Admiral Iceberg's control, uncontrollably soaring into the air, flying towards the mountain enveloped in lightning and black mud. As expected, unlike the Holy Grail war in the anime of my previous life, here, as long as all the fragments of Old Huang's phantom are gathered, the Holy Grail can be activated. Thinking this, Ebner pretended to intercept the oil lamp but deliberately failed to keep it. At the mountain gate, seeing the Holy Grail about to fly into the black mud on the mountain, heroic spirit Laia initially intended to shoot it down, but then she heard Ebner's command transmitted through the command seal and deliberately slowed by half a beat. It was this slight time difference that allowed the silent winter oil lamp, which had been modified into the lesser Holy Grail, to fall into the hands of a giant over 5 meters tall. The strongest heroic spirit in this Holy Grail war, the profane presbyter, finally appeared. He casually threw the lesser Holy Grail into the continuously gushing black mud hole at the top of the mountain. Immediately after, a spacious passage appeared behind the hole, faintly revealing a castle at its end. The black giant ignored the two heroic spirits swiftly ascending the mountain, only having the black mud-contaminated monsters try their best to delay them, while he himself turned and walked towards the passage. The black giant ignored the two heroic spirits swiftly ascending the mountain, only letting the black mud-contaminated monsters try their best to delay them, while he himself turned and walked towards the passage. Seeing this, Ebner continued with his devised script. He first had Edwina use the live sand table to pull Tails back to the villa, then continuously expended several command seals, ordering his heroic spirit Laia to manifest her mythical form. Upon receiving the command, Laia didn't hesitate, directly transforming into a sun god bird with pure white feathers, where everything in her wake turned into an ocean of light. The divine bird vibrated its wings, and dots of white light purified the monsters formed from contamination on the mountain path one by one. It then locked onto the 5-meter-tall figure on the mountaintop and swooped towards him. But just as Laia was about to pounce on him, the profane presbyter suddenly turned around and uttered an ancient Hermes word, light. Immediately after, his figure erupted with endless, pure radiance, seemingly transforming into the sun itself, descending upon reality. Under the sun's illumination, Laia's radiant wings melted, the ocean of light subsided, and even her swooping speed slowed increasingly, finally stopping before the opponent, unable to harm him in the slightest. The sun chaser was ultimately unable to harm the true sun. This scene, akin to the descent of a true god, shook Klein and the others in the rear. Though they dared not look directly at the battlefield, they understood what was happening on the mountain through the live sand table. At this point, Laia, who had manifested as the sun god bird, also rapidly melted in such scorching sunlight. In a short while, she reverted to the appearance of a female knight with tattered armor and fell from the mountain. Although this mountain wasn't high, Laya's current physical state couldn't withstand the impact of a high-altitude fall. Fortunately, the heroic spirit Bluebeard, also known as the High Summoner who believed in the primordial moon in life, arrived in time to catch her, and while wiping away tears, quickly opened his magic book to heal her. But Laya's body was on the verge of collapse. Just as she had judged earlier, once she activated her mythical form, this imagined body would be damaged no matter what. Now, being directly beaten back to her original form, it was just more thoroughly damaged. However, before the outer shell collapses, I must complete the task entrusted by my lord. Thinking this, Laya forced herself to take out a card and handed it to Bluebeard, saying intermittently, "I can only go this far. Stopping him is up to you. Don't disappoint me, Gillis. This card might help you. Its activation incantation is Etna." Before she could finish, her body completely shattered, dissipating with the light. "No. Your Holiness Saintess. Don't leave me again." The deranged High Summoner was clearly influenced by the heroic spirit persona. At this moment, he had completely immersed himself in the role of Bluebeard. He glared hatefully at the tall figure on the mountain, then resolutely turned to the last page of his magic book and placed that card on it as well. In the villa in the rear, Ebner, who had just recovered the evil spirit of the former pope of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, saw this scene through the magic mirror, and couldn't help but criticize himself. Did I make this plot too melodramatic? I wonder if the one on the moon will believe it. Chapter 774, Desolation. Perhaps the god's plan was far-reaching, perhaps Ebner's script was perfectly laid out, or perhaps the mother goddess of depravity simply couldn't resist the temptation. In any case, when the last heroic spirit, utilizing the activated moon card, established a sufficient mystical connection and finally used the High Summoner's ability to open the summoning gate, a blood-red gem shaped like a crescent moon suddenly descended, merging with the High Summoner's evil spirit. Immediately after, the gem of extreme beauty dissolved, and the High Summoner's evil spirit's body began to swell rapidly, quickly transforming into a mountain-sized mass of flesh. This fleshy mass was covered with various reproductive organs, emitting dense crimson mist that forcibly copulated with everything near it, whether plants or animals in the ruins, or crumbling walls, and even the monsters contaminated by the gushing black mud were not spared. For a moment, it was as if they had entered an era of a great explosion of life, with countless new species being created. In the villa, Ebner immediately shielded Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's eyes, preventing her from being contaminated simply by seeing it and joining the ranks of giving birth. After all, though the mountain of flesh appeared disgusting and terrifying in perception, it contained the symbol of beauty. Ordinary beyonders would find it impossible not to be attracted to it, impossible not to look at it. Klein and Miss Sharon, on the other hand, resisted this temptation, having averted their gaze from the moment the summoning gate opened. Ebner guessed that during the 10+ minutes they were in the bedroom, they must have requested the protection of a paper angel from Mr. Fool. Coupled with one being a temperance faction member and the other experienced, they were not attracted by this goddess of beauty who had turned into a monster. What exactly is that? The prophet Tails asked with a trembling voice. As a demigod, possessing divinity, his resistance was much stronger than a group of sequence 5s. Moreover, he was quite skilled in psychological abilities, having developed many related secret arts. Thus, after glancing at the fleshy mountain, he directly severed the connection between his eyeballs and his body and spiritual body, gouging them out and throwing them on the ground, thereby preventing himself from being contaminated. But even so, those two eyeballs began to conceive and then give birth a few seconds later, producing two eyeball monsters. Watching those two things, somewhat resembling black marbles, being burned to ashes by Tails' simulated light of dawn, Ebner simply replied, "It should be the primordial moon descending." After speaking, he took out a charm from his pocket, a charm inscribed with a vertical eye composed of numerous symbols, appearing eerie and mysterious. This is Antigonus's symbol. Mr. Tower actually has an item from that family. Klein, who had encountered the Antigonus notebook incident in Tingen, recognized the symbol's origin at a glance. Speaking of which, Mr. Tower joined the Tarot Club because he kept muttering Antigonus and half a fool, which is why I pulled him into the grey fog. While Klein was making these connections, Ebner noticed his gaze and explained with a smile, "This is a charm bestowed by the goddess." Goddess? Which one? If you're really Lu Bo, then there are many possibilities. Klein muttered inwardly, while maintaining Gehrman's usual indifference on the surface, saying nothing. At this moment, Tails, who had regrown his eyeballs using flesh magic, also reacted. As a prophet, his logical and analytical abilities were absolutely top-notch. Combining them with the god of knowledge's previous oracle, he instantly understood something and tentatively asked, "The true target of the gods, is it her?" Since the primordial moon had fallen into the trap, Ebner no longer needed to hide anything. He nodded gently while using his spirituality to activate the charm in his hand. The next second, his arm sank, and he pulled a figure from the void. This was a beautiful woman with silver hair and silver eyes. She wasn't wearing a coat, only a loose, dark red shirt with unbuttoned collar showing her fair skin. It was precisely the goddess of beauty Ebner had seen last time in the catacombs of the Harvest Church. Her eyes initially appeared dull, but soon became lively, giving the impression of having come to life. Upon seeing this lady, who seemed to symbolize the very word beauty, everyone present, including Klein, was captivated by her perfect countenance and demeanor, temporarily forgetting to breathe. Only Ebner, having experienced this beauty once before, was the first to recover, bowing and saying, "Welcome your descent, your holiness." He wasn't sure which alias Lilith was using, so he kept his address somewhat vague. "Your holiness. Is this beautiful lady a pope from some church?" Klein and Tails, having snapped back to reality, instantly began to draw connections from this title. Lilith naturally understood Ebner's meaning. She first glanced at the nearby, fleshy mountain, through the window, then pulled up the corners of her mouth and said to Ebner in a melodious voice, "You can just call me Lilith." Lilith. The ancestor of vampires. She actually still exists. Edwina's heart trembled. As a seeker of knowledge, she had heard the name, but never expected to see the true face of this ancient god, as if she had stepped into a myth. Ebner actually knows an ancient god, and judging by goddess Lilith's tone, they even have some friendship. Edwina couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity. Tails, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised that a favored one of a god would summon an ancient god. The Church of Knowledge itself encouraged such cross-faith friendships. But what astonished him was that Ebner, a Sequence 5, could interact with an ancient god as an equal, and was even permitted to call her by her true name. Chapter 777, Desolation. Should I say, as expected of Mr. Favored One? Tails secretly sighed with emotion. Klein wasn't particularly surprised by Lilith's appearance, as her continued activity could be inferred from previous Roselle's diaries. However, at this moment, his heart was filled with gravity, pondering, has the worst-case scenario occurred? Judging by Lilith's casual demeanor with Mr. Tower, the possibility of him being Lubo is even greater. If the lady before me is truly Lilith, then this is practically ironclad proof. After all, the possibility of an ancient god favoring two transmigrators at the same time is too small. Lilith, however, didn't pay attention to what others were thinking. She leaned close to Ebner's ear, whispered a few instructions, and then vanished like moonlight. After she left, Edwina asked, her eyes moving slightly, "Is this your holiness truly the ancestor of vampires?" "Yes," Ebner replied, nodding while observing the battle on the distant mountain peak. "Is the primordial moon's essence the Sequence 1, goddess of beauty, of the moon pathway, or its uniqueness?" Klein suddenly interjected at this point. By now, he finally understood the purpose of this trap. The primordial moon is an incarnation of a great old one. However, her essence is indeed the Sequence 1, goddess of beauty, of the moon pathway. Ebner turned back, and after a moment's consideration, still provided Klein with an explanation. "Indeed. Lilith wants to reclaim godhood, is that why she set up this scheme?" Emlyn would surely be delighted if he knew this news. "But I remember that Earth Mother Goddess's plantar pathway should be adjacent to the moon. If Lilith truly regains godhood, whose side will Mr. Tower stand on? After all, the Earth Mother Goddess seems to value him highly too. One old lover, one new love. TSK, it seems Mr. Tower isn't having an easy time either." Just as Klein was lost in thought, the battle on the distant mountain peak gradually intensified. Although others dared not look, Ebner, with his pure white eye activated, saw the 5-meter-tall, profane presbyter on the mountain transform into the sun again, attempting to purify the fleshy mountain that was constantly approaching, eroding, and contaminating his power. But unlike the previous result of the sun god bird's pounce, an indescribable aura suddenly manifested on the fleshy mountain, causing the sun's rays to seemingly unwillingly harm it, shining instead on other places. Seeing this, the profane presbyter, surrounded by black mud, finally acted. He laboriously raised a black greatsword and pointed it forward. Immediately after, his body first transformed into a dense, chilling shadow, then pulled open a curtain, allowing the black viscous liquid gushing from the hole to block his front, simultaneously blocking the fate of forced copulation. Silently, the black liquid and the blood-red aura collided. Countless black mud enveloped the fleshy mountain, and the aura emanating from the fleshy mountain silently permeated towards the black mud and the profane presbyter within the lightning. But just then, the fleshy mountain and the profane presbyter simultaneously sensed something and looked upwards. In the night sky, against the backdrop of crimson and lightning, a beautiful silver-haired, silver-eyed lady appeared in the air. She held a large lace-edged umbrella, looking like a noble lady on her way to a banquet. In the villa's living room, Ebner, witnessing the scene through the window, secretly thought, now's the time. Then, he casually picked up his mini-figure from the live map and placed it in front of the black mud gushing hole on the mountain peak, at the entrance of the passage opened by the Lesser Holy Grail. Achieve victory and destroy the Holy Grail. This was one of the tasks Lilith had whispered to him earlier. Before being propelled through space by his invisible hand, Ebner silently chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. This made Klein, upon hearing the prayer, feel a stir in his heart. After a brief word with Sharon, he headed to the washroom. As for the others, since Ebner had already told them what he was going to do, they weren't surprised, though they couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In front of the mountaintop building named Ryudo Temple, lightning, crimson, and black mud intertwined, having already destroyed everything around them. Even the monsters formed from the black viscous liquid continuously cycled through birth, conception, reproduction, and destruction. Only a single intact hole leading underground remained. Suddenly teleported here, Ebner felt the 3 terrifying auras not far away. While clicking his tongue in awe, he dared not look back. He merely simulated his abilities to purify himself, then directly leaped into the hole leading to the passage. The passage was long but had few obstacles. The few black mud monsters present, aside from contamination, weren't too strong and were easily dealt with by Ebner. But just as he was about to reach the deepest palace, a figure blocked his path in the center of the road. Most of the person's body was in shadow, only a portion revealed due to being stained with black mud and crimson. His face was indistinct, but the aura emanating from him was terrifying, surpassing that of an ordinary demigod. Ebner narrowed his eyes, recalling Tails' previous reconnaissance results, and quickly recognized the opponent. He was the master of the profane presbyter above, the Saint of Shadows from the Aurora Order. He's actually here, and it looks like he's been contaminated. As this thought crossed his mind, Ebner saw the Saint of Shadows turn his head and look at him, an extreme aura of depravity simultaneously rushing towards him. This contaminated Black Knight's strength was even more terrifying than normal, and his speed was so fast that Ebner almost couldn't see him clearly. But even if he could see him, with Ebner's current abilities, he couldn't possibly dodge or block it. Ebner, who had activated his mechanical mind since leaping into the passage, faced the black blade about to pierce his heart. His pure white eyes grew colder, and the blood-red pattern on his brow abruptly distorted, as if a third eye had opened. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly crushed the sapphire pendant he had been holding in his hand. It was Lilith's tear. In an instant, centered around Ebner, a power that made all things barren spread outwards. Chapter 775, Mr. Fool photobombs the group shot. With the burst of desolation, everything in the passage, plants, monsters, rocks, wood, soil, fell into withering. The Saint of Shadows, closest to the center of desolation, bore the brunt of it. After Ebner's forehead blood rune activated and he transformed into moonlight, his sword strike missed, and he was completely engulfed by the desolate and silent power. The giant sword and armor, condensed from spirituality, began to rapidly decay, then spread to his body and soul. Only the areas contaminated by black mud and crimson barely resisted this trend of withering. But even so, the tearing of body and soul caused by the decay inflicted irreversible injuries on him in an instant, leading to near immediate death. On the other side, Ebner, having unleashed the power of desolation, took advantage of Lilith's blessing before it expired, entering Alvin's quiz maze in his moonlight state. Because of the special circumstances before entry, the maze charged him a special opening fee of 10,000 gold pounds, making Ebner lament that this maze was truly a profiteer. Of course, this also had to do with him only possessing a Tier 4 clearance for the maze, rather than being its true owner. Meanwhile, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, seated in the fool's position, watched the scene displayed by the star-symbolizing tower and couldn't help but marvel at the power of desolation. Ebner had purified himself before entering the passage, which allowed Klein to live stream from above the grey fog. The level of this power is no less than that of the profane presbyter and that fleshy mountain. No wonder the Red Angel evil spirit's tone changed immediately when he saw Mr. Tower holding that pendant. But this power seems to be indiscriminate, affecting both friend and foe. I wonder if Mr. Tower is alright. Although his crimson star is still there, ever since a moment ago, the live stream's signal has become unstable. I can only vaguely see that he seems to have entered a strange space. Klein thought for a moment, and was about to click on Tower's crimson star to inquire, when his vision suddenly cleared again, and Tower himself returned to the now dead silent passage. And that Saint of Shadows had not completely withered under the desolation, a part of his body remained active, but these remaining parts were rapidly losing control and combining with the surrounding black mud, about to form a new monster. Since Tower believes that Mr. Fool also tacitly approved Lilith's plan, it wouldn't make sense if I didn't display any power at all. It would also make it easier to expose the Fool's weakness, and even make Tower suspect that the Fool and the world might be the same person. And this Saint of Shadows, having suffered such a terrifying attack, is probably on the verge of death. I might as well deliver the final blow. Thinking this, Klein, having made up his mind, summoned the Scepter of the Sea God and the Book of Calamities from his pile of miscellaneous items. In the passage, Ebner, having just emerged from the quiz maze, immediately noticed the Saint of Shadows losing control. As expected of a demigod from the Hangman pathway, his vitality is truly tenacious. Theoretically, ordinary demigods can't withstand the desolation power from Lilith's tier, only sequence 3s with angelic means might be able to endure it. Did he escape death because he was contaminated? After sighing with emotion, Ebner was about to summon the bone dragon and merge with it, intending to completely deal with the Saint of Shadows before he fully transformed into a monster. But just then, silver lightning bolts struck down without warning, forming a forest of thunder that completely enveloped the monster that Saint of Shadows had become. Rumble. Amidst the deafening thunder, that Saint of Shadows, half withered and half monstrous, seemed to lose his wits, showing no intention of dodging. He was quickly annihilated by the forest of thunder, which carried an intense aura of destruction. Ebner was stunned for a moment, then immediately guessed that Klein was deliberately showing his power. So, he casually made a gesture, pretending to be respectful, and said, "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Klein, above the grey fog, nodded in satisfaction at this scene, thinking, finally fooled them, it was worth almost draining my spirituality. He rubbed his temples and put the Book of Calamities back into the pile of miscellaneous items. With this book's blessing, although it could make the Scepter of the Sea God more powerful, the consumption was several times greater. About 3 minutes later, the thunder in the passage gradually subsided. Ebner had the magic mirror release the devil, who carefully went forward to search, but found that the Saint of Shadows' remains were completely shattered. Only a pitted metal flask, still carrying residual lightning power, remained. Observing it with his pure white eye, Ebner discovered that the flask itself was merely a container for a special solution. However, at this moment, it had mutated, mixed with the Black Knight characteristic of the Saint of Shadows himself, as well as the Telepathist, Solar High Priest, Briber, Demoness of Affliction, Mysticism Magister, Guardian, Reaper, and Classical Alchemist characteristics he had herded. Additionally, it had also been contaminated with some Chaos Sea and Primordial Moon pollution. It could be said that this thing was currently an extremely terrifying sealed artifact. Although its ability seemed good, just one sip of the liquid produced within would randomly grant 7 of the aforementioned sequence abilities, lasting for an hour. The side effects, however, were something even Ebner, with his pure white eye, dared not try. After all, the side effects of drinking that one sip of liquid were also randomly generated. At best, one would merely praise the sun and suffer mental distortion. In severe cases, one would directly fall into depravity, lose control, or give birth. Who would dare to gamble on that? The only good news was that the Black Knight controlled some of the Chaos Sea contamination, and the Classical Alchemist integrated the Primordial Moon contamination, forming a precarious balance. So, as long as one didn't touch the liquid in the flask, merely possessing it wasn't a big problem. I don't even dare to use disintegration to destroy the structure of this sealed artifact. Once the balance inside is broken, only Mr. Fool would likely be able to deal with that contamination. After returning, I'll try to gradually disintegrate it with a secret art. If that really doesn't work, then let Klein court death with it. After all, he was the one who struck down the Saint of Shadows, and half the spoils are his, aren't they? Thinking this, Ebner sealed the flask with a card, then continued forward along the now desolate passage. Soon, he arrived before a deep, lightless palace. Above the grey fog, Klein, through Tower's perspective, saw this palace, and his eyes instantly widened. Because he had seen this palace before, it was identical to the image Rhodes had drawn when demonstrating Zeradal's state. Chapter 776, You're Early. Standing before the gloomy palace, what Ebner's pure white eye reflected was not its exquisite design or lavish decorations, but rather continuously wriggling tentacles bound by the power of order. This means the palace itself is part of Zeradal. No, more accurately, it's a cage formed by its power being twisted, trapping itself. While Roselle was likely still the Knowledge Emperor when he built the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he wielded the Prince of Abolition characteristic, and there's a good chance he even had the Black Emperor uniqueness. Achieving such a seal wouldn't be difficult for him. As thoughts stirred, Ebner walked around the palace several times, analyzing and dissecting every detail. Soon, he made some new discoveries. Returning to the palace's main entrance, he couldn't help but ponder. Based on observation and retrospection, the original seal should have also utilized the power of the Chaos Sea projected into this illusory world. This means Roselle's split soul might also be trapped within this palace. But now, because of the Primordial Moon's descent, some of the contaminated power on Roselle should have been temporarily borrowed, so the Chaos Sea also followed. Additionally, I've noticed some familiar routines. I remember Roselle once crafted a silver plate that could communicate with Sapphira Castle, but since he was already a Beyonder of the Savant pathway at the time, he couldn't further borrow the power of Sapphira Castle beyond merely seeing in boundless expanse of grey-white mist. However, if he mystically linked that silver plate to Zeradal through a ritual, it might be a different story. Is this yet another sealing structure designed to balance the powers of the Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, and the Mother Goddess? From Baron Conva's recovery of sanity, to the chained gods, escape from the Mother Tree of Desire, and now Roselle's self-seal before my eyes, they all follow the same principle. And they are all, more or less, connected to the transmigrators brought by the pure white eye. Is this part of a long-running experiment? This experiment also seems to have a significant connection to the continuously perfected secret art of controlling the bone dragon. Perhaps I can talk to Roselle about it. Thinking this, and confirming that the seal was still solid and held no significant danger as long as the core wasn't damaged, Ebner finally pushed open the palace gates. Of course, Ebner's recklessness was also due to his trust in Lilith, trusting that she wouldn't send him to his death for nothing. Finally, something Lilith had quietly told him earlier also gave him considerable confidence. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein, who was watching the live stream, frowned. The signal was suddenly interfered with the moment Mr. Tower entered the palace, making it difficult for him to see or hear the contents of the live stream clearly anymore. Upon entering the palace, darkness filled his vision. Even Ebner, with his night vision ability, couldn't see clearly, only vaguely perceiving a huge, wriggling mass in the deepest part. In the very center of the palace, there was a single faint blue light, but it only illuminated a range of about 4 or 5 paces around it. Ebner hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached, quickly discovering that the blue light was actually emanating from the Silent Winter oil lamp, which had been absorbed into this place as a lesser holy grail. Behind the oil lamp sat a young man with slightly curly chestnut hair and 2 neatly groomed small mustaches on his lip. This was Roselle in his youth. Sensing Ebner's approach, the young Roselle looked over with confused blue eyes, and in a dull tone, said, "You came. But you're early." This Roselle seems a bit unclear-headed. Is his sealed mind having problems, or is he normally in a dreaming state within the Dream Labyrinth Tower? As thoughts raced, Ebner was in no hurry to destroy the Holy Grail, as he hadn't received Lilith's signal yet. So, he tried to extract information. Do you know me? Do you know who I am? Chapter 779, You're early. My memory is incomplete. I don't know who you are. But I knew you would come. I said so when we met on the 6th floor. The logic is quite clear. But the 6th floor? Is that the Roselle who explored the Solomon ruins? Then it's indeed a part of his soul, but it has now merged with those Roselle phantoms. Perhaps it's the part of Roselle's personality that wasn't twisted, which is why it was placed in the lower levels. But now that it's merged, it will only make him more chaotic, right? With several thoughts crossing his mind, Ebner calmly asked again, "Why do you say I'm early?" "Many reasons." Roselle, with his blank, dull eyes, seemed to show a slight emotional fluctuation as he spoke to himself. "Because you came early, I can't release Zeradal's historical projection now, so I can't use the Book of Secrets to steal his resurrection miracle and achieve a relatively perfect resurrection. Because you came early, and are still a Tier 5 authority, I couldn't use the arrangements I made on the 2nd floor to make you lower your guard against me. Because you came early, my prophesied gatekeeper female companion was replaced by a mysticism magister from the Edwards descendants, allowing this oil lamp to take her intended place. And I also lost a bargaining chip to force you into making a wish. If you don't make a wish, then my second method of resurrection, twisting wishes through my main body to achieve resurrection, cannot be completed. Because you came early, my prior arrangement of separating a portion of the Queen of Calamity's soul from the Book of Calamities is useless, because the current you would not agree to my request to trade her whereabouts for your wish. Because you came early, my arrangement on one of my descendants also lost its meaning." After listening to his words, Ebner couldn't help but frown deeply, because this ruthless Roselle was completely different from what he had read in novels in his previous life and what he had learned after transmigrating. Threatening a fellow transmigrator, scheming against descendants. No wonder the goddess doesn't want such a Roselle to resurrect. After all, even if he resurrected, it would be meaningless. He isn't him. However, regarding the contents revealed in his words, I had already guessed about Zeradal's historical projection. The so-called gatekeeper female companion must be Jane. If Vice Admiral Iceberg's teacher hadn't suddenly given a prophecy, Edwina would certainly not have sought out Ronzel's family descendants for a safe way to enter the Roselle's travels. And Jane, as a descendant of a transmigrator, who also obtained many items from the late Death Consul Miranda, could easily be manipulated by Roselle into the Dream Labyrinth Tower, right? No. If she still held the death card, she should have already fallen into the trap. Who made these arrangements? Someone who can break such mystical connections. I'll ask Jane later, who exactly gave that card to the Queen of Mystery. The subsequent arrangements on the 2nd floor are also not hard to guess. To make me lower my guard, it was most likely to arrange another scenario with Roselle, deepening our friendship through tasks like fighting common enemies. But what's with the Queen of Calamity? Why would I be willing to make a wish for his resurrection just for the whereabouts of an ancient god from a god? And finally, who is he referring to with his arrangement on a descendant? Puzzled, Ebner spoke again. What is the Queen of Calamity's relationship with my future self? I don't know. I just know it will be useful, the young Roselle said, looking at Ebner with vacant eyes. Then I'll rephrase my question. What are your resurrection methods? What are the specifics? Let's start with the one you arranged through your descendant. Ebner thought for a moment, then posed new questions. I had my loyal knight Edward's tamper with the Book of Stars, and before ascending to godhood, I separated a portion of the lawyer and astronomer characteristics bearing my imprint. According to my arrangements with the men in black, at the prophesied time, 2 of my descendants who had read the Book of Stars would each receive one of these characteristics. The one who gets the astronomer will be an adult male. As long as someone makes a wish, I can distort and steal this wish, allowing my split soul to resurrect in the identity of this male descendant. Then, by seizing an Amon clone, I would steal my contaminated fate, transferring the contamination to a sacrificial offering. Because this plan carries great risk, the contamination from that entity might still not leave me, so there's an alternative plan. Another descendant of mine who receives my lawyer characteristic will be a young woman, destined to meet you, and will magnify her good feelings towards you. You will enter the first floor when she is pregnant. I will then seize the opportunity to resurrect into her child, who is destined to be a lawyer from birth. And by becoming your child, I will gain your protection, and thus won't have to worry about the lingering contamination issue. But you came early. Chapter 777, Consecutive Reversals of Scheme. Is he trying to call me Dad? Roselle, where's your integrity? Have you no shame left after being contaminated? And even if Mr. Surrey didn't die from the Delienne or Fless family's conspiracies, he'd likely be replaced by his own ancestor. To scheme against his own descendants like this person truly isn't Roselle anymore. The Roselle I know is someone who would challenge a deity because his youngest son lacked humanity. But this later design of his is truly insidious. Thinking about it carefully, if I later help Fanny get her revenge in Trier, she might indeed reward me in some special way. And I might not be able to resist the temptation. That would be falling into this person's trap. Fortunately, thanks to the arrangements of multiple deities, I came early. Ebner looked at the young Roselle before him with an unpleased expression, then heard the other party continue. The best way to resurrect is still to have Zeradal and his historical projection meet. This way, I can directly steal his resurrection miracle without needing distortion from my main body, maximizing concealment from that entity. At that time, whether as an astronomer, making a sacrifice bear the contamination, or becoming your child, having you resolve the contamination would be easier and more readily accepted by the gods. And once I hear resurrect, the one in the Black Emperor's mausoleum will no longer be important. Then the God of Knowledge can disregard your feelings and support his chosen candidate for Black Emperor. This was the basis of my cooperation with him back then. But it seems now, he failed to uphold his agreement with me, even tampering with many arrangements. That's because you lack self-awareness. If I were to approve of your resurrection like this, that would be truly demonic. If the second fifth dragon really considered my feelings, he definitely wouldn't let you succeed. However, what he implies is that the God of Knowledge values me so much that he needs to consider my feelings even when supporting a Black Emperor candidate. Of course, this could also be false information released by the God of Knowledge to deceive Roselle. With thoughts swirling, Ebner stared at Roselle for a while, then glanced at Zeradal deep within the palace, and spoke again. Stealing Zeradal's resurrection fate might be possible, but having a so-called sacrificer bear your contamination, even Amon's main body probably couldn't do that, could he? How exactly do you plan to solve this problem? If there are truly no hidden dangers, I don't mind making a wish once. The young Roselle's breathing stopped for a moment after hearing this, then resumed. His eyes remained vacant, and he said slowly. This primarily relies on a mystical reproduction. I heard a legend that the ancient sun god made his vice-king, the dark angel of the hangman pathway, bear the contamination. I relied on this mystery to have the men in black similarly search for a demigod of the hangman pathway as a sacrifice. Furthermore, Amon truly cannot transfer this fate, but I can use Zeradal and the silver plate that brought me here as a bridge, utilizing Amon's clone to steal the power of Sapphira Castle to accomplish this step. And now is when that entity's power over me is weakest. Making a wish now would have a high success rate of resurrection without contamination. What a grand scheme! Ebner applauded upon hearing this. The young Roselle, however, seemed to have fallen asleep and did not reply. Ebner suddenly asked, "Do you know about the Calamity Seal?" "I know. Although I've lost many memories, I remember that many of my schemes were actually built upon its arrangements," Roselle replied blankly. "Your knowledge about me, and about Sapphira Castle, also came from it, didn't it? Then do you think there's a possibility that you were also manipulated by it? That all your subsequent actions were within its and the deity's expectations?" Ebner said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Roselle's vacant eyes instantly sharpened. He asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to say?" No longer pretending. Hey, then let me ask another question. You, who awakened long ago, why are you so diligently answering my questions? Ebner stared directly into the young Roselle's eyes, pressing him. Roselle's expression changed abruptly, at times bewildered, at times furious, at times joyful, at times sorrowful. Finally, an anxious voice took over, shouting, "Quick, kill me. Kill the current me. Completely cut off any possibility of my resurrection. I don't care at all if I'm contaminated after resurrection. Grabbing Amon's clone isn't to steal contamination, but to trade information I learned from the Calamity Seal with Amon, to assist him in ascending to godhood and seizing Sapphira Castle, ultimately hoping he'll swap my fate with my main body, so I can become the Black Emperor. That's a disaster for humanity. You must stop me. Kill me." Ebner, however, was unmoved by his desperate shouts. He sneered. "A new tactic, is it? Killing you, wouldn't that just free you from the palace's seal? Or perhaps, this is also a different kind of wish, a wish to destroy you, which you can still exploit." As Ebner's words fell, the urgent voice of the young Roselle gradually faded. He gave Ebner a cold glance and said, "You are indeed very clever. But do you think the matter of wishing is up to you?" Ebner clutched the magic mirror in his palm, simultaneously glancing at Silent Winter, and narrowed his eyes, asking, "What do you mean? Hey, do you really think the descent of the unique red moon would be without defenses? In fact, even though it couldn't be bothered with the laughable schemes of the gods on this planet, it had long anticipated the possibility of an ambush and prepared contingencies sufficient to subdue Lilith. Regardless of whether Lilith secretly advanced to Sequence 1. This place is also a trap for Lilith. Although only a projection of Lilith came here, as long as it can be subdued, contaminating Lilith's main body through the connection isn't difficult, and it's very subtle, so the gods won't discover it. It was its greed that buried it. As for you, once the Red Moon takes down Lilith and seduces the owner of Sapphira Castle, you naturally won't escape either." He spoke fiercely, but Ebner showed no worry at all, because Lilith had mentioned this possibility when she whispered in his ear, confidently telling him not to worry. "What, you don't believe me?" The young Roselle's face suddenly twisted, appearing extremely sinister and terrifying. "I believe you." Ebner nodded slightly, then smirked and continued. "But I believe Lilith more." In midair, Lilith, with illusory wings on her back and silver hair and eyes, pointed her lace parasol downwards. The mountain-like mass of flesh was tightly entangled by the black mud, binding it ever tighter, making it unable to move. Buzz. 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 The fleshy mountain had no mouth or nose, but it still let out cries of agony. The parasol was essentially a cursed item, and its true form was the Chained God, a projection of the Chained Pathway's uniqueness. The root of its curse was the Chained God's millennium-long bondage by the Mother Tree of Desire. If Emlyn were here, he would immediately recognize that the umbrella was a matching accessory for one of his stolen life-size dolls. When Lilith ascended in the catacombs of the Harvest Church, she deliberately held this cursed item, so when Ebner pulled out the historical projection, he pulled it out as well. Just as Lilith descended, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the immobilized, fleshy mountain, the fleshy mountain suddenly split open. Immediately after, a red moon rose from the opening, and with an unstoppable momentum, it enveloped the beautiful woman in midair. Facing this sudden situation, Lilith merely smiled, her beauty eclipsing the heavens and earth. Then, unhurriedly, she put away her parasol, and her silver eyes instantly became vacant, as if connected to some unknown existence. With her movement, the red moon's encroaching light suddenly solidified. It struggled violently for a moment, then became motionless. Seeing this, Lilith waved her hand, and the opponent, like a bird returning to its nest, flew into her palm. Playing with the gem condensed from the red moon in her hand, Lilith curled her lips, thinking with a hint of triumph. "You learned a lot about him from Roselle, didn't you? But the more you know without his permission, the more severe the contamination will be. And it's very subtle, hard to detect contamination. That contamination might have limited effect on your main body, but it's irresistible to this primordial moon incarnated as the beauty goddess. Especially in front of me, who has partial authority over unknown aspects. Stopping him from seeing you in Backlund back then was to prevent you from detecting it early, not to save him. Hey, you think Roselle really couldn't stop himself from going to the moon back then? After all, that was the true beginning of the Silver Moon Project. Third update late tonight. Chapter 778, Miracle. Just as the red moon was being withdrawn by Lilith, the crescent moon in the night sky of the real world suddenly rounded, turning blood red. Another blood moon had arrived. After dealing with Mr. Turin's affairs, Furs, who had returned to Tosk from Rit, was suddenly startled awake from a dream. With a pale face, she glanced at the moon outside the window. Just as she was about to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name, she was swallowed by a sudden crimson light and then entered the ancient palace above the grey fog. She let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Respected Mr. Fool, you have saved me again. It was an agreed matter. Klein nodded slightly in response. Since she came to Mr. Fool every full moon, Furs was no longer as nervous as she had been initially. So, she proactively brought up a topic. Mr. Fool, I wonder what major event occurred that caused the blood moon to suddenly appear. She vaguely remembered Mr. Fool mentioning before that the blood moon involved an evil god. Klein recalled the scene he had witnessed in the Fuyuki market on the first floor, carefully choosing his words, and said with a half-smile, half-sigh. The primordial moon has fallen, and the ancient god Lilith has reclaimed more authority, taking another step closer to complete recovery. The primordial moon fallen. The ancient god Lilith revived. I remember the ancient god Lilith should be referring to the ancestor of vampires, right? Did she kill that evil god called the primordial moon? Mr. Moon in the Tarot Club is a vampire. Perhaps Mr. Fool was also involved in this matter. Are he and the ancient god Lilith allies? After hearing Klein's words, Furs, who was previously a bit confused, instantly sobered up. She hadn't expected a simple blood moon to involve such major events as the fall of a god and the revival of an ancient god. You know this much is enough, don't spread it carelessly, Klein gently instructed, though he felt that from goddess Lilith's unreserved demeanor, she didn't care if her actions were known by others. It was fine for the Tarot Club members to know. After all, with Mr. Tower's face involved, it wasn't a big problem, but there was no need to further expand the scope of the information. As you command, Furs quickly stood up and promised. She had originally wanted to share it with Ebner and Zio, but now she had to keep it from them. In the underground of Tosk, within the Kaspersky base of the Men in Black. When the blood moon was in the sky, the young man who called himself the acting commander, and Amon, who was bound to a cross, simultaneously sensed something. As high-sequence cryptologists, they knew a lot of information just from the phenomenon. The latter even curled his lips and chuckled, so their target was the primordial moon. Interesting, things have been getting more and more interesting recently. Saying that, he looked at the young man, whose expression had turned gloomy, and said playfully, Do you still think your majesty can be resurrected? I've told you before, the gods won't let such an unstable factor run wild. Even if his plan is meticulously thought out, it won't work. The young man remained silent for a moment, then glanced at Amon and said faintly, His Majesty has more than one contingency. He might not fail. Oh. Then this drama gets even more interesting. Let me see what other tricks he has. Amon said with interest. No matter what, your clone will die in the end. I don't know what you're so happy about. The young man snorted. You don't understand. Amon looked at him and replied with a smile. In the gloomy palace, the young Roselle, after hearing Ebner's remark, but I believe Lilith more, intended to mock him, but before he could speak, his eyes suddenly widened. He found that the power of the red moon had vanished. It seems Lilith won. Ebner also noticed this through his pure white eye and curved his lips. Roselle's expression changed repeatedly again, and finally, he adopted a wry smile, shaking his head and saying, You won. But you can't kill me, and you won't make a wish, so you'd better leave this place soon. Once the power projected from the Chaos Sea returns, it won't be easy for you to leave. What trick is he up to now? Ebner now didn't believe a word this contaminated Roselle said. After a brief thought, he also smiled and said, Thanks for the reminder. But who said I wouldn't make a wish? I said earlier that as long as you could provide a suitable explanation for getting rid of the contamination, I would make a wish. Although the method you described doesn't align with my desires, that method indeed has a possibility of success. Therefore, I've decided to fulfill my promise. After all, one must be true to their word. Really? Roselle seemed to widen his eyes in disbelief. If he hadn't been bound and unable to move, he would have surely rushed to Ebner's side. Ebner smiled and nodded, Really? With that, without waiting for Roselle to react, he directly made a wish to Silent Winter, the item that had replaced the Holy Grail, my wish's resurrection. He didn't add a subject, didn't say, whose resurrection, only broadly stated the subject of the wish. But this still sent a jolt through Roselle, because he didn't care what wish the other party made, as long as the act of wishing occurred, he could twist the wish and then steal the miracle. As Ebner's words fell, the wishes, accumulated by generations of tower climbers over centuries in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, surged towards Zeradal deep within the palace, and the miracle was about to manifest. But just as Roselle communicated with his main body, borrowed the power of distortion, and connected with the Book of Concealment, in the Suri family ritual room, preparing to steal this miracle, the miracle provided by Zeradal, the Great Holy Grail, in this ritual, vanished. Where's the miracle? Where's my miracle? Why is it gone? Roselle, who had thought he was about to resurrect, immediately became exasperated. So a miracle is worth 300,000 pounds. Then I can buy another one. At this moment, Ebner muttered to himself, pinching his chin. Evidently, Zeradal's miracle had just been bought by him using the quiz maze. This item was crafted from a high-sequence characteristic belonging to the goddess of wealth from an alien planet. It possesses authority related to transactions and can purchase abilities with money and store them. By Alvin's Maze. You tricked me. Roselle immediately understood what had happened upon hearing Ebner's words. Yes, I tricked you. Ebner admitted frankly. From the moment he learned that this twisted Roselle was scheming against his friends, Ebner decided not to let him die too easily. However, he wasn't intentionally putting himself in danger. Instead, he suddenly understood something: why the Calamity Seal lured Roselle into building the Dream Labyrinth Tower, and why the goddess allowed Roselle to take Zeridal. The first 4 questions during the quiz were about the Dragon Balls, historical knowledge from the eras of 2 senior transmigrators, and the improvement of secret arts. My previous speculation was that this was a hint that to allow the senior wanderer to become a miracle invoker and escape the Night Kingdom, I would need to rely on the knowledge left by seniors Ryan and Vincent to create a secret art that could perfectly integrate with the wanderer's body. But now it seems the first question might not specifically refer to Alvin becoming a miracle invoker, but rather that miracle itself is necessary for improving secret arts. That's why the Calamity Seal deliberately exposed the arrangements of Roselle's travels, luring Roselle to build the Dream Labyrinth Tower, because miracles require wishes, and wishes require accumulation. This should also be why the goddess allowed Roselle to move Zeridal. Doesn't she want to waste his miracle? That mirror apostle happened to send Alvin's quiz maze and enough money. Who guided that, I wonder? Speaking of which, Leon's mandatory questioning talent is very similar to the quiz maze. It says it's an exclusive ability of the Sphinx, but I haven't seen it recorded in any relevant books. Could it also have an alien characteristic? Be under convergence. Is that why I, carrying it, naturally encountered the quiz maze? Roselle also entered this maze, and even the initial idea for the Dream Labyrinth Tower might have originated from it. So, when he encountered Alvin's quiz maze back then, could it also have been because he raised this lion?